Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 234, Kirishima and Sakuragi Ika. The letter said little more than what it needed to. Ryunosuke had urgent matters to deal with and couldn't come home for a while. He asked her to wait for him. And Mahiru waited. She waited 10 full months, nearly 11, without a single word coming back. Ryunosuke had also told her in the letter about the 10 million yen he had hidden in a box under the bed, his earnings from the underground fights, hoping it would take some of the weight off her. Mahiru went to school each day with something hollow in her eyes. Her gaze was empty, as though something inside her had quietly broken. Meanwhile, Ryunosuke was already living at Advanced Nurturing High School. Mahiru had passed the entrance exam as well, but she chose not to go. She wanted to be there when her husband came home. She was afraid that if she left, he would have no way to find her. Without either of them knowing, they had passed each other by in the cruelest possible way. Had Mahiru chosen to go, she would have walked straight into the person she missed most. But who could have known? She had no way of seeing what lay ahead. Not far from Mahiru's classroom, Jintoki leaned back against a thick branch, quietly keeping watch. He took his promises seriously. He had been protecting Mahiru for nearly 11 months. Thinking about it, he felt a little cheated. 400,000 yen divided across all those months worked out to less than 40,000 a month. An absolute loss. Still, he had no intention of abandoning the job. He'd just chalk it up to bad luck for taking such a miserable commission in the first place. He rolled over on the branch, propped his cheek on one hand, and pulled out an adult magazine, reading it up in the tree while occasionally scratching himself and picking his nose. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. The story winds back to the moment Ryunosuke was knocked unconscious, roughly 10 months earlier. He woke up in a hospital bed to a splitting pain in his head. The memories from his previous life had returned, but in exchange, certain things had slipped away. He had forgotten Mahiru. He had forgotten his childhood promises to other girls too. All of it, gone cleanly from his mind. On top of that, the force of the blow had caused a blood clot that pressed against a specific cluster of nerves in his brain. As a result, he could no longer activate his full power state, what he thought of as Chinibu mode, at will. Now, triggering it required outside stimulation, and even then the clot meant his brain couldn't bear the strain the mode placed on it. That was why, whenever he entered that state, his cognitive function suffered. The five-fold boost to his physical output demanded more oxygen than his brain could supply, so it sacrificed mental clarity to compensate. Ryunosuke threw off the blanket and moved to get up and leave. His remaining memories told him he was broke, and if he didn't get out now, there was no way he could pay the hospital bill. His personality had shifted considerably after his past life memories returned, but at his core, he was still himself. He had just opened the window, ready to jump out and make his escape, when Kirishima's hand came down on his shoulder. The look on his face made the warning perfectly clear. "And where do you think you're going?" Ryunosuke stiffened. He turned his head slowly. I was just going to the bathroom." He scratched his cheek. "Oh. The bathroom's out the window, is it? Not worried about splashing someone down below?" Kirishima grabbed Ryunosuke's head and squeezed. "Ow, ow, ow, that hurts, that hurts." Kirishima was pressing directly on the wound still wrapped in bandages, and the pain brought tears streaming down Ryunosuke's face. Kirishima hauled him back inside without ceremony and sat across from him, arms folded. Dozens of large men stood around them in perfect silence, waiting on his word. Ryunosuke had never found himself in a scene like this. In his previous life he had been an ordinary person who watched anime and read novels. His only real advantage was a patchwork of odd jobs that had taught him a little of a lot of things. He worked up the nerve to ask. "Are you the one my father owes money to?" Even with most of his memories gone, his parents were still there, vivid and unshaken. Especially the 87 million yen. That particular debt was the kind of thing that lodged itself too deep to forget. Kirishima didn't bother softening it. "Become one of my fighters. I saw what you can do. You'll work under me until the debt is paid." And so it began. Ryunosuke followed Kirishima and was put to work as an enforcer. The problem was that he had lost his peak ability and had no idea how to trigger Chinibu mode anymore. His physical condition was now below that of an average person. Kirishima felt deceived. At one point he hung Ryunosuke over the edge of a cliff to force him to draw on his full power, threatening to cut the rope if he didn't. Ryunosuke still couldn't produce anything. That was when Kirishima accepted it. In a genuine life or death situation, if someone had the ability to save themselves, they would have used it already. The brick his own father had smashed into his skull had apparently done real damage. Kirishima felt the loss keenly. Trading 87 million yen for a fighter in this condition was a complete waste. As it happened, his boss's daughter needed someone to look after her. Kirishima decided to offload Ryunosuke onto that role and at least squeeze some last remaining value out of him. And so Ryunosuke was assigned to watch over a young girl named Sakuraji Ika. She had deep reddish-brown hair and eyes like ruby gemstones. An absurdly cute little girl. The two of them stared at each other in silence, neither knowing how to start. Kirishima, who served as second-in-command of the Sakuraji Yakuza clan, made himself very clear. This is our boss's daughter. Her name is Sakuraji Ika. If you let a single tear fall from her eyes, I will peel the skin right off you. Ryunosuke trembled violently and nodded so fast his head looked like a pile driver. Kirishima looked satisfied. Good. She's in your care from now on. He finally felt the weight lift from his shoulders. The task of watching over Yika had originally been handed down from the boss himself. But as the clan's top fighter, Kirishima had no business playing babysitter. He'd much rather be out fighting. So he passed it on to Ryunosuke. The boy couldn't work as an enforcer anyway, so he had better be useful for something if the 87 million was going to mean anything at all. Ryunosuke looked after Yika for about half a month before he decided he had to quit. The main reason was that the little girl had started showing signs of attachment and told him she wanted to marry him when she grew up. Ryunosuke could not accept that. He was not that kind of person. And she was the daughter of his own debt collector's boss, at that. Was he tired of being alive? He prepared to run. He picked a dark night and made his move, but was caught almost immediately. Kirishima picked him up by the scruff like a baby chick. You little punk. Can you stop trying to escape every single day? You're just making more work for me. He knocked their foreheads together with irritation. Ryunosuke said flatly, I'll find a way to pay back the money. Can't you just let me go? Kirishima didn't believe him. Ryunosuke then pulled out the acceptance letter from Advanced Nurturing High School that he had just picked up from the post office, and from that, he explained what he believed he could find there. His proposal was simple, give him 3 years, and he would pay back the debt with interest. Kirishima let him go. Not because he genuinely believed the boy could deliver, but because underneath everything, he was not a bad person. He just looked the part. He hoped the kid would learn something real at that school and come back to work for the Sakuraji clan with actual ability. Kirishima had no intention of killing Ryunosuke. He just wanted the boy to be honest and work steadily. He wouldn't hurt him. At most, he'd hold his wages and let him work the rest of his life to pay off 87 million yen, and in Kirishima's view, that was already showing remarkable generosity. That was the shape of Ryunosuke's life in the days just before he walked through the gates of Advanced Nurturing High School. Chapter 235, The Four Great Tokyo Gangs, Hiratsuka Gumi, Shuigumi, Ryuin Gumi, and the American Gang Beehive. Tokyo. The summit of 4 major criminal organizations. Hiratsuka Gumi. The boss of Hiratsuka Gumi, Hiratsuka Kuma, was on the phone with his beloved daughter, and his beloved daughter was none other than Hiratsuka Shizuka. Kuma's broad, heavily built frame and graying hair gave him every bit the look of a genuine crime boss. Yet the moment he was talking to his daughter, he turned into something resembling a nervous little girl, his hands twisting the telephone cord over and over in anxious loops. He had come across information about Ryunosuke, and as it happened, the boy was currently a student under his daughter at the same school. He wanted his daughter to reel in this rare talent and bring him into the fold at Hiratsuka Gumi. Society had changed, after all. The days when organized crime was genuinely needed were fading. In an earlier era, Japan had faced severe labor shortages, and certain responsibilities had quietly been handed off to the gangs. They had protected ordinary people's property in exchange for protection money, filling a role that wasn't entirely unlike the police. If someone opened a restaurant and paid their dues, the gang would stand out front waving in customers, even bring their own brothers around to eat there. The gangs of that era had their own strict code. As long as someone paid, the gang was obligated to protect them. Over time, 4 major organizations had taken root in Tokyo. Hiratsuka Gumi, led by Hiratsuka Kuma. Shuigumi, run by the Ichijo family. Ryuin Gumi, which formed the background of the Ryuin family. Ryuin Kakeru was currently grinding away at his studies, determined to return to Advanced Nurturing High School and settle things with Ryunosuke. Beehive, an American outfit managed by the Kurisaki family. In short, all 4 organizations were feeling the pressure and desperately needed to transition. Why else would the Ryuin clan have sent their prized son, Ryuin Kakeru, somewhere like Advanced Nurturing High School? It was all part of the shift from the underworld to legitimate business. The state had grown stronger, and the role of the gangs had slowly eroded. But in recognition of the part they had once played, the government hadn't moved to eradicate them by force, leaving them to grow or collapse on their own terms. That was precisely why Kuma needed someone like Ryunosuke so badly. He wanted his daughter to try her hand at winning the boy over. She was attractive enough, after all, even if her temperament ran on the violent side and her first response to most things was to hit them. There was perhaps some risk of domestic violence after marriage, specifically the husband getting hit by the wife. But on the whole, his daughter was remarkable. On the other end of the line, a vein in Shizuka's temple made itself visible. She swore under her breath, slammed down the receiver, and hung up. Chase after some barely grown kid whose hair hadn't even finished coming in. She was a teacher. What was she supposed to do with that? She let her father's words pass through her like wind and thought nothing more of it. Kuma sagged with resignation. If his daughter's temper never improved, she was never going to find anyone. As a father, it gave him genuine headaches. He had spent years trying to find her a match, but her requirements were unreasonable. The man had to be handsome, had to be able to take a beating, and had to do whatever she said. Where exactly was he supposed to find someone willing to be Shizuka's personal punching bag? And even if such a person existed, what kind of man meeting those criteria would voluntarily choose a woman whose primary hobby was throwing punches? Shizuka was already 27. There was an old saying that once a woman passed 30, she crossed into a different category entirely, and her prospects would only get harder from there. Kuma's standards weren't high. As long as the man could endure his daughter's personality and somehow bring her to heel, he didn't care who it was. Even someone as plain-seeming as Akasaka Ryunosuke. Across town, Shizuka, who had just hung up, was visibly fuming. That senile old man. Has he lost his mind? Telling me to seduce some snotty kid. She paused. Even if the boy does have real ability and is technically my type, that's absolutely none of your business. At the school bar, she grabbed a bottle and downed it in one long pull to work off her irritation. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. At Shuigumi, the Ichijo household. Ichijo Raku was in the kitchen. He had 100 and some portions of egg fried rice to prepare before he could feed the 200 or so gang members waiting outside. This was routine for him. Once the last plate was done, he stripped off his chef's whites, pulled on his black school uniform, and headed out. He had seen the news about Ryunosuke, and it stirred something in him right away. Almost 10 years now, hasn't it been, he murmured. I really do miss him. His thoughts drifted back a decade, to the first time he had ever met Ryunosuke. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Meanwhile, at the American gang beehive, the Kurosaki household. Kurosaki Kaitoge had naturally heard about the stir Ryunosuke was making at school. Her hand drifted up to touch the red ribbon in her hair, and she thought of the boy from 10 years ago. 10 years ago. Kaitoge was lost in the forest. Papa, Mama, where are you? She wiped her eyes and searched for any sign of them. Then her foot slipped, and she fell into a narrow crevice in the ground, too tight to climb out of on her own. Tears poured freely from her vivid blue eyes. Why? She cried at the top of her lungs. Up in a tree nearby, Ryunosuke had been helping himself to a bird's nest. The sound startled him, but with the mother bird watching in mournful distress, he quickly tucked the egg into his mouth. Protein was protein. He even swallowed a bit of the shell for the calcium. Annoyed by the noise, he called out, "Stop crying." The young Kaitoge went quiet. Ryunosuke climbed down and came over to the crevice. He could see right away that she couldn't get out, so he tried reaching a branch down to her, but it didn't go far enough. Kaitoge stared up at him with those large blue eyes, unblinking. After trying several approaches and getting nowhere, Ryunosuke rolled up his sleeve and jumped straight down into the crevice. Kaitoge was certain that was it for both of them. If he had jumped in too, who was going to pull them out? She was about to start crying again when Ryunosuke clamped a hand over her mouth. I'll get you out of here, but you have to feed me a proper meal afterward. Deal. It wasn't a grand request. He simply hadn't eaten in a long time. The stunned Kaitoge eventually nodded. Okay. Ryunosuke's whole demeanor brightened. He crouched down and told her to climb onto his back and hold on tight, then began working his way up the rock face inch by inch. Kaitoge on his back turned remarkably obedient. Sparkler, keep reading and support this story on Ko-Fi. Paperclip Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction or bit.ly/4sbfiom. White heavy checkmark 5 translated fanfic chapters and 1 to 2 new original fanfic chapters every day, Monday through Saturday, exclusive on Ko-Fi. Thank you so much for your incredible support. Chapter 236, Kurosaki Kaitoge and Tachibana Marika. Ryunosuke hauled Kaitoge back up to solid ground. While he was at it, he decided he might as well see the job through and walk her home. His primary motivation was, of course, the food he was expecting at her house. He was close to starving. Hand in hand, the two of them left the forest. Around the same time, Raku had just arrived at the forest's edge looking for Kaitoge. He and Kaitoji had been friends since they were small, and when she didn't come back, he panicked and went after her. He and Ryunosuke simply missed each other in passing. Without realizing it, Ryunosuke had taken an unexpected turn at exactly the wrong moment. On the way back, Kaitoji kept crying. Ryunosuke was starting to get a headache. What exactly are you still crying about? She wiped her face and pointed to her head, to the spot where a red ribbon had been. My mom gave me that ribbon for my birthday. I lost it. Why? She started up again. Ryunosuke clapped his hands over his ears, but she only got louder, with no signs of stopping. Eventually he gave in. I'll find it for you, so please stop crying. The crying stopped immediately. Kaitoji looked up at him with still swollen eyes. That helpless, pleading look made him uncomfortable, but the promise of a meal hardened his resolve. Wait here. Don't go anywhere. Understood. She dried the last of her tears and promised to stay. Ryunosuke turned and plunged back into the forest without another word. Kaitoji sat neatly on the grass and waited. Before long Ryunosuke returned with the red ribbon in his hand. Her eyes lit up. He tied it himself at the back of her head, gathering her hair into a single ponytail, then let out a long breath of relief. Now you can take me to your house to eat, right? I'm really hungry. Yes. Kaitoji smiled brightly at him. They walked home hand in hand. Ryunosuke, clutching his growling stomach, was running almost completely on empty. He had burned through the last of his reserves finding that ribbon. He noticed Kaitoji walking with a slight limp. Did you twist your ankle? She stopped and looked back at him. A little. When I fell into that gap. Ryunosuke sighed and crouched down. Get on. I'll carry you. Kaitoji's face went red, but she accepted and climbed onto his back. He carried her slowly forward, struggling with every step on an empty stomach, grumbling to himself the whole way. All this just to get something to eat. But in Kaitoji's eyes, in that moment, Ryunosuke looked exactly like a storybook prince, and the feeling went straight to her heart. She decided on the spot, when she grew up, she was going to marry this person. Back in the present, 10 years later Kaitoji couldn't help but click her tongue. I really didn't know anything back then. Actually thinking I wanted to marry him. Even as she said it, her cheeks were faintly pink, and she didn't reject the idea in the slightest. She touched the red ribbon in her hair, the beginning of everything between them, something between a keepsake and a first memory of something she couldn't quite name. Ryunosuke didn't have any key or locket of his own, since those belonged to Raku and Onodera. Because of his involvement, Kaitoji never ended up with a key either. That same encounter had briefly made Ryunosuke friends with both Raku and Onodera, before he disappeared again, running from debt collectors as usual. His next destination was the home of Tachibana Marika. He vaulted over the fence of a luxurious hillside villa and landed in the garden, pressing a hand to his forehead and breathing out slowly. If I hide here, the collectors won't find me, right? Who's there? Came a voice from above. Marika was bedridden with illness, and the sound from outside had startled her into shouting. Ryunosuke froze. From the direction of the voice, he could tell it was coming from the second floor. The front gate was locked and no one else was home, so he climbed up the outside of the building, pushed open the second floor window, and found Marika in her bed. At that age, Marika was not yet the graceful young woman she would become. She was a sharp-tongued, willful little princess, and her first reaction to a stranger in her window was undisguised hostility. Ryunosuke leaned in from the windowsill with a thin smile. Hi. Hi yourself. What are you doing in my house? She glared at him, then dissolved into a coughing fit. Ahak, ahak. Her health was poor, which was why she had been sent to this isolated mountain sanatorium in the first place. Seeing her like that, Ryunosuke figured he should leave rather than make things worse. He turned to go, and Marika shouted, "Get back here." He stopped and looked over his shoulder. What is it now? He scratched his cheek awkwardly. And, hey, what's your name? Tachibana Marika. She snapped, then turned it back on him. What's yours? Akasaka Ryunosuke. And that was how they met. After that, Ryunosuke started dropping by whenever he needed somewhere to hide from debt collectors, which was often. Marika, bored out of her mind in that isolated place, had no intention of letting the only person her age she had ever met here slip away. As time passed, the nature of things between them shifted. What began as Marika simply wanting a friend quietly became something more, and she started wanting to make Ryunosuke her husband. One day Marika asked, "What kind of girl do you like?" Ryunosuke was eating a wild apple he had just picked. He polished another one on his shirt and handed it to her. Marika took it without making a face, nibbling at it with small, careful bites, her cheeks tinged pink as she waited for his answer. He answered plainly. I like girls with long hair. Someone gentle. Oh. Her response was short, but what she was thinking was, so that's his type. From that day, her personality changed completely. The demanding, sharp-edged little princess became a composed, soft-spoken young woman with a certain elegance about her. Her father noticed immediately. There was no way he could have missed his daughter turning into what seemed like a different person entirely. One day he asked her, "Do you have feelings for that boy?" Marika didn't react particularly strongly at first, until her father played his hand. "If you do, I can arrange the engagement." "Really, Papa?" Her eyes went wide and bright. But at that very same time, Ryunosuke had to run again. Debt collectors, as always. And this time, he fled all the way to Tatsuki Academy. Chapter 237, Tachibana Marika's father, the Commissioner General of the National Police Agency. Marika's father was the Commissioner General of the National Police Agency, the man who held complete authority over every matter of public safety in Japan. The moment he learned his beloved daughter had fallen for a stranger, he had the young man investigated down to his roots. Family lineage going back 18 generations, traced and documented. For someone in his position, looking into one young man was hardly a challenge. That was why the scene in the previous chapter had unfolded the way it did. The commissioner had asked his daughter plainly whether she truly had feelings for this boy, and if she did, he would personally pull him out of the underworld's grip. He already knew that Ryunosuke owed the Yakuza tens of millions of yen. For a man of his standing, that was loose change. He could have pressed a gun to a mafia boss's forehead and bellowed something entirely unrelated, just to make the point of who held the real power here. Meanwhile, Ryunosuke was somewhere in the middle of the ocean, rowing a tiny boat. In his desperation to escape the debt collectors, he had done something truly reckless. The boat fit 2 people at most, and he had been drifting on open water for nearly half a month before washing up on a remote island. The island turned out to be Tatsuki Academy. He had rowed toward it because he caught the scent of something extraordinarily good on the wind. Tatsuki Academy was a prestigious culinary institution, a paradise for anyone who lived for food. The moment he reached shore, however, Ryunosuke collapsed from starvation. After nearly half a month without eating, that was hardly surprising. Elsewhere, at a lavish dinner gathering, Nakiri Irina, dressed in an elegant purple gown fit for royalty, was being held in place by a female attendant who was trying to force coarse salt into her mouth. "I won't. It's disgusting. Get that away from me." Irina struggled with everything she had. The attendant held her firm and said with weary patience, "Ojo-sama, this is for your own good. It will help your god's tongue function at a higher level. It is also your father's wish." Eyes glistening, Irina swallowed the salt with a look of complete humiliation. She possessed an almost mythical sense of taste, capable of detecting the slightest flaw in any dish. Her father intended to use this gift to dominate the culinary world. He had already exploited her mother the same way, driving her to anorexia until she could only be sustained through liquid nutrition. Now he was setting out to break his own daughter by the same method. Irina's grandfather, Senzaman, had no idea any of this was happening. Forced to eat salt every day to sharpen her palate, Irina retreated to her room and cried alone. One afternoon she slipped outside for a breath of air and stumbled across Ryunosuke, half dead from hunger on the doorstep. She took one look at him, dragged him inside her room, fed him, and kept him there like a stray she had decided to adopt. That was how they met. Irina hid Ryunosuke in her private room for some time, until the boy had filled out properly. The food he had eaten before was nothing compared to what came out of Irina's kitchen, and the difference showed quickly. She cooked for him herself every day, and found that her life had taken on a meaning it hadn't had before. This stray, this human she had taken in, was genuinely remarkable. Beyond simply relieving her boredom, Irina found she could pour everything out to him, every frustration, every hidden hurt. The relief was immense. She even began cooking with a smile on her face. Ryunosuke became something like an emotional dumping ground for Irina, and through it all, he learned exactly what her father had been putting her through. Between bites of a strawberry tart she had made, he offered a thought. "Why not tell your grandfather? He'd help you, wouldn't he? He runs this whole academy. His authority is higher than your father's." Irina's expression dimmed. "I can't get to him. Father always blocks the way. I never have a chance to speak." Ryunosuke licked the last of the cream from his finger. He had been fed and looked after until he was properly healthy again, and he felt he owed her something for that. He made a decision: he would dress up in one of Irina's gowns, wig and all, so that she could slip away and reach her grandfather. Having grown up on the kindness of strangers, he knew exactly how to be grateful. Shortly after, Azumi, Irina's father, came to his daughter's room as he did every day to conduct her training. When repeated knocking produced no answer, suspicion overtook him and he pushed the door open. He spotted a blonde figure from behind and let out a slow breath of relief. "Irina. It's time to train." His voice flat and cold. The figure said nothing and kept its back to him. Azumi, running out of patience, reached out and turned it by the shoulder. He stumbled backward in shock. Who are you? Standing before him was Ryunosuke in a blonde wig and the purple princess gown, who calmly picked his nose, flicked it in the direction of Azumi's face, a gesture of spectacularly casual contempt, and said in the most unbothered voice imaginable. Ah. Caught. Azumi, neutral face. Meanwhile, Irina, dressed in Ryunosuke's grimy clothes with a cap pulled low to hide her blonde hair, slipped out of the villa and made her way to the heart of the academy to find her grandfather, Senzaemon. Back in the room, Ryunosuke was beaten thoroughly by Azumi and thrown out of the building. Azumi had no interest in dealing further with some vagrant child. Soiling his hands over someone like that was beneath him. Ryunosuke, airborne briefly and then very much not, was grateful to still be breathing. He limped into the woods, one hand pressed to his aching backside. I think that just about covers all the food she made me. Not long after, Senzaemon came to settle things with his son-in-law. Azumi was expelled from Tatsuki Academy and stripped of every position he held. Irina searched everywhere for her stray, but Ryunosuke had vanished without a trace. From that day on, she grew quiet and lost her appetite for years. To her grandfather's eyes, she had every appearance of a girl nursing a broken heart. Asterisk, could my granddaughter actually be in love? Asterisk, Senzaemon thought. Asterisk, this is a problem. Asterisk. Fearing what that might lead to, he quietly sealed away all records relating to Ryunosuke, hoping Irina would forget him and return her focus to developing her god's tongue. Sparkler, keep reading and support this story on Ko-Fi. Paperclip Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction or bit.ly/4sbfiom. White heavy checkmark 5 translated fanfic chapters and 1 to 2 new original fanfic chapters every day, Monday through Saturday, exclusive on Ko-Fi. Thank you so much for your incredible support. Chapter 238, The Yukinoshita Family, Tatsuki Culinary Academy, The Elite 10 Council, and Nikiri Arena. The Yukinoshita family, somewhere in the city of Chiba. Yukinoshita Haruno had of course already heard the news about Ryunosuke. She pursed her lips in annoyance. Uncle Naramori really does treat me like a stranger. A talent like that sitting right there and he didn't breathe a word to me. She tried calling him, but the line went unanswered. She assumed he was deliberately ignoring her. What she didn't know was that Naramori was currently in the middle of a suspension. The last thing he dared to do was pick up calls from outside. In such a delicate period, one misunderstanding could compound his troubles considerably. On top of that, he knew perfectly well what Haruno was after, and headhunting was the last thing he wanted any part of. He had already taken enough of a beating being made the scapegoat over the transfer student incident. He was not about to let Haruno drag him into anything else. Finding no answer, Haruno decided to go complain to her mother. She tracked down Yukinoshita Hyane without delay. Mom. Uncle Naramori is being absolutely impossible, he won't pick up my calls. A graceful middle-aged woman in a kimono set down what she was working on and looked at her eldest daughter with a perfectly flat expression. Did you make some unreasonable request and he's avoiding you because of it? She pressed a single finger firmly against her daughter's forehead, and Haruno felt her head nearly start steaming. Ow, that hurts. Mom, stop it, your daughter is being wronged here. Haruno scrambled back out of range of the lethal finger. Hyane sighed. All right, explain. What's actually going on? Haruno laid the whole thing out clearly. Hyane stroked her chin, thinking it over. From what you're describing, this child does sound genuinely talented. It would be better to bring him into the Yukinoshita family. Exactly. I told you my judgment is never wrong. Haruno's face lit up. Leave it to me. I'll bring our new little sibling home. She was already at the door, head poking through the gap with a playful grin, one hand on the handle, ready to bolt at any moment. She had every intention of using this as an excuse to visit her dear little sister as well. It had been far too long since she had replenished her supply of little sister energy. She could feel herself running dangerously low. Hyane, who knew her eldest daughter's habits by heart, could only sigh. Go quickly and come back quickly. Got it. Haruno flashed an OK sign, stuck out her tongue to one side, and winked one eye shut, the classic airhead-mo pose, then vanished through the door. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Elsewhere, Tatsuki Culinary Academy. An elite institution of culinary arts, known simply as Tatsuki Academy. Its social influence sat slightly below that of Advanced Nurturing High School or Shichian Academy, but not by much. Its standing was on par with the Fifth Great Clan, given that it controlled the palates of every person of power and prestige in the country. Food from Tatsuki Academy was not merely delicious. Even the Prime Minister of Japan would have to wait in line for a taste of something made by one of the Elite 10. In the presence of truly exceptional cooking, social rank meant nothing. Everyone was equal. The current headmaster and head of the Nikiri clan was Senzaemon. He had naturally received every detail about what Ryunosuke was doing at his current school, but he was keeping it buried so that his granddaughter wouldn't find out. If Irina learned the truth, he was afraid she would throw everything aside and go after him, abandoning her position among the Elite 10 without a second thought. It gave him a genuine headache. He had ordered his staff to intercept any information before it could reach Irina's ears. He would keep it hidden for as long as he possibly could. The thought of her running off to advanced nurturing high school just to find that boy was something he could not allow. After all, the little troublemaker had already stolen his granddaughter's heart a full 10 years ago. Senzaman clenched his fist until it cracked, then let it go slowly and exhaled. Well, I can't blame the boy entirely. Without him, Irina would have suffered far worse under her father's hands. It's only natural she fell for him. Elsewhere on the academy grounds, Irina was standing beneath a waterfall, midway through her daily God's tongue training. 3 hours of meditation under the current every day to maintain the sensitivity of her palate. Her sense of taste had been exceptional from infancy. The story went that at 3 months old, her first discernible utterance had been a complaint that her mother's milk didn't taste right, a comment that had dealt her mother quite a blow at the time. Irina had beautiful golden blonde hair and a figure that had developed well ahead of her years, likely the result of a lifetime of the highest quality food. She was striking in a way that felt almost too complete to be accidental, radiant and full of presence while remaining genuinely lovely. She opened her large violet eyes and stepped out from beneath the waterfall. The white kimono she wore had soaked through entirely, clinging and all but translucent, revealing glimpses of pale, faintly flushed skin. A beauty that looked as though nature itself had taken particular care over it. She called for her faithful assistant, Hisako, to help her change. She still hadn't heard anything about Ryunosuke. If she had, she would have already left to find him. Hisako helped her change with a face gone thoroughly red, doing her very best not to let her expression give too much away. Irina tilted Hisako's chin up with a playful lilt in her voice. Am I beautiful? Hisako nodded without a moment's hesitation. Completely beautiful. Irina-sama is the most beautiful person in the world. Irina smiled, satisfied. As they walked, she glanced at Hisako and said, "Come to my room tonight. I'll let you taste something I've made." She tossed her ponytail back with easy confidence. Hisako's eyes immediately went starry. She swayed slightly, her heart hammering. "I get to taste Irina-sama's cooking tonight," she murmured, face glowing. Back in her room, once she was certain no one was around, Irina shut the door firmly. She kicked off her shoes, retrieved a romance novel from its hiding place, and climbed onto the bed with it. She had changed into a pink pajama set that left her long, fair legs bare. She rolled onto her back and stared at the ceiling, novel pressed to her chest, with a look on her face that could only be described as lovesick. "I want so badly to fall in love. I wonder where Ryunosuke is right now." A long, soft sigh. She really did miss her stray. There might have been something more than fondness somewhere in there, but she was far too proud to admit it, even to herself. Chapter 239, Tachibana Marika's father, Tachibana Iwa, and Kano Yuki, the Zekan. In a luxurious apartment. Marika, fully recovered, was spinning around the room in a floral dress with a bright, giddy laugh. Her father, Tachibana Iwa, watched with a relieved smile. His daughter's complete recovery was thanks to Japan's finest physician, Nakano Maruwa. Without that man's exceptional skill, she might never have been able to live a normal life. Marika stopped spinning and bounced over to her father. "Has there been any news about Ryunosuke?" The smile dropped from his face immediately. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he answered with quiet resignation, "We found him. He's currently enrolled at Advanced Nurturing High School." Marika's eyes lit up at once. She closed the distance between them in an instant. "Then hurry, hurry. I want to enroll there too." Iwa gestured for her to calm down and assured her he would arrange it. Marika was overjoyed. She was finally going to see her prince again. Everything she had done to herself over the past years, every change, every effort, had been for the sake of words Ryunosuke had spoken when they were children. He had said he liked gentle girls. Marika had shed her sharp edges and become someone graceful and composed. He had said he liked girls with long, straight hair. Marika had let her short hair grow out without cutting it once in 10 years, until it now reached her waist. By her own measure, her appearance was now a perfect match for what Ryunosuke had described. Since childhood, her only dream had been to become his wife. She stood in front of the mirror, looking at the young woman she had grown into, and smiled her sweetest smile. "Just wait for me, Ryunosuke-sama. I'm coming to find you very soon." Meanwhile, Iwa placed a call to the chairman of Advanced Nurturing High School's board, Sakayanaji Narimori. The conversation started smoothly enough, but the moment Iwa asked whether Ryunosuke was currently a student there, Narimori went immediately on guard. Iwa answered honestly that Ryunosuke was his intended son-in-law. The instant those words landed, Naramori ended the call and sent a short message stating that Marika would not be permitted to enroll. Iwa stared at his phone, genuinely puzzled. Strange. Why such a defensive reaction? On the other end, Naramori muttered to himself the moment he hung up. He's trying to steal my future son-in-law. I am absolutely not letting his daughter through the gates. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. In a hospital room. A girl named Kano Yuki lay in bed with tubes running from her body. She had been born with a rare illness, passed on from her mother during childbirth. When delivering Yuki and her older sister, Kano Aiko, their mother had suffered severe hemorrhaging and required an emergency transfusion. The blood the hospital provided was contaminated. As a result, both girls and their mother contracted the disease. Their father divorced their mother and left. The hospital, eager to bury the scandal, proposed an arrangement. They would cover all medical expenses in full, on the condition that the family did not pursue legal action. Their mother had no choice but to accept, having no means to afford treatment on her own. Yuki's condition continued to deteriorate regardless. Even so, she kept a smile on her face for the sake of her mother and sister. I'm fine, Mom, Wani-chan, her voice thin. Yuki, known online as Zekin, knew she didn't have much time left. Her mother held back tears and brought her the latest video game to cheer her up. She knew that only Japan's finest physician, Nakano Maruwa, could save Yuki. But they had no money. All they could do was stay in this charity hospital and hold on. Yuki lay there hugging the game her sister had given her, while her other hand curled tightly around the necklace at her throat. It had been given to her by him when they were still small. Yuki had been a sickly child with no one to play with, and he had been the only one who stayed. I want to see you again so badly, Akasaka. They had played house together once, taking on the roles of a bride and groom. Yuki had taken it completely seriously and insisted she was going to marry Ryunosuke one day. The necklace was their engagement token, and tucked inside it was a photograph of the two of them as children. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Back at Advanced Nurturing High School. Yamauchi, Ike, and Shimamura had been accused by Ryunosuke of colluding with Nagumo. The fact that they had genuinely voted for Nagumo was evidence that couldn't be argued away. Ryunosuke proposed to Naramori that they be expelled on the grounds of their involvement in Nagumo's organized assault. Naramori had returned to his position as chairman after Tsukishira was taken in for investigation. He was developing a headache. Because of Ryunosuke's actions, nearly the entire second year had been expelled. Second year now consisted of 8 students remaining in Class B, while Classes A, C, and D stood completely empty. In Class C, the atmosphere had broken down entirely following the news of Yamauchi, Ike, and Shimamura's expulsion. Hirata sat with his eyes shut, feeling utterly powerless. I really am useless. I keep leaving everything to Akasaka. If it were me alone, would the only answer really be to meet violence with violence? He thought back to middle school, where he had done exactly that to put a stop to bullying. He knew it was wrong. But he couldn't see another way. Meanwhile, the trio of misfortune, as Yamauchi, Ike, and Shimamura might as well have been called, had begun to rage at the injustice of their expulsion. Kushida tried to calm Yamauchi down, and was shoved to the floor for the attempt. Get out of my face! Yamauchi screamed. The other girls, Wang Meiyu among them, rushed to Kushida's side and turned on Yamauchi with open hostility. What do you think you're doing, Yamauchi? Shut up. All of you, shut up. His voice cracked with fury. You don't understand anything. You're not the ones being expelled. How dare any of you blame me? Sparkler, keep reading and support this story on Ko-Fi. Paperclip Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction or bit.ly/4sbfiom. White heavy checkmark 5 translated fanfic chapters and 1 to 2 new original fanfic chapters every day, Monday through Saturday, exclusive on Ko-Fi. Thank you so much for your incredible support. Chapter 240, Yamauchi, Ike, and Shimamura expelled, stabbed in the back by his future father-in-law, Sakayanaji Naramori. What do any of you understand? You're not the ones being expelled. How dare you blame me? Yamauchi's voice broke into a shriek. Ike reached back and tugged at the hem of his shirt. That's enough. Stop making a scene. Ike had no desire to leave like this. Neither did Shimamura. Both of them chose silence. Yamauchi's face was burning red. He clearly had no intention of letting it go. He swept his gaze across everyone around him, already drawing breath to unleash something worse, when Ryunosuke stepped back into the classroom. Taking in the scene, he muttered with tired disinterest. My timing is unusually good. Should have come in a little later. The person responsible for getting all 3 of them expelled was Ryunosuke himself. Anyone with half a brain could figure that out. By casting 3 votes for Nagumo, Yamauchi, Ike, and Shimamura had betrayed the entire class and the person leading it. They had pushed Ryunosuke past the point of tolerance, and this was the result. Several people in the room had already put it together. Chiaki, Ayanokoji, and Kuenji all understood what had happened. But none of them said a word. It wasn't their business, so why get involved? Ryunosuke had no interest in prolonging this and was considering slipping back out until things settled down, when Kushida, who had been sitting on the floor, spotted him. She got to her feet and caught the hem of his shirt, pulling him close enough to whisper so only he could hear. "Was this your doing?" Her large, lovely eyes blinked up at him. He felt a deep tiredness wash over him. "Out of 45 people in this class, you found me in under a second. Someone else might think you had feelings for me. What he meant was, you zeroed in on me that fast. Are you interested?" Kushida rolled her eyes gracefully, declined to engage with that, and pulled him out of the room because she had something to say. The rest of the class watched Kushida lead Ryunosuke away again. It felt familiar by now. They came out onto the balcony. The same spot, the same railing. This was the fourth time Ryunosuke had ended up here, after Himino and Nizuna before her. "Why do you all love balconies so much?" he muttered. Kushida stood facing the sea breeze and ran her fingers lightly through her hair. "Was this your doing?" she asked again. Ryunosuke shrugged and admitted it plainly. "Yes. I did it. What are you going to do about it? Use it as leverage against me?" Kushida turned to face him and smiled warmly. She clasped her hands behind her back, bounced a little closer until their faces were near, and held out her hand with a cheerful air. "Congratulations on being elected student council president." Ryunosuke shook her hand without hesitation and took the opportunity to note how her fingers felt. Smooth and soft. Strangely, Kushida didn't pull away. She withdrew her hand slowly and immediately produced an alcohol-soaked wet wipe to sanitize it. Her smile never wavered, as though the gesture carried no insult at all. Once she was done, she discarded the wipe and moved to the real topic. "I want to become vice president of the student council. Can you help me with that, Akasaka-kun?" She pressed both hands together in front of her chest like a prayer, and looked up at him with wide, glistening eyes that seemed engineered to pull sympathy from anyone. Ryunosuke's expression didn't shift. "No." He turned to leave, and Kushida grabbed the back of his collar immediately. The performance was over. Her real face surfaced as she made her position clear. "If you don't help me become vice president, I'll expose what you did to Yamauchi and the others." She wasn't being subtle about it. She wanted recognition, attention, and the devotion of everyone around her, without exception. The student council vice presidency was her shortcut to that. She hadn't even paused to consider the difference in what the two of them were capable of. But Ryunosuke had no intention of indulging her this time. He had tolerated Kushida before when class exam results were on the line. That reason no longer applied. Heh. He dismissed her without a word, having already settled on the best solution in his mind, and walked back into the classroom without looking back. Kushida stood frozen, her expression darkening. Asterisk, does he actually think I won't do it? Asterisk. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Back in the classroom, Ryunosuke moved quickly. Yamauchi had just handed him the perfect reason to. Yamauchi had picked up a chair and was raising it toward Wang Meiyu, who had tried to say something reasonable to him moments ago. Kuenji was already shifting to step in for the lovely lady, but when he saw Ryunosuke moving, he settled back and said nothing. Ryunosuke caught the chair in one hand as it swung toward Wang Meiyu, stepped in front of her, and said flatly, "Have you lost your mind?" Yamauchi's face was scarlet. "Don't think I don't know this was all you. You got us expelled, didn't you?" "Well, you're smarter than I gave you credit for." Ryunosuke replied, confirming it openly. The entire class went still. None of them had expected him to just admit it. Ike and Shimamura rose to their feet, fury plain on their faces. If Ryunosuke had truly done this, they were going to give him something to remember before they left. Reading the situation, Ryunosuke lifted the laminated Stardust Dragon card hanging from his neck and sent it spinning like a throwing card at the room's only security camera. Crack. The camera shattered. The intention was obvious, destroy the evidence before anything else happened, so the class wouldn't lose points for what came next. Without footage, the school would have no way of knowing. Before Yamauchi could react, Ryunosuke had him by the throat and was holding him in the air, entirely reminiscent of Uchiha Madara at his most theatrical. "Do you want to dance?" Yamauchi's face went blue. When Ryunosuke decided the point had been made, he threw him sideways into Ike and Shimamura. A breeze drifted in through the window, lifting Ryunosuke's black hair. On reflex, his fingers began forming the Uma hand seal, the horse, reaching for Gokaku no Jutsu, then he caught himself and slapped his own face. Damn. That habit is hard to suppress. He muttered, referring to the Chunibu instincts that surfaced without warning. He crossed his arms and looked down at the three of them with complete indifference. "If you want to go another round, I'm available anytime. He pointed at the door, an open invitation to fight. All three of them looked at the floor. They knew they were nowhere near his level. Kushida returned and saw everything. She understood at once what he had done. By confessing openly in front of the whole class, he had made her threat worthless. There was nothing left for her to expose. Some time later, Yamauchi, Ike, and Shimamura were formally expelled. Ryunosuke received a verbal warning for destroying the camera and nothing more. His connections made a heavy penalty unlikely. His future father-in-law was the chairman of the board. Or so he thought, right up until his future father-in-law stabbed him in the back. The school announcement system crackled to life without warning. Naramori's voice addressed the entire student body, informing them that Akasaka Ryunosuke and Sakayanagi Arisu were now officially in a relationship. The color drained from Ryunosuke's face. Kushida watched from across the room and smiled with quiet satisfaction, as though to say, there. How does that feel? In his office, Naramori exhaled slowly. He had his reasons. In recent days, the children of several very important people had suddenly submitted enrollment applications to his school, with a waitlist stretching 2 years out. He could see exactly what they were after. They were coming for Ryunosuke. The final straw was a phone call from the Commissioner General of the National Police Agency, who referred to Ryunosuke as his future son-in-law. Naramori had hung up immediately, sealed the school's access points, and blocked Hirono from entering. I don't care if you're the Commissioner General or the Prime Minister himself. You think you can take my future son-in-law? Not a chance. Lock everything down. Let's see any of you get through. You'll all be receiving wedding invitations for my daughter soon enough. Even as he said it, the anxiety was there underneath. His opponents included a man who could mobilize the entire police force. If they pushed hard, Naramori wouldn't be able to hold the line for long. Arisu, you need to move faster. Your father doesn't know how much longer he can hold out. Chapter 241, Morishita AI loses her temper, but somehow looks adorable doing it. The rumor that his girlfriend was Arisu spread to every corner of the school in no time at all. Ryunosuke could only press his palm over his face as a monstrous headache set in. This time he was truly finished. His own future father-in-law had stabbed him in the back. His entire harem was in danger of going up in flames. He stole a sideways glance at Megumi and Eri, who were standing nearby, and thought to himself, Eri shouldn't be too big of a problem. She already knew from the start that I had a girlfriend. Even if the girlfriend has changed from Morishita AI to Sakayanagi Arisu, she doesn't know for certain who my actual girlfriend is, so I can still talk my way out of that one. As for Megumi, I'll just have to leave that to fate. Ryunosuke pressed his fingers to his throbbing temple and thought about the rest of the girls. Hiyori was going to explode. She had no idea at all that he was already seeing someone. Megumi at least knew the situation. If she had come to terms with AI, she could probably come to terms with Arisu. The real problem was Hiyori, who was completely in the dark, and of course, his first wife, who would be throwing a fit any minute now, Morishita AI. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Elsewhere, in Class B, Morishita AI was in the same class as Sakayanagi Arisu, and she was ready to settle things. She was a woman, after all. Having Herman taken from her was not something she could simply sit with. She grabbed her school bag and pulled Arisu out into the hallway. Arisu followed behind with the help of her cane, carrying a trace of guilt but not feeling entirely in the wrong. This was her father's doing, but she had no objection to it. She had always wanted to knock down that wall between them and fight for first place. She was a woman too. She wanted to claim his heart for herself. They reached a quiet stretch of corridor. AI was the first to speak, as the woman who had officially come first. When did the two of you start? She had her back to Arisu, and her voice carried a cold edge that made no effort to hide the anger underneath. The subdued, quietly distant girl she usually was had completely disappeared. Arisu let out a slow breath and put on her familiar composed smile. Around the time my father ran into trouble, I suppose. He helped my father reclaim his position as chairman. A truly remarkable person, exactly the kind I had hoped he would be. She looked almost dreamy as she said it, clearly proud of him in a way she wasn't trying to conceal. AI stopped walking. Her gaze sharpened. So that's why you fell for my man. I think I need to have a word with him about helping other women so freely. Especially white foxes like you. My, are you jealous? Arisu raised a hand to her lips with an expression of theatrical surprise. AI said nothing. She simply looked at her, and the hostility in it was plain. Seeing that, Arisu dropped the act. Facing the pressure of Ryunosuke's legitimate wife, her expression settled into something serious. She sighed and spoke honestly. I had feelings for him before any of that. Not because he helped my father, but because he genuinely is extraordinary. Arisa moved forward on her cane, and AI followed beside her. I first became interested when he faced off against Ryuan. He wasn't as strong then as he is now, but the talent was already there. I knew he could become something greater, so I started getting closer out of curiosity. After the relay exam, he beat me again, and that was when I realized he had already taken my heart. Arisa stopped and turned to look at AI squarely. The will to win was burning openly in her eyes. The message was unmistakable, she intended to take him. She knew she was the newcomer here, but she still wanted to fight for it. Who wouldn't want to keep someone like that all to themselves? AI bit her lower lip, meeting the gaze of her rival. She felt deeply, privately wronged. I was here first. Why do all these newcomers think they can just take my men? She clenched her fists, and something in her finally snapped. Her eyes flashed with something dangerously close to red. She stepped toward Arisu in one decisive stride and snatched the walking cane out of her grip. Arisu immediately lost her balance and had to catch the wall to keep from falling. AI gripped the cane in both hands, brought it down against her knee with fierce intent, and tried to snap it in two. Crack! The cane didn't break. Her knee nearly did. AI dropped into a crouch and clutched her knee, making the most pitifully adorable noise. That really hurts. She whimpered a little, feeling thoroughly sorry for herself. She got back up and tried kicking the cane instead, putting everything into it, but no matter how hard she kicked, the thing remained completely intact. Arisu, still leaning against the wall, raised one small hand in a helpful aside. That cane is carbon fiber, actually. It's several times harder than regular steel, though it does have a weak point against sharp impacts. She was even offering tips on how to destroy her own cane, out of guilt for having stolen AI's men. She felt the other girl deserved somewhere to put all that feeling. AI grasped the information immediately. She drove the cane against the edge of the wall with force, and this time it finally cracked and broke in two. She threw the pieces down in front of Arisu, put her hands on her hips, and lifted her chin to make her anger as clear as possible. Unfortunately for the statement she was trying to make, with that composed and lovely face of hers, the whole display came across as devastatingly cute. Without her cane, Arisu had no choice but to stay propped against the wall in silence. Seeing her standing there looking genuinely helpless, AI let out a breath and released her grievance for the time being. She had a more pressing matter, finding Ryunosuke and making him answer for this. She turned and headed toward Class C with feeling in every step. Arisu leaned against the wall to keep from sliding down, took out her phone, and called Kamuro Masumi. Masumi arrived shortly after, carrying her bag. She looked at the broken pieces of cane on the floor and said with mild bewilderment, "What happened here? Don't tell me you just stole someone's boyfriend." For once, she had guessed the exact truth. Arisu picked up the pieces of her cane. "I'm sorry, Kamuro-san, could you help me? I can't manage on my own right now." Masumi looked like she had things she wanted to say, but she was too soft-hearted to act on any of them. She helped support Arisu and carried the broken cane pieces without a single complaint. Watching her, Arisu allowed herself a small smile. She's probably fond of Ryunosuke too. Even if she thinks she's been hiding it well. In Arisu's estimation, Masumi was a straightforward girl, not difficult to read. Given that Ryunosuke had played tricks on her more than once and she had forgiven him every time, Arisu was fairly certain something deeper was there. She was beginning to think about bringing Masumi into an alliance. Her own physical condition was a serious limitation, and against AI alone, she wasn't sure she could hold her ground. She needed someone on her side, someone to share the arrangement with. Arisu considered herself rather generous in this regard. Especially given her heart condition, she had her doubts about whether she could give Ryunosuke children at all. Even if she tried, the risk to her life would be considerable, and she was certain he would never allow her to take it. At the very least, she needed to make sure he had someone who could. Masumi seemed like a reasonable candidate. Her background was solid, Class C level, so there was no worry about their children going hungry. Her build was good as well, practical for childbearing. The one thing Arisu wasn't entirely sure about was Masumi's intellect. She had a quiet concern that their children might end up with somewhat limited IQs. Sparkler, keep reading and support this story on Ko-Fi. Paperclip Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction or bit.ly/4sbfiom. White heavy checkmark 5 translated fanfic chapters and 1 to 2 new original fanfic chapters every day, Monday through Saturday, exclusive on Ko-Fi. Thank you so much for your incredible support. Chapter 242, next up, a battle of wits for his heart. AI arrived at Ryunosuke's classroom. She was generous enough not to cause a scene in front of everyone, not wanting to embarrass her man. With a composed look, she caught his eye and tilted her head toward the door. Ryunosuke felt genuinely grateful. His first wife knew how to carry herself in public. The two of them made their way to the roof. The moment they got there, AI couldn't hold it in any longer. With eyes beginning to glisten, she crossed the distance between them and buried herself against his chest. Ryunosuke rubbed her back slowly, at a loss for what to say. She clearly already knew he had been playing with fire across multiple fronts, and he had no defense to offer. If she decided to hit him right now, he would simply take it. Then she looked up at him, eyes hollow and demanding all at once. Tell me. Who else besides Sakayanagi? Be honest with me. Ah. Ryunosuke flinched at the state she was in. He gathered himself and answered. Not that many. Maybe 5 or 6 people. He held up 5 fingers and let out a defeated sigh. He had chosen total honesty. His fate was in someone else's hands now. One had already been exposed, and if he wasn't honest now, whatever came later would be far worse. AI drew a long breath, released him, and spoke in the same resigned tone he had. Bring them all. Have them come meet me. At least let them know who holds the highest position here. Whether they can accept that is their own business. The meaning was clear. AI could be open to accepting them, but whether those girls could accept the arrangement was up to each of them. What she wanted first was to meet them, to see exactly what caliber of women had been stealing her men. Ryunosuke agreed with a deeply uncomfortable smile. I'll go now. He had no other option. He was the one at fault here. Whatever happened next, he would just have to follow where it led. He left the roof to go gather the girls. AI stayed behind, standing at the railing with her fists clenched. She was willing to admit she might have come across as a little naive sometimes, but that did not mean she was going to hand her men over without a fight. She ground her teeth. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Back in class, Ryunosuke found Megumi first, wearing an expression like he had just bitten into something bitter. AI wants to meet you. You specifically, and, well, all of you. Megumi looked at him with those deep, quiet eyes. I had a feeling you'd get caught eventually, Ryunosuke-kun. Morishita-san finally found out, did she? He nodded, deflated. Without much more than that, Megumi began tidying her things, asked for the location, and headed there ahead of him. Ryunosuke exhaled again and went to find Eri. Eri didn't seem particularly thrown. Ever since she had confessed her feelings, she had already known he had a girlfriend. She had simply assumed the mysterious girlfriend was Arisu, without suspecting there was anyone else. In front of their entire class, Ryunosuke took Eri's hand. Eri looked a little dazed. Across the room, Hasebi Haruka turned her face away, unable to watch, and pressed it against her desk with an expression that was difficult to name. Ryunosuke walked Eri out of the classroom. He had stopped caring about rumors and stares. His situation had already blown open, and there was no point hiding any of it now. He had chosen to let it all come out honestly. Back inside the classroom, watching Ryunosuke leave hand in hand with Eri, the feelings of Karuizawa Kei, Sato Maya, Nakano Yatsuba, and Nakano Nino all became suddenly, uncomfortably complicated. Yatsuba's green hair ribbon seemed to wilt on the spot. Nino crossed her arms, distinctly unimpressed. Here I thought the rumor outside was right and his girlfriend was Sakayanagi Arisu, and now he's still going around with Sakura-san on top of that. I really misjudged him. She readied herself to throw her feelings away. Fortunately she hadn't fallen too deep. Yatsuba's situation was another matter entirely. Nino glanced at her sister, who looked like the light had gone out of her, and could only feel quietly sorry. She herself refused to play the role of a side piece. If it ever came to that, she had to be the main one. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. After walking Eri to the meeting point, Ryunosuke went to Class D to find Hiyori. She wasn't there. He headed straight for her favorite spot, the library. She was there, reading. He sat down across from her. Without looking up from the page she was turning, Hiyori said, I don't believe the announcement. I trust you. She smiled softly, treating the rumor as nothing worth worrying about. After all, how could Ryunosuke be seeing someone else when they were already official? Hiyori had chosen to run from reality. Ryunosuke gave a smile that looked worse than crying. In a slightly unsteady voice, he said, about that announcement, it's all true. Hiyori, neutral face. She stayed frozen for a long moment, her expression completely blank. Ryunosuke didn't dare make a sound and kept his mouth firmly shut. Then she closed her book. Whatever she was thinking, none of it showed on her face. She let out a slow breath and asked in a very even voice. Tell me everything. What actually happened? Some time later, after he had explained it all, he walked her to the meeting location. Hiyori followed behind him in silence, book pressed to her chest. Her mood needed no explanation. They arrived at a private karaoke room. Morishita AI, Sakura Eri, Kato Megumi, Sakayanagi Arisu, and the newly arrived Shina Hiyori were all gathered now, with Ryunosuke rounding out the group. Ryunosuke could not bring himself to face any of it. Using the excuse of going to get drinks for all 5 girls, he bolted at full speed. Wiping cold sweat from his forehead, he thought to himself, God. I would honestly rather be asked to overthrow the Prime Minister than deal with a catastrophe like this. Inside the room, the girls sized each other up. None of them spared a thought for the one who had just fled. What mattered now was establishing where each of them stood in front of the others. AI stepped forward and raised one small hand. I'm the first one who was officially with Ryunosuke. I'm the head here. Anyone object? Megumi indicated no objection, her face as unreadable as ever. Eri nodded timidly and accepted it without question. As far as she was concerned, being with Ryunosuke at all was enough. The order didn't matter. Arisa didn't see it that way. She opened her mouth to push back, and AI immediately reached over and took hold of her cane, fixing her with a look that made the message perfectly clear. Say no, and you can find your own way home. She opened the window. The open sea stretched far below. She extended the cane out over the edge. The threat needed no further elaboration. Arisa parted her lips, reconsidered, and quietly accepted the arrangement. AI looked satisfied. She closed the window and returned the cane. Then she turned her attention to the last person in the room, Hiyori. And what about you? Chapter 243, The Authority of the Head Wife. Hiyori clutched her book tightly to her chest, bit her lip, and turned her face away. She refused to acknowledge any of it. AI took note of the reaction and didn't press her, turning instead to sort out the rankings among the others. I'm first. Now, who's second? The order after me is determined by who made things official with Ryunosuke first. Megumi raised her hand with a calm, steady look. I made things official with Ryunosuke on October 28th, at 4:30 in the afternoon. By that logic, I should be second. Every pair of eyes in the room turned to her at once, including AI's. AI was slightly startled. How had she barely registered this girl's presence until just now? Seeing the looks on their faces, all of them staring at her as though she had materialized from thin air, Megumi pursed her lips a little. She had already tried turning off her natural tendency to suppress her presence, but apparently it remained difficult for others to notice her regardless. Still, the date and time she had cited were undeniably early, and no one could argue with it. At that moment, Eri raised a small, hesitant hand, her voice a little unsteady. I think the time I made things official with Ryunosuke was just slightly earlier than Kato-san's. Mine was October 27th, at 3:30 in the afternoon. One day before her. She immediately lowered her hand and looked down, not daring to say more. The message was clear enough, though, she was second. The light went out of Megumi's expression for a moment. I remember that at the time, I was busy holding a fruit knife to Morishita-san's throat to make her back off. It never occurred to me that the shy one would sneak around the corner first. She looked at Eri with that quiet, slightly mournful gaze of hers. Truly unexpected. But since Eri had gotten there first, Megumi accepted it without making a fuss. AI had no objection either. As long as her position at the top was untouched, the order beneath it was of little concern. Her place as the head was unshakable. And so it was decided, Sakura Eri would be second, and Kato Megumi would be third. Shina Hiyori should have been fourth, but since she wanted Ryunosuke all to herself and had refused to join the arrangement, she had walked out. Even so, AI set the fourth position aside and left it open for her. Fifth place, naturally, fell to the youngest among them, Sakayanaji Arisu. Arisa wanted to object, but AI reached for her cane again by way of a threat. Arisa clenched her fist in silent fury and swallowed the indignity without a word. Once everything had been settled, the group dispersed. Megumi's eyes had taken on a slightly dim, calculating quality as she left. She slid a sideways glance at AI before slipping out the door. AI, for her part, watched Megumi go with clenched fists and grinding teeth. That girl was a threat. Aside from her almost non-existent presence, she was full of schemes. If Megumi decided to make a move on her own, AI had no reliable way to stop it. She kept forgetting Megumi existed, and that was the problem. I need to think of something. She reached into her bag and took out a small carving knife. She had made up her mind. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Back in his dormitory room, Ryunosuke paced back and forth, dragging his hands through his hair. He was completely frantic. His situation had exploded into an open disaster, and calm was simply not available to him. He was even considering taking an extended absence from class until the storm passed. He had no idea the girls had already reached an agreement and settled the rankings among themselves. Right outside his door, Megumi stood with her hand already on the handle. Her eyes had narrowed to slits. She had decided, she wanted to take first place. And the only card that could beat AI was having his child before anyone else did. She had made up her mind to go in tonight and give Ryunosuke no chance to think, no protection, no way out, until it was too late to undo. She was certain he wouldn't be able to turn her away. If she was the first to carry his child, she would become the most undeniably legitimate wife by any moral standard. Megumi was frighteningly clever about it. Her naturally low presence was a weapon she knew how to use. But just as she was about to turn the handle, a hand closed over hers and stopped her cold. A voice she knew very well came from behind. "And what exactly do you think you're doing, Kato-san?" Megumi went rigid. She turned slowly and found AI standing there. What stopped her breath was the fresh blood running down AI's forearm. To keep Megumi's existence fixed in her mind, she had carved a reminder of her into her own skin. Even at the cost of leaving a permanent scar on her fair arm, she had forced herself to make Megumi's presence impossible to forget. Note, in the future, when Ryunosuke discovers this scar and the reason behind it, no one will ever be able to take AI's position as the head wife from her. Megumi stared at the blood with something close to horror. She hadn't expected this. To simply keep herself from forgetting Megumi existed, AI had been willing to hurt herself. Faced with that, the scheme fell apart in her hands. She conceded, and she acknowledged AI's position. She knew, honestly, that she herself could never have done something so reckless. AI's voice came out firm and clear. "You, and everyone else, are not to be physically intimate with Ryunosuke while we are still at this school. Understood?" She was drawing a line to keep things from spiraling into chaos. They were all adults, technically, but AI felt it was too soon for that. At least wait until graduation. Megumi said nothing. It was evident she wasn't truly listening. She would find a gap if one appeared. AI exhaled and offered some room. "I can't be completely rigid about it. Holding hands, hugging, things like that I can accept. What I won't allow, for anyone, including myself, is going past that or kissing. Until we graduate, no one crosses that line. Is that acceptable to you, Kato-san?" Megumi stayed quiet, still turning possibilities over in her mind. AI's gaze began to sharpen. "If you still want to push for more, go ahead and try. Let's see whether Ryunosuke listens to me or to you." She let the full weight of her position as the head wife press into the room. The meaning underneath it was plain: "I've given you ground and shown you consideration. Don't push it." Megumi let out a long, slow breath. "I understand." Sparkler, keep reading and support this story on Ko-Fi. Paperclip Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction or bit.ly/4sbfiom. White heavy checkmark 5 translated fanfic chapters and 1 to 2 new original fanfic chapters every day, Monday through Saturday, exclusive on Ko-Fi. Thank you so much for your incredible support. Chapter 244, New Patreon. Shopping Bags Benefits. Wrapped Gift Access 180 plus chapters, Anime Crossover, Making Money in Classroom of the Elite. Wrapped Gift Access 50 plus chapters, Kamikawa Naoki. Wrapped Gift Access 30 chapters, Journey to Plainer Word. Wrapped Gift Access 120 plus chapters, Infinity Reincarnation. Scroll Update Schedule. Incoming Envelope Translated Fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming Envelope Original Fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 245, Ayana Koji, I like your best friend, Akasaka Ryunosuke. Arisu had just returned from the meeting with the 5 girls. She felt her position was dangerously weak, fighting alone like this, and she needed to pull 1 or 2 people into her corner. Her first target was Kamuro Masumi, but as it turned out, someone else had already moved considerably faster than her. Meanwhile, Eri had made it back to class and was quietly suffering over her situation. She was the shy, easily frightened type, and without a strong ally at her side, she would be walked all over. She clenched her fists, and her eyes drifted to her closest friend, Hasebi Haruka. Haruka was at that moment resting her face on her desk and stealing glances at Ryunosuke when she thought no one was watching. It dawned on Eri now, somewhat belatedly, that her best friend very likely had feelings for Ryunosuke. She hadn't noticed before because she had assumed she was Ryunosuke's only unofficial involvement. Well, apparently she was second in the rankings, not the only one. Now, through Eri's newly sharpened eyes, everyone around her looked like a rival. Especially the other girls in class, like Sato Maya, Karuizawa Kei, and Nakano Yatsuba, all of whom kept finding reasons to look at her men. How did I only just realize I have this many competitors? She exhaled, feeling the ground cave in a little. Just in this one classroom, she could count more than 5 rivals. And that was before factoring in the ones who glanced over occasionally without any particular romantic charge to it, like Matsushita Chiaki and Nakano Nino. Eri felt deeply insecure, and she needed someone fighting alongside her. She steadied herself, stood up, and walked straight to Haruka without hesitation. Haruka was still pretending to be asleep while peeking at Ryunosuke from under her arms. Eri could not stand to watch any more of it. What exactly was the difference between Haruka right now and herself before they started dating? She had to save her best friend. Slam. She brought both hands down on the desk. Haruka lurched upright in a panic, certain her peeking had been noticed, because it had. Eri, what's wrong? She asked, visibly flustered. Eri was about to say something, then realized that half the class was already watching, including several of the rivals she had already mentally flagged. With an unusually grave expression, she took Haruka's hand and marched her toward the roof. The same familiar roof, the same wind, the same railing as always. The sea breeze sent both girls' hair streaming behind them like ribbons of silk. Haruka played with the ends of her hair and tried to look casual. What's going on? Why did you suddenly drag me up here, Eri? At this point Haruka had no idea about the rankings that had been established. She hadn't confessed her feelings to anyone, so she hadn't been counted in the order to begin with. Eri gripped the railing with both hands and looked at her seriously. Haruka. You like Ryunosuke-kun, don't you? Thud. That was the sound of Haruka dropping to her knees from sheer shock. The secret she had buried so deeply, the feelings she had intended to take to her grave, how could Eri possibly know? Her face went completely blank. She was certain this was where their friendship ended. But Eri didn't blame her. Instead she came closer and said, with an expression of absolute sincerity. Go after your happiness. Win Ryunosuke-kun over. Huh. Haruka stared up at her with wide, uncomprehending eyes. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Meanwhile, Arisu, who had been one step slower than Eri, began making her own move. She found Masumi and came straight out with it. Do you have feelings for Akasaka Ryunosuke? Umph. Masumi scoffed and crossed her arms. As if I'd ever like that insufferable jerk. Then stopped blushing and trembling. Arisu replied flatly. This girl is completely unable to hide what she feels. I can't approach this directly, I'll have to work through the back door. Arisu turned the problem over in her mind. Ah. I could work with Ayano. She had found her candidate for an alliance, and a perfectly convenient person to use as cover. Across the room, Ayano was reviewing his notes when a sudden, inexplicable sense of unease came over him. He frowned and looked around. Strange. Maybe I'm imagining it. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Haruka had made it back to class, and she was thoroughly confused. Her own best friend had essentially given her permission to go after her men. She had no idea what to do with that. Am I actually supposed to chase him? But Eri said it was okay. What she didn't know was that Eri had her own reasons. She needed an ally close to her, which was exactly why she had nudged her best friend into the same situation. Haruka eventually made up her mind to try. Even so, sitting on a garden bench a little while later, she let out a long, tortured sigh. Saying it was easy. Actually doing it was something else entirely. She squeezed the love letter in her hands and stared at nothing in particular. Should she give it directly, or find someone to pass it along? She was completely torn. As luck would have it, Ayano happened to be walking through the garden just then. Haruka jumped up, grabbed him, and pulled him down onto the bench beside her, announcing that she had something important to discuss. Ayano looked at her with a neutral expression, then noticed the envelope in her hand. It was obviously a love letter. He immediately arrived at the wrong conclusion. She was going to confess to him. He sat up a little straighter while his mind quietly began running through possibilities. Hasebi Haruka. She's a genuinely good person. Physically, she's also rather the sort of figure that defies easy description. Having her as a girlfriend would probably be quite something. He found himself looking forward to hearing what she was about to say. One couldn't really blame him for the misunderstanding. Any girl who pulled you somewhere quiet while holding a love letter would give anyone the same idea. Haruka took a deep breath, and there on that clean white garden bench, she announced her feelings to Ayano at full volume. I like your best friend, Akasaka Ryunosuke. Can you help me, Ayano? Haruka's face went completely red. Ayano turned to stone. Chapter 246, Ayano, the garden bench that cannot escape its fate. Ayano felt the world had changed. Changed in ways that exceeded every expectation he had ever formed about it. Haruka had been holding a love letter right in front of him. By any reasonable line of analysis, the conclusion should have been a confession directed at him. Where had he gone wrong? This was the first time Ayano had ever misjudged a situation. He couldn't even understand it. In what specific way had he lost out to Ryunosuke? It wasn't that he felt anything like jealousy, he hadn't developed that kind of emotion yet. He simply couldn't make logical sense of the phenomenon. In terms of appearance, Ryunosuke wasn't meaningfully better looking than him. If anything, perhaps slightly less so. By any reasonable theory, why would a girl like Haruka develop feelings for Ryunosuke? He had no answer. Ayano Koji looked down at the love letter that had been pressed into his hands, and exhaled quietly. What a nuisance. I'll find a moment to pass it to Akasaka. Whatever else is true, this is a girl's sincere feelings. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Elsewhere, Yotsuba was dealing with a misery of her own. She had heard the rumors and understood that Ryunosuke already had someone he cared about. She lay face down on her desk, tears falling steadily. She had been there first. Why had it come to this? Yotsuba no longer knew what to do. Itsuki and Miku, seeing their sister like this, couldn't bear to do nothing. They wanted to help, or at the very least save her chances. Even Nino, who was usually too proud to involve herself, spoke up. They're only dating. They haven't married. You still have a chance. Yotsuba shot upright with sudden fire. She lifted her chin and clenched her fist. Nino's right. I still have a chance. Seeing her recover, Ichika let out a quiet breath of relief. Even with the odds stacked against her, all 5 sisters decided they would help together. As it happened, Ayano Koji had just come back from outside and was immediately intercepted by Yotsuba. Her eyes were bright as she approached him. Ayano Koji-kun, there's something I'd like to talk to you about. Could you come with me for a moment? Her clear blue eyes were fixed on him. This time, Ayano Koji did not make the same mistake. He had adapted. As the highest achievement of the White Room, his capacity to learn and recalibrate was exceptional. He was not going to assume a girl was confessing to him this time. They ended up at the garden again. The same bench, white with gold trim, the one that was becoming uncomfortably familiar. Looking at it, Ayano Koji felt a quiet, formless sense of dread. Once they sat down, Yotsuba knotted her fingers in the hem of her skirt. There's someone I like. Ayano Koji-kun, could you help me? Ayano Koji went very still. Yotsuba continued as though she hadn't noticed, her voice soft and slightly aching. Whenever I think about him, my heart feels so full. I thought coming to advanced nurturing high school and finally getting to see him again was the best thing that had happened to me. But he's forgotten who I am. The ribbon in her hair drooped immediately, like a wilted leaf. She looked down and said quietly, I like your best friend. Akasaka Ryunosuke. Right. Of course. Again. Damn it. Ayano Koji cursed inwardly at the injustice of everything. What he didn't notice was that he, who had never really had emotions to speak of, had just shown a flicker of something genuine. He looked at the letter Yotsuba pressed into his hands. Same as before. Help pass this to Ryunosuke. Well, there was nothing else for it. He was Ryunosuke's only real friend. He prepared to leave. He told himself to stay composed. Only 2 so far. He could endure this. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Meanwhile, upon learning that Ryunosuke's girlfriend was Arisu, Sato Maya felt the disappointment settle in and decided to let it go. He already belonged to someone, and honestly, he wasn't so extraordinarily good-looking that fighting over him made any sense. Kei did not share that view. She stood up and decided to try. She happened to spot Ayano Koji returning to class just then, and her eyes locked onto him immediately. Ayano Koji felt the weight of that stare and tilted his head slightly. Some time later, Kei and Ayano Koji were sitting on the same garden bench. If Ayano Koji had been a normal person, he would have been using some very colorful language by now. He was not a normal person, but the foundations of his composure were beginning to crack. Same setup, same pattern as before. Kei twirled a strand of golden hair behind her ear and spoke with uncharacteristic awkwardness. There's, well, someone I like. Ayano Koji raised a hand to cut her off and pulled 2 love letters from his pocket. Let's skip to the point. Kei, neutral face. Can you at least let me finish, she snapped. Ayano Koji didn't care. He had no patience left for this. Kei threw her love letter directly at his face in irritation and stood to leave. It had better reach Akasaka, she called over her shoulder. Or else. Ayano Koji exhaled at considerable length. I'm exhausted. It was the first time he had ever felt this particular kind of tired. Mental fatigue, a completely unfamiliar sensation. He was about to get up when Matsushita Chiaki appeared from around the corner, school bag in hand. On reflex, he sat back down. Chiaki dropped into the seat beside him without preamble and asked, "What did Karuizawa say to you?" A wave of relief moved through him. At least this one wasn't about Ryunosuke. He answered honestly. Karuizawa-san asked me to deliver a love letter to Akasaka. I see. Chiaki wasn't surprised. She had already guessed as much. She had been meaning to help both of her close friends, but one of them, Maya, had apparently already given up. That was one less thing to worry about. What Ayano Koji didn't know was that Chiaki had already noticed Ryunosuke's pattern of involvement with multiple girls. She had studied psychology, and the signs weren't subtle. She reached into her bag and produced an envelope of her own, which contained less a love letter and more a pointed threat, accept Kei's confession, or she would expose everything she knew. Ayano Koji had no way of knowing that. All he saw was another letter that needed to reach Ryunosuke. The part of him that was usually as still as standing water began to churn. What he was feeling had a name. It was fury. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Ayano Koji arrived at the student council room, where Ryunosuke was working through the responsibilities of his new position. Ryunosuke looked up in surprise, but before he could say a word, all 4 letters hit him squarely in the face. For the first and only time in his life, something broke through in Ayano Koji's voice. We're done being friends, Akasaka. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 180 plus chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access 50 plus chapters, Kamikawa Naoki. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, Journey to Planar Word. Wrapped gift access 120 plus chapters, Infinity Reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 247, Watching a Movie with Haruka. Ayano Koji wrapped his arms around Ryunosuke's legs and held on, his expression completely blank. I was wrong. He deeply regretted what he had said. He should never have ended things with Ryunosuke. This person was a rare and irreplaceable asset. How could he have been so irrational as to say something like that? Ryunosuke kept the same flat expression, walking forward and dragging Ayano Koji along with him, still attached to his legs. Didn't you say you wanted to end our friendship? I'm granting your wish. Let go. No. I can't live without you. Ayano Koji replied without inflection, as though Ryunosuke were his entire world. From a certain angle, that was technically accurate. He was the most valuable asset Ayano Koji had. Manabu, watching this display from the side, felt a deep, bone-level exhaustion wash over him. Are you two done? This is the student council room. Ryunosuke and Ayano Koji turned to look at him at exactly the same moment and answered in perfect unison, both utterly expressionless. Mind your own business. X2. Stay out of it. X2. Manabu, neutral face. He let out a very long sigh and gave up. He returned to his seat at the council president's desk and resumed his daily work, choosing to pretend the two of them didn't exist. In truth, he had been meaning to ask whether the rumor about Ryunosuke and the chairman's daughter, Sakayanaji, was real. His reason was straightforward. Before he graduated, he intended to place his younger sister Suzun in Ryunosuke's care. Suzun had a way of rubbing people the wrong way without meaning to, and as her older brother, he couldn't leave with a clear conscience if she was going to be alone. If Ryunosuke was looking out for her, Manabu wouldn't mind acknowledging him as a brother-in-law. He was essentially trying to find a good man to marry his sister off to, and Ryunosuke felt like the right match. It all depended on what Suzun wanted, of course. As for competing with the chairman's daughter, Manabu thought everyone had their own strengths to bring. He didn't consider his sister to be at any disadvantage. Suzun had her personality quirks, certainly, but she was in far better physical condition than Arisu, who had a heart problem. That condition had to limit what Arisu could offer Ryunosuke in certain respects, and that was where Suzun held the clear advantage. Manabu had considered every angle. His sister couldn't lose. The one thing he had failed to account for was that Ryunosuke didn't have just one girlfriend. It hadn't crossed his mind for a single moment that this unremarkable-looking young man was, in fact, a devoted favorite of a rather startling number of women. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Once they were out of the student council room, Ryunosuke and Ayano Koji dropped the act. Neither of them had any real intention of ending their friendship. As far as Ryunosuke was concerned, it had just been two friends giving each other a hard time. For Ayano Koji, though, there had been a genuine moment of panic, a fear of losing the one person most useful to him against his father. After sending Ayano Koji off, Ryunosuke looked at the 4 love letters in his hands and felt a dull pain settle behind his eyes. He could put the others aside for now, but not Haruka's. Inside her letter, Eri had written that she had already given the 2 of them her blessing. He decided to see Haruka first. The other 3 would have to wait. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the garden bench, Haruka was waiting patiently. She knew that with Eri's blessing already in hand, all she had to do now was win him over. She had held back before out of respect for her best friend's feelings, but that was finished now. She could chase this openly. Haruka felt entirely confident. Her mother was a cover model and a star in the entertainment world, a woman who had perfected the art of keeping men absolutely captivated without ever quite letting them have what they wanted, so thoroughly that they would do anything for her. Haruka had inherited that gift. She only needed to be herself. Ryunosuke arrived at the garden with Haruka's letter in hand. Sitting on the bench was a beautiful figure with blue hair, waiting in the last light of the afternoon as yellowed leaves drifted down around her. She stood out against all of it, strikingly lovely. She really was beautiful, and Ryunosuke felt his heart respond to it honestly. With Eri's blessing behind him, there was nothing holding him back. He had already heard how the meeting between his 5 wives had gone, and he still felt faintly amazed he hadn't been skinned alive. He had even briefly considered disappearing from the school entirely. Still, when had Haruka started feeling this way about him? He couldn't place a specific memory. Had it been back when he helped patch things up between her and Eri? He walked up and stood before her, blocking the sunlight falling on her face. Sensing the shadow, Haruka knew who had come. She prepared to deploy everything she had learned from her mother, the full technique of a proper successor to a certified enchantress. She stood, brought her face close to his, hands folded behind her back, and smiled brightly. "Let's go on a date." "Sorry, what?" Ryunosuke hadn't caught up yet. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. They were at the cinema. Haruka had changed into a light blue floral dress with a warm white fur coat and a small brown crossbody bag, an outfit she had clearly prepared specifically for this occasion. Ryunosuke, for his part, was still in his school uniform. The advanced nurturing high school uniform was high quality and perfectly wearable day to day, though the green trousers had always bothered him slightly, so he had swapped them for black jeans to make the look work a little better together. Inside the cinema, Haruka linked her arm through his as naturally as if they had always been a couple. The way she pressed close gave him no space to retreat, and a very specific softness made itself known against his arm. Ryunosuke thought to himself, large. Genuinely large. Not ordinary by any measure. He felt his nose getting warm and tilted his head sharply upward to keep anything from happening. Haruka noticed the reaction and felt deeply, privately satisfied. She had complete faith in her secret advantage. Across the entire school, no one could rival her in that department. She and Eri held first and second place respectively, with her in the lead. She kept her expression entirely innocent as she browsed the listings. "Let me see, let's watch this one." "Titanic," she announced with enthusiasm. Ryunosuke pointed at a different poster. "I'm going to watch Godzilla. Let's meet up after both films are done." And with that, he walked off toward the Godzilla theater. As far as he was concerned, Godzilla was the obvious choice. Who would voluntarily sit through Titanic? Haruka stood frozen. How had this man failed to follow the most basic script of a cinema date? Chapter 248, Hasabi Haruka's turn. Haruka grabbed the back of his collar and dragged him straight toward the Titanic theater. She pulled so hard that his shoes left 2 long streaks across the floor. Ryunosuke thought to himself with quiet resignation, do all women have this much physical strength? I could understand it from Kamuro, but why are you like this too? In the end he surrendered, allowing himself to be hauled along with the hollow expression of a man whose soul had already departed his body. Inside the theater, Ryunosuke sat holding 2 boxes of popcorn with zero enthusiasm. Titanic. Really? Only someone with questionable taste would choose this over Godzilla. Since this was the school cinema, it was nearly empty, maybe 6 people scattered around. The room felt enormous. Even if a couple were doing something they shouldn't be, no one else would notice. Ryunosuke glanced sideways, caught a couple making out aggressively nearby, and looked away with mild disgust. The seats here were different from a regular cinema. Rather than individual chairs with armrests between them, they were joined together and could recline all the way down, not unlike a bed. Haruka had her arm wrapped firmly around his and was eating popcorn from his box. Then a mischievous thought crossed her face, and she laid herself across his lap and tilted her head up to look at him. Her lips curved into a smile that could have stolen the soul clean out of a person. The beauty mark beside her lip made the whole effect considerably more dangerous. "Hey, Ryu-chan, could you pat my head?" she said in a deliberately coaxing voice. Before he could answer, she took his hand and placed it on top of her own head herself. Ryunosuke looked around with a frown and dropped his voice very low. "Stop it. Someone will see." Haruka didn't care. So what? We're a couple now, aren't we? What's wrong with being a little affectionate? We haven't even made it official yet. He said, pained. Does that really matter? She replied. Yes, it does. He said helplessly. Seeing he wasn't going to comply on his own, Haruka changed tactics. She sat up from his lap, draped her arms around his neck, and breathed warm air against his ear with a wicked little smile. Haruka is a bad girl, you know. If you won't pat my head, I'll scream. You don't want to cause a scene, do you? TCH. He hadn't expected her to be this skilled at playing with someone's nerves. Cornered by the threat, and honestly not entirely opposed to it, he gave in and did what she asked. Having gotten her way, Haruka settled back into his lap contentedly, enjoying the slow, steady movement of his hand through her hair. Her blue hair was exactly as smooth as silk. Perhaps from having spent so much time around attractive girls lately, Ryanosuke managed to keep his internal reaction contained and didn't show anything on his face. Ha! Haruka sighed. Seeing that her usual tricks weren't quite landing the way she'd hoped, she felt puzzled, then quickly understood why. Both Eri and Arisu, the girls rumored to be with him, were beautiful in their own right. Ordinary tactics were never going to be enough. I'm going to need a different approach to win Akasaka Ryanosuke's heart. As though he had read exactly what she was thinking, Ryanosuke said in a flat voice, just be yourself. Haruka paused, not having expected that at all. Then, slowly, she felt something settle inside her. He was right. She only needed to be herself. She turned to face the screen, and for the rest of the film she stayed close to his side, comfortable and easy, as naturally as if they had always been this way. Where should we go after this? Karaoke. Wherever you want. He said without much care. He had no particular plans and, honestly, limited experience with dates. Understood. Let's go then. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. After the film they went to karaoke. For most of the session Ryanosuke was the one singing, while Haruka listened. Every single song he picked was an anime theme, which revealed rather plainly that he was an enthusiast of the genre. In his previous life, 99.9% of his playlist had been anime music. The rest was coincidence. Haruka rested her chin in both hands and kept him company with patient contentment. Before either of them realized it, the time was up. Ryanosuke felt a small pang of disappointment, not quite satisfied. Haruka offered to extend the session, but he declined. It was already very late. He said he would walk her back. Under the steady glow of the street lamps, they walked side by side. Ryanosuke finally decided to say what was on his mind. There are already 5 women in my life right now. Think it over carefully before you decide anything. He wanted to be honest first. If she couldn't accept the situation, it was better to let her go than to start something on a false foundation. That wouldn't have been fair to her. Haruka stopped walking. So that's why Eri was okay with me going after you. I see how it is now. She was quiet for a moment. It sounds like both Eri and I have quite a few rivals. Who are they? Ryanosuke told her honestly. Morishita AI from Class B, Sakayanagi Arisu from Class B, Sakura Eri and Kato Megumi from Class C. And Shina Hiyori from Class D. He had said everything there was to say. All that was left was her answer. But Haruka simply walked ahead of him at a leisurely pace and waved for him to follow. Walk me home first. Once we're there, I'll give you my answer. After walking her to the entrance of the girls' dormitory, they stood in silence for a while. Haruka took a slow breath and said, "Do you want to come in for a bit?" In the middle of the night, into the girls' dormitory. The invitation was perfectly clear. She had also made a small stop along the way back to pick something up. If he walked through that door, something would happen. But Ryanosuke knew that if it came to that now, whatever was between them wouldn't be love anymore. It would tip into something else entirely, and he didn't want that for her. I'll head back, he said, and turned to leave. Haruka let out a quiet breath of relief. He hadn't taken advantage of the opening, and that made her glad. She had made up her mind. Before he could get too far, she called out, "Wait. I have something for you." When he turned around, Haruka rose onto her toes, pressed a brief, light kiss to his lips, then stepped back quickly. There. That's my answer. I like you. And neither Eri nor I are going to lose to anyone. Standing with her hands folded behind her back, she delivered her confession with a smile, honest and sweet and entirely her own. Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 180 plus chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access 50 plus chapters, Kamikawa Naoki. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, Journey to Planar Word. Wrapped gift access 120 plus chapters, Infinity Reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 249, 7 years later, the 6th wife has been decided, and their daughter, Hasebi Hinata. 7 years later. Japan's top entertainment star, Hasebi Haruka, was wearing a pale blue evening gown. The figure she had at 20-something was something else entirely compared to 7 years ago. Nearly all of her clothes had to be custom-made by this point, because nothing off the rack would fit her properly. Not because she had gained weight, but because a certain area had become rather difficult to accommodate. If her measurements had already been an F cup 7 years ago, one could imagine what 7 years of further development had produced. Her manager was currently arranging her shooting schedule while Haruka studied the script in her hands with careful attention to every detail. She stopped at one page and held it out. Can this part be changed? Her manager pushed her red-framed glasses up and examined the section in question, then went silent with a helpless expression. Hasebi-san, all it asks you to do here is hold the male lead's arm. There's nothing else. Isn't that fine? Haruka tossed the script aside. It's very much not fine. When my husband gets jealous, things get complicated. It's just holding an arm, surely that's acceptable. Her manager tried to reason with her. The pay for this project was exceptional. And Haruka was the most sought-after star in the industry right now. Bluntly speaking, even if she appeared in a mediocre film, her name alone would fill seats. Haruka crossed her arms and made her position clear. She would not take any scene involving physical contact with another man. She didn't want to, beyond the professional obligation. Outside of her husband, she had no desire to be touched by anyone, not even a handhold. Other men simply felt wrong to her in a way she couldn't explain. Her manager hit a wall. Is the men at home really that particular about things? I can understand refusing kiss scenes. But holding hands? Even linking arms? Haruka rested her cheek on one hand and smiled sweetly. You don't understand. The fact that he cares is precisely because he loves me. The day he stops caring is the day he stops loving me. Think about it honestly, where in this world is there a man who doesn't feel jealous? Manager, consider this carefully, if your partner never gets jealous, be worried. Either he doesn't love you, or he's seeing someone else. Those are the only two explanations. Her manager's expression twitched. Thank you ever so much for that wisdom. Her own husband happened to be the unfaithful variety. Haruka's little observation had just pressed directly on an open wound. Haruka stretched languidly, clearly thinking about her husband with some fondness. I'd rather not take scenes like that at all. Even if my fee got cut in half, even if I weren't paid at all, I wouldn't take it. That's my loyalty to him. Her manager said quietly, Hasebi-san really does love her husband very much. Haruka smiled with the full warmth of someone thoroughly happy with her life. Of course. My husband and my child are what I love most in this world. At that exact moment, a small girl with blue hair came running in and threw her arms around Haruka. She was the daughter Haruka had with Ryunosuke, and her name was Hasebi Hinata. Haruka lifted her daughter, settled her into her lap, and asked, Why did you come in alone? Where's Papa? Hinata looked up at her mother and answered in the soft, slightly unclear voice of a child still getting used to having all her teeth. Papa's outside. She was only 3 years old, and the gaps in her baby teeth made her speech endearingly imprecise. Haruka kissed her daughter's cheek. Ryunosuke came in shortly after, his expression neutral. Are you finished talking about work? There was a trace of displeasure about him. The entertainment world was merciless, and he was always worried his wife might get taken advantage of. Haruka smiled brightly and said everything was sorted. Her manager made one last attempt. Ah, Hasebi-san, about the fee this time, I'll try to negotiate something better, so perhaps you could reconsider just this once. Ryunosuke stepped forward in front of his wife and said without warmth, My wife said she doesn't want it. Did you not hear her? The jealousy was not subtle. In truth, he had never been fully comfortable with Haruka working in entertainment. But it was something she loved, and he wasn't going to stand in the way of that. He had accepted it, though accepting it didn't mean doing nothing about it. He had made certain her manager was a woman, as a basic precaution against people with bad intentions. His wife was far too beautiful. All of his wives were, honestly. He himself looked entirely ordinary by comparison. People outside never quite understood why so many striking women had chosen to marry him. Truthfully, he didn't entirely understand it either. Perhaps only the women themselves knew why. Finding no opening with Ryunosuke, her manager admitted defeat inwardly. She had her own reasons for pushing so hard. The male lead attached to this project was a major shareholder who had funded 90% of the production. His single request in exchange had been the chance to hold Haruka's hand in a scene. She had thought it was a trivial thing and agreed to it without hesitation. She hadn't anticipated that both Haruka and her husband would refuse so absolutely. People still act like this in this day and age. This isn't some ancient era where touching hands was a grave offense. She thought to herself. Ryunosuke didn't linger. He took his wife's hand and walked her out of the manager's office. Haruka, carrying their daughter, teased him as they went. Jealous, darling. The corner of his mouth moved. I told you not to go into entertainment and you didn't listen. I looked into the main shareholder behind that script. He's the type who preys on actresses, lures them with large fees and then drugs them. Could you please be a little more careful? He flicked her lightly on the forehead, but his voice was laced with worry rather than irritation. Haruka touched the spot he had flicked and smiled with deep contentment. As long as you're there, what is there to be afraid of? Besides, I would never give anyone an opening. He didn't soften at that and made up his mind to give her a brief cold shoulder. Haruka leaned close and whispered something in his ear, her voice very soft. There's a reward waiting for you tonight. So please don't be upset anymore. Chapter 250, Nakano Rina. After parting ways with Haruka, Ryunosuke let out a long, mournful sigh. That's 6 now, isn't it? I wonder if my kidneys can hold out. On reflex, he pressed a hand to his lower back and groaned. Then he pulled out the 3 remaining letters, sorted through them, and considered the order. He intended to respond to each of them properly, at the very least by explaining his situation honestly. If they still wanted to accept him after that, then he would simply have to resign himself to it. He decided to deal with Yotsuba's letter first. His reason was simple, he needed to find out what exactly he had promised that girl when they were children. If it was what he suspected, some kind of childhood marriage promise, then. Even imagining it made him shudder. How was he supposed to navigate a relationship involving quintuplets? He stopped thinking about it. He would get his answers tomorrow when he met her, and that was soon enough. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. The next day, Sunday. Ryunosuke arrived at the lake shore and waited for Yotsuba. Before long, a girl appeared in a white dress and a wide white sun hat. Long straight hair, the pale pink of cherry blossoms, and a broad forehead, the shared features of the quintuplets, making it genuinely difficult to know at a glance which one he was looking at. This should be Yotsuba. Or is it one of her sisters in disguise? He didn't dare assume. He knew the 5 of them well enough, not from recovered memories but from his previous life's knowledge. They were entirely capable of swapping places to test him on Yotsuba's behalf. Then the girl spoke. My name is Rina. It's been such a long time, Akasaka-kun. The figure presenting herself as Rina greeted him warmly, whichever sister she actually was. The weather had turned properly cold, but she was dressed lightly, apparently recreating something from 10 years ago in hopes of triggering his memory. Ryunosuke took off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders without a word. Rina flinched slightly at the contact, then accepted it. Her exposed shoulders had already gone red from the cold. A faint blush crept across her face as she murmured with awkward shyness. Thank you. Right. That's definitely not Yotsuba. Yotsuba would never react like that. That kind of reaction is either Miku or Itsuki. His guess was on target. The girl in front of him wasn't Yotsuba at all, but one of the other sisters in disguise. Meanwhile, the real Yotsuba was hidden in the bushes nearby, watching everything unfold. The green ribbon on her head was twitching like a pair of rabbit ears, she was clearly overwhelmed with feeling. She had been so desperate for Ryunosuke to remember their shared memories that she had asked Itsuki to play the role of herself. Itsuki had already figured out who Ryunosuke really was. Back at the lake, Ryunosuke and Rina, who was actually Itsuki, decided to go out on the water. They climbed into a white swan-shaped paddle boat, and Rina twirled a strand of hair around her finger, speaking in a voice full of nostalgia. When we were little, we used to ride boats and play at the lakeside too. Ryunosuke stopped pedaling. What were we doing at the lakeside in a boat back then? Oh, Rina pressed a finger to her chin as though trying to recall. I think you were being chased by debt collectors, and you grabbed my meat bun. I kept chasing you to get it back. Then somehow we both ended up in a boat and escaped together. The corner of Ryunosuke's mouth twitched. You just gave yourself away completely, Itsuki. Only you would bring up the meat bun. He already knew exactly who she was. The detail was too characteristic to belong to anyone else. But he kept the act going and pedaled them out toward the middle of the lake. From shore, Yotsuba and Miku were watching through binoculars. Miku, who had also remembered who Ryunosuke was, puffed her cheeks out in indignation. Akasaka deserves to suffer. Harakiri. Of the 5 sisters, the only ones who still hadn't remembered were Ichika and Nino. That was understandable, a lot of time had passed. The 3 who had spent the most time with Ryunosuke back then were Yotsuba, Itsuki, and Miku, while Ichika and Nino had only overlapped with him briefly. Miku grumbled, if we're talking about timing, we knew him 10 years before Sakayanagi Arisu ever showed up. On what grounds does she get to take him from us? Yotsuba lowered the binoculars and said quietly, but Akasaka-san has forgotten all of us. Including the promise. Miku fell silent, unable to argue with that. Out on the water, Ryunosuke went straight to the point. What exactly was the promise I made with all 5 of you when we were children? Itsuki, absorbed in her storytelling, didn't catch immediately that he had said, all 5 of you. Her cover was already blown, but she kept talking without stopping. The promise was that when you grew up, you would marry all 5 of us as your wives. She said it with a note of pride, then realized what she had done and went completely still. Her eyes glistened as she looked at him. "Can I take that back? Is it too late? What do you think?" Ryunosuke felt genuinely at a loss. "You've already been caught. Don't bother hiding it. I know it's you, Itsuki." Itsuki puffed her cheeks out in dissatisfaction and turned her face away in a sulk. Ryunosuke, somewhere between exasperated and fond, reached over and ruffled the dark reddish-brown ahogue at the top of her head, exactly the way he apparently used to when they were small. "I'm sorry. I genuinely don't remember any of it. The promise included." He pointed at his own head. "I think my skull got hit with a brick at some point. A portion of my memories disappeared with it." The explanation was weak and he knew it. Itsuki clearly didn't believe a word. Not long after, the boat reached the shore. Ryunosuke stepped out first and extended a hand to help her. Itsuki took it without hesitation. He pulled her up onto solid ground, and then, without any warning, pulled her into a hug. "If I really made that kind of promise back then, I'll take responsibility for it. But can you give me a little time to get ready?" Itsuki's face went the color of a ripe tomato. Her thoughts came to a complete halt, and her eyes spun in slow, dazed circles. Yotsuba and Miku, watching from the bushes, couldn't take it anymore and came bursting out into the open. Yotsuba immediately pulled the thoroughly flustered Itsuki into her arms like a mother hen gathering a chick. She stared at Ryunosuke with a look that was equal parts wariness and jealousy. "What's this? You're not like that with me, but you go and hug Itsuki. That's not fair. Yotsuba wants a hug too." Miku puffed her cheeks out. "You were always like this. Who exactly taught you to charm girls this way?" Ryunosuke scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Growing up in his mother's care had put him through enough that most of this was pure instinct by now. Miku pointed at him. "You're guilty. Go do harakiri." Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 180 plus chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, journey to planar word. Wrapped gift access 120 plus chapters, infinity reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 251, Winning Back Shina Hiyori's Forgiveness. Near a train station, a beautiful girl with white hair was sitting on a public bench. In her arms, she held a small Ryunosuke, barely 3 years old. The white-haired girl wore her long hair pulled back in a ponytail, a style that called to mind Raiden Shogun, Raiden Ei herself. In terms of sheer beauty, she was easily her equal. It was difficult to believe that a woman this stunning was Ryunosuke's mother, let alone that she had ended up with someone like his father. It made no sense by any reasonable measure. She spoke to the small child in her arms. "Remember this, Ryo-chan. If you ever find yourself in the middle of an uncontrollable situation with multiple women, prioritize the one you care about most and focus on making things right with her first. That will never lead you wrong." "Mom, I don't want to learn things like this. What's the point of any of this?" Little Ryunosuke pushed back with everything he had against his mother's relentless instruction. She spent all day reciting things he didn't understand, as though she were reading from some kind of sacred text. Back to the present. Ryunosuke had pulled Itsuki into a hug on pure reflex, driven by some instinct that had been installed in him long before he understood what it was. But it had only made things worse. An unnecessary misunderstanding had been born. Now Itsuki was sitting across from him with a sulky pout and puffed-out cheeks, looking entirely too endearing for his peace of mind. Miku and Yotsuba were on either side of her, and Ichika and Nino had come as well. The combined weight of their collective stares pressed down on Ryunosuke like something physical. Nino crossed her arms and planted her foot on the table. "Are you genuinely saying you forgot, or are you just pretending? You absolute jerk." Both Nino and Ichika had figured it out by now. Miku and Yotsuba had told them everything, that Ryunosuke was the boy they had all met when they were children. For Nino in particular, her feelings were in complete turmoil. She had already told herself she was giving up on him, and then it turned out he was the boy from her childhood. But the problem was that he already had a girlfriend. She had nowhere to put her feelings except her anger. "Why couldn't you have waited just a little longer for us?" Ichika, as the eldest, attempted to smooth things over. "Ahahaha. Well, this is a shame. I never expected you'd already have someone. In that case, let's just treat the childhood promise as though it never happened. It was a pretty silly thing anyway, 5 of us saying we'd all marry you. That was just children being children. Don't take it seriously." She waved her hand as though it truly didn't matter, though letting go of it was harder than she made it look. Mika stayed quiet. Her anger wasn't about him having a girlfriend. It was about the fact that he had forgotten them entirely. 10 years was a long time. There was no reasonable expectation that someone should hold onto a childhood promise and wait without any certainty. Mika knew that. But she still couldn't accept losing to someone named Arisu without feeling something about it. Yotsuba looked quietly devastated. Her green ribbon hung limp against her hair. She wasn't ready to give up yet and opened her mouth to say something, but the words stuck in her throat. Tears began to spill down her cheeks. Itsuki immediately reached into her bag and pulled out a tissue for her. Seeing Yotsuba crying, the other 4 sisters turned to look at Ryunosuke with expressions that could have peeled paint. Ryunosuke raised both hands above his head. He felt genuinely wronged. He truly remembered nothing. Ryunosuke, you little child from the past, what exactly did you go around doing? And now I'm the one who has to answer for it. The Nakano sisters gathered themselves and began to take Yotsuba away. Before leaving, they delivered one final word, from this point on, we have no connection to you. Treat the old promise as though it never existed. It was just the past. Don't take it seriously. Yotsuba wanted to stay and say more, but her sisters had her firmly by the hands. Ryunosuke wanted to stop them, but he felt he had no right to, and so he lowered his arms and let them go. He sat down heavily in his chair, at a loss for what to do next. Then Hayori crossed his mind. He was on his feet immediately. This is bad. Shina is probably still angry with me. He didn't stop to think it through, he just went. The other girls would have to wait. The person directly in front of him came first. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Ryunosuke went to the library where they usually spent time together, but she wasn't there. As it turned out, Hayori was still in her dormitory room. She had no interest in reading today. She was lying face down on her bed, thoughts going in circles. She felt deeply sad, and deeply wronged. If it had only been Arisu, she might have been able to find a way to accept it. But why were there so many others? No matter how large she tried to make her heart, this was too much. She wanted to be angry at Ryunosuke, but she couldn't manage it. I really am a hopeless fool. Even knowing he's like this, I still want to be with him. Hayori felt almost unhinged for wanting to forgive him. She had shut herself in her room and was trying to hide from what she knew was true. Ryunosuke arrived at the door to her room. If she wasn't at the library on a day off, she had to be in her room. He hesitated, then knocked softly, without calling out. He was afraid that if she heard his voice, she simply wouldn't open the door. At the sound of the knock, Hayori looked through the peephole. He briefly considered covering it with his hand, then decided against it. Running away was embarrassing. He had to face this directly. He closed his eyes and waited. Hayori looked at him through the peephole. She didn't explode with anger. Instead, she slowly leaned back against the door, turned so her back was to it, and slid down until she was crouching on the floor. She cried without making a sound. Hearing the soft sounds from the other side, Ryunosuke wanted to say something, but nothing came. He leaned his back against the door as well and stayed there in silence, keeping her company the only way he could. Time passed. The sun went down and the moon came up. Ryunosuke had been there for 4 or 5 hours without moving. He was afraid that if he left, she would never forgive him. So he stayed through the night, without food, bearing the weight of what he had done. The next morning, Hayori opened the door to leave for school. Her eyes were swollen and her face was drawn from a sleepless night. When the door swung open, Ryunosuke made the effort to push himself upright. Hey. Rough night, he said. Hayori managed a thin smile. Same as you. Ryunosuke stepped forward to hold her, and she pulled back on instinct. He went still. You still haven't forgiven me? Hayori said nothing. The answer was plain. Ryunosuke laughed, a rueful sound. Can you at least tell me whether we're continuing or ending things? Please, give me a clear answer. You're torturing me like this. I've been waiting here a full day and night. Look at these dark circles. I look like a panda. Hayori couldn't stop the small laugh that escaped her, though she clamped down on it immediately and put her serious face back on. You think waiting 1 day and night is enough to earn forgiveness after making me suffer like this? Wait 2 more days. Maybe then I'll consider it. Ryunosuke took her at her word. He reached for his phone to call Chabashira SAE and request 2 days of leave from school. Hayori immediately went for his arm. Wait. You're actually going to call? He caught her hand before she could grab the phone and smiled. Have you forgiven me yet? Hayori's face flushed. She pulled her hand back. No. She turned her face away, still not ready to give in. This time Ryunosuke carefully wrapped his arms around her from behind. She didn't pull away. He let out a slow breath of relief and said quietly near her ear, "What do I have to do for you to forgive me?" Hayori stated her terms. "From now on, Saturdays and Sundays belong to me. No matter what, you come and spend those 2 days with me." Ryunosuke agreed immediately, without hesitation, as long as it meant being forgiven. Even if it meant his weekends were gone entirely from now on. Hayori felt satisfied that she had secured a monopoly over his rest days, and at last she forgave him. Chapter 252, The Girls' Round Table Meeting. In Hayori's dormitory room. Ryunosuke gently tucked the blanket around her and was preparing to leave, but Hayori grabbed his hand immediately. She wrapped herself up in the blanket until only the top half of her head was visible, making it perfectly clear she had no intention of letting him go just yet. He had no choice but to stay a while longer. When he finally did step out, the morning was already half gone. Neither of them went to class that day. With so much of it already past, going now would have been pointless. Ryunosuke decided to head to the student council room instead. Working was better than sitting idle. Before long, the end-of-school bell rang. Manabu arrived at the student council room and stopped short at the sight of Ryunosuke, who appeared to be in extraordinarily good spirits. "This kid, why is he so full of energy today? He even got here before me." Manabu didn't think too deeply about it and walked in as usual. Ryunosuke set down the mop he had been using to clean and greeted him with a broad smile. "Good afternoon, President." "Good afternoon. What's gotten into you today? You seem in remarkable spirits," Manabu said as he settled into his chair. Ryunosuke put away the mop and took his usual seat at the secretary's position, then got to work. "Nothing in particular. I just felt like coming in early today." Akane and Katsuragi arrived shortly after. Seeing Ryunosuke so unusually energetic, both of them found it strange but said nothing. Since he was handling everything normally, Katsuragi, who was supposed to be covering for him, suddenly found himself without anything to do. With nothing else for it, Katsuragi ended up making tea for everyone. He found he didn't mind the quietness of it. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Elsewhere, in a secluded room, there was an enormous round table. AI presided over the meeting from the head seat. Eri sat to her left in the second chair, and Megumi in the third. Even Hayori, the occupant of the fourth seat who had previously refused to participate in anything like this, was there. She had been firmly opposed to all of it before, insisting she wanted Ryunosuke entirely to herself and refusing to cooperate with anyone else. But something had clearly changed. She was hugging her book to her chest and smiling with a contentment so deep she seemed like a completely different person. AI studied her with a sharp look, sensing that something had happened, but she let it go without pressing. She moved on to announce the addition of a new member, Hasebi Haruka, who would be taking the sixth seat. Every person in the room began quietly forming their own thoughts. Arisu, seated in the fifth chair, was particularly unsettled. She had originally planned to recruit Masumi as the sixth member, only to find that Eri had already moved first. She had genuinely underestimated the girl. Quiet and shy as she was, Eri had turned out to be a step ahead of everyone. Megumi was watching with equally careful eyes. It had been Eri, after all, who had slipped past her before, dropping her from second place to third. She was clearly not someone to be judged by appearances alone, and Megumi filed that away. Eri herself was simply happy that she was no longer fighting this alone. Seeing how naturally Haruka and Eri fell into step with each other, Megumi found her thoughts drifting to her own close friend. Should I bring Suzune in as well? I could use someone on my side. Since Ryunosuke had talked her around, Hayori had stopped worrying about the group growing larger. She had become remarkably generous about the whole arrangement and no longer objected to him seeing other women. After all, the majority of his free time now belonged to her. She touched her lips without quite realizing she was doing it, as though revisiting something she was still thinking about. Everyone in the room was curious about the same thing. What exactly had Ryunosuke said or done to bring Hayori around so completely? Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Elsewhere, Ryunosuke, perhaps riding a certain confidence, went to find Karuizawa K. Before that, though, he sought out Matsushita Chiaki first. He had already decided that if he was going to be the kind of man he was being, he would do it without reservation. Keeping the feelings between all of them from falling apart, that was his responsibility now. Ryunosuke had finally been honest with himself. He was done running. The hesitation before had nearly cost him everything, and he wasn't going to waver again. He had always loved the kinds of women he admired in anime, and he cared about each of the girls in front of him now. If that was the truth, then he would work for it, regardless of what the future held. He stood before a girl named Matsushita Chiaki, and the next round of the battle for love had officially begun. Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 180 plus chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, Journey to Planar Word. Wrapped gift access 120 plus chapters, Infinity Reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 253, The Psychologist. Beside a large tree. Chiaki had apparently been waiting for some time. She threw a handful of photographs directly at Ryunosuke's face. He picked them up. They were photos of him with various girls. There was even one from his outing with Itsuki the day before. So Matsushita Chiaki has been tailing me. He didn't deny it, just held up the photos. You've been following me. Chiaki clenched her fist, stepped up close, and looked him dead in the eyes. I was going to give Kei to you. But I've changed my mind. You don't deserve her. She lifted her shoulder bag and started hitting him with it. Ryunosuke didn't dodge. He stood there and took it, letting her work through whatever she needed to. After a while, Chiaki was breathing a little harder. She picked up her school bag and turned to leave. Ryunosuke caught her wrist. You hit me and then you just walk away. She turned back. What do you want? I've gotten it out of my system. What's the point of staying? Ryunosuke scratched his cheek. I heard you study psychology. Is there any chance you could hypnotize me? I've lost some of my memories. Chiaki stared at him like she was looking at an idiot, as though this was some kind of game he was playing. Ryunosuke sighed and tapped the side of his head with one finger. Someone hit me with a brick. I lost a portion of my memories. And as bad luck would have it, everything I lost was related to women. About the photo you took of me with Itsuki yesterday, I'm not going to argue that it happened. She's someone I knew when I was a child, but I have no memory of her. She wanted to try going on a date and doing the kinds of things we used to do together, hoping it might bring something back. It didn't work. I didn't remember a single thing. Chiaki looked at him strangely. You're saying you lost your memory? And the part that happened to disappear was specifically everything to do with women. Are you serious right now? I'm completely serious. Believe me or don't, he thought. What matters is getting those memories back. Without them, I have no idea how to approach the Quintuplets. I'll be on the back foot indefinitely. Ryunosuke had started thinking more deliberately about how to connect with the girls around him. Where before it had happened without thought, now he was doing it consciously. Where that would lead, he couldn't say. Chiaki still seemed uncertain. If he was genuinely amnesiac, then the outing with one of the Quintuplets could be forgiven as innocent. But if he was playing games with her, she would not be handing Kei over to someone like that. So far the only evidence she had was the photograph of Itsuki. She hadn't yet seen anything about the others. From what she could observe openly, she only knew about Eri. So if Ryunosuke was telling the truth, she could forgive the rest as unknowing mistakes. She didn't deliberate long before making up her mind. Fine. I'll try. But don't expect miracles from me. I'm only a student. Ryunosuke thanked her. A little while later, they were in her dormitory room. Ryunosuke lay back in a reclining chair while Chiaki changed into a white medical coat, paired with a black pencil skirt and stockings. Ryunosuke's eyebrow twitched. Is all this really necessary just for a session? Chiaki produced a syringe filled with a clear liquid and moved toward him with it. Ryunosuke jumped to his feet and pressed himself against the wall, nowhere left to retreat, sweat beading at his forehead. Could you explain to me what that is, Chiaki? She didn't seem to notice he had just used her first name. It's a propofol emulsion injection. It keeps the patient still and puts them to sleep quickly. If anything, the explanation made him more tense, not less. Usually a psychologist talks the patient through things, doesn't she? Is the injection really necessary? Chiaki paused. Do you want this done or not? If not, you can leave. That was her method, and she wasn't changing it to suit him. Ryunosuke eventually gave in and submitted to the injection. He was asleep within minutes. Chiaki let her guard down slightly once he was under. Bringing a man into her private room had required a fair amount of nerve. She lifted one of his eyelids and checked the pupil, unfocused and unresponsive. He was genuinely out. She exhaled and began guiding him through his subconscious with words. Before long she had her answer. He hadn't been lying. The amnesia was real. She had done this not out of suspicion but as a precaution against being deceived, and he had passed. Since he was honest, she got to work properly, attempting to guide him through his subconscious to see if the missing memories could be reached. After a long time trying, nothing came of it. She snapped her fingers, and Ryunosuke came awake. He asked immediately, full of hope. Well. Did anything come back? Chiaki shook her head and said with a trace of genuine regret. Nothing. I tried many times. You should see a real doctor. There may be structural damage in your brain. On reflex, Ryunosuke said, aren't you the doctor? I'm a psychologist, she shot back, irritated. The atmosphere between them had loosened a little. Chiaki took off the white coat and changed back into her ordinary clothes, fidgeting with the hem of her sleeve. Let's go out for a walk. There's something I want to talk to you about. She had decided to let Kei go to him after all. Since the incident had only been a misunderstanding, her hesitation was gone. As for Arisa being his official girlfriend, Chiaki wasn't particularly bothered. The way she saw it, Arisa was a competitor with a physical limitation, a weak leg, and she had no doubt Kei could outpace her. And this, of course, was exactly what Ryunosuke had been working toward. By this approach he had lowered Chiaki's guard until she was willing to offer up her closest friend entirely of her own accord. The plan had worked. As had been said before, even operating on pure instinct Ryunosuke had drawn in 6 people without realizing it. Now that he was doing it deliberately, the results were only going to compound. Without quite intending to, he had already begun to turn a small measure of that attention toward Chiaki herself. He followed her out toward a restaurant for dinner first. Chapter 254, Karuizawa Kei's turn. Ryunosuke ordered a serving of omuris, then looked across the table at Chiaki. What do you want? I'll pay. Chiaki didn't hold back and ordered the special chashu. She had already handed her closest friend over to this man, so she might as well consider it an introduction fee. They sat together and ate. The area around them was busy with people passing through, including a fair number of their classmates. Naturally, there were people who noticed Ryunosuke sitting across from Chiaki at a restaurant. To any outside observer, it looked exactly like a date. A man and a woman eating together, of course people were going to read into it. Predictably, new rumors began to travel through the school. That was a problem for later. Ryunosuke had no time to worry about it now. The matter with the Quintuplets was unresolved, and if he didn't handle it properly, that connection would close for good. He asked, is there any way to actually recover my memories? That was his priority. It wasn't only about the Quintuplets. There was also the image of a blonde-haired girl that kept drifting through his thoughts, refusing to leave. He needed to know who she was. It wasn't possible that he would have such trouble forgetting a small, chubby-cheeked child in a purple princess dress with violet eyes and beautiful golden hair, not unless she meant something to him. What Ryunosuke completely failed to realize was that the reason he couldn't stop thinking about that blonde figure had nothing to do with sentiment and everything to do with the fact that Nikiri Arena's cooking had been unlike anything he had ever tasted, and the memory of food that extraordinary simply would not release him. Consider how he had lived. There were times he had eaten grass to survive. A meal at the level Irina had made for him was not something a person in his circumstances would ever forget, amnesia or not. The impression had been burned in too deep. Chiaki set down her chopsticks, reached for a napkin to wipe her mouth, and said plainly. To treat your amnesia, we first need to understand what caused it. You said it came from a head injury. There may be damage to your cerebral cortex. You should get an X-ray done, because there could be a blood clot pressing on something. After that, take the results to one of the top 5 hospitals in Japan. It should be manageable from there. The moment he heard top 5 hospitals in Japan, Ryunosuke already knew the bill was going to be extraordinary. He exhaled. Understood. Chiaki nodded, satisfied. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading off. She picked up her small bag and started to say goodbye. Ryunosuke called after her quickly. What about after-sales service? What about Karuizawa Kei? You're not seriously going to make me handle this on my own, are you? Chiaki hesitated, then decided to come along, just not exactly with him. She hid herself around the corner of a wall, close enough to listen. Meanwhile, Ryunosuke was already standing in front of Kei. Kei had dressed with particular care for today, ordinary clothes with a brown Hermes bag at her hip and natural-toned stockings. She was nervous. This was a rare thing, gathering the courage to confess to someone who already had a girlfriend. She wasn't ready to give up. She wanted to try, even if the odds were slim. She squeezed the hem of her skirt. She had realized too slowly. At the beginning, she hadn't paid her feelings toward Ryunosuke much attention. He wasn't her type and he certainly wasn't conventionally striking. But the moment she heard he was already taken, she understood what she felt, and by then it was too late. She had only found out last week that his girlfriend was Sakayanaji Arisa from Class B. Even so, she didn't think she had no chance. Ryunosuke was exceptional, and he was on his way to becoming student council president. With someone like that, he'd protect me, wouldn't he? He wouldn't let anyone come after me. She drew a slow breath and admitted to herself that her reasons weren't entirely pure. There was something of the parasite in her, she knew that, someone seeking shelter by attaching herself to someone strong. That was the kind of person she was. But she still wanted to try, even so. She wasn't entirely sure what she felt at her deepest level, but one thing was clear, she wanted to be his girlfriend. That much she didn't doubt. She slapped both her own cheeks lightly to steady herself. What are you afraid of? They're not married, they're just dating. That can end. She clenched her fist and found a reason to justify reaching for something that belonged to someone else. Ryunosuke was now standing in front of her, both hands in his pockets, no particular expression on his face. His impression of Kei was still fairly shallow. The first time they had met was when he had stepped in to help her. After that they had rarely crossed paths. She had once asked him whether he had a girlfriend. He had already understood what she meant by it, but he hadn't had the energy to follow up on it then. Now the two of them stood looking at each other in silence for a long moment. Kei was the one to break it. With a touch of shyness she said, "It's really cold out. Won't you treat me to something warm to drink?" It had slipped Ryunosuke's notice, but the weather had indeed turned. He took off his jacket without hesitation and draped it over her shoulders. "Wear this for now. It should help at least a little." Kei put it on without any pretense of reluctance, then asked, "What about you? You're not cold. You just gave me your jacket." Ryunosuke said he was fine, then naturally took her hand and started walking toward the cafe in the distance. From behind the corner where she had been hiding in the cold, Chiaki let out a long, disbelieving click of her tongue. "You're this smooth on your own. Why did you even need me?" She grumbled under her breath. "You're clearly brilliant at this, so why am I standing outside freezing?" Complaining aside, she didn't feel right leaving Kei unwatched. This was her closest friend, after all. She followed them both toward the cafe, grateful for the warmth. Once inside, Chiaki exhaled with relief. She removed her jacket and scarf, since the air conditioning made the room warmer than she expected and she was already starting to feel it. Across the room, Kei slipped off Ryunosuke's jacket and held it out to him. "Here, take it back. If you don't mind, I could take it and wash it for you first." Her face was faintly pink. She was testing whether he had any feelings for her. If he did, things would be much simpler from here. As it turned out, he didn't mind at all. He took the jacket and put it back on, saying easily, "I don't have any objection to wearing something Karuizawa-san has worn, you know." "Oh, is that so? Well then, thank you." Kei answered with deliberate nonchalance, even as her cheeks grew a little warm and her fingers found a strand of hair near her ear to fidget with. Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 180 plus chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, journey to planar word. Wrapped gift access 120 plus chapters, infinity reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 255, openly pursuing Karuizawa Kei, quietly aiming for Matsushita Chiaki. So he doesn't mind. What a relief. Kei held her warm milk in both hands and quietly allowed herself a small surge of happiness as she took a slow sip. Honestly, why did I even come here? Just to sit here and watch this. Chiaki, observing from a distance, couldn't help but grumble. She was starting to feel she had no business being here at all. She lifted her tea, took a small sip, then caught the eye of a passing server and gestured, pointing very deliberately in Ryunosuke's direction, indicating that her order should go on his tab. The server approached him with a slightly uncertain expression and murmured something in his ear. Ryunosuke glanced over toward Chiaki. Chiaki looked back at him with the flattest, most lifeless expression she could produce. Not a single word passed between them, but the meaning was perfectly clear. "I helped you out at considerable effort. Paying for one drink isn't asking much, is it?" Ryunosuke gave her a small okay gesture. "Who are you signaling to?" Kei had noticed him looking behind her and instinctively started to turn, but Ryunosuke stopped her. He placed both hands on her shoulders, his voice dropping to something that sounded very serious. "There's someone behind you who looks exactly like you. If you turn around and see them, you might die." Note: Japanese legend holds that encountering one's own doppelganger is an omen of imminent death. Kei went pale. She didn't dare look, and her whole body had gone slightly rigid with fear. Ryunosuke glanced over her shoulder and gave Chiaki a quick look that said, "We're fine, stay where you are." Chiaki ignored the signal entirely. She raised her drink and drew on the straw, though the corner of her mouth had curved almost imperceptibly into a smile. She hadn't noticed that something small and quiet had begun to take root in her own chest. Before long, Kei made her way to the point. "So, what do you think of me?" She was fidgeting with her hair, unable to stop. Ryunosuke set down his cup and let the silence sit for a moment. Honestly, we don't know each other very well yet, do we? Between the two of us, we've only really talked twice. Kei's expression dimmed. She thought she was being turned down. Then his next sentence pulled her right back. But you're a good person. I can say that much with certainty. From the side, Chiaki let out a quiet click of her tongue. You're this skilled at saying exactly the right thing to a woman, and you still dragged me here to listen to it. You did this on purpose, didn't you? She felt irritated, though she couldn't entirely explain why. Overall, she was still glad for her friend's sake. He hadn't rejected her, which meant there was still a chance. It's just, why does something feel slightly off in my chest? Across the table, Kei's face had gone pink. She asked in a nervous voice, in that case, would you want to try going out together? I should make it clear, there's absolutely nothing between me and Hirata. The most contact we've ever had is linking arms. She was quick to explain. She didn't want him thinking she had done anything with Hirata. She had no such history, and she didn't want the person she cared about to get the wrong idea about her. She watched him and waited. She had put herself out there, now all she could do was breathe through the tension and wait for his answer. Ryunosuke set down his cup. After a pause, he agreed, but with a condition. He looked at her calmly. You already know I'm in a relationship with Arisu, right? Kei nodded slowly. That was common knowledge throughout the school by now. Ryunosuke continued, that relationship is real. Knowing that, are you still willing to go out with me? He was giving her fair warning. This was only what was visible. On the surface, Arisu was his girlfriend, but behind the scenes there were already others. He needed to test Kei first. If she accepted this much, he would ease her into the rest one step at a time. Kei agreed to terms that sounded entirely unreasonable on their face. What choice did she have? She had come late to this. She was effectively a third party, so objecting felt out of place. What mattered was being with Ryunosuke. Whether she eventually outranked Arisu was a question for later. What Kei didn't know was that Arisu sat in 5th place, with 4 people ahead of her, and several more entirely outside the school. Becoming first among them was likely impossible. And beyond all of them, somewhere out there, was Shina Mahiru, who held an actual marriage certificate. They were now officially together. Even so, to avoid unnecessary complications, Ryunosuke asked Kei not to spread news of their relationship freely. In exchange, he gave her a promise, whatever happened in the future, if she ever came looking for him, he would help. No matter what it was. That was the security he offered her. After a little while in the cafe, they prepared to leave. Ryunosuke offered to walk Kei back to her dormitory. Chiaki put on her sunglasses and followed from a distance. She was worried that if left alone, the two of them might lose their better judgment and do something they shouldn't. She wasn't entirely sure why she cared so much. But one thing she was certain of, she did not want Ryunosuke and Kei to sleep together. When they reached the door to Kei's room, Kei made her offer. Do you want to come in for a bit? She shifted slightly to open the way for him, her face faintly pink, her intentions not entirely subtle. Ryunosuke raised his hand and gently touched her forehead. Another time. Kei covered the spot with both hands, murmuring with embarrassed warmth, why another time? What's wrong with right now? Ryunosuke ran his hand slowly over her hair. It's moving too fast. I don't want you to regret it. Without waiting for her response, he turned and walked away. Kei stood in the doorway for a moment, then the corner of her mouth slowly lifted. What is he thinking, honestly? Such a coward. She went inside, bouncing slightly with each step, her mood clearly better than it had been in quite some time. Ryunosuke turned into a small alley. You can come out now. Chiaki appeared from around the corner. Ryunosuke smiled. Can I walk you back? You won't even let me go either, you absolute Casanova. She hit him once with her bag and headed off toward her own dormitory at a brisk pace, with no intention of letting him do any such thing. Ryunosuke shrugged, unbothered, and headed home. Chapter 256, Hirata Yosuke's Request. The end of school bell rang. Hirata picked up his bag alone and walked out. His expression was difficult to read. Mayu, who had been quietly worried about him, followed at a distance. Ryunosuke didn't involve himself. This was something Hirata had to work through on his own. A wound in the soul, if never faced, never heals. He glanced at his watch. Right, I need to go be with Hiyori. He had made a promise to spend time with her, and that promise had cost him considerable effort to earn. Even the short window after school, he was expected to keep her company in the library. He didn't want to disappoint her. He grabbed his bag and headed off. Kei, who had only just started going out with him and had been thinking about asking him to dinner, saw him leave in a hurry and let the thought go without pressing it. Hirata sat slumped at the side of the staircase, breathing out a long, heavy sigh. The forced expulsions of Yamauchi, Ike, Shimamura, and the others had left a mark on him that was hard to ignore, even if they had brought it on themselves. Meiyu had just arrived and was about to say something to him when Hirata held up a hand. "Wang Meiyu-san, could you give me a moment alone?" She stopped, not sure what to do. At that moment, Koenji strolled over, running a small comb through his blonde hair. "Yo, Hirata boy. Sitting here contemplating the nature of existence." He said it with the faint mockery he applied to most things. "Don't make such a sour face over 3 pieces of garbage." Hirata's hand shot out and grabbed Koenji by the collar. His eyes had gone sharp, the way eyes do when something strikes exactly the wrong place. "What do you know? What do you know about me? You don't know anything, so don't stand there pretending you do. Stop it, please, Hirata-kun." Meiyu grabbed his arm, pleading. Hirata came back to himself and realized what he had done. He let go of Koenji's collar. Koenji straightened his collar with complete composure, then calmly poured more salt into the wound. Those 3 got exactly what they deserved. Attention-hungry clowns, the lot of them. Feeling sorry over something lower than garbage is a waste of your time. Hirata, who had barely calmed down, flared up again immediately. Sensing the situation escalating back toward a fight, Meiyu panicked and grabbed Hirata's arm to pull him back. He flung her hand away without thinking. Meiyu cried out, stumbled, and nearly hit the floor. Ryunosuke, who had just finished keeping Hiyori company in the library and happened to be passing by at that exact moment, caught her. She landed softly against him. He didn't think anything particular of it, he had spent enough time around attractive girls by now that a certain immunity had developed. He steadied her until she had her footing again, then stepped back. Meiyu, who had braced herself for the impact, was puzzled to find that it hadn't come. She opened her eyes and saw who was in front of her. Akasaka-kun. Her expression brightened at once. She caught the hem of his sleeve, eyes glistening. "Please stop, Hirata-kun and the others." She pointed. Ryunosuke looked over at the 2 of them, still exchanging words. He stepped forward to get between them. They were both members of his class, and as the one in charge, he couldn't stand aside. He walked in, separated them with a firm hand on each, and looked at them both without expression. "Am I invisible to you too? You have the nerve to fight right in front of me." Hirata went quiet immediately. He managed a bitter smile. "I'm sorry for the trouble." He bowed deeply. "How dull." Koenji tidied his hair with the small comb, as unhurried and self-satisfied as ever. "Akasaka boy, nothing left for me here. I'll be going." Ryunosuke said nothing, which was permission enough. As he passed Meiyu, Koenji's entire manner shifted. "Beautiful lady, we should go on a proper date sometime." What? Meiyu's face turned completely red. She was one of the top students in English class and understood perfectly well what that phrasing carried. It was essentially a confession. On instinct, she looked to Hirata. She waited. Nothing came. His expression didn't change at all. Her face fell slightly. Koenji had seen every bit of it, and that had been exactly the point. Truly a man without any courage. He left the words hanging behind him as he walked away. Hirata stood there confused, sensing he was being mocked but unable to follow what any of it had to do with him. As far as he was concerned, there was nothing between himself and Meiyu. From where he stood, he genuinely didn't see it. Ryunosuke observed Meiyu's romantic situation in silence for approximately 3 seconds and moved on. As he was about to leave, Hirata called out to him. "Could you hear one request from me, Akasaka-kun?" He lowered his head. Ryunosuke stopped. "What is it?" Hirata looked up, his expression serious. "Could you find a way to make sure no more students get expelled going forward?" Ryunosuke paused, feeling the request was a little unreasonable. "You're asking a lot. Do you think I'm Superman? Something like that isn't something I can just..." He cut himself off. "Actually, I probably can. As long as I'm willing to ask my future father-in-law." That had been Hirata's reasoning from the start. The school announcement from a few days ago had been perfectly clear, the chairman's daughter was in a relationship with Ryunosuke. If Ryunosuke were to say a word or two to the chairman himself, Hirata knew perfectly well that his request was asking too much. So he offered something in return. "If Akasaka-kun is willing to do this for me, I will follow you from now on. Whatever you say, I'll do it." He meant every word of it. And the offer was genuinely attractive. To manage Class C as a whole, Hirata was a valuable presence. With his support going forward, Ryunosuke could afford to ease up a little. In the end, Ryunosuke agreed to what seemed like an impossible request. Hirata's face broke into open relief and gratitude. "Thank you so much, Akasaka-kun. I promise I'll give you everything I have from here on." Meiyu blinked her large eyes, not quite sure she had followed everything that had just happened. Hirata's mood had lifted considerably. With this, no more of our classmates will be expelled. Thank goodness. Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 180 plus chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, journey to planar word. Wrapped gift access 120 plus chapters, infinity reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 257, Hanma Yujiro. Ryunosuke arrived at the chairman's office and knocked softly. From inside, Naramori's voice came back sounding distinctly worn. Come in. Ryunosuke pushed the door open without hesitation and walked in. He was about to say something when he noticed Naramori looking thoroughly exhausted, his hair sticking out in every direction like an abandoned nest. Without thinking, he said. Did my father-in-law change his hairstyle? Naramori's jaw tightened with irritation, and he threw his pen. Ryunosuke tilted slightly to the side and it missed him cleanly. Who do you think caused all of this? Naramori snapped. My workload has been buried because of you. Ryunosuke scratched his head with genuine confusion. What happened? Naramori reined himself in and sat back down. He adjusted his black-framed glasses, his tone still carrying a bit of an edge. You forgot that you got the entire second year expelled. The reason I look like this is entirely your doing. I still haven't managed to find enough students to fill the second year. Ryunosuke immediately felt awkward and rubbed the back of his head. That I'm genuinely sorry about. Out of curiosity, how many have you found so far? Could I take a look at their files? He walked over closer. He was curious what kind of seniors his future father-in-law had managed to recruit. Naramori didn't mind him looking through the new second-year student documents while he continued with his own daily work, which was still, very much, recruiting students. He made a phone call. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Elsewhere, Hanma Yujiro was in the middle of thoroughly thrashing his son, drawing out the boy's hidden potential. He was about to follow up with his next move when his phone rang. HM. Who's this? Calling while I'm in the middle of having fun. He grabbed Hanma Baki by the ankle, dragged him along the ground like a handful of straw, and tossed him into a car hard enough to crumple it. He reached into his pocket for his phone, which looked about the size of a pinky finger in his palm, not because the phone was small, but because his hands were simply that large. Yeah. Old man, what do you want? TSK, still no manners. I was your teacher, whatever else you think of me. The two of them did have that history. Hanma Yujiro had once been a student at Advanced Nurturing High School. Yujiro scoffed with perfect arrogance. I graduated from that junk heap a long time ago. You don't have any authority over me anymore, old man. Naramori didn't take the bait and got straight to the point. How old is your son now? Old enough to be in school. Yujiro wedged the phone between his shoulder and his ear, both hands in his pockets, absorbing his son's punches and kicks without moving an inch. What's that about? Old man, don't tell me you want to drag my kid to school. That's not happening. My son is my training partner, not some student at a junk heap school. Ryunosuke was holding a folder up in front of his face, listening to every word. Without any names being mentioned yet, he hadn't placed the voice. It just felt strangely familiar, the way something sounds when you've heard it before but can't remember where. Naramori tapped the desk with his pen and said with quiet resignation, out of the respect you still owe me as your former teacher, send your son, Hanma Baki, to our school. Ryunosuke lurched so hard he nearly fell out of his chair. He sprang to his feet and thrust one hand toward his future father-in-law like a character in a period drama. Do not do it, your majesty the king. I mean, father-in-law. He immediately corrected himself. Apparently the Chunibu episode from a while back had left some lasting residue. He rushed forward to try to end the call, but Naramori simply raised the receiver above his head where Ryunosuke couldn't reach. Consider it seriously. Give me a clear answer, Hanma Yujiro. Asterisk tut. Tut. Tut, asterisk. The line went dead. On the other end, Yujiro crushed the phone in one hand. Send my son to school. What kind of joke is that? He fixed his gaze on his son with an expression that was equal parts ferocity and excitement. The muscles of his back surged into the shape of a demon's face, splitting his shirt apart entirely. My beloved son, let your father show you some affection. Back in the chairman's office, Ryunosuke exhaled with deep relief at the sound of the dial tone. Thank goodness. That monster isn't coming to this school after all. What a relief. He dropped into a chair and stared at nothing with a blank look. He knew this world operated on crossover logic, but bringing in Hanma Yujiro was a bit much. That was a man who could shatter bulletproof glass with his face. If his son Baki actually enrolled here, Ryunosuke genuinely could not imagine what the place would turn into. Though perhaps he didn't need to worry too much. Based on what the source material established, the force of Yujiro's punch sat around 1.1 tons, with peak output reaching approximately 10 tons. His son hadn't reached that level yet, likely still well under 1 ton. Meanwhile, Ryunosuke's own leg strength could hit around 1.38 tons. And given that Ayanokoji had blocked his kick without much difficulty, and had also taken Hiratsuka Shizuka's iron fist, which came in at around 1100 kilograms, Ayanokoji was clearly no lesser. If anything, perhaps somewhat stronger than Yujiro's son at his current stage. That thought settled him down. He went back to casually reading through documents. Naramori, for his part, paid no attention to the failed call and was already dialing the next number, entirely ignoring Ryunosuke. He was extremely busy right now, and the fact that his own future son-in-law was the reason for that made him even less inclined to be pleasant about it. Ryunosuke waited patiently until the work slowed down before raising his own matter. Naramori eventually set things aside and looked at him. All right. What did you come here for? Ryunosuke didn't drag it out. Is there any way to change the school rules? I'd like to see the end of exams that result in expulsions. Naramori adjusted his glasses and answered with a resigned sigh. Don't worry. Even without you saying anything, I had no intention of doing that anymore. I barely have enough students as it is. I can't afford to expel anyone else. Ryunosuke exhaled. Good. Could you make an announcement over the school broadcast? So that everyone knows. Naramori frowned. Why would I go to the trouble of that? Ryunosuke explained the situation with Hirata. After hearing it, Naramori understood and gave a small nod of agreement. It wasn't a difficult thing, after all. Just an announcement over the school intercom. Chapter 258, Wang Meiyu and Hirata Yosuke. With everything settled, Ryunosuke prepared to leave. Naramori, however, took the opportunity to call out to him before he could. How are things going with Arisu? Ryunosuke stopped walking and let his gaze drift upward. You meddlesome old man. You're the one who set my garden on fire in the first place. If you weren't my father-in-law, I'd have something to say about that. He kept the complaint to himself, but did speak up. My relationship with Arisu is mine to manage. But I want to ask something. Is her heart condition really beyond treatment? He was still thinking about it. Not because of any worry about children in the future, as Arisu herself had said, she mattered far more to him than the question of having children. Whatever else might be said about him, his feelings toward each of the girls were real. He wanted to know if there was any possibility of a full recovery. Naramori was quiet for a moment, then let out a slow breath. I've tried everything I could think of for Arisu's condition. Even Nakano Maruwa, the finest physician in Japan, couldn't do anything. I see. Ryunosuke didn't give up on the thought. This was a crossover world, after all. There had to be a way. He said his goodbyes and walked out. Naramori watched him go, a faint smile forming as he reached up to adjust his glasses. Handing Arisu over to you may have been exactly the right decision. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. The school broadcast had gone out, and everyone now knew that future exams would not result in expulsions. The person happiest about this was Hanami from Class A. Someone had apparently let it slip that it was Ryunosuke's doing, which was true in spirit, though it had technically been Hirata's request. He hadn't wanted Ryunosuke to go unrecognized for it. Hanami felt deeply grateful. I need to find a chance to thank him properly. She had wanted to see him for a long time. Though, thinking back to the broadcast from a few days ago, a small shadow crossed her face. She had carried feelings for him quietly, and before she had gathered the courage to say anything, someone had already gotten there first. Seeing Honami's expression dim, Himino, who was lying face down on her desk across the room, felt the same weight. She had the worst of it, arguably. She had already given him an indirect kiss, and he still hadn't given her an answer. Ha! She buried her face in the desk. Watching both of them mope, Hachiman couldn't hold back his silent grumbling. Where did this Casanova even come from? He's got both of our class's most popular girls sighing over him like this. He felt a distinct pang of envy. Maybe I should ask him to teach me. Who wouldn't want to learn that kind of technique? Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Elsewhere, Ryunosuke came across Meiyu, who had apparently been waiting for him on a garden bench. She stood and came toward him, leaning forward slightly as she held out a drink with both hands. Thank you for everything, Akasaka-kun. He accepted it and said with mild exasperation, I didn't do it for you. I was helping Hirata. Why are you the one thanking me? Meiyu smiled brightly. What's wrong with that? You helped everyone in the school. Isn't it natural that I thank you on their behalf? The two of them sat down on the bench and talked for a while. Ryunosuke opened his drink and took a sip. Mayu kept stealing glances at him with a restless expression, as though there was something sitting at the tip of her tongue. He noticed and asked directly, "Is there something you want to say?" Mayu stiffened immediately. And then nothing. Ryunosuke was genuinely baffled. That's clearly not nothing. Look how nervous you are. It has something to do with Hirata, doesn't it? She puffed out her cheeks. How do you do that? Are you living inside my head? How do you know what I'm thinking? Ryunosuke balanced the empty can on top of her head with a small smile. Because you're very easy to read. Even someone as dense and oblivious as me can figure it out. Ah, Akasaka-kun is so mean. She lifting the can from her head and hugging it to her chest with pink cheeks. Could you help me? I want to confess to Hirata-kun. Why am I the one being asked for this? The question died before it could leave his mouth, because Mayu's large, glistening eyes made it impossible to say no. He agreed before he had finished thinking about it. He sat on that bench for quite a while afterward before he realized she had already gone. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Not wanting to leave Mayu without anyone nearby if things went badly, Ryunosuke followed at a distance and kept watch. As planned, Mayu and Hirata went out together. Hirata had no real initiative to offer, so Mayu was the one who led them through everything: a playground, a Ferris wheel, a film, a round of crane games. Hirata moved through all of it stiff as a board, showing no warmth at all. Watching from nearby, Ryunosuke had already guessed how it would end. Hirata isn't going to accept her confession. He could see it clearly. And from the look of things, so could Mayu. She just wasn't ready to admit it yet. When they reached the space beneath the school's Christmas tree, Mayu drew up her courage and said what she had come to say. I like you, Hirata-kun. Would you go out with me? I'm sorry. He declined without hesitation. She already knew the answer, he was certain of that, and a clean refusal was kinder than letting it drag on. Beyond that, Hirata glanced back on instinct toward a spot Mayu had never once looked at. There, as always, was his quiet shadow, Ryunosuke. Hirata smiled, a thin and slightly bitter thing. Maybe Mayu hadn't noticed, or maybe she had simply chosen not to. He understood the situation. The right thing to do was to step back. After refusing her, he left her alone beneath the tree. Ryunosuke came forward immediately. Need somewhere to lean. Like I promised before, you can use my shoulder. Mayu couldn't hold herself together any longer. She threw herself against him and cried, completely and without holding back. Ryunosuke patted her back gently and held her close. It was pure reflex, blame his mother, who had spent his entire childhood loading his head with knowledge he had no use for until it became instinct. He looked down at Mayu crying against him and brushed the hair back from her face. She looked up at him with wet eyes and an expression that was almost unbearably endearing. Something in Ryunosuke's chest registered the impact. She's adorable. He wasn't sure what he was thinking when he did it, but his face moved toward hers on instinct. Mayu didn't pull back. Maybe she wasn't fully aware yet. Or maybe she was, and she simply didn't want to. Ryunosuke kissed her. Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 180 plus chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, Journey to Planar Word. Wrapped gift access 120 plus chapters, Infinity Reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 259, Hashimoto Masayoshi. Back to the familiar image of white hair, speaking to a small boy. Remember this, Ryunosuke-chan. When a girl is heartbroken and comes to lean on you, it means you already have a place in her heart, or at the very least, you're a backup plan. But the real point is this. A girl's heart at a moment like that is when it's most open to being entered. If the girl is still, shall we say, untouched, then don't hesitate. Full speed ahead. His mother's tone was completely serious. Back to the present. Ryunosuke had both hands pressed against a large tree and was repeatedly thudding his forehead against the bark. What was I thinking? Why did I just go full speed ahead and kiss her? He stopped. Whatever. Just let it go. He gave up trying to reason through it. He had nothing left. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Meanwhile, Wang Mayu was at home, buried under her blanket. Replaying everything that had happened, her face burning, she pulled the blanket down just far enough to breathe and pressed a hand to her racing heart. She was panicking. She was pretty sure she had caught feelings for Ryunosuke. She hid back under the blanket and cried. What kind of person am I? I just got rejected by Hirata-kun and now I like Akasaka-kun. How am I supposed to face him after this? She cried for a while, genuinely at a loss. Ryunosuke had appeared at exactly the moment she was most fragile, most hollow, most in need of something to hold onto. The timing had been precise enough to slip right through every wall she had. In blunter terms, he had exploited an opening. And Mayu hadn't been completely without feeling to begin with, even if it had been faint and unacknowledged. In the end, neither of them had pulled back, and the kiss had simply happened. It hadn't been intentional on Ryunosuke's part. His mother, whoever she was and wherever she had come from, had spent his entire childhood filling his head with strange and questionable wisdom until it had become pure reflex. And now everything he said and did carried that particular energy, whether he meant it to or not. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Meanwhile, trouble had surfaced in Class B. Hashimoto Masayoshi had turned on Sakayanagi Arisu. He wanted to switch allegiances to Yuki Asuna's side. Class B had always had two centers of gravity, Arisu on one side, Asuna on the other. Support for Asuna ran significantly higher. She had the natural pull of a leader, and Hashimoto was far from immune to it. The girl known as the Flash was someone he was perfectly willing to follow. She had earned that nickname at the sports festival, where she had run the 100-meter sprint in under 10 seconds, faster than any Olympic gold medalist. The title suited her. Asuna herself was miserable about all of it. She had been pushed back into that position again. All she had ever wanted at this school was to play games in peace. Being made a leader for no clear reason was already inconvenient enough, but now the people beneath her were trying to remove Arisu from the picture entirely, and they hadn't even waited for her to give any kind of order. She just wanted to play games. Why had things developed in such an unexpected direction? She covered her face with both hands and lay face down on her desk, questioning her existence. Her followers had shoved her onto a throne and made her their puppet emperor. What they didn't know was that their emperor had absolutely no ambitions toward world domination and only wanted to touch her console controller. The situation kept growing. Hashimoto had obtained, from somewhere, a video of Masumi stealing a can of drink, and handed it directly to the school administration for processing. Left uncontested, Masumi faced expulsion. Since she was Arisu's right hand, Asuna suspected this was yet another case of her people acting without her knowledge. Her followers really were just doing whatever they assumed she wanted. She finally understood what Ain's Olgaon must have felt. Ryunosuke's first suspicion fell on Arisu. She and Masumi had been the only two at the location when the theft occurred. There were no outsiders. So he went straight to her. Was this you? Arisu's hand, mid-move over the chessboard, paused briefly. She feigned innocence and looked away. Why do you immediately suspect me, Ryunosuke-kun? She seemed faintly put out. Under the table, she nudged him with one small foot, the best she could manage given her limited mobility. Ryunosuke hesitated. Maybe it really wasn't her. On reflex, he apologized. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Arisu looked satisfied. Seeing you admit it so readily, I suppose I'll forgive you. But. She stood, came around to him, and showed him that composed little smile of hers. It wouldn't be unreasonable to ask for a small amount of compensation. She settled herself into his lap and leaned back against him. Just keep me company for a little while, and then I'll forgive you. With that, she closed her eyes and went very still, as though she had simply drifted off to sleep. The words Ryunosuke had been about to say caught in his throat. He looked around at the rest of Class B with a resigned expression. Everyone was watching. His face went warm. Being openly affectionate in the middle of the day like this was exactly the kind of thing that kept gossip alive, and there was nothing he could do about it. As far as anyone knew, he was Arisu's boyfriend. He had no choice but to indulge her. Arisu wasn't actually asleep. She had done this specifically to stop him from asking any further questions. Because the situation with Masumi had, in fact, been entirely her doing. Chapter 260, Espada of Hueco Mundo. Not long after, Ryunosuke left Class B, Arisu exhaled quietly with relief. Thank goodness he didn't push further. If he had, my cover would have come apart sooner or later. But, Ryunosuke-kun really is sharp. I was his first suspect. She looked thoroughly pleased with her own man's perception, proud of him and faintly inconvenienced by him in equal measure. You're a little too sharp. It makes it rather difficult to act freely. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Elsewhere, Kamuro Masumi wasn't complaining. She had accepted the situation with unusual calm. She couldn't exactly argue against the footage of herself stealing a can of beer. She had done it purely for the thrill of it, and now it had turned into a catastrophe. She considered it her own bad luck and no one else's. She grabbed her bag, intending to make the most of her last day at school, since the administration had already informed her that tomorrow would be her final one. She didn't even feel like going after Hashimoto. As far as she was concerned, this was entirely her own fault. Ryunosuke was uncertain about what to do. He was still turning it over in his mind, whether to step in or not. This situation was connected to him in a small but real way, because early in the semester he had used Masumi to get himself through a critical period. He had started from nothing at the time and she had been part of how he survived it. Letting her situation pass without doing anything would leave a bad taste. He checked his personal points. He had started with 40 million, but after lending Manabu 20 million in exchange for 40 million yen in cash, collecting Nagumo's 17 plus million, and sweeping in the combined total from the entire second year, he was now sitting at roughly 218 million points. On top of that, the 40 million yen cash from Manabu and 20 million points expected upon graduation put him well beyond what he needed to settle his debts. His plan was to request permission from his future father-in-law during the summer break to step out briefly and clear everything. The school was a closed dormitory campus, but the chairman was the one who controlled that. As a future son-in-law, getting temporary leave shouldn't be difficult. Once the debt was gone, the pressure on him would lift entirely, and he would still have a comfortable amount left over. He made up his mind. Fine. I'll save her. At that moment, Arisu appeared at the door of Class C and knocked. She smiled sweetly. Ryunosuke-kun, could you step out for a moment? There's something I'd like to talk about. Ryunosuke walked out without hesitation. They were publicly a couple, after all. Across the room, Ayanokoji's usual stillness shifted by the smallest degree. The video that Hashimoto had submitted was, in fact, something he had provided. He wanted to confirm one thing: what was Ryunosuke's weakness? If Ryunosuke moved to save Masumi, then what had happened with Eri earlier was not coincidence. Ayanokoji knew that Ryunosuke had used Eri to collect a significant number of points. Masumi had been used more than once as well, and had already given quite a lot for Ryunosuke's sake. He had obtained this information from Arisu. She had approached him about working together. They each had their own goals. Arisu wanted to maneuver Masumi into Ryunosuke's orbit. Ayanokoji wanted to understand Ryunosuke's vulnerability. Ryunosuke had been acting outside his predictions too often lately, and the incident with the garden bench still bothered him. This particular piece on the board was becoming harder to manage. He needed a point of leverage, just in case. Meanwhile, Arisu was getting to the point. Komuro-san has feelings for you. Did you know that? Ryunosuke nearly lost his composure. Why are you telling me this? Arisu only smiled and said nothing more, walking slowly on with her cane. That was enough. Telling Ryunosuke that Masumi had feelings for him was the key move. Knowing him, he wouldn't be able to leave things as they were. Put plainly, Ryunosuke was incorrigibly soft toward girls who liked him. He was never going to let an attractive girl who cared about him simply disappear. Certainly not without helping her. Arisu had read that particular quality in him thoroughly. If she hadn't, there would never have been anything resembling a round-table gathering in the first place, which at this point was starting to resemble the Espada of Hueco Mundo in terms of headcount, all presided over by Morishita AI. As much as it cost her to be this generous, she didn't have a choice. Among the current Espada, she was the physically weakest, full of vulnerabilities, and without any bodily advantage to offer. That meant she had to build alliances. Since her own body was the problem, she looked for allies whose bodies were not. That was her way of staying competitive. Especially with the fourth Espada, Ulquiorra Cipher, well, Shina Hiyori. That girl was not to be underestimated. Something had clearly happened between her and Ryunosuke, because he had been staying close to her ever since. Hiyori had the presence and capability to hold her own against the first Espada, Morishita AI. The second, Sakura Eri, was equally dangerous. She had already slipped ahead of everyone twice, and her closest ally was the sixth Espada, Grimmjow Jaegerjax, otherwise known as Hisabi Haruka. The two of them were effectively operating as a unit. Arisu, by contrast, had no exceptional cards to play. She was alone and the most fragile among them. She couldn't give Ryunosuke children in the future, and there was always the possibility that she might not be there at all someday. That was precisely why she was so open about him finding other women. Love didn't have to be possessive. She couldn't hold him captive forever and leave him without a future. So she had selected two candidates for him. One was Komuro Masumi, and the other was Yamamura Miki. Both were trusted members of her inner circle, and both had feelings for Ryunosuke. The plan was to get Masumi in first. If that worked, bring in the second. With all three of them aligned, they would have nothing to fear from anyone else. The corner of her mouth curved slightly. Everything was falling into place without any visible seams. She had even routed the video through Ayanokoji deliberately, to keep suspicion off herself. The two of them had separate agendas, but the outcome each wanted was the same. Arisu wanted allies she could count on. Ayano wanted something to hold over Ryunosuke if he ever needed to pull him back. It did create a small additional problem for Ryunosuke-kun, admittedly. But she trusted that her man could handle it. That was what trust in your partner looked like. Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 180 plus chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, journey to planar word. Wrapped gift access 120 plus chapters, infinity reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 261, Kamuro Masumi's turn. What kind of person was Akasaka Ryunosuke? Ayano conclusion was that he was someone who was far too kind. The reason was the incident with Sakura Eri. Ryunosuke could have chosen to do nothing, but he stepped in anyway. The justification that he had done it to earn back the points he had invested in Eri's situation felt too convenient. Based on reliable estimates, the points he had gained from that whole affair came to around 20 million. For someone who treated money like a religion, voluntarily spending 10 million of it to save a person was genuinely abnormal behavior. That was what led Ayano to his assessment. When Arisu approached him about cooperating, he knew he was being used. But he had a specific question he wanted answered, for Ryunosuke, which came first. Money, or the people he cared about. That was why he got involved. Because Ryunosuke was growing stronger by the week. From the very beginning of the school year to now, the improvement had been visible to the naked eye. In strategy and in physical ability alike, he had the quality of a newborn absorbing everything around him and growing at a rate that pushed the edges of what Ayano could calculate. It was nearly beyond his understanding. At the same time, there was something else. A quiet hope. That Ryunosuke might surpass him. That he might prove the White Room's philosophy wrong and give the lie to everything his father represented. That hope didn't mean Ayano would sit still. By testing Ryunosuke through this situation with Masumi's expulsion, he could identify a genuine weakness and calibrate his approach accordingly. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. At the school gate, Masumi was carrying a suitcase, prepared to leave, when she found Ryunosuke already waiting for her there. She stopped and asked with her usual edge. What do you want? He didn't answer immediately. She looked at him with irritation. Why are you here? Ryunosuke sighed, closed the distance, and asked the question that had been sitting in his chest. I heard from Arisa that you have feelings for me. Is that true or not? Masumi's face went red all at once. The color spread from her neck outward as though the temperature inside her had spiked beyond what the container could hold. When she still hadn't responded after a moment, Ryunosuke leaned closer and waved his hand in front of her face. Are you all right? She snapped back to herself and, finding his face that close, slapped him on pure reflex. The hit was hard enough that Ryunosuke spun in the air and landed face first on the ground. It felt like a scene from a recurring nightmare. Ryunosuke rubbed his burning cheek. What was that for? Masumi crossed her arms. Don't get that close to someone without warning. She grabbed her suitcase and started moving, but her wrist was caught. Ryunosuke's voice was serious. You still haven't answered my question. Seeing no escape, Masumi turned it around. What about you? How do you feel about me? Without pausing to think, Ryunosuke answered plainly. You're slow, you're gullible, and you're probably the easiest person to trick that I've ever met. I'll kill you. Masumi launched herself at him like something starving, taking him down to the ground. The two of them wrestled around in the dirt, laughing and irritating each other. After a while their clothes were a mess and both of them were out of breath. To be clear, nothing was happening. They weren't fighting seriously either. It was entirely rough, stupid play between two people who knew each other well enough for that. Masumi came to rest against him, still breathing hard. Hey, since I'm leaving soon, can I ask you something? Ryunosuke cut her off. Who said you're leaving? She blinked, confused. But I've been expelled. He sighed with fond exasperation. I called you slow and you still won't admit it. Why do you think I'm standing here? Use your brain for 1 second. She was about to argue when the school broadcast came through. The short version, her expulsion had been overturned. She looked down at the person under her. This was you. Why? Ryunosuke sat up and dusted off his clothes. I spent 20 million personal points to bring you back. Now go back to the dormitory. He said it as though 20 million was nothing, even though it was roughly a ninth of everything he had. Masumi went still. He had genuinely spent 20 million on her. She knew exactly how much this man hated parting with money, and he had done it anyway. Something warm moved through her that she didn't quite have words for. Seeing him start to leave, she chased after him and caught his wrist, her face flushed. Why would you spend 20 million on me? Do you, toward me? The sentence didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. Everything hinged on his answer. Masumi was not someone who needed much to be happy. If he said the words directly right now, she would fall completely. And honestly, the feelings had been there from the beginning. Ryunosuke kept his flat expression and chose to deflect. I don't know what you mean. What about you? Do you have feelings for me? Masumi defaulted to her usual defensive posture. What? Only an idiot would like someone like you. So you're admitting you're an idiot? Ryunosuke murmured, just loudly enough. Another chase. More shoving. More laughing. When they had both worn themselves out, Masumi sat on top of him and said with a calculating look, if you confess to me right now, I'll accept it. 100%. Do you want to try? Ryunosuke took the dare. Fine. I like you. Masumi's expression shifted into something that said the plan had worked perfectly. Who said she was an idiot? She was plenty smart when it counted. She grabbed his collar and kissed him, then pulled back with her face thoroughly red. Just so we're clear, I don't have the money to pay back those 20 million points. Consider them gone. Ryunosuke shrugged. I already have the person. Whether the points come back doesn't really matter anymore, does it? Masumi's smile spread wide. Say it again. Tell me you like me. Ryunosuke refused. Something like that only needs to be said once. How many times do you want to hear it? A vein appeared in Masumi's forehead. She slammed her forehead hard against his, and he let out a pained noise. She was clutching her own head too, eyes watering. That hurt. Why did you headbutt me? He snapped. Masumi had an identical bump forming on her forehead. Eyes glistening but jaw set, she issued her threat. Say it. Tell me you like me. If you don't, I'll do it again. Ryunosuke raised both hands in surrender. Fine, fine. I like you. Happy now. And stop using your forehead as a weapon, that actually hurt. Chapter 262, 10 years later, Kamuro Masumi's daughter, Kamuro Kaka. How dare you swindle my wife? Give the money back. Ryunosuke pressed the barrel of a gun to the head of a boss who had been trying to run. This lowlife had specifically targeted his wife because she was easy to fool. He had tampered with imported medical equipment, replacing it with cheap substitutes to pocket the difference. The financial loss wasn't even the real problem. The problem was that patients depending on this equipment wouldn't receive proper care, which could be fatal. And it would destroy his wife's reputation in the process. Fortunately, Ryunosuke had someone on the inside, and he had arrived with a unit of police officers and cornered the fleeing men at last. He tapped the man's chin repeatedly with the muzzle of the gun, which was unloaded, his expression thoroughly annoyed. The boss looked on the verge of collapse from terror. Hey, be careful with that thing, what if it goes off? The men cried without a single actual tear. Let's talk this through calmly. Violence never solved anything, right? 2. Ryunosuke spat directly onto his face with great precision and commitment. The boss felt as though he had been briefly submerged in the ocean. It had clearly been building up for a while. The man wiped his face with resignation. Who stores that much saliva in one go? Ryunosuke didn't acknowledge the complaint. He holstered the gun and turned to his officers. Take him in. Maximum sentence if possible. Let him sit behind bars and think about what he's done. The officers around him snapped to attention in unison. Yes, Commander. On his way out of the police building, Ryunosuke came face to face with his seventh wife, Masumi. He rolled up his sleeve with the expression of a man preparing to deliver a very long lecture. How many times had this woman been deceived? In the end, he softened as he always did. He stepped up to her and flicked her on the forehead with his pinky finger, a flick with essentially no force behind it at all. How many times do I have to say it? Be more careful. How many times has this happened now? Kamuro Masumi stood and took the scolding without a word of protest. Beside her, a small child holding her mother's hand let out a quiet sigh. Her mother was good at everything else. She just happened to be a little slow in this particular area. This was the nth time she had been tricked. Without her father, her mother's company would have gone under long ago. This child was Kamuro Kaka, Ryunosuke and Masumi's daughter. Ryunosuke was deeply grateful every day that she hadn't inherited her mother's gullibility. If she had, he genuinely wouldn't know which poor unfortunate soul he would find willing to marry her someday. Masumi's appearance hadn't changed much from 10 years ago. The main difference was in her presence. Having become a wife and mother, the sharpest edges had smoothed a little. She was calmer, though the stubborn, proud streak that refused to back down was entirely intact. That part was actually what Ryunosuke liked most about her, especially at night. Masumi stood with her eyes closed, enduring the lecture. Okay, I admit I was wrong. But can this man please stop talking? Believe me, tonight I will make sure you cannot get out of bed. Once he'd said enough, Ryunosuke stopped. He took their daughter's hand, and Masumi took his other hand. The three of them walked together without any particular hurry. Next time, let Ichika's mother go with you, Ryunosuke said as they walked. She has more schemes in her head than anyone and she never gets caught off guard. Masumi answered impatiently. Yes, I know. I'm not a child. I've only been tricked 28 times. And you're proud of that number? Ryunosuke nearly combusted. If he hadn't been watching over her all these years, her company would have collapsed long ago. Masumi wasn't particularly troubled. What's there to be afraid of? You're here. You're my husband. She delivered the killing blow with complete sincerity. Ryunosuke stopped walking entirely. You really know exactly when to say that, don't you? As compensation, I'm fighting 300 rounds with you tonight. Bring it on. Who's scared? Masumi crossed her arms and accepted the challenge, even as her face had already gone red. Even after years of marriage, she still got embarrassed. Their daughter laughed softly from beside them. Then I'll stay at Mother Ichika's place for a little while, so I'm not in the way. She wore the expression of someone who understood exactly what was being discussed. Ryunosuke felt defeated. How many times have I told you not to pick up habits from Mother Ichika? Someone who didn't know better would think you were a daughter, not Masumi's. Kaka pushed back without missing a beat. Technically, father, I am also her daughter. Just not biologically. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Back to the present. Arisa brought Masumi to the gathering place of the Espada, the round table, to be presented to the one sitting at the head of it, Morishita AI. AI sat with one hand propped under her chin and her eyes half-lidded, wearing a slow, mysterious smile that could only be described as Aizen Sosuke at his most theatrical. You've come. Quite the rare guest, fifth Espada. Arisu rolled her eyes. This girl and Ryunosuke were both acutely, incurably Chinibu. The entire Espada naming system had been AI's idea. At this rate, if the numbers kept growing, she was probably going to rename it the Godai 13. Arisu didn't bother with pleasantries. She pulled Masumi forward and made the situation plain. This is the seventh. You understand what I mean. What she meant was, this is the seventh wife. You will acknowledge it, or I will take drastic measures, namely letting Masumi be the first to claim something irreversible with Ryunosuke. AI didn't react with any visible alarm to Arisu's implied threat. She tapped the table slowly with one finger, waiting for the others to arrive. Before long, they had all assembled. Second Espada, Sakura Eri. Third Espada, Kato Megumi. Fourth Espada, Shina Hiyori. Sixth Espada, Hasebi Haruka. Together with herself as the first Espada and Sakayanaji Arisu as the fifth, and now Kamuro Masumi taking the seventh seat, the core members were complete. AI, from the head of the table, made the announcement. From this day forward, I declare Kamuro Masumi the seventh Espada. Any objections? No one moved. No one said a word. There were already 6 of them before this. Numbness had set in long ago, and commentary no longer seemed worth the effort. AI looked around the table, and seeing no resistance, nodded with satisfaction. Good. Then I'll state the rules. She fixed her gaze on Masumi. Now that you've joined the Espada, you follow the rules here. While at this school, no physical intimacy with Ryunosuke. That said, I won't be completely rigid about it. Holding hands or hugging is permitted. But anything beyond kissing is absolutely forbidden. Understood. At those words, every girl who had at some point taken liberties flinched in unison. I haven't been found out yet, right, they all thought, more or less simultaneously. Masumi waved her hand with impatience. Yes, I get it. You don't have to go on about it. What even is an Espada? You're just Morishita AI. Stop acting like your Aizen Sosuke. I've seen Bleach, you know. AI very nearly lost her composure, but made a visible effort to recover her cool. Ahem. I am your leader, the first Espa. Yes, first Espada, I heard you. Masumi cut in again. AI went silent. This girl was her natural enemy. She didn't let her finish a single dramatic line. Elsewhere, Ryunosuke was at that moment in Suzan's room, eating something she had made herself, wearing the expression of a man who had found temporary peace with the world. Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 180 plus chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped Gift Access 30 Chapters, Journey to Planar Word. Wrapped Gift Access 120 plus chapters, Infinity Reincarnation. Scroll Update Schedule. Incoming Envelope Translated Fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming Envelope Original Fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 263, Horikita Suzun's turn. Inside the room. Suzun was wearing a pink loungewear set with black tights, sitting cross-legged on the tatame. The way she was sitting pressed gently against her legs, subtly distorting the fabric and shape of them. Ryunosuke sat across from her in the same position, quietly tasting the food she had made, saying nothing for a moment. This is really good. Suzun-chan is going to make an excellent wife someday. Suzun took a sip of her miso soup without acknowledging the comment and went straight to the point. Since you've eaten my cooking, you owe me something. There's a favor I'd like to ask. Clack. That was Ryunosuke setting his chopsticks down. I thought a connection like ours warranted a proper conversation about feelings. Turns out I'm worth exactly one meal. He put on a wounded expression and made a show of wiping away tears that weren't there. Suzun took another sip of miso soup, ignored the performance entirely, and continued. Nisan is graduating soon. I want to prove myself to him before he leaves. Could you lend me the class leader position temporarily? Once I finish the exam at the end of this month, I'll give it back. Ryunosuke tapped his chin and raised the price. 1 dinner isn't enough. I want 10. Deal. Suzun agreed without a moment's hesitation, and the instant the negotiation concluded, she showed him the door, because she had gotten what she came for. Ryunosuke felt thoroughly betrayed. You are absolutely something else. Suzun answered with a flat expression. I'm nothing compared to you, you absolute player. The door shut firmly behind him. The rumors about Ryunosuke's situation had been impossible to contain, and they had long since reached Suzun's ears. Ryunosuke shrugged and walked away from the girls' dormitory. The reason he had asked for 10 dinners was simple. Ever since Megumi had been caught by AI in the act of trying to make her move, Megumi had been strictly prohibited from visiting his room. That meant his current situation, outside of the lunches Asuna prepared, was that he had to handle his own breakfast and dinner. Megumi's cooking was gone. He let out a quiet, mournful sigh at the thought, though he didn't genuinely complain about it. He already felt extraordinarily fortunate that his wives were willing to forgive him at all, as long as he maintained appropriate distance. The rule was no physical intimacy while at school. Beyond that, there were no other restrictions. It was Megumi who had drawn the short end. She had lost the privilege of cooking for him, and even her proudest ability, her near-invisible presence, had been decisively neutralized by AI. There was simply no opportunity left to steal, because AI watched her too carefully. To manage this, AI had moved into Megumi's room entirely. They even wore matching silver bracelets, essentially handcuffs, when they slept, so that Megumi couldn't slip away in the night toward Ryunosuke's room. Maximum security measures. Inside, Megumi felt deeply gloomy. There was no gap anywhere. AI lived with her, ate with her, slept beside her, and watched her without pause. Even at night her wrist was chained. She lay flat on the wide bed and looked sideways at AI sleeping soundly next to her, the silver bracelets still linking their wrists. Not a single opening anywhere. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. The next morning, Ryunosuke came to class and made one announcement. He was temporarily handing the class leader position to Suzun. For the upcoming class exam, he asked everyone to follow her direction. He stepped down from the podium without ceremony after that. It was now Suzun's time to speak. Among the faces below, the one looking the most displeased was Kushida. She asked a sharp question as Ryunosuke passed her desk. What does she have that I don't? Ryunosuke stopped, genuinely confused. What are you talking about? Kushida didn't answer. She gave him nothing further. But Ryunosuke knew well enough that she was likely to cause trouble. He made her a promise. If you agree not to interfere with Suzun, I'll give you the vice president position once this is done. It had once been exactly what Kushida wanted most, but something about it now made her feel deeply, inexplicably resentful. She clenched her fist. It felt like a consolation prize, a favor done in service of helping someone else. Her voice was cold and dismissive. You really do protect her, don't you? You're not actually interested in someone that mature-looking, are you? Note, Suzun appears older and more developed than her age would suggest. She didn't realize that something in her own mentality had quietly begun to shift. Ryunosuke looked at her with genuine bewilderment. What's going on with her? I just offered her what she's always wanted. What's missing? Seeing that Kushida still looked ready to make things difficult for Suzun's temporary leadership, he deployed the final option. If you don't cooperate with Suzun, I'll expose what you've been hiding since middle school. Don't assume I'm unaware of what you did. Kushida bit her lip. The words had landed somewhere tender. Sensing he had pushed too hard, Ryunosuke quickly added a follow-up. Consider me in your debt for this. Work with me properly this time. In the future, if you find yourself in trouble, as long as it's within my ability, I'll help you. Kushida didn't make a scene this time. She accepted it with composed ease, and slipped smoothly back into her usual angel mode, smiling sweetly. If you put it that way, I'll agree. But don't forget, you owe me one. Ryunosuke exhaled. The price of doing this for Susan was turning out to be considerable. This dark angel was not going to ask for something reasonable when she came to collect. But the promise had been made, and there was nothing to do but accept it. Nobody could quite follow Kushida's inner logic. Ryunosuke certainly couldn't. He had no framework for understanding someone who moved between angel and demon at will with equal ease. Shortly after, Susan stepped up and delivered her address. The core of it was simple: she wanted to use this opportunity to climb to Class B and prove to her older brother, before he graduated, that she was not weak. The point gap between Class B and Class C had narrowed to just 39 points. A strong performance in the upcoming class exam could close it entirely. That was her aim. She tossed her long black hair back. In the coming exam, I expect all of you to cooperate actively with me. I will bring this class to Class B, as long as you comply with my instructions and follow my arrangements. She said it with arms crossed and complete composure, the tone of someone who considered giving orders a natural state of affairs, not something she was asking permission for. The students below began to stir with quiet dissatisfaction at being spoken to that way. Ryunosuke covered his face with one hand. Not even a little improvement. Have I been sheltering her too much? He was starting to suspect that his protectiveness had shielded her from the real world too completely, leaving her without the experiences that would have pushed her to grow. This couldn't continue. He decided he would not intervene further in this class exam. That said, he still quietly cleared the path for her. He pulled Hirata aside and told him to support Susan fully. Hirata agreed without hesitation, given how much he owed Ryunosuke. He also went to Ayanokoji and told him to actually participate this time, to contribute something instead of coasting through as a silent presence. That particular friend had a deep personal policy against exerting himself unnecessarily, and Ryunosuke told him plainly that this time was different. For the sake of his asset, best friend. Ayanokoji agreed and promised to put in a modest amount of genuine effort. Ryunosuke felt he had done what he could. From here, he would step back and leave the rest alone. Chapter 264, Yuki Asuna's Ain's old gown moment. Everything Ryunosuke had done for her was visible to Susan. She said nothing, but something was different from before. She was no longer treating it as something owed to her. She had grown, at least a little. She made a quiet note of the kindness in her heart. I'll just make him a few more meals later. He usually eats nothing but instant noodles anyway. There's no nutrition in that at all. That was how she framed it to herself. She didn't notice anything unusual about that line of thinking. She had simply stopped seeing him the way she once had, without realizing it. The class exam got underway. The format was similar to the sports festival, but with academic scoring layered in. A combined test of body and mind, something like a Commander Tower exam, with Susan at the helm. Elsewhere, Hanami had seemed dull and withdrawn for some time. Since hearing that Ryunosuke was taken, she had kept her distance and hadn't crossed paths with him in a while. Himino was much the same, looking pale and low energy. Hachiman, watching both of them, had already drawn his conclusions. He could read people well enough. Tisk, TSK, TSK. What a Casanova. He didn't know what else to say. He was fully aware that the source of all of this was Ryunosuke. Futaru, who was in Class A and possessed the emotional awareness of a particularly inexpressive piece of furniture, asked Hachiman with complete sincerity, "What's wrong with those two? Are they sick? Is their health off?" Ugh. If you're asking me, I honestly don't know how to answer that. Hachiman had no comfortable way to tell the truth. Was he supposed to say they were moping over a guy? Those words would never leave his mouth. He would be beaten to a pulp if they heard him say it. Getting nothing from Hachiman, Futaru gave up asking. What mattered to him was studying enough to graduate as a Class A student and stop being a burden to his family. Everything else he could do without. The final exam for the first-year students arrived. Each class chose a single opponent. Class D, under Shina Hiyori's leadership, chose Class B, which was led by Yuki Asuna. Ever since the incident with Masumi's near expulsion, Arisa had handed over all of her authority. She was no longer Class B's leader. Asuna had tried to convince her to co-lead, because the last thing she wanted was to be responsible for an entire class on her own. The main reason was obvious: she had no time to play games. Arisu, however, had conveniently gone selectively deaf. Her thoughts were occupied with her husband. She had no room left for a leadership role, and this was a perfectly convenient opportunity to shed it so she could spend more time with Ryanosuke. Asuna wanted to cry. She didn't want this. She didn't want to manage a whole class by herself. Her gaming hours were going to collapse. But in everyone else's eyes, she was a remarkable leader. Her classmates followed her with complete devotion, practically worshipping her as though under some kind of spell. That perception made it even harder to say what she actually felt. She had even gone so far as to order a book online called How to Become a Quality Ruler and started working through it. Asuna lay on her bed, kicking her bare legs in the air as she read. I see. In front of subordinates, you must project dignity so that authority naturally radiates from you. She closed the book and decided to put the theory into practice. The class exam was just beginning, so the timing was as good as any. The results were convincing enough to suggest she might have genuine natural talent for it. Seen from a distance, she raised her arm in a commanding sweep, the aura around her surging dramatically outward. It was the presence of someone born to rule. The kind of Houshaku haki that appears in only one person in a million. Her expression was grave and focused. Her white uniform made her look like something worth kneeling before. A warm breeze lifted her reddish-brown hair and sent it streaming behind her. Katsuragi Kohei was trembling with feeling. He was the one who had saved his subordinate, Tatsuka Yahiko, from expulsion. Since that day he had sworn loyalty to Asuna, the captain of knights. Hashimoto Masayoshi felt exactly the same. Compared to the little princess Sakayanagi, who had always seemed indifferent to the class, a leader with the spirit of a knight was someone he could genuinely follow. That was why he had turned away from the princess. Forgive me, Sakayanagi. But my life belongs to Yuki Asuna now. Up on the platform, Asuna said absolutely nothing. The truth was that she had completely forgotten her notes. Her classmates, however, had already started the process of overinterpretation, very much in the spirit of Ain's subordinates in Overlord. Incredible. Even without a single word, the pressure she exerts is enough to take our breath away. Asuna-sama is on a different level entirely. Every member of Class B below the stage began to worship her even more fervently. Yuki Asuna, why is this happening to me? Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 180 plus chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, journey to planar word. Wrapped gift access 120 plus chapters, infinity reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 265, Horikita Suzun's defeat at the hands of Hikigaya Hachiman. Class Asuna chose Class D, led by Shina Hiyori, as their opponent. That left Class C under Suzun passively matched against the strongest class of all, Class A. Suzun didn't see anything wrong with that. It didn't matter who stood across from her. She would give everything she had and win. Her eyes were absolutely steady. To climb to Class B, I will play every card I have and prove that I am not some poor imitation. She drew a slow breath, then let it out. Nisan, please watch. I won't embarrass you. She looked up toward the student council seats where her brother was. Manabu seemed to sense the gaze. He turned his head slightly and gave a small nod in response. From this distance Suzun might not have been able to see it clearly, but she felt something like encouragement all the same. She clenched her fists. I will not lose. I won't. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. In Class A, Hanami had handed over all command authority to their strategist, Hachiman, with the aim of drawing out Class A's full collective potential. Her own condition was unstable, the lingering ache of a heartbreak she hadn't asked for. Hachiman received the responsibility with both hands stuffed in his pockets, his back already developing its habitual slouch. He scratched at his messy hair with irritation. What a pain. Let's just finish this quickly. He took his seat at the command position, directly facing Horikita Suzun. The contest began officially. The first match was basketball. Suzun sent Hirata and 11 others, 5 starters and 7 substitutes. Hirata was Class C's best asset in this area. With Sudo gone, Northwest one else came close. Suzun had played a correct card, drawing from the notes Ryanosuke had prepared on each class member's strengths and weaknesses. She felt something tangled and complicated move through her. Her debt to Ryanosuke kept growing, and she had no idea how to settle it. She pushed the thought aside. The match was in front of her. If the opponent had been Hanami, she might have been able to win with Ryanosuke's data. But with Hikigaya Hachiman across from her, she was in serious trouble. Class A won, as expected. Hachiman placed every player in the most logically optimal position. The strongest physical performers went to defense. The tallest went to shooting guard for long-range scoring. The most agile became small forward for interceptions. His arrangement was far more precise than Suzan's, and it extracted more from the class collectively than the raw data alone could account for. He had made 1 + 1 = 3. His talent was on display for everyone to see. Even Ayanokoji and Koenji found themselves quietly reassessing this opponent. They recognized the same quality in him that they recognized in each other, the signature of a genius in a specific domain that couldn't simply be outworked. Suzan clenched her fist and moved on to the next round, academic quiz. She sent Matsushita Chiaki and Koenji Rokusuke. Midway through, Koenji decided to forfeit, leaving Chiaki alone. Facing 2 opponents by herself, Chiaki, being sensible, determined that the odds weren't worth the effort and dialed back her own output accordingly. Class C lost again. Next came the girls' long-distance run. Suzan sent Nakano Yatsuba. But Yatsuba was still emotionally off-balance over Ryunosuke and couldn't bring out her real ability. Another loss. The next event was the boys' long-distance run. Suzan sent Ayanokoji. He was generous enough not to humiliate Suzan, but he gave only the bare minimum he had promised. He won by 3 centimeters. Without a high-definition camera and a frame-by-frame replay, the margin would have been invisible. A true master of point control. Out of 5 matches, the final score was 5-2. The 2 points Class C earned were, if one looked carefully, a deliberate courtesy from Hachiman. The outcome was settled, and grinding an already struggling opponent into the ground served no purpose. That was a lesson from living at the bottom of things. You didn't have to destroy every bridge, because the same roads tend to cross again. Suzan, however, experienced it as an insult. Her pride was not built for pity. Ryunosuke walked over and put his arms around her. Thrown off balance by the shock of losing, she didn't react in time to stop it and stood there without pulling away. When she came back to herself and tried to push him off, he held on, not letting go. He had known this result was coming the moment Hachiman stepped in. There was no realistic way Suzan was going to beat one of the school's 4 great powers. He ran a hand gently over her hair. She stopped struggling and held onto him in return, poised on the edge of something she was still refusing to let fall. If you need to cry, cry. He said quietly. Everyone's gone. I sent them away. No one will see. At those words, something in her finally gave way. Everything she had been holding poured out against his shoulder, though she still refused, with stubborn determination, to let a single tear actually fall. Truly impossible. Ryunosuke pressed his forehead against hers and said softly, "Take it out on me. Hit me, kick me, whatever makes you feel better." Suzan started to say that she didn't need to do anything like that, then felt something cool against her forehead. Note, the lips of a woman tend to run about 0.3 degrees warmer than a man's. Which makes a man's feel that much cooler by comparison. The instant she understood what had happened, Suzan's face went incandescent. She drove her foot into his with every bit of force she had, holding absolutely nothing back. Ryunosuke immediately began hopping in place like a cartoon cat, clutching his foot. Ah! That actually hurt. How could you kick that hard? Suzan paid him no attention. Face still burning, she turned and walked away. Manabu approached with the expression of a man who had seen too much. I'm glad you're helping her grow, but this wasn't quite the kind of growth I had in mind. Ryunosuke stopped performing and said plainly, I like your sister. Would you allow me to pursue her, brother-in-law? Manabu's glasses cracked. The words brother-in-law very nearly caused him to lose his composure entirely. He removed the cracked glasses, cleaned them carefully, and said with a flat expression. Come to my office tomorrow. Your workload triples starting today. Chapter 266, Horikita Manabu entrusts his sister to Akasaka Ryunosuke. 10 years earlier. Horikita's mother knelt down, touched the tip of Suzan's nose with her finger, and said warmly, when a girl is sad and hurting, the only arms she can take shelter in are her older brothers, and someday her husband's. Suzan, who had been crying, tugged at her brother's sleeve and nodded, only half understanding. Back to the present. Suzan had just woken from a dream. It was about those words. Thinking back over what had happened between herself and Ryunosuke the day before, she couldn't settle. She got out of bed and ran a hot shower to work through the feeling. Her long black hair hung heavy and wet under the water, the small room thick with steam. She was a proud person, and yet the shampoo she used was the complimentary kind the school provided. Her toothbrush and cup were the same. You could tell from small details like these exactly how careful and disciplined Horikita Suzan was with her resources. She was going to make a remarkably capable wife someday. After the shower she dried her hair with a white towel. Today was the day her brother left the school, graduation day for the 3rd years. She had set her alarm for 8 o'clock, since he would be departing at 9:30. There was still time. She changed clothes, picked up a pair of scissors, and stood in front of the mirror. She was proving something to herself. To show her brother she had changed, she cut her long black hair down to a short, shoulder-length style. No more hesitation. And, more than that, she needed to be honest with herself. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Manabu had arrived at the school gate early, suitcase already in hand. Tachibana Akane walked beside him. Neither of them had ever officially named what they were, but the odds were about 80% in favor of them having been a couple for some time. His plan after leaving was to ask his parents for startup capital. He had no interest in simply inheriting the family business. He wanted to build something of his own. More specifically, he intended to leave the entire family inheritance to Suzun. By renouncing his own claim, she would become the rightful heir to everything. Akane would be going into business with him, serving as his secretary, the same role she had held at the student council. Technically she had insisted on coming along and left him no real way to refuse. Given that the two of them were clearly fond of each other, living in the same direction was only a matter of time. They moved forward together. Ryunosuke had been waiting at the gate for a while. This was his boss's graduation day. Seeing him off was the least he could do. Manabu stopped walking and signaled to Akane to go ahead, because he had something to say. Akane complied with characteristic obedience, though she glanced back at Manabu once or twice on her way, as though afraid he might run off without her. Manabu let out a quiet breath. The complications of romance had reached him after all. Ryunosuke smiled. Things seem to be going quite well between you and Tachibana-senpai. Manabu didn't respond to the teasing. Instead he asked, did you receive the points I sent? They had a prior arrangement. When Manabu left the school, he would transfer all of his points to Ryunosuke. In return, Ryunosuke had given his word to look after Suzun for the 3 years remaining. Ryunosuke checked his phone. The incoming balance showed 40 million points, which included the 20 million Manabu had originally purchased from him and never ended up needing. Those had simply been returned. He accepted it without question. His current total, after spending 20 million to save Masumi and receiving this new 40 million, had reached 238 million points. On top of that, he had 40 million yen in cash. His debt was no longer something to lose sleep over. He had more than enough, and then some. He was aware that several of the women around him could easily help him pay it off. But he had his pride, and the idea of living comfortably off their money while contributing nothing felt like something he couldn't come back from. If he did that, he wouldn't be standing on the same ground as them. He wanted to arrive at that starting line by his own feet. That was his ego talking, and he knew it, but it was also how he believed a relationship could last. Giving without receiving, or receiving without giving, would wear it down eventually. He had seen enough of that kind of thing in his previous life. He wasn't going to sacrifice his self-respect for temporary ease. While Ryunosuke and Manabu were talking at the gate, Suzun came running out and threw herself into her brother's arms. Manabu stumbled slightly but caught her steadily. He was about to say something when he noticed her hair. He blinked. Suzun, your hair. I cut it. She said without hesitation. I wanted to change for you. To prove that I'm not the same child who always trailed behind you. Her voice wavered just slightly. Manabu reached up and ran a hand gently over her shorter hair, his expression soft. Short suits you too. Long or short, you're still my little sister. Suzun's eyes began to glisten. Nisan. Don't cry. Didn't you just say you're not a child anymore? He wiped the tears from her face. Seeing the two of them lost in their moment, Ryunosuke put his hands behind his head and started to step away. Manabu called out to him. He took Suzun's hand and placed it into Ryunosuke's palm, with the particular care of someone handing over something irreplaceable. I'm leaving the sister I love most in your hands. Will you take my place in protecting her for the rest of her life? Ryunosuke stood motionless, still catching up with what had just happened. Suzun's face went completely red. She understood exactly what her brother meant. She was about to object when Manabu cut her off. He smiled and touched the top of her head. Do you dislike him? He asked, referring to Ryunosuke. Suzun opened her mouth and said nothing. Manabu already had his answer. He looked at his stubborn little sister and said, if I don't do a little pushing, the two of you will never get anywhere. Suzun said nothing, which was as much of an answer as any words would have been. He knew her better than anyone. She was far too stiff-necked and far too proud to make the first move. Without someone giving them both a push, she would probably stand frozen even as other girls pulled Ryunosuke away, too stubborn to act. Having made his case one final time, Manabu picked up his suitcase and walked away. With Ryunosuke here, his sister would be looked after. That man would protect her. Ryunosuke looked down at Suzun's hand still resting in his. He tightened his grip a little. Your brother seems to have just entrusted you to me. Does that mean we're officially together now? Susan pulled her hand back at once, turned, and walked away without changing her expression. Ryunosuke followed and tried to take her hand again. She pulled free. He reached for it again. She pulled free again. After this had gone on about a dozen times, Susan gave up and let him hold it. He really had no shame at all, and there was nothing she could do about it. He made things considerably worse by interlacing their fingers, which made her instinctively want to hit him. Ryunosuke spoke steadily. "I like you, Susan. I felt it from the first day of school." She didn't answer. She walked with her head slightly down. But the color in her cheeks spread slowly all the way to her ears. They didn't say anything more. But something had been settled between them, quietly and without ceremony. She hadn't turned him down. Ryunosuke understood her well enough. She would never say it first. If he wasn't the one to step forward, they would never reach each other. And the reason he was willing to was simple: he had genuinely fallen for her from the very start. Like each of the school's other great presences, he had not been immune to the pull of the girl with long black hair. He pressed his luck a little further. "Would you let your hair grow long again for me? I really like it when it's long." "Humph." She took her hand back and said nothing. But from that day forward, she never cut her hair again. Just as he had asked, she let the long black hair grow back. Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 180+ chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, journey to planar word. Wrapped gift access 120+ chapters, infinity reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 267, 10 years later, Horikita Susan's daughter, Horikita Maki. It was deep winter, and snow had begun to fall. Ryunosuke stood outside his own front door, holding the birthday cake he had bought for his daughter. Because he had come home late, his wife was furious and refused to let him in. Through the glass window, he could only watch from outside as his wife and daughter ate together inside. His daughter laughed freely now and then, which made him feel a warmth he couldn't quite put into words. He was relieved, at least, that she hadn't inherited her mother's perpetually flat expression. He smiled to himself. Whatever else Susan was, she had clearly not ruined the child with her stiffness. Susan, now a wife, was feeding their daughter with the steady, practiced movements of someone who had been doing this for years. She seemed to sense her husband's presence outside, because she glanced sharply toward the window and gave him a look that could have stopped traffic. Ryunosuke immediately pulled his neck in and went very still. Among all his wives, Susan was the one who had the most complete control over him. He had no will to fight back and simply accepted it. Besides, he was the one who had shown up late. He had no ground to stand on. This was the cost of having many wives. The birthdays of 2 children from different mothers had fallen on the same day. He had soothed one, and now the other was still unsoothed. He held up the cake and waved it slightly, suggesting that if they didn't eat it soon it would get cold, though cake is generally eaten cold, so the logic was questionable. Susan still did not open the door. She was angry because the reason he had been late was that he had spent time with another woman's child for her birthday, and had not put his own daughter first. Ryunosuke had nothing to say in his defense. He stood in the cold and accepted the punishment. Horikita Maki, Ryunosuke and Susan's daughter, was a lovely girl with long black hair. The difference from her mother was that she was considerably more cheerful. Growing up with such a ridiculous father had probably opened something in her. She didn't take after Susan at all, she had her father's personality. Maki waved at him from inside, clearly signaling that he should come in. She also tugged at her mother's sleeve, pleading on his behalf. Susan sighed, set down her spoon, and gave a dismissive wave with an irritated expression that was as close to permission as she ever came. Ryunosuke was visibly relieved and came inside with a bounce in his step, because he had genuinely been freezing. While he was changing his shoes at the entrance, Susan quietly retrieved a large coat and draped it over his shoulders without being asked. After so many years together, they didn't need many words. Care came through in small things done in silence. Before long, Ryunosuke was seated at the dinner table. He set down the birthday cake and lit 7 candles. Today was their daughter's 7th birthday, and also their wedding anniversary. Since the dates happened to coincide, they always celebrated both at once. He produced a small gift for his daughter. Ta-da! The latest limited edition cat doll, and this one moves. There's an electronic chip inside. Not quite Doraemon level, but it can hold a real conversation. It's the finest product developed by Morishita Company, Limited, designed for ages 6 to 12. His daughter accepted it with delight. Thank you, Papa. Suzun frowned. Don't spoil her so much. She blamed him regularly for indulging their daughter, afraid it would make the girl soft. Ryunosuke disagreed. What's wrong with it? Girls are meant to be spoiled. Oh, and today's our anniversary. Do you want to go out? Suzun glanced at the sky outside the window. It's already this late. Where would we even go? Let's stay home. She paused. I don't need to celebrate an anniversary. Having you here is enough. Ryunosuke felt something tighten in his throat for a moment. You always say things like that. Could you think about yourself a little more? I already asked my brother-in-law to make sure the shops nearby stay open tonight, so you don't need to worry about having nothing to do. Suzun's brow furrowed. You troubled Nissan again. She added, with genuine concern, and keeping shops open at night, think of the electricity and the staff costs. That's a real loss for them. Suzun was careful with money in a way that bordered on philosophy. She could not endorse waste. Ryunosuke kept eating her cooking without any particular concern. Let them lose a little. None of it matters more than you. Suzun went quiet. Her cheeks felt warm. She turned her face away. Even after all this time, after years of marriage and a child between them, she still had no defense against the moments when he said things like that without hesitation. Hearing him say it like that, she stopped arguing. She locked the front door, took their daughter's hand, and they headed out together. Along the way, Ryunosuke tried to take her hand every few steps. Suzun pulled it back each time, exactly as she had 10 years ago. And Ryunosuke, exactly as he had 10 years ago, kept reaching for it. After enough futile resistance, she finally let him hold it. They walked with their fingers interlaced. Their daughter skipped ahead through the snow, hugging her new cat doll and leaving small footprints behind. Suzun said quietly, I'd like to stop and see Nissan and our sister-in-law. Ryunosuke almost protested that this was their anniversary and other people could wait, then sighed instead. All right. I'll come with you. Suzun said nothing more, but her grip on his hand tightened slightly. They arrived at Manabu and Akane's house not long after. The two of them had married not long after graduating, a clean and happy ending. Ryunosuke pressed the doorbell, and Akane's voice came from inside. Just a moment. She walked quickly to the entrance and opened the door, still wearing her kitchen apron and holding a ladle. She had clearly been in the middle of cooking. Seeing the four of them, she welcomed them in warmly and called back into the house. Honey. Your sister and niece are here. At the word niece, Manabu, who had been reading a newspaper, put it down and came out immediately. He greeted his sister with a nod and completely ignored Ryunosuke's existence. He then proceeded to scoop up Maki and carry her off, right in front of her parents, leaving Suzun and Ryunosuke standing in the entrance looking at each other. He had at least acknowledged his sister, but Ryunosuke might as well have been furniture. Ryunosuke felt deeply insulted. If Manabu weren't his brother-in-law, he would have rolled up his sleeve by now. Akane laughed with mild awkwardness and tried to smooth things over. Don't take it personally. He's always like this whenever he sees her. Manabu sat on the sofa with his niece in his arms, clearly not intending to put her down anytime soon. He doted on her more obviously than on his own children. He and Akane had 2 children of their own, a son and a daughter currently asleep in the other room. They were around 4 years old, 3 years younger than Maki. Even though Ryunosuke had become a father first, by family order Maki still addressed Manabu's children as her seniors. Once Akane finished cooking, she invited Ryunosuke and Suzun to stay for dinner. Suzun set her prepared gifts on the table and prepared to take her husband home. She had only intended to stop by briefly, and since she had seen her brother, she felt the visit was complete. Seeing Suzun move to leave, Manabu stopped them. Primarily because he was not yet ready to part with his niece. Ever since this particular small person had entered his life, he had been somewhat less attentive to spoiling Suzun. Suzun sighed, knowing her brother's mind exactly. With no good reason to refuse, she agreed to stay for dinner. After they finished eating, Manabu raised another proposal. How about letting this one stay here with me for 2 days? She can play with my children. In exchange, I'll lend you Hina for a while. Hina was Akane's son. Akane simply rolled her eyes but said nothing. Her husband had developed a preoccupation, and resisting it rarely went anywhere productive. Besides, she trusted Ryunosuke and Suzun completely with their children. Looking at how bright and happy Maki had turned out, she had no worries whatsoever. Chapter 268, The Eighth Espada, Horikita Suzun. In the boys' dormitory. Suzun was in the kitchen, preparing breakfast for Ryunosuke. Since the two of them had made things official, all 3 of his daily meals had become her responsibility. Her reasoning was simple: eating convenience food and instant noodles every day had no nutritional value and was harmful over time. On those grounds, she took over his eating entirely. Before this, his lunches had been handled by Asuna, though that arrangement had been purely transactional, with no other meaning attached. He had lent her some of his personal points when her finances were running short, and in return she made him a lunch each day. The reason Asuna was always struggling financially was that she spent the majority of her points on video games. It left her with almost nothing to spare. Since arriving at this school without her mother watching over her, she had quietly shed the composure of her former self and become a dedicated, borderline compulsive gamer. The poised young woman she had been in her previous life had dissolved into someone who stayed in her room and played games. In front of others she still kept up appearances, so to the outside world she remained as put together as ever. Behind closed doors, she was thoroughly a shut-in. Ryunosuke knew her real face, so in front of him she didn't bother pretending. She often invited him to play with her and had even urged him to sign up for the beta test for the game Aincrad, launching the following year. Ryunosuke could only mentally refuse. I haven't lost my mind. There's no way I'm touching a death game. You're going to regret this. One day, Susan noticed that someone had been preparing Ryunosuke's lunches. She went to find Asuna directly and made herself clear. From now on, you don't need to make anything for Ryunosuke. His meals are my responsibility. Asuna felt the world collapse around her. She stood motionless on the spot. Ryunosuke was her personal ATM. Without his points, how was she supposed to keep up with her game payments? Susan, however, had no interest in the particulars. She said what she came to say and left, abandoning Asuna to question the meaning of her existence. Life had not been treating Asuna well lately. First she had been forced into a leadership role that ate into her gaming hours, and now she had lost her only reliable income. She was beginning to feel there was nothing left to look forward to. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. It was now the holiday period. Japanese schools generally offered around 3 weeks of vacation per season, with 3 long breaks per year plus national holidays and weekends, adding up to somewhere between 150 and 170 days off annually. Tisk, thinking back to my previous life, there was no such thing as holidays this long. Getting home from school before 9 in the evening without extra classes was already something to be grateful for. Ryunosuke sipped his tea. Across the table from him, a lovely girl was setting out side dishes for him. Life really was a beautiful thing. Only once she had finished serving him did Susan pick up her own chopsticks. In Japan, many wives and mothers ate after their husbands and parents had been served. Susan had apparently begun to see herself in that role. Her brother had entrusted her to this man, and she had accepted that. After the meal she extended her hand and asked for her share of the grocery money. The system was split evenly down the middle. The day's shopping had come to 380 yen for 4 dishes. Genuinely frugal. Ryunosuke had been prepared to cover the whole thing himself, given how little it was and how far things had come between them, but Susan refused. We're not married yet, so there's no shared budget. Of course we split it. Since she stated it so logically, he handed over the money, then took a chance. Tonight, would you want to stay over? Susan, who had been clearing the dishes, went completely still. She looked up and delivered her most lethal stare. 2 hours later, Susan left Ryunosuke's room with a garbage bag in hand to take out the trash. Ryunosuke lay on his large bed with a deeply satisfied look. Life really is beautiful. I wanted to stay like this forever. The sentiment was fine, but he had no idea what was coming. When Megumi eventually learned of their relationship, she saw her opening and told Susan everything directly. They were close friends, after all, and they happened to share a man. Megumi's real motive was to pull Susan onto her side, the same way Eri had pulled in Haruka, so she wouldn't be fighting alone anymore. When Susan discovered just how many rivals there were, and that she was 8th in line, she erupted and rained down punches and kicks on Ryunosuke without restraint. He could only accept it. He had no one to blame but himself. But Susan had already given a part of herself over to this situation. There was no way she was walking away from it now. That would be an enormous loss on her end. And so Horikita Susan formally joined the ranks of the Espada as the 8th. Megumi finally had a proper ally. Even so, both of them remained under AI's careful watch. AI gave no one any space to move unsupervised around Ryunosuke. Every night she slept beside Megumi with their wrists linked together to prevent any midnight maneuvering. Megumi exhaled slowly. She could see no opening anywhere, at least not as long as they were still at this school. The full assembly of Espada welcomed their newest member. AI, sitting at the head of the table, restated the rules. First, no stealing opportunities in secret. Second, physical contact is limited to holding hands and hugging. Anything beyond that is absolutely forbidden. Susan wasn't listening. She stood with her arms crossed, looked past AI entirely, and walked out. Morishita AI, neutral face. Her authority had been openly disrespected again. Masumi had done the same thing. Now Susan was doing it too. Where exactly was the dignity in being ranked first if no one paid any attention? Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 180 plus chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, journey to planar word. Wrapped gift access 120 plus chapters, infinity reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 269, Yamamura Miki's turn. Arisa made her way over to AI with the help of her cane, bringing the 9th member with her, Yamamura Miki. To understand how Miki came to join, we have to go back to the class exam, the period when Suzun was serving as leader. At that time, Arisa had come to find Ryunosuke and spoken without any preamble. Yamamura Miki seems to have feelings for you as well. Are you going to pursue her or not? Ryunosuke, who had been playing chess with Arisu, immediately felt his will to live dim. He ignored the suggestion and kept his eyes on the board. Arisa nudged him with one small foot, the white stocking catching the light. I don't mind if you find other women. You don't mind, but I do. Ryunosuke finally snapped. What exactly do you want? First Masumi, now Miki. Don't think I don't know that the Masumi situation was your doing. I had to spend 20 million points saving her because of you. Did he not care about those 20 million points? He cared enormously. He had simply pretended to be calm in front of Masumi while quietly dying inside. Arisa could see plainly that he was suffering over the lost points, and so she offered appropriate compensation. She stood, smoothed her skirt, and settled herself into his lap with the composed ease of a porcelain doll taking up its designated place. Ryunosuke stopped moving his pieces and said with resignation, you really shouldn't do this. If you keep it up, I'm going to end up forgiving you. Then please forgive me. Arisa said sweetly, already beginning to make herself comfortable. Ryunosuke felt a chill run through his entire body at how effective this was, and before he could stop himself, he said, fine, you're forgiven. Arisu was deeply satisfied. The technique was clearly very reliable. She pressed on. Make sure you get Yamamura-san. From what I know, she's had feelings for you for a while. You just have to give her a small push. She made an okay sign with her fingers. It will work. Ryunosuke looked thoroughly defeated, his whole manner screaming that he wanted to give up entirely. Seeing Herman lack any enthusiasm, Arisa shifted into a wounded expression. I'm the weakest of all your women. Can you really bear to watch me be looked down on by the others? Don't you have Masumi now? Ryunosuke shot back quickly. Seeing that tactic hadn't landed, Arisa changed approach. She put on her most fragile expression, tugged gently at the hem of his sleeve, and said in the softest, sweetest voice she had. My darling. Ryunosuke shook violently and promptly lost consciousness. When he came back to himself, he had apparently signed a document titled, Compulsory Conquest Agreement. Arisu rolled it up and laughed softly. Then Yamamura-san is in your hands. Ryunosuke pressed his palm to his own face. That word is dangerously effective. I completely blacked out. Arisa touched her chin, blinked her large pretty eyes, and said with confidence, of course it is. I've been practicing. Ryunosuke exhaled mournfully. I'll try, but don't expect results. I've never approached anyone on purpose before. I can't guarantee anything. Arisu only laughed. You really do underestimate yourself. She didn't mean his face. She meant the way he moved through the world. Even Arisu had to acknowledge it. She was genuinely curious about what kind of person had produced someone this particular. Average in appearance, extraordinary at drawing women in. Ryunosuke's mother, somewhere in the distance, scratched the back of her head with a bashful smile. Ahaha, praise like that makes me a little shy. Ryunosuke accepted the mission, reluctantly. Ridiculous as it felt, he tried. Arisa provided support, of course. At that point she had not yet lost her grip on the class, so she still had people she could direct. To create the right conditions, she loaded Miki down with every unpleasant and strenuous task she could find, assigned her to do it alone, and strictly forbade anyone from helping. The real reason, naturally, was so that when the two of them were together there would be no interruptions and no witnesses, and therefore no gossip. Arisu had considered every angle. Her considerable intellect was perhaps being applied to a slightly unorthodox purpose, but no matter. Miki was duly assigned to move the sports equipment by herself, without assistance. She felt deeply hurt and unfairly treated, but she did it anyway. Her height was misleading. Underneath it she was genuinely timid and easily frightened. The sense that she was being excluded nearly broke her quiet, soft heart. But she kept going and started carrying the equipment alone. They probably gave me the physical task because I'm tall. That makes sense, I suppose. She tried to console herself. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. After handing the class leader position over to Suzun, Ryunosuke arrived at the storage area. Without saying anything, he began helping Miki move the equipment in silence. Having no real experience with approaching someone deliberately, he fell back on the most straightforward method available, showing up and doing the work. Miki started to refuse, but Ryunosuke simply carried on as though she hadn't said anything and kept working. Something warm settled quietly in her chest without permission. When the last of the equipment was nearly done, Miki slipped away and came back with an armful of drinks, every variety she could find, plus water. She said in a small voice, Akasaka-kun, I didn't know what you like, so I just bought one of everything. Ryunosuke, seeing her spend points so carelessly, corrected her on reflex. Yamamura-san, don't waste your points. You'll run short when you actually need them. Miki pulled her shoulders in and said quietly, I understand. But what she was thinking was, he's worried about me. The two of them sat down together for a short rest. Miki held her drink and fidgeted with it. She wanted to ask why he had been so kind to her. Did he like her? If he did, should she accept it? Her thoughts had already run considerably ahead of themselves. She had already had feelings for him to begin with. If he confessed right now, there was probably a 90% chance she would say yes on the spot. Chapter 270, years later, Miki and Ryunosuke's daughter, Yamamura Miwako. Ryunosuke twisted open his water bottle and took a drink. The sky was growing darker, and the two of them would have to part soon. Miki sat beside him, quietly running through the next scene in her head. She gathered the greatest courage she had ever summoned and spoke. Why have you been so kind to me? You like me, don't you? Her face was already burning. She barely knew what she was saying. How had she managed to ask something like that? But she genuinely wanted to know. She wanted to understand what he felt. The afternoon was getting late, and if she didn't ask now, there might not be another chance. Ryunosuke hadn't expected the shy girl beside him to come out with something so direct, and he blinked with mild surprise. Then he answered. Yes. I like you. Miki immediately fainted from happiness. Of course, all of that had only happened inside Miki's head. None of it was real. She hadn't actually asked anything. Even so, the imaginary exchange had nearly done her in. Her face was deeply flushed and cold sweat had broken out across her skin. Ryunosuke looked at the girl beside him, who appeared to be generating visible steam from her head, and thought to himself, what on earth is she doing? On impulse, he pressed his forehead against hers to check her temperature. Strange. No fever. The warmth of the contact spread through Miki's entire body in a wave. The next second, her head drooped forward, there was a small sound, and she fainted for real. Ryunosuke, neutral face. Was I too aggressive? He genuinely wondered if he had been pushing too hard and she simply hadn't been able to withstand it. He looked at the unconscious girl now resting against him. He had no choice but to wait with her until she came around. He couldn't leave her alone here. The evening light arrived slowly. The time was 5:30 p.m. The matches had finished and most people had gone home. Since today's contest had been between Class B and Class D, it had nothing to do with Ryunosuke's Class C, so he could afford to be idle. Tomorrow was Suzun's match, and for some reason he was completely incapable of leaving her to handle it without him there. Miki stirred slowly and woke in Ryunosuke's arms. She was certain this was a dream. If it weren't, why would Ryunosuke be right in front of her? And why would she still be in his arms? If this is a dream, I can afford to be a little bolder, can't I? Seeing her awake, Ryunosuke said with a touch of amusement, back with us, sleeping beauty. Taking the question as further confirmation that she was dreaming, Miki gathered her courage completely without meaning to and asked the thing she most wanted answered. THTH that. Why have you been so kind to me? Do you like me? Even in what she thought was a dream, she still stammered. Her face was crimson, and her legs had pressed together into a rigid X shape from sheer tension. His answer, though different from what she had imagined before, was the answer she most wanted to hear. Ryunosuke tilted his head with a quietly resigned smile and looked at the lovely girl in his arms. My, you figured it out. It was an indirect confession, but unmistakably one. Miki's heart surged. From this moment on, whether or not he already had a girlfriend didn't matter to her anymore. That he liked her was enough. She answered him back with the courage she hadn't known she possessed. Even if he had someone else already, she was willing to be third. Arisu, who had been watching from around a corner, clicked her tongue and said something quietly ungentle under her breath before walking away on her cane. She had reached the limit of what she could stand to observe. Even if the whole plan had been hers, her chest still felt unpleasantly tight. Who exactly taught him to do it like that? How is he this good at it? Arisa began to question certain fundamental things about life. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Years later. In a forest outside the city, the Yamamura family residence sat on a wide property. More precisely, the entire mountain belonged to them. The Yamamura family had built their wealth through cultivating medicinal herbs, and their land covered approximately 37 square kilometers. Miki was in the kitchen preparing lunch, dressed in traditional Japanese clothing with wooden sandals, carrying herself with the ease of a woman completely at home. Strapped to her back was a 1-year-old child, Yamamura Miwako, her daughter with Ryunosuke. They had married shortly after graduating. Their daughter had been born roughly a year after graduation, meaning they had wasted very little time. To keep her hands free for housework, Miki had wrapped the baby snugly against her back with a carrying cloth so she could take care of things without the baby slipping. She ladled a small taste of the dish she was making into a tiny bowl and tried it. Decent. She switched off the flame. The baby, catching the fragrance, promptly woke up and began to vocalize her feelings. Miki patted the baby's bottom in an attempt to coax her back to sleep. It didn't work. With no other option, she blew on a small spoonful of broth until it had cooled and brought it to the baby's lips. You little glutton. The moment you smell food you start making noise. She touched her daughter's forehead with genuine affection. Miwako laughed happily. With only a few teeth in and no capacity for solid food yet, tasting the broth was the next best thing, and it seemed to satisfy her curiosity for the moment. Miki had a real talent in the kitchen. She had learned from Irina for a short period, and it showed. Even a 1-year-old couldn't resist. After the broth, the baby sucked her fingers and looked up with an expression that clearly wanted more. Miki put her hands on her hips and gave a firm shake of her head. No more. Mealtime was nearly here. Miwako's eyes immediately began to glisten, readying herself to cry. Miki, powerless as always, blew on another small spoonful and gave it to her anyway. This really is the last one. She resigned. The baby drank it eagerly and paid the warning no attention. There would be more demands before she was satisfied. A little while later, her husband returned with the results of his fishing. Ryunosuke came in carrying 2 grass carp he had caught at the riverbank with visible pride. He had become a genuine fisherman by this point in his life. Seeing his cheerful face, Miki smiled with gentle weariness. Fish again. I'd like something different once in a while. It's been a week of fish. She took them from his hands. This was far from the first time. She was nearly at her limit with fish, but since fishing was something he genuinely loved, she didn't have the heart to ask him to stop. Ryunosuke scratched his nose with one finger, looking mildly sheepish. Next time I'll try for koi instead. That's still fish. Miki not quite sure what else to say. She helped him take off his coat and change his clothes all the same. After he had changed, the 3 of them sat down together for the meal. Ryunosuke tasted Miki's cooking and looked thoroughly satisfied. This is wonderful. It could compete with Irina's cooking. He was obviously exaggerating, saying it purely to make her happy. He kept eating contentedly. Miki knew perfectly well it was flattery, but she felt warm and happy regardless. It was, after all, exactly why she had learned to cook in the first place. Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 180 plus chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, journey to planar word. Wrapped gift access 120 plus chapters, infinity reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 271, Himino Yuki's turn. AI looked at the newly arrived ninth espada, Yamamura Miki, clicked her tongue quietly to herself, and eventually acknowledged the girl's presence. Not long afterward, she went looking for her husband to settle things. She beat Ryunosuke thoroughly. He took the beating without saying a single word in his defense. AI grabbed him by the collar and said at full volume, "You're so talented at this. Why not just find one more while you're at it and make it around 10? Ryunosuke, somehow, took this as a genuine suggestion and acted on it immediately. Within a single day he had brought Wangmeiyu, who was already at 100% in terms of conquered heart, to meet his first wife. The number was now an even 10. Meiyu and AI looked at each other with the blank, mutual stare of 2 people who have been placed in a situation neither of them entirely agreed to. AI's breathing was not entirely steady. She was genuinely considering the logistics of ending this man. Meiyu wasn't in a much better state. Ever since Ryunosuke had turned her world upside down that night, she hadn't been sleeping properly. Then he had come back and confessed directly, and she hadn't been able to hold out any longer. And now here she was, scene 10, where the husband introduces wife number 10 to wife number 1. Both of them were right at the edge. Ryunosuke, sensing the atmosphere, crouched down and covered his head with his hands, silently offering that his face could be spared, and that he would accept whatever else was coming. AI and Mayu looked at each other, and eventually accepted the absurdity of their situation. There wasn't much else to do. In certain circles, a powerful man having many wives was not considered particularly unusual. The upper classes had long treated it as unremarkable. The only complication was that only one could be registered officially. The rest were something else, legally speaking. What was genuinely unusual was the gap between Ryunosuke and the women attached to him. Every one of them came from a background that placed her far above him. By any reasonable standard, he should have been grateful to survive as a dependent son-in-law. The difference in their social standings was striking. Even Mayu's background was far from simple. She just had no interest in making that known, preferring to be treated as an ordinary person. That story would come later. For now, Ryunosuke had no idea what kind of connections she carried. Mayu accepted the situation because she had accepted that she couldn't let go of this feeling. She turned to AI and said with quiet sincerity, "Please look after me from now on." The meaning was clear. She was agreeing to take whatever number she was given. AI crossed her arms and kept her expression flat, but gave a small nod, acknowledging this new, little sister. At the same time, she explained the rules to the newest arrival. The rules remained unchanged: no intimate physical contact, maximum permitted being held hands and hugging. This was AI's standing rule, and in truth it was something everyone silently wanted enforced, since no one wanted anyone else getting ahead of them. Megumi had been completely contained by AI at this point. She lay in her bed and watched AI lying across from her with a flat expression, then said in a calm voice, "Do you really need to watch me this closely?" She rattled the linked bracelet at her wrist, the other end of which was attached to AI's arm. AI looked back with an equally flat expression. "Absolutely necessary. Out of everyone, you're the biggest threat. I don't mind if the others get a head start, but not you." Megumi, neutral face. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Elsewhere, Himino felt she was approaching the edge of losing her mind entirely. She was even dreaming about that insufferable man. Aiwa. She grabbed her own hair in frustration, gripped her twin tails, spun them like propellers, and banged her head against the wall at intervals like someone who had lost the plot. Ryunosuke had genuinely driven her to this. It had been 36 days, 17 hours, 24 minutes, and 58 seconds since she had last seen that infuriating person. The fact that she was tracking it to the second was itself alarming. Was there any coming back from this? She didn't want to admit it, but honesty demanded it. She had fallen for him. Properly, helplessly fallen, with no visible exit. Hanami was in much the same state, shutting herself in and moving through school looking drained. Both of them were suffering because of the same unremarkable-faced man. Ordinary looking as he was, he refused to leave their heads. Himino and Hanami both exhaled at the same moment in their respective rooms. They had told themselves they would forget him. But love doesn't respond to commands. Himino was weighing it seriously: move forward, or don't. She knew exactly what Ryunosuke was. He had been rowing 10 boats at once, and the whole school had basically figured it out at this point. Anyone who paid attention and cared to look could see it plainly. He spent every day with Hiyori reading in the library. He had been spotted on what looked very much like dates with the Nakano Quintuplets, with Hasebi Haruka, with Karuizawa Kei. His official girlfriend was Sakayanagi Arisu, yet he was clearly entangled with Shina Hiyori, the Class D leader, as well. He had quietly accumulated a reputation. His new title around school, Casanova. A number of male students had started wondering if they could learn something from him. Himino was genuinely uncertain whether she wanted to lower her pride and join a situation like this. Because the honest truth was that she couldn't forget him. She had tried and failed entirely. She gripped the balcony railing. Heavy snow was falling outside. She looked up at the sky with the expression of someone who had made a decision. She was waiting out here for someone. A familiar figure appeared behind her and draped a large coat over her lightly dressed shoulders. His voice was mildly reproachful but obviously concerned. "Are you trying to catch a cold?" It was Ryunosuke. He gently brushed the accumulated snow from the top of her head. Himino pulled the coat around herself, her cheeks suddenly warm. Why is this person so annoyingly good at this? Something inside her raged, because her heart was reacting in ways she hadn't authorized. Her pulse was too fast. She felt like she wanted to tackle him. She was fairly certain she had gone completely around the bend. Himino exhaled and faced the truth she had been circling for weeks. She had fallen for this man, and there was no realistic path back. She loved Ryunosuke. She looked at him with her characteristic flat, fish-like stare. Ryunosuke, under the weight of that stare, shifted uncomfortably. Why are you looking at me like that? Himino exhaled again. She leaned her arms on the railing, rested her head against them, and spoke with a tone that managed to sound both resigned and slightly accusatory. Because of you, I've gone and fallen desperately in love with someone I had no business falling for. Honestly, I want to beat you senseless. She gripped the railing and let herself lean back until her twin tails hung down toward the floor, looking up at him from this angle. I like you. What do you have to say about that, Akasaka-kun? She confessed directly, and her face was entirely expressionless while she did it. Chapter 272, Himino Yuki and Ichino's Hanami's turn. Ryunosuke didn't think too hard about it and asked directly. What made you fall for me? We've only really interacted twice, haven't we? Once during the cruise ship exam, and once when we talked about working together at the karaoke place. 3 times. Himino cut in immediately. Ryunosuke paused, then remembered. The 3rd time had been on the balcony. He said with mild surprise, you remember the details very clearly. Of course I do. Every time we met is recorded in my head and I can't get rid of it. Besides, it only took those few meetings to make me fall this hard. How could the impression not be deep? Ryunosuke felt a little at a loss. That's exactly what I'm asking. What part of me do you even like? I don't feel like I've done anything that would make someone fall for me this much. How would I know something like that? When you love someone you just love them. Himino shouted, grabbed him by the collar, went on the offensive, and demanded, what do you actually feel toward me? Give me a real answer. If you can't, just say so. Then at least I can give up. She was clearly being pushed past her limit by her own feelings. There was nowhere else to go. If she didn't get clarity now, she was going to lose her mind entirely. Ryunosuke exhaled slowly. Think this through carefully. I'm not a trustworthy or particularly good man. But I can promise you this, my feelings for you are genuine. Getting the answer she needed, Himino decided she was done deliberating. She stepped forward and pinned him against the wall, then looked at him with complete seriousness. Now go find Ichino-san. She likes you too. Ryunosuke felt uncertain. Do I really have to go now? What are you talking about? Who do you think is responsible for all of this? Our class leader has been walking around in a daze every single day because of you. If you won't take responsibility, who will? Himino pressed, her expression not moving an inch. Ryunosuke gave in. All right. I understand. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Meanwhile, Hanami was in her dormitory room, rolling back and forth on her bed, unable to sleep. Eventually she gave up and decided to go for a short walk. She put on a cream-colored outfit, stood in front of the mirror, and looked at the tired version of herself looking back. She could only manage a hollow smile. Why have I become like this? We've never dated. We've never even held hands. It's completely one-sided and yet it's eating me alive. I've genuinely gone crazy. Somewhere in the deepest part of her, a voice whispered, go after Akasaka-kun. Do whatever it takes. Hanami crouched and pressed her hands over her ears. Stop it. That's not right. He already has a girlfriend. She was standing right at the edge of something she couldn't come back from. To clear her head, she went outside. She wrapped a scarf around her neck in the frozen air and sat down on a snow-covered garden bench, tilting her head back to look at the night sky. It was late. The moon was high. She sniffled quietly. The cold had already started to reach her. As though he had been watching for exactly this moment, Ryunosuke appeared beside her and draped his large coat over her, pulling it all the way up over her head. Hanami seemed to know who it was without looking. His presence had a specific quality she couldn't forget no matter how hard she tried. She gripped the coat tightly without saying anything. She was terrified this was a dream. If it was, she didn't want to wake. She wanted him to stay beside her a little longer. Hanami was well past the point of saving. Ryunosuke sat down beside her without asking permission, and then asked, is it all right if I sit here? Hanami tried to pull herself back together. She pressed her lips into a small pout, her voice carrying a faint note of complaint. Who sits down first and then asks? I do. Ryunosuke said lightly, and extended his hand toward her expectantly. Given the relationship between us, shouldn't you have a courtesy chocolate for me? Hanami blinked. She immediately started patting her pockets in a small panic. Wait, I don't think I have one on me. Akasaka-kun, hold on just a moment. I'll go and buy one right now. She looked genuinely ready to run off into the cold night. Ryunosuke exhaled, reached out, and stopped her. Then, like a small piece of theater, he produced a single rose and held it in front of her. I like you. Will you try going out with me? Receiving a confession that direct, Hanami couldn't immediately process it. More precisely, she couldn't fully believe it was happening. She suspected this was still a dream. The problem that had been torturing her had simply resolved itself, just like that. Should she accept it? Her mind was still catching up when her body moved first. She took the rose, which was as much of an answer as any words would have been. By the time she was fully present again, Ryunosuke was gone. The only evidence that he had been there at all was the large coat still wrapped around her shoulders. Hanami smiled softly. It seemed she didn't have anything left to agonize over. She pressed a hand to her chest. It felt very warm. Himino, who had been watching from behind a wall, was now deploying what might be called the twin-tail whirlwind, repeatedly lashing Ryunosuke with her pigtails in rapid succession. She was very clearly furious. Why are you so infuriatingly good at this? She couldn't understand how he managed it. A few small gestures and he had Hanami completely. She felt deeply, inexplicably irritated. Women are sometimes not entirely logical in these situations. She was the one who had told him to go, and now she was blaming him for going. Ryunosuke felt genuinely wronged. Didn't you tell me to go just now? Why am I the one being punished? How dare you answer back? Taste my twin-tail gale force. Himino intensified her assault. Ryunosuke could only accept it. He was fairly certain no one in history had suffered quite as specifically as he was suffering right now. Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 180 plus chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, journey to planar word. Wrapped gift access 120 plus chapters, infinity reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 273, Ryunosuke receives 12 Valentine's chocolates. 3 years later. In a hospital room. Ryunosuke was holding his newborn daughter with an indescribable expression on his face. Those distinctive flat eyes. Is this a family trait? If you don't like it, give her back. I'll put her right back where she came from. Himino, who had just given birth, lay in the hospital bed with her small sharp canine teeth bared, glaring at him with genuine ferocity. Ryunosuke accepted his situation and brought the baby back to her arms, which closed around the child immediately and with great tenderness. I didn't say I disliked anything. I was only commenting on the family's distinctive eye shape. Our precious little daughter is wonderful. Humph. Himino held the baby close and refused to look at him. Ryunosuke wrapped his arms around both of them. He quietly concluded that Himino was experiencing the hormonal turbulence that comes after giving birth and was simply more volatile than usual. Patience was the only correct response. Himino looked down at her newborn. The baby's skin was all wrinkled and her face was scrunched, giving her the appearance of a very small elderly person. Without quite meaning to, Himino murmured, "She looks a bit rough." Even as she said it, she didn't loosen her hold on the baby for a single second. Ryunosuke tried to explain. All newborns look like that. None of them arrive already beautiful. Oh. You seem very knowledgeable about this. Himino's jealousy ignited immediately. He had so many women, and she was not the first to give birth to his child. He had certainly witnessed the scene before. That thought was enough to set her off entirely. Her emotions were running close to the surface right now, and it didn't take much. Ryunosuke spent a considerable amount of time coaxing her back into calm before she and the baby finally fell asleep. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Back to the present. Himino arrived at the place where the Espada gathered, which had since been renamed the Gotoubun 13. With membership exceeding 10 people, AI had decided to update the title accordingly. AI herself had begun to feel something like emotional numbness. There were already plenty of members. Why were more still arriving? Himino took the 11th position and, while she was at it, also claimed the 12th position on behalf of Hanami, who knew nothing about any of this yet. The Gotoubun 13 now needed only one more member to be complete. There was a reason Himino was keeping this from Hanami. She was afraid that if Hanami found out all at once, she might not be able to handle it and spiral somewhere dark. After discussing it with Ryunosuke and AI, they had agreed to keep it quiet for now and wait until Hanami was more settled before introducing the truth carefully and gradually. For now, that was the best Himino could do. She went back to the balcony. Today was Valentine's Day, the day for giving chocolate. And Hanami and Ryunosuke had only made things official the night before. As promised, Ryunosuke came back to find Himino and draped his coat over her shoulders. Himino received it with her characteristic flat stare and no word of thanks, because as far as she was concerned, this was simply what she was owed. She had been running around helping this man, even serving as a bridge to keep Hanami in the dark. She had contributed both effort and mental energy on his behalf. So what was wrong with him putting a coat on her shoulders? Himino pulled it around herself with the quiet satisfaction of someone collecting a debt that was rightfully theirs. Ryunosuke hadn't particularly wanted to pursue Hanami himself, but Himino had more or less maneuvered him into it by arguing that it was his fault Class A's leader was walking around in a daze, and that therefore the responsibility was his. It was a stretch of logic, but Himino had the leverage to make it stick. Himino produced a chocolate-flavored lollipop, put it in her mouth, and said in a casual tone, "It's Valentine's Day today." "So it seems." Ryunosuke replied, hands in his pockets, looking out at the distance before glancing sideways at her. "So where's my Valentine's chocolate?" Himino pulled the lollipop out with an expression of mild offense. "You've already been playing with my feelings. What more do you want?" "Fair point." Ryunosuke conceded, and stopped asking. Then Himino extended the lollipop she had just been eating toward him, her cheeks going noticeably pink. "It's chocolate-flavored. Take it if you want. If you think it's too much, throw it away." This had been the plan all along. There was no other reason she would have bothered bringing a chocolate-flavored lollipop. The entire point was the satisfaction of an indirect kiss. She had done so much for this man. Was asking for a small reward unreasonable? Even as she said it, her face was thoroughly red and the area around her head was faintly steaming. Ryunosuke took it without hesitation and put it in his mouth, making it perfectly clear he had no objection whatsoever. After the night before, being picky about an indirect contact would have been absurd. Seeing he hadn't refused, Himino relaxed and pretended to be indifferent. "Good." Ryunosuke took it out briefly. "Not bad at all." Himino leaned in suddenly. "Really? Let me try." "Didn't you just have it yourself? Why would you need to?" Before the sentence was finished, Himino swept her hair back and boldly took the lollipop back into her own mouth. With her face turned slightly away, she said, "It does taste good. Different from last night somehow." Ryunosuke's face went completely red and he vacated the area at speed. Himino watched his retreating back and murmured, "Coward." But she couldn't keep the smile off her face. She bounced lightly with each step as she left the balcony. Once he was out of sight, Ryunosuke leaned against a wall and got his breathing under control. Himino had nearly done him in, mentally. When did I fail to notice she was this skilled at all of this? He shook his head. He was prepared to call the evening a small defeat and move on. As he was about to leave, he ran into Hanami. Both of them turned pink the moment their eyes met, thinking back to the previous night. Ryunosuke managed an awkward greeting. "Hey. Good evening, Ichinos." "Oh. Good evening, Akasaka-kun." Hanami's voice wavered with nerves. Neither of them knew what to say next. The silence was quite something. Just as Ryunosuke was preparing to excuse himself, Hanami called out, "Wait just a moment. I have something for you." He stopped as she rummaged through her bag with rising urgency. That's odd, I was sure I put it in here last night." "Let me look, there it is." Hanami produced a small box of chocolate with a sweet, flustered expression. "This is for yesterday. I'm giving it today instead." Ryunosuke accepted it with both hands. "Thank you. I'll return the gesture in a month." Note, in Japan, men typically return the favor about a month after Valentine's Day. Hanami looked genuinely happy and returned to something closer to her natural brightness. "Then I'll be looking forward to it very much." They parted ways. A little further along, he encountered Eri and Haruka, who handed over their chocolates as a pair and each extracted a promise of a return gift in a month. He accepted with a slightly strained smile, and the two of them went off arm in arm like they had been doing it for years. Then came Kay. Happy Valentine's Day. This is from me," she said, with her face carefully turned to the side. He accepted it. His bag was now home to 4 boxes. "Thank you. I'll return it in a month." Kay's eyes lit up for a brief moment before the Tsundere shield came back up. Whether you do or not is up to you. I'm not really expecting anything." She looked pointedly away, while her expression said very clearly, "I am absolutely expecting it." Ryunosuke could only think to himself that the performance would be considerably more convincing if she looked like she meant it. After he promised, she went on her way looking distinctly cheerful. A few steps later, Masumi appeared looking characteristically full of herself. "Hasn't this day ended yet? There's more." Masumi handed over her own chocolate and also Mickey's, as Mickey had been too nervous to come herself. 2 boxes. Arisu, who had mobility limitations, had apparently decided she wanted to deliver hers personally for the added significance. Masumi tried for a flat tone. "Here. Valentine's chocolate." And this one is from Yamamura-san. You really are something else, you know that. Ryunosuke accepted both with both hands. Thank you, Kamuro. Give Yamamura-san my regards. Masumi left without another word, but she did pass the message along. Ryunosuke looked at the 2 boxes in his hands and the 4 already in his bag. 6 boxes total. He was starting to think he could eat chocolate in place of rice for 2 days. He put them away and headed back to his room, where Arisa had apparently been waiting for some time. She was dressed in a white Santa Claus outfit with a matching beret and looked exceptionally lovely. She held out an elegantly wrapped box. Ha! Ryunosuke exhaled quietly. He didn't know what to say. In the middle of the frozen night, he had no idea how long she had been out here waiting. Long enough that her face was flushed from the cold, which suggested at least 2 hours. He brought her inside and made her a warm cup of tea. Arisu immediately claimed his lap as her seat, which she considered her rightful compensation. After waiting 2.5 hours outside, a little extra indulgence was not unreasonable. She fell soundly asleep against him, apparently intending to spend the rest of the evening right there. Ryunosuke couldn't quite allow that, because his schedule was demanding. He was due at AI's room to keep her company for a gaming session, and Susan was also planning to cook dinner for him. Time was limited. Arisu, however, didn't make things difficult for him. After about 3 hours together, she let him go. Ryunosuke carried her back to her dormitory in the Princess Carrie style. Arisu had her arms around his neck and whispered softly, "I love you." Ryunosuke. I know. He then went to AI's room. Megumi was already there, deeply engaged in a game alongside AI. The 2 of them had been effectively living together, even if Megumi's participation was not entirely voluntary. The moment Megumi saw Ryunosuke come in, her eyes lit up and she threw down her controller. She was halfway to running toward him when she remembered that her wrist was still connected to AI's by a chain. AI, who had been focused on the game, was suddenly yanked sideways and dragged partway across the floor. Megumi felt the sharp pull on her own arm and thought with considerable irritation, that chain is genuinely infuriating. AI had been on the verge of genuine anger over having her game disrupted, but the moment she saw Ryunosuke she dropped her controller as well. Her boyfriend was simply more important than any game. He spent about 2 hours with the 2 of them before excusing himself. All the women had now been visited except for 2. His bag had grown noticeably heavier with the addition of AI's and Megumi's boxes. He was now carrying 9. He went next to the library, where Hiyori was waiting. Hiyori gave him her chocolate and asked him to stay and read with her for a few hours. You already take up more of my time than anyone else, and you still want more, he said with weary resignation. Hiyori pouted with precisely calibrated adorableness. That's usually. This is now. Are you going to keep me company or not? Jithi. She fixed him with a stare so unreasonably endearing that he had no rational defense against it. Ryunosuke had always been particularly soft with Hiyori. He had never quite been able to explain it. Irina, from somewhere far away, of course he has. She's my cousin. After 4 hours in the library, well into the late night, Ryunosuke finally had to leave. He walked Hiyori back to her dormitory before returning to his own, where a girl with long black hair was finishing dinner preparations. He exhaled with deep contentment. He dropped his bag onto the bed, it landed with a thud. 11 boxes of chocolate, counting Himeno's lollipop. The weight of it was something he had not anticipated. He had considered stopping by for Yotsuba's portion as well, but Nino was still treating him like an enemy, so he decided to let that particular situation wait. Suzun had laid out the table neatly. 4 side dishes and a substantial soup, all of it made for under 2,000 points. Ryunosuke was genuinely impressed. She was going to make a remarkable wife. This time Suzun didn't wait and ate alongside him, which was becoming more natural between them since the night things had changed. As he sat on the tatami and enjoyed the meal, watching Suzun across from him in her home clothes looking quietly dignified, he said without really thinking, "My wife wears my chocolate." He was now calling her that openly and without embarrassment, and Suzun had stopped objecting to it. She reached under the table and produced a small, neatly wrapped box. For her, what mattered was the sincerity behind it, not the size. When Ryunosuke immediately moved to open it and eat some, Suzun stopped him with a firm look. "Don't eat sweets during a meal. If I see that kind of habit again, I won't cook for you anymore." "All right." He withdrew his hand immediately. Chapter 274, New Year's Eve Dinner. New Year's Celebration. Ryunosuke had invited Ayanokoji over. His real motive was simple, to show off. Since Suzun was cooking for him at home, he wanted to make sure someone witnessed it. The 2 of them sat cross-legged on the tatami, waiting for Suzun to finish. Ryunosuke looked at Ayanokoji with an expression that said everything without saying anything. "You see this, right? This is my wife. Ayano replied with a flat look. Yes. I see it. He felt deeply at a loss. Why did this person need to show off to him specifically? What was the point? What Ayano didn't know was that in the original course of things, he himself was probably the person most likely to end up with Suzune. Ryunosuke was not the petty type and did not concern himself with such things. He was not bothered by this at all. Not even a little. Absolutely not. Once Suzune finished the New Year's dinner, she told Ayano, who had been sitting around doing nothing, to bring the dishes out from the kitchen. As a guest, he submitted to this instruction because the situation demanded it. If he wanted to taste the cooking, he had to earn it. As the highest product of the White Room, the food he had eaten there was nothing but nutritionally optimized meals with no particular appeal. The only thing capable of genuinely moving him was exceptional food, and Suzune's cooking happened to qualify. The dishes were laid out in short order. 8 courses this time, coming to nearly 10,000 points. Fish, and meat as well. This was Ryunosuke's doing. It was New Year's, and he had insisted they not be as frugal as usual. Suzune was ordinarily very careful in the kitchen. She weighed the meat precisely when stir-frying so nothing was wasted. For Ryunosuke, this had always been a minor source of suffering. His personal points now exceeded 200 million. Surely a man in that position didn't need to eat with such restraint. He had been poor and indebted once, and eating whatever he could get had made sense then. He was wealthy now. Shouldn't that translate to eating well? After several rounds of pleading, Suzune had reluctantly agreed. After the meal, Suzune began clearing the table with the natural ease of someone who simply did this. Ayano moved to help, but she stopped him immediately. He was a guest, which meant household tasks were not his responsibility. Her gaze then slid, with considerable precision, toward Ryunosuke, who had settled in to relax. Ryunosuke paused mid-sip of his tea. Why are you looking at me like that? Suzune's expression became very calm and very clear. Get up and wash the dishes. All right. He was on his feet immediately. As had been said before, of all the women in his life, Suzune was the one who held the most complete authority over him. Whether because she was simply that dominant or because he had some specific vulnerability around her, the effect was the same. In everyday terms, he was afraid of her. Watching him head obediently to the kitchen, Suzune looked satisfied. She told Ayano to stay seated and finish his tea and not to get involved, then carried the remaining dishes to the kitchen herself. Ayano held his cup and agreed without complaint. He glanced toward the kitchen occasionally, watching the two of them. Looking at that scene, which had all the natural ease of a married couple in their own home, he couldn't stop a thought from forming. Having a girlfriend actually seems rather nice. It makes me want to find one myself. He kept this inside. Saying it aloud in front of Suzune, given her temperament, would not have ended well for him. When the kitchen was sorted, Suzune thought to cut some fruit for digestion, then realized there was no fruit knife. Her gaze settled on Ayano, who had been eating and drinking entirely at their expense for the duration of the evening. Ayano set down his teacup in silence, stood, and informed them he would go and buy one. Only then did Suzune's gaze release him. He returned before long with a newly purchased fruit knife. Since it had been bought for Ryunosuke's home and Suzune cooked there regularly, the knife would naturally accumulate all 3 of their fingerprints over time. Note, this detail is a foreshadowing of a plot point to come. Don't forget it. Ayano ate his fruit in peace. At least the 220-point trip outside had not been for nothing. After the New Year's dinner concluded, the time came for him to leave. It had genuinely been something different. In the White Room, there had been no such thing as New Year's Eve dinner. Watching his figure recede into the distance, Suzune turned to her boyfriend with genuine puzzlement. What was the point of all that? She meant, why invite Ayano to spend New Year's Eve with them? She had wanted to spend the evening together, just the two of them, and his presence had thrown that off. Ryunosuke pulled her into his arms with confidence. Suzune attempted to object and found her resistance weakening faster than she would have preferred. Since things between them had already progressed considerably, she gave up and let herself be held. He answered her question. That person is very powerful. We'll need him in the future, so maintaining a good relationship with him matters. Suzune's brow furrowed. He's powerful. She hadn't seen it for herself. With Ryunosuke around, Ayano had never shown his real ability in front of her, so she had no frame of reference. Ryunosuke, on the other hand, watched him carefully and worked to ensure Ayano wouldn't turn against him. That person was the least trustworthy person he knew, and he was fully aware of it. But too many things required his cooperation, and they also had common enemies. By removing Tsukishiro, Ryunosuke had made a serious enemy of Ayano father, which had, oddly enough, made them allies. On top of that, Ryunosuke had accumulated no small number of enemies outside the school. The entire second year had been expelled, and he had been the mind behind it. He couldn't distance himself from the consequences. Those older students almost certainly came from families with resources that dwarfed his own. Almost certainly was perhaps putting it generously. His own starting position had been debt of 87 million yen. Anyone with a positive net worth was already better positioned than he had been. Given all of that, Ryunosuke didn't feel safe passing through the school gates. If he stepped outside, there were people out there who might not stop at a beating. Thinking about how many people he had managed to offend, he sometimes wondered at himself. Had his ability to create enemies always operated at this level? He did have one solution available, the promise Koenji had made to protect him. The same logic had applied in the Nagumo situation. A single word from Koenji, whose family was among 3 of the 4 largest conglomerates in the country, would be enough for him to sleep soundly at night. But he was reluctant to spend it now. He had 2 remaining uses of that promise and wasn't going to touch them unless he had to. He was keeping them for Ayanokoji specifically, because he was fairly certain that men could betray him at any moment, and Koenji was the right piece to hold against him. He decided not to think further about it and asked the girl beside him, "Stay over tonight?" Suzun was well aware of what kind of thinking produced that question. The last time he had used that exact line, she had stayed the night. She was not going to fall into the same situation twice. At the very least, while she was at this school, she needed to finish her education properly and not embarrass her brother. She extracted herself from his arms and said with complete steadiness, "Education comes first. Please conduct yourself appropriately. You're welcome to find other girls. I won't object." Having said that, she left without a moment's hesitation, leaving Ryunosuke standing in the doorway in the cold, somewhat at a loss. Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 180 plus chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, journey to planar word. Wrapped gift access 120 plus chapters, infinity reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 275, Ryu and Kakeru returns, new first-year students officially enroll. Second year. The day of the entrance ceremony for new students at Advanced Nurturing High School arrived. The incoming first years were riding a large bus toward the school. Among them was a familiar face, Ryu and Kakeru, who had previously been expelled by Ryunosuke and was now returning. Sitting behind him was the 5th-generation White Room graduate, Yagami Takuya. In front of him was Amasawa Ichika. Ichika wore a captivating expression of barely contained excitement. "We finally get to meet Ayanokoji-senpai." She couldn't hold back the smile of someone who had been secretly devoted to this moment for a long time. Yagami, seated behind Ryuin, was in much the same state. He pressed one hand over his face, let out a laugh that belonged in a certain Uchiha's repertoire, and murmured to himself. "Ha! I've finally left the White Room. Finally free. Ayanokoji. I will defeat you and prove that I am the finest graduate the White Room has ever produced." To Ryuin's right, Housen Kazuomi was running his tongue along a short knife with an expression that made it clear he also was not entirely stable. "I'll use physical force to dominate this school." Ryuin, expressionless face. What is wrong with the first years this year? Why do they all seem slightly unhinged? He unconsciously glanced to his left, where Nanae Tsubasa was sitting. She at least appeared to be the most normal among them. He felt a small, involuntary wave of relief. At least there's one who's reasonable. He had barely finished the thought when Nanae started. She gripped her school bag with white knuckles, her purpose etched clearly in her expression, "Settle things with Ayanokoji. Just wait, Ayanokoji. I won't let you live in peace. I'll make you pay back everything you owe Eiichiro." Tisk. Ryuin couldn't hold back the sound. This one is also not normal. Every single first year this year has something seriously wrong with them. Has the school's admission standard shifted toward selecting mentally volatile people? These 4, each one more disturbing than the last. He had heard their muttering but dismissed it as being directed at Ayanokoji, without thinking further about it. As far as he understood things, Ayanokoji was the assistant of his main enemy, Akasaka Ryunosuke. That was the relationship he had observed. The bus arrived at the school gate. Hiyori, who was currently leading Class D, had brought the entire class to wait there for the return of their former king. Ryunosuke had told her that Ryuin would be coming back today. She was able to breathe properly for the first time in a while. She had been tired of being class leader for a long time. The role ate into her reading time and, more importantly, cut into the hours she was supposed to spend with Ryunosuke. Ryuin stepped off the bus with his hands in his pockets. He was carrying a book tucked against his chest and wearing glasses that gave him an unmistakably intellectual air. Ryunosuke had played no part in his return. He had passed the entrance exam entirely on his own. As a result of this return, Ryunosuke had received 30 million points from Hiyori at no cost. He had known the situation couldn't be hidden, so he had told her everything. He was ready to lose those points at any moment. Besides, given the nature of his relationship with Hiyori, those resources would eventually flow back to him in some form anyway. To earn re-enrollment at Advanced Nurturing High School, Ryuen had pushed himself until his scores reached the range of a model student, no less than 80 points. This was a man who had once struggled to reach 60. It was proof of how seriously he had come to take Ryunosuke as an opponent. The glasses on his face were a consequence of studying too hard and developing myopia. Hiyori didn't know that. Seeing Ryuen standing there radiating the aura of a fellow bookish person, her eyes lit up. She immediately drifted closer with a look that said everything. "You finally joined my kind." Ryuen scratched his head with irritation. "Stop looking at me like that. It's not what you think. I'm still me. I'm still a delinquent." "Oh," Hiyori looked mildly disappointed. Then Ryunosuke arrived to welcome back the long-absent king. The moment he appeared, Ryuen couldn't stop himself. He stepped forward and threw a punch at his face. In the same instant, Ryunosuke touched his Stardust Dragon card and slipped into Chunibyu mode. He tilted his head and let the punch pass, then locked Ryuen's arm in a grip like a vice. The two of them pressed their foreheads together, eyes not particularly friendly. Ryuen's expression was equal parts excitement and menace. "Long time no see. You really made me suffer. I'm holding on to every bit of this. Sooner or later, I'll pay you back for all of it." He announced his grudge openly. Not only had this person gotten him expelled, he had forced him to become a diligent student in the process. This debt demanded settlement. The first years who had just stepped off the bus watched with curiosity. Among them were Yagami, Ichika, Housen, and Nanace. Their target was Ryunosuke. Ayanokoji Atsuomi had given them their highest priority directive: get Ryunosuke expelled. Atsuomi's resentment toward this person ran deep. Ryunosuke had caused him to fail his bid for a seat on the Kaioi Party Council, and had also stood in the way of his efforts to have his own son removed from the school. Every move Ryunosuke made seemed to land squarely on Atsuomi's most sensitive points. So he had ordered the White Room operatives to prioritize Ryunosuke's elimination, with his son placed secondary. The corner of Ichika's mouth curved in a peculiar way. "So this is the target. Not bad looking. He's reasonable," Yagami said with detached objectivity. "His physical output at least clears the baseline." He didn't rate the opponent highly. The only person who occupied his real attention was Ayanokoji. Housen, for his part, was looking around the school grounds with undisguised enthusiasm. This place really is something. Things are not going to be boring from here on. Housen was not a White Room product. He was a street-level fighter whom Atsuomi had deployed as a decoy, a false threat placed among the real ones to obscure who the genuine operatives were. Nanace paid none of them any attention and continued scanning the crowd for Ayanokoji. Back at the gate, Ryunosuke and Ryuen released each other. This was the school entrance, there were new students watching, and there were security cameras. Neither of them was going to start a real fight here. The school implicitly permitted that kind of thing in unseen locations, by any method, and that was the way of Advanced Nurturing High School. Ability was everything. Ryuen had also grown smarter. He had only used this moment to deliver what he considered a warm greeting. Ryunosuke straightened his slightly ruffled clothes and said with a flat expression, "Interesting way to say hello. Though I'll admit you've gotten a bit sharper. At least you didn't just start swinging the moment you got off the bus." Ryuen shoved his hands back into his pockets with open contempt. "Humph, save it, kid. You got me expelled. Don't think that's something I'm letting go of." He smiled, thin and cold. "I'll be ready for you whenever you are." Chapter 276, All Members Assembled, the second year officially begins. Ryuen led Hiyori and the rest of Class D away from the gate. Before leaving, Hiyori caught Ryunosuke's eye and gave him a small look that meant, "Find me in the library later." Ryunosuke responded with an okay gesture. Ryuen had noticed the exchange, but chose to say nothing. Before his expulsion, he had already sensed these two would end up together, so seeing it confirmed now wasn't surprising. His opinion on the matter? He didn't particularly care. As long as they both wanted it, he wasn't the kind of person to interfere with someone else's happiness out of pettiness. He and Ryunosuke were rivals, even enemies, but Hiyori had kept his class from falling apart while he was gone. He wasn't going to repay that by undermining her. Watching Ryuen go, Ryunosuke shrugged. He wasn't worried. Against a Ryuen Kakeru, his current state of mind, somewhere in the vicinity of Uchihamadara, didn't register the man as a significant threat. Tisk. He smacked himself lightly on the cheek. The Chunibyu mode was a significant boost in combat, but it had a real downside. It had a habit of producing embarrassing declarations that slipped out without warning. It also affected his cognition. His intelligence dropped sharply when the mode was active, in a way that resembled Ultraman Tiga's transformation. Emphasize strength, and mental acuity suffers, emphasize mental acuity, and physical output diminishes. This was the incomplete nature of Akasaka Ryunosuke's transformation. It may have had something to do with the blood clot in his brain. He had looked into it once, and a doctor had told him there was a clot pressing on a specific cluster of nerves, possibly affecting the cerebral cortex or restricting oxygen supply. It wasn't hard to guess why his cognitive function dropped during the mode. The clot was probably the cause. He had briefly considered having it dealt with, but the doctor had quoted a craniotomy cost of 40 million points. Ryunosuke immediately felt protective of his finances. Since the condition wasn't currently life-threatening, he decided to put it off. 40 million points for a non-emergency medical procedure was a difficult number to justify. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Ryuen, now back at school, began reintegrating his class. Hiyori stepped down from the leader position immediately and without hesitation. She had wanted to do that for a long time. The role had been consuming her reading hours. Ryuen was quietly pleased by that. He had half expected her to have developed a taste for authority and planned mentally for having to take it back by force. Instead she gave it up without a second thought. He was in a position to help things along between Hiyori and Ryunosuke, but Hiyori had told him plainly, "There's no need. We're already together. Come to the wedding." He swept his gaze across the class and noticed several unfamiliar faces, Fumino, Rizu, and Yukino. Hiyori informed him that all three were analytical types, with academic scores placing them in the school's top 10. He couldn't hide a flicker of genuine surprise. Class D, historically a gathering place for problem students, had somehow produced 3 high achievers. That was remarkable. He didn't give them a hard time, just informed them in a tone that left no ambiguity that they would be following his lead from now on. Fumino was uneasy. Ryuen's presence made it clear he wasn't a person of gentle intentions, and she still preferred Hiyori's direction. Rizu felt the same and positioned herself quietly on Hiyori's side. Yukino stated openly that she wasn't going to take orders from someone like him. Ryuen understood it. After a year under Hiyori's guidance, a few loyal followers was a natural result. He categorized them as people with strong loyalties and moved on. He also had a straightforward way to bring them in line. He wasn't the muscle-only idiot he had been before. He was now a student capable of scoring 80 or above, and he had found his solution quickly. He let the 3 of them continue to follow Hiyori, while Hiyori continued to follow him. A clean chain of command, and the problem solved itself. From the outside, Hiyori was their leader. But his was the authority above hers. It let him manage the class without disturbing its internal harmony. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. The new first-year students had meanwhile settled into their assigned positions. Amasawa Ichika was placed in Class A, alongside Ishigami Kyo, who had solid ability of her own. Yagami Takuya was placed in Class B and had already begun constructing a plan to defeat Ayanokoji Kiyotaka. His original target, Akasaka Ryunosuke, had been all but forgotten in his mind without him realizing it. A boring opponent like that was no competition for the goal of surpassing Ayanokoji. Tsubaki Sakurako was placed in Class C. She was a 4th-generation White Room graduate, the younger sister of Yuki, a peer of Ayanokoji's generation. Yuki had ranked 3rd in that cohort, 2nd was Eiichiro Matsuo, Nane's childhood friend, and 1st had been Ayanokoji. Sakurako's reason for coming to this school was to see the person who had broken her older sister. Yuki had experienced a mental collapse trying to keep pace with Eiichiro and Ayanokoji. To suppress her frustration and stay awake long enough to chase them, she had relied heavily on psychotropic substances. The consequences had been devastating. Yuki had genuinely lost her stability and was currently receiving treatment in a psychiatric facility. She frequently injured herself, trying to get out so she could find Ayanokoji. Sakurako, as her younger sister, had come to see for herself what kind of magnetic force this person carried that had driven her sister to this. Sakurako pulled a lollipop from her mouth, tossed it in the bin by the path, and let her expression settle into something unfriendly. Her target, like the others, was Ayanokoji. Inside the classroom, Ayanokoji, who had been reviewing his work, felt a familiar aura of hostility he had sensed before. The last time had been during the incident with the ill-fated garden bench. The feeling put him on alert. He closed his book and prepared to go investigate the source. He was not willing to experience another garden bench situation, and he preferred to address problems at their root before they grew. He walked out of the classroom with his hands in his pockets, expression unchanged. Uramiya Riku, Sakurako's childhood friend, had also been placed in Class C. He would be supporting her plan. From the outside, Sakurako looked like a listless girl who went through lollipops by the dozen, but the reality was that she was a pure genius. Her command ability in particular was exceptional, and her intelligence and leadership were on par with Class A's Hanami and Class B's Arisu. Nane's Tsubasa and Housen Kazuomi, meanwhile, had been placed in Class D of the first year, the lowest ranked class. Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 180 plus chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, journey to planar word. Wrapped gift access 120 plus chapters, infinity reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 277, Ryunosuke becomes student council president. Yagami from Class 1B could barely contain himself. He was itching to go challenge Ayanokuji, but Ichika from Class 1A stepped in to stop him. Ichika fixed him with glistening eyes and said, "Have you forgotten that our target is Akasaka Ryunosuke? How could you shift your attention to Ayanokuji-senpai instead?" Deep down, she muttered to herself, "Ayanokuji-senpai is mine." As a devoted fan of Ayanokuji, Ichika had no intention of letting Yagami go after her prey too soon. She still wanted to spend the remaining 3 years of school life alongside Ayanokuji, and she couldn't allow Yagami to ruin that plan. Yagami, however, couldn't care less. He let out a cold laugh. "Don't think I don't know what you're scheming. I'm warning you, don't get in my way. Our superiors made it clear that Ayanokuji-senpai is also a target. He's just ranked second, but that doesn't mean I'm forbidden from going after him." Tisk. Ichika clicked her tongue and said nothing more. What her opponent said was true, and she had no grounds to hold him back any longer. Yagami brushed past her with a provocative look and said, "Just watch from the sidelines. I'll prove to our superiors that I'm far stronger than Ayanokuji-senpai." With that, he walked away without a backward glance. Ichika could only heave a long sigh. What a difficult person to deal with. This could become a problem. She made a sour face, then clapped her hands together. "Well, there's no way he can win against Ayanokuji-senpai anyway, so I don't need to worry too much." In Ichika's assessment, Yagami was no match for Ayanokuji, so she wasn't worried in the slightest. The little red-haired devil skipped off down the hallway, hands clasped behind her back. She had her own preparations to make. Not against Ayanokuji, but against Ryunosuke. After all, that man had been the one to throw her father, Tsukishiro, behind bars. She felt it was only right to repay him a little. Ichika had only recently learned that Tsukishiro was her father, though at this point it hardly mattered. What mattered was that she now had a solid reason to confront Ryunosuke. It wasn't out of any deep love for her father, as they had never even acknowledged each other, and there was no emotional bond between them. She simply wanted an excuse to act. In her eyes, only Ayanokuji existed. She didn't think much of Ryunosuke at all. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. In the student council office, Ryunosuke had officially taken his place as the new student council president. The council itself had gone through a major reshuffling, and with the seniors having graduated, the vacant positions needed to be filled. He had once promised Kushida that he would bring her into the student council, and he kept that promise. Assigning her a role, however, proved to be a bit of a puzzle. He didn't dare give her anything too important for fear of being stabbed in the back, and if that happened, things could get very messy indeed. Ryunosuke couldn't read Kushida's mind. He had no idea when she might betray him, so granting her real authority was out of the question. In the end, he gave her a position unrelated to core decision-making but guaranteed to keep her busy, the disciplinary committee. Her duties would include routine inspections and overseeing student conduct and discipline, maintaining order on campus to ensure a proper learning environment. It was a perfect fit for Kushida, who loved being in the spotlight and relished proving herself in front of everyone. A role that required her to patrol frequently and stay visible suited her just fine. Once Ryunosuke laid it out, Kushida had no objections. In fact, it was exactly what she had wanted. Being the center of attention and staying in the public eye was something she craved deeply. Her attitude toward Ryunosuke warmed considerably. Kushida tucked a strand of blonde hair behind her ear and said in a faintly coquettish tone, "Thank you so much, Akasaka-kun. You really do know me inside out. You knew exactly what I wanted most." She tilted forward slightly, looking up at him with a teasing gaze, her voice easing into something more relaxed. She even let her real face slip through as she added, "Thank you. From now on, I won't stand in your way anymore. If you ever need anything from me, just say the word." Ryunosuke immediately leaned back and dabbed at the cold sweat on his forehead. He gestured for Kushida to step back, as she was standing far too close. There were other people in the council room, and on top of that, both of his wives were present. He couldn't afford to be seen getting that cozy with her. Sure enough, because Kushida had gotten so close, Suzun, who served as vice president, was now frowning, and Hiyori, serving as secretary, was visibly struggling with a pang of jealousy. Tisk. Kushida clicked her tongue inwardly, cursing him for being such a coward. She immediately switched back into her little angel mode and flashed a radiant smile at the two jealous girls. Please don't misunderstand, Horikita-san, Shina-san. He is absolutely not my type. He's average looking on top of being a total playboy. I'd have to be blind to ever fall for someone like him. The words hit Ryunosuke like a blow to the chest. He coughed up blood, though it was really just tomato juice. He'd had a bout with Ryuen that morning and activated his Chinibu mode, and since he hadn't quite snapped out of it yet, he was still prone to these little dramatic performances. Ryunosuke clutched his chest with an expression of profound injury. Kushida-san, you've wounded my fragile soul. I demand compensation. Kushida rolled her eyes and ignored him. This was just how he acted, and she'd already gotten used to it. It was also the first time she'd learned that this guy had a Chinibu streak. She eased the door shut behind her and left the student council office. Seeing that, Ryunosuke dropped the act. He plucked a tissue and dabbed the remaining tomato juice from the corner of his mouth. As for why Hiyori and Suzun had joined the council, Suzun had been lured in with the argument that it was a chance to surpass her older brother. At the time, Ryunosuke had told her, "You don't want to disappoint your brother, do you? Then join the student council. Work for me for free. Prove your worth. Show your brother you're no pale imitation." That was how Ryunosuke had played her, and Suzun had taken the bait hook, line, and sinker. She was now perfectly willing to work hard for him of her own free will. She's too easy to fool, Ryunosuke thought, feeling rather pleased with himself. As for Hiyori, her reason for joining was simpler. She had noticed that Ryunosuke would no longer have time to sit and read with her. More precisely, outside of Saturdays and Sundays, he would have no free time at all, since the student council schedule ran 2 to 3 hours after classes. This effectively cut off their weekday reading sessions. Besides, Hiyori had already been monopolizing far too much of his time, and that wasn't fair to the other girls. He had to divide his time equally. In other words, he needed to spread his affection so that everyone received their share. What else could he do? There were simply too many of them. If things weren't managed fairly, he could end up meeting a tragic fate, like Ito Makoto. Chapter 278, Amasawa Ichika makes her move, sights set directly on Ryunosuke. Hiyori had joined the student council so she could spend time with Ryunosuke in a way that made logical sense. That was more or less the situation. There were 2 secretary positions on the council, and one of them went to Hachiman. Ryunosuke recognized the guy's work ethic and sharp mind, so he had dragged him in as something close to forced labor. The bait was a salary of 100,000 personal points per month, a tempting offer for someone who had been scraping by on 2,000 points a month before enrolling. It worked remarkably well. For the sake of 100,000 points, Hachiman willingly threw himself into the work like a beast of burden. His reason, however, was a little strange. When Ryunosuke asked what he planned to do with all that money, Hachiman answered with a perfectly straight face. "I want to save up an allowance for my little sister, Kamachi, so she doesn't fall behind at the starting line and can buy whatever she wants." Ryunosuke hit him with a dry remark. "Your sister isn't enrolled at Advanced Nurturing High School, is she?" Hachiman went silent on the spot. Even so, Ryunosuke brought him on board in the end. The vice president positions also came in pairs. One went to Suzun, and the other went to Asuna, who was in desperate need of money. One day, Asuna had shown up in tears, begging him to take her in. Before anyone gets the wrong idea, it was nothing like that. She was asking to be placed in the student council so she could earn some spending money. Her gaming hobby had drained every last one of her personal points. She was surviving on nothing but the free meal options at the cafeteria every single day. In short, her situation was genuinely tragic. Ryunosuke took pity on her and brought Asuna on board, appointing her as vice president with a monthly salary of 100,000 points. The only issue was that whenever Asuna showed up for work, there was something, well, how to put it? You'll just have to see for yourselves. Picture the execution theme from Overlord playing in your head. The music begins. The sound of perfectly synchronized footsteps, like a military column on the march, echoed down the hallway toward the student council president's office. It was the entire Class B, all 41 of them, minus Arisu and Misumi who hadn't come. Standing at the very center of the formation was none other than Asuna. A flash of red flickered across Asuna's eyes. Katsuragi and Hashimoto flanked her on either side, dropping to one knee as if receiving their queen. Her close friend Misumi rolled out a red carpet leading straight to the entrance of the student council office, kneeling alongside it with an expression of grave solemnity. The rest of Class B lined up on both sides like soldiers, throwing crisp military salutes as though paying tribute to a dictator. The only thing missing was someone shouting "Heil." Asuna walked down the red carpet with the unmistakable aura of a sovereign, her long flaxen hair catching the breeze as she moved. She settled into the student council president's chair, crossed her long, elegant legs, folded her arms, and fixed the assembled group before her with an ice-cold, utterly crushing stare. "Raise your heads." "Yes, Asuna-sama." Every member of Class B lifted their gaze to their leader in unison. Ryunosuke stood off to the side, desperately wanting to point out that it was his chair, but not daring to say a word. Looking at how reverently Class B worshipped her, he was fairly sure that if he protested, things would not end well for him. So he kept his mouth shut. Hachiman also said nothing out loud, too wary of drawing attention. He could only mutter to himself internally. Where did this fake emperor come from? The audacity is unreal. Every member of Class B knelt and pledged their undying allegiance. "We will be loyal to Asuna-sama until death. Times N." Asuna waved her hand with a grand, sweeping gesture. "Dismissed. There is nothing more for you here." "Yes." Class B disbanded at once and filed out obediently. Only once everyone had gone did Ryunosuke dare to speak. "What was that all about, Asuna?" Asuna instantly dropped back into her normal self. She stood up from the president's chair, gave Ryunosuke a sheepish little push to sit back down, and scratched the back of her head with an awkward laugh. "Haha, sorry. The people under me are just so devoted, I felt bad ruining the moment, so I went along with it." Ryunosuke sank into his rightful chair, eyes practically rolling back from the sheer absurdity of it all, though he didn't actually blame Asuna. He was just curious where she had picked up behavior like that. Asuna didn't hide it. She pulled out a book she had bought online, titled How to Be a Quality Ruler, and handed it over. Ryunosuke looked at the cover, and for a moment, he was completely at a loss for words. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Elsewhere. Ichika was busy familiarizing herself with the school's rules. Since it was the first day of classes for the first years, there were no formal lessons, which gave her plenty of free time to study the school's regulations in detail. She had already worked through nearly the entire rulebook and had begun mapping out a strategy for dealing with Ryunosuke. All that remained was to test how well it would actually work. A smile curved at the corners of Ichika's lips. She skipped her way toward the dormitory assigned to her, pulled out her room key card, looked it over for a moment, and tapped it against the reader. The door clicked open. She stepped inside and took in her surroundings. Dormitory rooms at this school were almost certainly built to a uniform size and layout, right down to the kitchenette and furniture arrangement. If she understood her own room well enough, she could map out what anyone else's looked like. Ichika turned her attention to her key card. She had been given two, which was standard, the second one being a spare in case the first was lost. She took one apart and examined the internal structure, wondering whether it could be hacked to create a master key, something that would let her slip into anyone's room and make what she had planned considerably easier. The school, however, seemed to have anticipated exactly that. The card's data was protected by an anti-tampering system, and try as she might, she couldn't crack it. Ichika gave up on that approach and fell back on her contingency plan. She tracked down Yagami from Class B and asked to borrow one of his key cards. Since she had already taken apart one of her own, she needed a replacement to carry out her plan. Before handing it over, Yagami asked what she needed it for. Ichika answered honestly that it was for dealing with Ryunosuke. Yagami's interest sharpened immediately. "Oh. Care to explain in more detail? Now I'm curious." Ichika wasn't foolish enough to lay everything out. She kept the full picture to herself so Yagami wouldn't interfere with her plan. But since he wasn't getting the information he wanted, he naturally wasn't inclined to lend the card. In the end, they struck a compromise. Ichika shared part of the plan without revealing the whole thing, though the broad outline was easy enough to infer. With Yagami's mind, honed as the top graduate of the 5th generation from the White Room, piecing together the complete picture was only a matter of time. Ichika wasn't hoping to hold him off for long. She just needed him to stay out of her way. Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 180 plus chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, Journey to Planar Word. Wrapped gift access 120 plus chapters, Infinity Reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 279, House in Kazuomi. Ichika had gotten her hands on Yagami's spare key card and was ready to make her move. Yagami himself had no intention of getting involved. As far as he was concerned, Ichika could handle Ryunosuke on her own. In Yagami's eyes, Ryunosuke was nothing more than a small fish, not worth a second glance, let alone serious consideration. He had no idea that this dismissiveness would cost him dearly in the future. Elsewhere. Having wrapped up his duties as student council president, Ryunosuke was finally heading home. He had gotten his first real taste of what the job actually felt like today, and it was exhausting. Thank goodness he had managed to pull talented people like Suzune, Hachi, Hiyori, and Asuna into the council. Without them, things would have been impossibly hectic down the line. Lost in that thought as he walked, Ryunosuke nearly crossed paths with a girl. She had reddish-purple hair tied into twin tails, and her face was strikingly cute and sweet, easily a match for any of his other prospective wives. She wore black over-the-knee socks, and while her frame was petite and slender, it carried a presence that was hard to overlook. Specifically, her chest, somewhere around B+, perhaps a touch fuller than Suzune's. She stood at around 163 centimeters. That was the instantaneous assessment Ryunosuke completed in the span of a single breath. A soft, faint fragrance drifted over as they brushed against each other. Ryunosuke reflexively reached out to steady her, with no ulterior motive whatsoever. But the moment he saw her face clearly, he froze. It was Ichika. A name that rang very familiar to Ryunosuke. Isn't she supposed to be a white room assassin? What is she doing here? He couldn't make sense of it. Is this just a coincidence? While Ryunosuke's mind was still turning, Ichika, who had orchestrated the encounter entirely on purpose, let a small, triumphant smile creep across her face. She pressed herself against him with the coy, clinging energy of a fox spirit, then tilted her head up with glistening eyes. I'm so sorry, Akasaka-senpai, it was an accident. That helpless expression paired with her disarmingly cute appearance would have made any ordinary guy's heart buckle on the spot. Ryunosuke, however, was not ordinary. He had been around enough beautiful women that his resistance had grown considerably. He also caught the honorific she had used, so he asked directly. You're a first year who just enrolled today, aren't you? How do you know who I am? In response, Ichika delivered the answer she had rehearsed countless times in her head, in a perfectly practiced, slightly bashful tone. Because Akasaka-senpai is so famous. She clasped her hands together with a look of earnest anticipation that was entirely manufactured. Could I add you as a contact? Please. She leaned further and further forward until the softness of her chest made contact with him. There was a subtle lilt of invitation in her voice, the whole thing designed to coax him into agreeing to the ridiculous request. Ryunosuke backed away on instinct as she closed in. He wasn't the same as he used to be. 13 girlfriends were watching him now, and he couldn't afford to do anything reckless. To put an end to her boldness, he agreed to the friend request. The moment it went through, Ichika sprang back nimbly, keeping her distance while holding up her phone with a little shake. His contact information was already saved. Well then, Akasaka-senpai, let's keep in touch from now on. Before leaving, she even blew him a flying kiss. Honestly, most men would have had a very hard time holding their ground against that, and it took real effort on Ryunosuke's part. He knew she was a white room assassin, but why was she approaching him? Most likely because of his closeness to Ayanokuji, or so he assumed. He had no idea that he himself was actually their primary target. Without the perspective of an omniscient narrator, there was simply no way he could have known something that strange. Once she was far enough away, Ichika let her expression drop back to normal. The reason she had pressed so close was to feel out where Ryunosuke kept his key card. It seemed to be in his left pocket, with 2 cards sitting right there. She had considered lifting them on the spot, but doing it now would leave too obvious a trail and she would immediately become a suspect. She needed a scapegoat first, someone to take the blame if things went sideways. If the mission failed, she couldn't afford to be the one left exposed. Ichika operated with meticulous care and left no loose ends. That was the White Room's philosophy of action. If a mission collapsed, the one above you must never be dragged down with it. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Meanwhile, Housen had witnessed the brief exchange between Ryunosuke and Ryuen at the school gate, and concluded that both of them must be genuinely strong. So he had made his way to the second-year Class D to challenge Ryuen. Housen was a delinquent who had a deep appreciation for the aesthetics of violence. Upon spotting Ryuen inside the classroom, he rolled his stiff neck and shoved his hands into his pockets. Ryuen. Fight me. Ryuen had both feet up on his desk, his gaze dripping with contempt. Humph. Still picking fights in this day and age? Where exactly did you leave your brain? He had no interest in entertaining someone that dim. Ever since Ryunosuke had played him, Ryuen had sharpened up considerably and wasn't about to throw a punch without thinking. He also knew the full sequence of how Ryunosuke had gotten the entire second year expelled, and had come to understand, in his own roundabout way, the concept of lawful self-defense as it applied to this school. More precisely, if they swing first, you can swing back. Ryunosuke had used that principle twice. Once against Ryuen, and once against the entire second year. In both cases, his side had been drastically outnumbered, facing odds of more than 10 to 1. A fight with that kind of disparity would be recognized as legitimate self-defense, and the school would hold no one accountable. After all, if someone is being beaten, it would be absurd for the school to forbid them from fighting back. Ryunosuke had exploited that loophole twice under the school's watch and walked away clean both times. Ryuen, on the other hand, had been expelled, and if he hadn't taken all the blame onto himself, the rest of Class D likely would have gone down with him. Nagumo's situation was even more catastrophic. The entire second year had been wiped out, leaving only 9 survivors. Ryuen had learned his lesson and sworn off violence. He was a model student now. In this era, only fools settled things with their fists. That was exactly why he called Housen a brainless fool. If you truly wanted to start something, you could at least do it somewhere out of range of the security cameras so the school wouldn't catch wind of it. Walking straight into frame under a surveillance camera, what kind of thinking was that? Even so, something flickered in Ryuen's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sly grin. You could always try Akasaka Ryunosuke. I'm sure he won't turn you down. Housen actually took that seriously and went looking for Ryunosuke, especially since it was clear Ryuen had no intention of fighting. That left only one option. A short while later, Housen had positioned himself squarely in the middle of the path Ryunosuke would have to take. Akasaka Ryunosuke, I am truly, deeply grateful to you, Ryuen. Chapter 280, Yagami Takuya. Ryunosuke stared at Housen, who was blocking his path, with a mildly puzzled look. I don't recall ever provoking this guy, let alone having any dealings with him. So why is he in my way? Ryuen, sitting back in Class 2D, couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from creeping upward. He didn't laugh often, only when he truly couldn't help it. His shoulders were shaking visibly, the effort of holding it in written all over him. He had finally managed to set a trap for Ryunosuke, and the satisfaction was indescribable. Nobody could possibly understand just how good he felt right now. He had suffered plenty at Ryunosuke's hands, so this was nothing more than a small down payment on the debt. The rest would be collected in full, with interest. Hiyori looked worried and wanted to warn her boyfriend, but with Ryuen right there, she didn't dare send a message openly. Ryuen seemed to read what she was thinking and let out a quiet sigh. Hiyori had helped him keep the class together for the better part of a year, and Ryuen was not the type to forget a favor. So he put her at ease. Relax. Nothing's going to happen to him. He's far too cunning. Have you already forgotten how thoroughly he played me? Hiyori covered her mouth as a soft laugh shook through her, looking lovely in that moment. You're right, I suppose I don't need to worry about him. She hugged the book Ryunosuke had given her to her chest, her expression glowing with quiet happiness. Ryuen exhaled again. His strategist, completely stolen away. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Elsewhere. Housen stood before Ryunosuke, his face alight with a particular kind of hunger, the hunger for a worthy fight. He was not unlike Zaraki Kenpachi in that regard. He was idly spinning a set of brass knuckles in his hand, the kind fighters used to put more force behind a punch. It was clear he meant business. Ryunosuke kept his expression flat and let his gaze drift sideways toward the security camera mounted on the street lamp. Is this guy actually an idiot? He's seriously trying to start something right in front of me, in plain sight. Outwardly, he stayed composed. He already had a plan. He tilted his thumb toward the narrow alley behind him, gesturing for them to take it somewhere more private. Housen followed without a moment's hesitation, practically beaming. Once the surroundings were quiet and there were no witnesses in sight, Ryunosuke decided a cheap shot was entirely appropriate. He quietly slipped a telescopic baseball bat from behind his back, keeping it hidden from Housen's line of sight. Then he suddenly pointed up at the sky and shouted, "A UFO." Huh. Housen blinked and looked up. Where? The instant his opponent turned his head, Ryunosuke gripped the bat and swung it cleanly at the back of Housen's skull. Thud. With a solid crack of impact, Housen dropped straight to the ground, completely and utterly unconscious. Ryunosuke planted the bat against the pavement, resting one hand on it as he looked down at the crumpled figure with the expression of someone staring at the world's biggest fool. Where did this idiot crawl out from? He actually fell for the UFO line. Hopeless, truly hopeless. Housen, unconscious, \$ at #%U, and %# at. Ryunosuke collapsed the telescopic bat down to about 20 centimeters, tucked it into his bag, dusted off his hands, and turned to leave. As for Housen lying there on the ground, he spared him not a single additional thought. Brawling with someone that dim would be an insult to his own intelligence. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Housen ended up knocked out for a full day and night. When he dragged himself to class the next morning, he had a magnificent lump sitting on the back of his head. Ichika laughed at him for quite a while, clutching her stomach and dabbing at the tears gathering in the corners of her eyes. Oh, you poor thing, Housen. Tisk. He clicked his tongue in irritation. I'll get my revenge. This isn't over, he ground out through clenched teeth. Ichika stopped laughing and shifted gears. Her eyes turned sharp, taking on that signature little devil edge. She looked at Housen and said, do you want revenge on Akasaka Ryunosuke? I can give you that opportunity. All you have to do is what I tell you. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On another front, Yagami had also begun to move, though his target was not Ryunosuke but Ayanokuji. He trailed him like a shadow, watching his every move. As the saying goes, know yourself, know your enemy, and in 100 battles you will never be in danger. In other words, once you have studied your opponent thoroughly, no engagement carries real risk. The line comes from Sun Tzu's The Art of War, and it was precisely the kind of thinking the White Room instilled. At its core, an institution like the White Room was a government instrument for engineering geniuses to serve societal development. Yagami intended to understand everything about Ayanokuji before striking with precision. He even followed him to the bathroom. Truly insufferable. Then again, nobody who came out of the White Room was entirely normal. Before long, Yagami picked up something significant. Ayanokuji and Ryunosuke were on remarkably close terms. They were frequently found in the same room together, doing who knew what. The truth, of course, was that they gathered purely for food. Susan's cooking was simply too good. Ayanokuji's stomach had been thoroughly shaped by it, and his palate had grown demanding. Back in the White Room, meals had been nothing but nutritional intake. Raw eggs for protein. Steak cooked to 10 or 20%, practically raw, to chase the hemoglobin in the blood for muscle recovery. In short, it was all rather grim. What kind of life had Ayanokuji been living? Compared to Susan's cooking, everything he had eaten before was little more than garbage. Ayanokuji had truly fallen in love with Horikita Susan. Or rather, with her cooking. Susan tapped his reaching chopsticks with her own as he tried to steal a slice of meat, and warned him flatly, Ryunosuke isn't back yet. No eating until he is. Okay, Ayanokuji answered like a scolded housewife, offering absolutely no resistance. It was genuinely hard to believe this was the White Room's greatest masterpiece. Ryunosuke had just stepped out to grab some soda and came back through the door moments later. Ayanokuji's eyes immediately lit up as he looked at Susan. Can I eat now? Susan said nothing. She simply set aside the best half of the meat for Ryunosuke, then slid the rest toward Ayanokuji as a silent signal to go ahead. Ayanokuji settled at the table and muttered under his breath, blatant favoritism. He ate at Ryunosuke's place often enough, and had declared he would pay his share of the food costs. Ryunosuke didn't mind. It was just one extra pair of chopsticks at the table. All of this was being observed by Yagami, crouched outside with binoculars. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Their relationship is anything but ordinary. That was his conclusion. He dropped down from the tree he had been perched in, satisfied that he had seen enough. If the right moment comes, I could take them both out at once. That would prove I'm stronger than Ayanokuji-senpai. And it would complete the mission from the boss at the same time. 2 birds, 1 stone. The boss in question was none other than Ayanokuji Kiyotaka's father, Ayanokuji Atsuomi. Chapter 281, Amasawa Ichika. The following morning, Ryunosuke left the house as usual, heading off to school. Ichika, meanwhile, had been lying in wait nearby for some time. Her goal was simple, quietly swap out her opponent's room key card, slip into his room, and retrieve an object that would carry the target's fingerprints, a fruit knife used for food preparation, for instance. She had already worked out a method that would get her opponent expelled from school while leaving herself entirely beyond suspicion. If the plan fell apart, she had already arranged for someone else to take the fall, namely Housen. She had considered every angle. Even if the scheme were sniffed out, the other side would have no evidence to pin on her. Ichika straightened her soft reddish-purple twin tails, then darted out to stage another, accidental encounter with Ryunosuke. The moment Ryunosuke stepped out the door, Ichika ran straight into him, stumbling into his arms. Using the brief instant her body was pressed against his chest, she deftly swapped both of his key cards for her own copies. Then she acted as though nothing had happened and greeted him with a cheerful smile. What a coincidence, Akasaka-senpai. She even sat on top of him for a moment without the slightest hint of embarrassment. Ryunosuke got up, straightened his clothes, and said flatly, watch where you're going next time. This is the second time you've crashed into me. Ichika tapped her own head with one small hand and stuck out her tongue, playing the part of a scatterbrained, adorable girl to perfection. Understood, Akasaka-senpai. Want to walk to school together since we're both heading that way. You warm up to people fast. Fine, suit yourself. Ryunosuke didn't think too hard about it and set off with Ichika walking alongside him. Ichika fell in step behind him. In the space where he couldn't see her face, the corner of her mouth curved into a peculiar smile. The first part was done. All that remained was to wait for him to leave for the student council, then slip into his room and take what she needed. School ended at 3:30. Just as Ichika had predicted, Ryunosuke headed to the student council office and would be tied up there for roughly 2 hours, meaning he wouldn't be back until around 5:30. 2 hours was more than enough time to carry out the perfect crime. 3:30 arrived. Ryunosuke left for the student council exactly as expected, and Ichika moved into action. What she didn't realize was that Yagami had been watching her. Yagami knew what the girl was up to, that she was making her move against Ryunosuke. But he felt compelled to involve himself. Given Ayanokuji's close ties to the target, this could be an opportunity to accomplish two things at once. Yagami had his own ulterior motive. He trailed quietly behind Ichika, conducting his own surveillance, while she remained completely unaware of him. In terms of ranking, Yagami stood at the top of the White Room's 5th generation, with Ichika placed below him. In raw ability, she was second while he was first, which was precisely why she never noticed she was being followed. And so the two of them moved forward, each carrying their own hidden agenda. Ichika arrived at Ryunosuke's door, let herself in, and eased it shut behind her, taking in the room at a glance. As she had anticipated, the layout was identical to her own. She moved through it as naturally as her own space, headed straight for the kitchen area, and immediately spotted the fruit knife sitting on the counter. That knife happened to carry the fingerprints of 3 people, Suzun, Ryunosuke, and Ayanokuji. To avoid leaving any trace of herself, Ichika had put on a pair of surgical gloves. She also twisted her lovely hair up and covered it with a surgical cap so that no stray strands could fall and be used as evidence. Once her preparations were complete, she carefully lifted the fruit knife, wrapped it thoroughly, and slipped it into her bag. She then went to a convenience store, bought an identical knife, and placed it back in exactly the same spot so that nothing would seem out of place. Flawless. After putting everything back in order, Ichika stepped out of Ryunosuke's room and used a handkerchief to wipe her fingerprints from the door handle. But just as she was about to leave, Yagami appeared behind her. "What exactly are you doing, Ichika?" Her body reacted on pure instinct. She spun and threw a hard punch, her fist cutting through the air toward Yagami. He calmly tilted his head to let it pass. Ichika used the momentum to throw another. Yagami caught her fist without shifting an inch. Her other arm was pinned just as quickly. With a single controlled push, he pressed her back against the wall until she couldn't move. Ichika's expression burned with frustration. "You were following me." She already knew he must have been tailing her. There was no other explanation for his perfectly timed appearance. Yagami confirmed it without any particular concern, wearing a faintly mocking look. "Good work, Amasawa. At this rate you'll have your task wrapped up in no time." He said nothing about the fact that the fruit knife likely carried Ayanokuji's fingerprints as well. If he told her, she might sabotage everything out of her devotion to Ayanokuji. Keeping it from her was the cleanest way to protect his own plan. So he stayed quiet and let her remain in the dark. Yagami released her and made no move to stop her from proceeding. Her target was Ryunosuke, his was Ayanokuji. The two didn't interfere with each other, though they had become entangled, unintentionally, through a single fruit knife that might carry both men's fingerprints. To prevent Ichika from derailing everything the moment she found out, Yagami intended to keep that detail buried until the very end, letting the oversight run its course so he could take advantage of it at the critical moment. He didn't say much beyond that, only asking how she planned to deal with Ryunosuke. Ichika looked at him with open suspicion. "I thought you were only interested in Ayanokuji-senpai. Why are you suddenly poking around my target?" She made no secret of her confusion, but kept her guard up all the same. Yagami raised both hands above his head to show he had no ill intentions. He was simply curious about how she intended to handle Ryunosuke. Nothing more. Ichika remained wary, but since the contents of her plan wouldn't become dangerous simply by being known, she decided to tell him honestly what she had in mind. Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 180 plus chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, journey to planar word. Wrapped gift access 120 plus chapters, infinity reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 282, Amasawa Ichika finds Ayanokuji Kiyotaka. In short, the plan is simple. We let that idiot Housen get his hands on the fruit knife, the one already covered in Akasaka-senpai's fingerprints, and then have him stab himself. That way, we create the perfect illusion that he's been assaulted. At least to any outsider, it'll look like Akasaka-senpai was the one who did it. Ichika spoke those chilling words with a cute, innocent smile. Beside her, Yagami nodded in quiet satisfaction. A perfect plan. Truly airtight. Ichika sat on the school park bench, her eyes dancing with mischief. In a moment, I'll need to stage another accidental run-in with Akasaka-senpai. I have to find an opening to swap his keycard back. That way, even if he suspects I'm behind it, he'll have zero evidence. Besides, I've already wiped the prints off the card. Ichika beamed, clearly proud of her handiwork. Meanwhile, Yagami felt a surge of internal triumph. Since this plan also targeted Ayanokuji, a fact Ichika remained blissfully unaware of, it gave him the perfect leverage to manipulate the situation. Could you leave this part of the plan to me? Yagami asked her. I'd like to be the one to meet and deal with Akasaka Ryunosuke. I want to test myself against Ayanokuji-senpai. I'll prove that I am the strongest to ever come out of the White Room. Ichika found the request a bit odd, but she didn't voice her thoughts. If someone else was willing to take over the tedious, dirty work, she was more than happy to sit back and relax. She gave Yagami the nod and handed the matter over to him. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Ichika waited until 5:30 p.m., the time Ryunosuke usually finished his duties as student council president. As Ryunosuke stepped out of the office, Ichika, concealed in a blind spot, executed her accidental collision. She lunged from around the corner, slamming into him with enough force to knock him down, and promptly landed right on top of him. With practiced agility, she swapped the wiped keycard back into his possession while chirping a greeting. Good evening, Akasaka-senpai. Ow, ow, ow. Why do you keep tackling me? Ryunosuke looked up at Ichika straddling him, feeling utterly defenseless against the girl's antics. This little girl was constantly crashing into him. While the thought had crossed his mind that she might have a crush on him, Ryunosuke quickly dismissed it. Based on the original story, Ichika's devotion to Ayanokuji bordered on a romantic obsession. Ryunosuke didn't think she would actually like him or have a change of heart, at least not this quickly. He didn't consider himself particularly charismatic, but then he remembered his 13 girlfriends, and his confidence in denying his own charm wavered slightly. He helped Ichika up, then stood and brushed off non-existent dust, speaking in a flat tone. Be careful next time. Don't be so clumsy. Right. There won't be a next time, Ichika replied with a face of pure innocence. Inwardly, however, she added, there won't be a tomorrow for you, Akasaka-senpai, because you're about to be expelled. Ichika skipped away, her heart light. She intended to find Ayanokuji to soothe the longing in her chest. Ryunosuke felt a flicker of unease but didn't dwell on it, he had to wait for Suzune. Suzune emerged from the office shortly after, closing the door behind her. The two began walking toward the supermarket to pick up groceries. Suzune was in charge of dinner, and they planned to have Ayanokuji over later. Ayanokuji had already received the message and replied that he would be a little late. He sat on a park bench, waiting patiently. This was the one thing he looked forward to, the only hope of satisfying his appetite. As an emotionless masterpiece, good food was one of the few things capable of stirring his feelings, aside from the potential assassins from the White Room. With a characteristically blank expression, Ayanokuji watched as Ichika appeared before him. Ichika clasped her hands behind her back, gazing at the senior she had admired from afar for so long. The corners of her mouth slowly curled into a strange, twisted arc. The two had never met inside the White Room, so Ayanokuji had no idea this girl came from the same place. Ichika, however, knew him intimately. Ayanokuji was the undisputed number one. As the second-ranked student of the fifth generation, Ichika had heard his name countless times. It was the foundation of her borderline insane adoration. Ayanokuji, as the strongest, naturally had no reason to know those beneath him. He simply didn't bother remembering them. Ichika stepped closer, her face flushing with excitement as she finally faced the person she had yearned to meet. I finally get to see you, Ayanokuji-senpai. Suddenly, Ichika lunged. Her expression distorted slightly, she clearly intended to test his reflexes. Ayanokuji stepped back to evade, then swiftly tilted his body, raising a hand for a precise strike to her neck to knock her unconscious. With incredible grace, Ichika planted a hand on the ground and launched a rapid spinning kick. Her leg, clad in a long black sock, whipped toward Ayanokuji's face, forcing him to abort his counterattack. Ayanokuji retreated, granting her the distance she wanted. They stood 5 meters apart, eyes locked. Ichika was trembling slightly, not from cold, but from a brush with fear. There was no doubt, this was the masterpiece of the White Room. She had nearly been caught just now. But you really are magnificent, Ayanokuji-senpai. Since you're this amazing, I only adore you more. Ichika cupped her cheeks with her hands, her gaze turning full Yandere. Ayanokuji, meanwhile, had already reached a conclusion. This girl was from the White Room. The fluid movements she had just displayed were techniques taught by the instructors there. As the saying goes, students of the same master always leave a trail. For Ayanokuji, the masterpiece, his eyes were sharp enough to distinguish exactly which instructor had taught her those moves. There were, after all, only a handful of trainers in that place. Now certain his opponent was from the White Room, Ayanokuji's gaze shifted. His eyes turned cold, harboring a faint trace of killing intent. He only wanted to spend his 3 years of high school in peace. He wanted to be ordinary and had no intention of inheriting his father's legacy. Anyone who stood in the way of his quiet life would be dealt with. Seeing his hostility, Ichika waved her hands frantically in explanation. You aren't our target, Ayanokuji-senpai. Ayanokuji immediately began deconstructing her words. Regardless of whether she was telling the truth, the phrase our target confirmed she wasn't acting alone. His mind raced, calculating the variables until he hit upon the most logical answer. I see. Is it the new first-year students? Are there others from the White Room hidden among them? Ayanokuji rubbed his chin. He suspected the White Room assassins were hiding in the freshman class for a simple reason. The entire second-year population had been so thoroughly dismantled by Ryunosuke that barely one class remained. An assassin wouldn't be there. If they were, they would have acted during the Nagumo incident to protect themselves. As for the third years, Ayanokuji had observed them for a full year and found no trace of the White Room. That left only the first years, whose backgrounds were still a total mystery. In the span of a few seconds, Ayanokuji had already mapped out the entire board. Chapter 283, Yagami Takuya prepares to move. Ayanokuji, naturally, didn't take the girl's words at face value. If their target truly were someone else, they wouldn't have gone out of their way to cause trouble for him. Seeing his skepticism, Ichika didn't hesitate to spill the beans regarding her boss's orders. After all, Ayanokuji was her idol. In the presence of the one she worshipped most, she felt no guilt whatsoever in betraying her ultimate superior. Ayanokuji Atsuomi, I'm truly grateful to you. The moment Ayanokuji realized their target wasn't him, but Ryunosuke instead, his eyes practically sparkled. Excellent. Ayanokuji thought to himself, not even pausing to wonder why he felt such genuine joy at selling out his best friend. He only focused on one undeniable fact: someone was finally going to pull the enemy's aggro for him. Someone else would be the target of his father's obsession. He became an active collaborator, coaching the opposition on how to handle Ryunosuke. He acted as if he were ready to tell them the color of Ryunosuke's underwear if it helped. Ichika watched him, her brain feeling like mush from the sheer absurdity of it, yet she strained to memorize every detail he gave her. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Elsewhere. Yagami began his move. He met with Housen from Class 1D, laying out a plan to take Ryunosuke down. Yagami handed Housen a fruit knife that bore the fingerprints of 3 people, Ryunosuke, Ayanokuji, and Suzune. He instructed Housen to wound himself with the blade to frame the opposition, pinning the blame squarely on them. Housen, who already harbored a deep-seated grudge against Ryunosuke, snatched the knife from Yagami's hand with a grin. Without a word of thanks, he turned his back on Yagami and waved him off. You can beat it. I've got no more use for you here. Watching Housen's arrogant display, Yagami's gaze turned cold. However, he suppressed his mounting irritation, maintaining his mask of wide-eyed innocence and offering a friendly smile. Could I tag along? I'm honestly a bit uneasy leaving such a high-stakes task entirely to you. Huh? You don't trust me? Housen glanced back, his face darkening with annoyance. Yagami kept up the act, pleading once more with a humble tone. Please, Housen-sama. I really want to come. Hearing the honorific, Housen's ego swelled. He felt a rush of satisfaction at being treated with such deference and agreed to let him follow. He had absolutely no idea that the boy standing before him was capable of wiping the floor with 10 men of his caliber simultaneously. Having achieved his goal, Yagami cursed him inwardly. What an idiot. So easy to manipulate, a literal pig brain. Housen began to move, but he didn't follow Yagami's advice to the letter. Driven by his own whims, he decided to lie in wait along the path Ryunosuke was guaranteed to take. In reality, he only needed to plunge the knife into his thigh or any non-vital area. There was no need for such elaborate theatrics. Yagami had already suggested the optimal play: engage where the CCTV cameras could capture the initial interaction, then move to a blind spot to execute the assault to make the narrative more convincing. Everything required evidence. And if evidence didn't exist, you created it. That was the power of Yagami Takuya, the masterpiece known as the White Room's finest weapon. At the same time, he wanted to draw Ayanokuji into the fray. After all, there was a high probability the boy's prints were on that knife. Yagami had spent this period confirming the routine. Ayanokuji practically lived at Ryunosuke's place for dinner every night. This meant the fruit knife would, at the very least, have the prints of Ryunosuke and his girlfriend, Horikita Suzune. There was also a massive chance it carried Ayanokuji's. Even if his prints weren't there, Yagami could use the incident to gauge his reaction and verify the truth. If Ayanokuji stepped in to protect Ryunosuke and Suzune, it proved the knife was a direct threat to him. Based on Ayanokuji's personality, he wouldn't lift a finger for something that didn't involve him. If he interfered, it proved he was linked to the mess and couldn't escape the consequences. This was Yagami's personal analysis of the men. Ultimately, he wanted to see how his predecessor reacted to the chaos. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Meanwhile, under the orange glow of the setting sun, Ayano and Ichika shared a friendly farewell, looking for all the world like a typical senior and junior without a hint of animosity. Ayano lowered his waving hand. Why would I feel hostile? I'm not the target, so what does it have to do with me? Ayano felt an immense sense of relief. His father wouldn't be breathing down his neck anymore, with Ryunosuke acting as the vanguard. He didn't have to worry about his father making life difficult. He stretched his limbs, his mood significantly lightened. Being friends with Akasaka is truly an honor. Where else could I find such a useful scapegoat? Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Across town, Ryunosuke, who was currently accompanying Suzun on a grocery run, suddenly sneezed. Pa. Who's talking trash about me now? Ryunosuke glanced around but couldn't spot the culprit. Suzun, having finished picking out the cheapest vegetables in the supermarket, spoke flatly to her boyfriend. We need to go. She carried the shopping basket toward the checkout. Ryunosuke followed, eyeing the budget greens with a look of mild disgust. Wifey, can't we eat something a little more gourmet? Ryunosuke's shameless use of the word wife sent a crimson flush crawling up Suzun's face. Since they were in public and not at home, his words had reached the ears of several nearby shoppers. The surrounding crowd began to whisper. Wow, married at such a young age. I didn't expect to see a young married couple here. I know, right? Youth is so beautiful. I wish I could go back, sighed a third-year girl, clutching her cheeks wistfully. Aren't you a senior? Just how old do you think you are to be talking about going back? A first-year junior nearby couldn't help but chime in. Listen here, kid, did you just call me old? Want me to show you how old I am? The upperclassman began rolling up her sleeves. Bring it on. I'm not scared. The junior followed suit, ready for a scrap. Ryunosuke and Suzun were indeed of legal marriageable age. Even if they actually were married, people would just assume they were a very young couple, seeing nothing fundamentally wrong with it. Ryunosuke seized the moment to grab Suzun's hand. How about we actually get married? What do you think? He didn't know yet that, within the system, he was already married. Suzun swiped her hand away and walked off with the basket, her face a mask of indifference. Ryunosuke trailed behind and caught her hand again. This time, Suzun didn't resist, accepting it with a sigh of resignation. She knew this man's habits well. If she didn't let him have this small victory, he would simply pester her indefinitely. Suzun found a logical excuse to accept the affection. That was her nature, stiff, yet sweet. Ryunosuke understood her perfectly. It was that very quirk he loved most. He loved each of his girls with a sincerity that was free of deceit. The two left the supermarket hand in hand, looking like any other young couple in love. Elsewhere, Kiyotaka glanced at his watch, timing Ryunosuke's shopping trip. Feeling the moment was right, he shoved his hands into his pockets and prepared to set off. Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 180+ chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, journey to planar word. Wrapped gift access 120+ chapters, infinity reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 284, a famous classic scene. The moment Ryunosuke had brushed past Ichika earlier, he knew exactly what she was, a white room assassin. Having read the script of the original world, he was well aware their true target was Ayano, so he had no intention of sticking his neck out. Not my circus, not my monkeys. Whatever. Unbeknownst to him, Ryunosuke's train of thought was perfectly synced with Ayano's. The two of them truly were brothers in arms, the kind who would sell each other out for a corn chip. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together, especially when they're both vultures. Both were currently nursing the same devious plan to use the other as a sacrificial lamb. Ayano's internal monologue was a mirror image. Their target is Ryunosuke, so what does this have to do with me? 8:30 p.m. Ayano met up with Ryunosuke and Suzun, and the trio began making their way back to the dorms for dinner. On a stretch of road bathed in the amber glow of streetlights, they crossed paths with Housen and Yagami. That wasn't the problem. The problem was the object in Housen's hand, a fruit knife. Specifically, the knife that bore the fingerprints of all three of them. Ryunosuke and Ayano locked eyes, and in an instant, their composure vanished. Only Suzun remained standing there like a statue, her brow furrowed, not yet grasping the sheer gravity of the situation. Yagami wore a look of pure, manic triumph, looking for all the world like Uchiha Madara. I've waited so long for this moment. If Yagami could engineer the simultaneous expulsion of Ryunosuke, whom the boss ordered removed, and Ayanokuji, the ultimate masterpiece, he would finally prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that he was the apex of the White Room. Yagami looked truly unhinged, throwing his head back and laughing at the sky like Uchiha Sasuke in the throes of a breakdown. Ha 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 ha. Ayanokuji-senpai. Starting today, I will prove to everyone that I am the pinnacle of the White Room. Yagami spread his arms wide as if trying to embrace the entire world. Ryunosuke and Ayanokuji, however, had zero time to indulge someone suffering from a terminal case of chunibu. They exchanged another look, without a single word, they knew exactly what needed to be done. Housen leveled the fruit knife at Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke Akasaka, don't think for a second you're getting away with what you did to me last time. There weren't any cameras back then, so I lost. But things are different now. Housen pointed toward a security camera mounted on a nearby streetlight. This time, there's a camera. And its field of vision is locked on you, not me. As long as there's proof you were here, while I stay in the blind spot, all I have to do is stab myself with this knife, the one covered in your prints. You won't have a leg to stand on. Hearing this, the realization finally hit Suzun. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Ryunosuke reached out, silencing her by covering her mouth while thrusting his school bag into her arms. Suzun opened her mouth to protest, but Ryunosuke cut her off with a sharp command. Get your phone out, Suzun. Record everything that happens from this moment on. Move. Suzun reflexively obeyed, pulling out her phone. Ryunosuke's expression had turned deadly serious. Beside him, Ayanokuji dropped his bag to the pavement and began a brief warm-up, rolling his wrists, coiled and ready to strike. Opposite them, Housen let out a cruel, mocking sneer, barking out a declaration of victory. Don't even think about running. I'm going to make you understand the true meaning of consequences. I am your retribution. Get ready to pay the price, Ryunosuke Akasaka. Housen's rage had reached its boiling point. He raised the fruit knife high, intending to drive it deep into his own thigh. In that split second, Ryunosuke and Ayanokuji moved. Ryunosuke grabbed the Stardust Dragon card hanging from his neck, encased in a slab of hardened tempered glass, and hurled it like a projectile at the security camera, shattering the lens instantly. With the official eye blinded, the only remaining evidence would be the footage in Suzun's hand. That was Ryunosuke's endgame. Suzun's recording could be edited later to show only what benefited them. His next task, keep Yagami busy so he couldn't interfere with Ayanokuji. Ayanokuji's job was to stop Housen. Ryunosuke's was to intercept Yagami. He had to buy Ayanokuji time, even if he wasn't sure he could win, he had to hold out for at least 30 seconds. Ryunosuke wasn't confident he could actually defeat the strongest fifth-generation graduate of the White Room, but he just had to stall him. In this moment, he let his own Chunibi persona flare to full power. On the other side of the clash, Ayanokuji flung his school bag directly at Housen's face to obstruct his vision. It forced Housen to raise an arm to swat it away, buying Ayanokuji the precious seconds he needed to close the gap. He appeared before Housen in a flash. His palm shot out, reaching upward toward the blade that Housen was already driving toward his own leg. Ayanokuji's mind worked with cold, mathematical precision. This knife has my fingerprints on it. If he succeeds, I'll be expelled on a charge of attempted murder. The only logical move is to flip the script. I have to make it look like he was the one attempting murder so that he is the one expelled. There is only one answer. Squelch. The sound of a blade piercing through a palm echoed in the quiet street. Fresh blood sprayed. Housen's pupils shrank to pinpricks, he never imagined his opponent would do something so reckless. Ayanokuji had calculated this move down to the millimeter. Wrestling the knife away isn't realistic with Takuya Yagami lurking right there. I have to end this instantly so I can back up Akasaka. I can't waste time. This has to be decided in a heartbeat. Through precise calculation, I've avoided the major nerves and arteries in my palm to ensure there is no permanent bone or structural damage. Avoid the major vessels, let only the capillaries take the hit. Such feats were elementary for Ayanokuji. While Housen was still paralyzed by shock, before the reality of the situation could even register, Ayanokuji used his free hand to deliver a devastating punch to Housen's jaw. With a blank expression, Ayanokuji watched as Housen crumpled, knocked unconscious instantly. Without so much as a flinch of pain, Ayanokuji yanked the blood-slicked fruit knife from his own palm and turned his gaze toward the other battlefield. Chapter 285, Housen Kazuomi's Expulsion. Over on Ryunosuke's end, he was already deep in the throes of a brawl with Yagami, though brawl was a generous term, he was being systematically dismantled. He really is the strongest of the fifth generation. No doubt about it. Ryunosuke had no delusions of grandeur, he wasn't trying to win. He just needed to play the punching bag long enough for Ayanokuji to do his thing. The two traded blows, but after 30 seconds, Ryunosuke's fatigue showed. Yagami pounced on the opening, seizing Ryunosuke's wrist and executing a textbook over-the-shoulder throw that slammed him into the pavement. Pain flared across Ryunosuke's back, but he didn't have the luxury of reeling. Yagami's foot was already descending toward him. He scrambled into a desperate roll, wiping cold sweat from his brow as he put distance between them. You white rumors are a bunch of freaking monsters. Is everyone in your club this cracked at fighting? Ryunosuke gasped as Ayanokuji arrived on the scene. Ayanokuji reached down, hauling Ryunosuke to his feet before answering with uncharacteristic hesitation. I'm not entirely sure. I've been gone for over a year, after all. He paused. But, generally speaking, anyone in the top 3 of any White Room generation should be able to handle you. Ryunosuke went quiet. Note to self, hit the gym. He recalled his promise to Hiratsuka during the last sports festival to spar with her. It seemed like the perfect time to address his shortcomings and get some proper training in. Glancing at Ayanokuji's mangled hand, Ryunosuke offered a concerned look. You okay? If you're not up for round 2, I can call in a ringer. He reached for his phone, ready to summon Koenji as a substitute fighter. It would cost him one of his favors, but he didn't mind the price. Ayanokuji shook his head, signaling he was fine. Even with one hand out of commission, he didn't see himself losing. Seeing Ayanokuji's dismissive attitude, a vein throbbed in Yagami's temple. Hey, you're really looking down on me, aren't you, Ayanokuji-senpai? I am the undisputed peak of the 5th generation. Do you honestly think I'm some amateur? Ha! Yagami's composure snapped. Driven by a cocktail of worship and inferiority, he lunged forward. Ayanokuji was the ultimate rival in his heart, and he would not, stomach this blatant disrespect. Ayanokuji remained a statue of indifference. He gestured for Ryunosuke to back off to avoid the splash zone. After all, Ryunosuke was his most important friend, or rather, his most vital tool, and he couldn't afford to let his investment get damaged. He was guarding his friend's life more fiercely than his own. If people didn't know better, they'd think you two had something going on. Ayanokuji met Yagami's assault using only one hand. Yet, even restricted, he handled the onslaught with surgical ease. Finding his opening, he caught Yagami's hand, yanked him inward, and delivered a brutal headbutt. The impact left Yagami reeling, his vision blurring as his cognitive functions momentarily short-circuited. Seizing the window he'd carved out, Ayanokuji leaped into the air, driving a high-powered kick straight into the back of Yagami's head. The force sent Yagami flying. He tumbled a dozen times across the pavement, struggling feebly to crawl back up. Ayanokuji showed no mercy. Following the logic of finish them while they're down, and with blood still seeping from his palm, he couldn't afford a prolonged engagement. Using his good hand, he rained down a barrage of strikes on the prone Yagami until his opponent was completely unconscious. Only then did he stop. With the threats neutralized, Ayanokuji walked back to Ryunosuke like a silent bodyguard, signaling that the job was done. In the meantime, Ryunosuke had been busy. He'd already summoned a doctor for Ayanokuji and 2 sets of paramedics for the heaps of trash on the ground. Their synergy was uncanny. Even without words, they moved in perfect tandem. One look was all it took to divide the labor. Ryunosuke had tasked Suzun with the recording to secure Ayanokuji's future. Simultaneously, he'd held off Yagami to keep the board clear for Ayanokuji's move on Housen. And Ayanokuji, the moment his task was done, had rushed to Ryunosuke's side. Hard to believe that just an hour ago, these two partners were both independently plotting to sell the other out. It truly was a match made in heaven. They were identical in the one way that mattered, their shared talent for using their friends as human shields. The doctor provided emergency treatment to Ayanokuji, bandaging the wound and strictly warning him to keep it dry. Ayanokuji gave a hollow nod. Nearby, the unconscious forms of Housen and Yagami were loaded onto stretchers. They slept peacefully, likely destined for a long slumber given the sheer force Ayanokuji had used to end the fight. He hadn't intended to kill them, but he'd certainly prioritized efficiency over their health. Suzun handed over the video evidence. Ryunosuke and Ayanokuji went to work, editing the footage to highlight only the parts that painted them as victims before submitting it to the school administration. Housen's expulsion was a foregone conclusion. Yagami, however, managed to dodge the ultimate penalty due to a lack of hard evidence. His fingerprints weren't on the knife, making it difficult to pin the full crime on him. Still, his status as an accomplice was undeniable. The edited clip clearly showed him standing with Housen, a fact he couldn't explain away. Consequently, while he kept his spot in the school, he was relegated to the campus detention center for moral education and corrective discipline for the next 2 to 3 months. The school wanted him to reflect deeply on his failings. As a high-level institution, such disciplinary measures were unavoidable. For Yagami's side, however, not being expelled was a small mercy in a disastrous situation. Ichika visited the detention room to check on her former comrade in arms, now languishing behind bars. She leaned in with a teasing smirk. Are you enjoying the show? Seeing me humiliated like this? Yagami spat. Actually, yes. I'm loving it, Ichika admitted bluntly. That's what you get for daring to raise a hand against Ayanokuji-senpai. You brought this on yourself. Bound by his restraints, Yagami let out a frustrated roar. This is exactly why I didn't want to bring you along. Your brain is nothing but Ayanokuji. How could I ever trust you to have my back? Ichika merely scoffed, indifferent to his rage. If you try to hurt Ayanokuji-senpai, I won't let you succeed. Even if it's you, Takuya Yagami. I won't hesitate to take you down. Yagami felt the weight of her betrayal like a physical blow. He sat there, slumped in his chair like a salted fish that had lost its will to swim. He turned his face away, refusing to acknowledge her further. Seeing that he still had enough spirit to be grumpy, Ichika lost interest and left. She decided it was time to lay low for a while. No more extreme measures, the school would be on high alert after an incident like this. Ichika was no fool. Risking everything during such a sensitive period was a losing game. Her new plan, play the role of the perfect, model student and stay out of the crosshairs. With a skip in her step, Ichika vanished into the hallway, humming to herself. Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 190 plus chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, journey to planar word. Wrapped gift access 130 plus chapters, infinity reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 286, Studying Under Hiratsuka Shizuka. The following day. Ryunosuke headed to the school's taekwondo hall to begin his training with Hiratsuka. Hiratsuka was already there, clad in a crisp white dobok with a black belt tied firmly around her waist, a testament to her formidable prowess. She was, after all, a 9th Dan black belt, the highest attainable rank. Watching her sit cross-legged on the tatami mats, Ryunosuke swallowed hard. I'm not actually going to get beaten to death, am I? The thought gnawed at him. His opponent was a 9th Dan. How was a small fry like him supposed to pick a fight with someone of that caliber? His courage began to wither, and he instinctively turned to make a run for it. He hadn't even taken 3 steps before the back of his collar was snagged by the hand of fate. It was Hiratsuka. She shot him a mocking grin. You've come all this way, where do you think you're going? Ryunosuke's frame shuddered for a moment, but he quickly forced himself to regain his composure. I came here to study, not to get into a brawl. Hiratsuka let out a soft, dismissive snort. I know. Relax. Do I really look like the kind of person who just hits people for fun? She punctuated the sentence with a friendly pat on his shoulder. The force was so immense it produced a small thud. A sharp jolt of pain shot through Ryunosuke's arm, and he hissed through gritted teeth. Yes. You look exactly like that kind of person. And could you stop hitting my shoulder? That actually hurt. Oh. Sorry, my bad. Hiratsuka raised both hands in a mock gesture of surrender. It had been an accident, but she looked genuinely puzzled. I adjusted the strength of that pat to match your physical level. You shouldn't have felt any pain at all. Hiratsuka was nothing if not confident in her control. If she weren't, there was no way the physically frail Hachiman from the original story could have survived her iron fists time and time again. She always tuned her strength to stay exactly at the limit of what her opponent could endure. The problem was that Hiratsuka's adjustment was based on Ryunosuke's power while in Chinibu mode, which meant a 545% multiplier. She scratched her head, genuinely baffled. That doesn't make sense. I shouldn't have miscalculated. Ryunosuke shot back with a stinging retort. A normal teacher doesn't pat their student's shoulder with 300 kilograms of force. One slip-up and my bones would have turned to powder. At best, I'd be looking at a fracture. Hiratsuka went quiet, ducking her head like a scolded child. In that moment, the roles of teacher and student seemed completely reversed. She looked up, her curiosity piqued. Your physical durability isn't usually this low. What's going on? Through his scolding, Hiratsuka realized that his physical resilience had plummeted. The drop was so drastic it was visible to the naked eye. She hadn't noticed earlier because she assumed he was simply concealing his strength. Ayanokuji was a prime example of that. He was a master at blending in as an ordinary person, suppressing his presence so thoroughly he was indistinguishable from the masses. Even an experienced veteran like Hiratsuka couldn't find a single crack in his facade. If Ayanokuji hadn't intercepted her iron fist so effortlessly the other day, she would have found it hard to believe he was a martial arts expert. Ryunosuke didn't want to waste any more time on small talk, he needed her to teach him. After the clash with Yagami, he was painfully aware of his own limitations. While Chinibu mode allowed him to perform anime-tier feats, fighting techniques included, it all still functioned within the bounds of human biology. His strength increased by 545% from his base stats, giving him a punch force of roughly 436 kilograms. His legs, the pillars of his body and the result of the longest training, could exert 3 times that, 1,308 kilograms. That was the absolute ceiling of his current explosive power. Yet, even those numbers weren't enough to best Yagami. He realized he needed to raise his base stats first. And Hiratsuka, the 9th Dan, was the perfect person to help him do it. Furthermore, during the sports festival, he had promised Hiratsuka a match with Ayanokuji. Since Ayanokuji was currently nursing a hand injury, Ryunosuke had come alone. As for that match, he'd just have to consider it a debt for now. Hiratsuka didn't push the issue. She waved a hand and gave him his first order. All right then. Go fetch your senior disciple. We're starting the training. The senior disciple she was referring to was Ibuki Mio. Since Ryunosuke was just starting his tutelage now, he was officially the junior. The realization hit him like a physical blow, and he buried his face in his hands. She was going to laugh at him. He knew it. He'd put that girl through quite a bit of misery in the past, and there was no way Ibuki would miss a chance to rub his nose in this. But Ryunosuke had no choice, he resigned himself to his fate and headed toward Class 2D to call her. He was the one who needed the help, so he just had to swallow his pride. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Ryunosuke arrived at the door of Class 2D. After a moment of hesitation, he knocked and stepped inside. Let's rewind the clock just a bit. Inside the classroom, Ryuen had already heard the news of Housen's expulsion. He'd merely offered a cynical chuckle, not giving it a second thought. In his eyes, Housen was an irredeemable moron. Anyone with a brain wouldn't have pulled such an illogical stunt. To Ryuen, he was just a meathead who'd finally run out of luck. The door swung open, and Ryunosuke walked in. Ryuen, who had been lounging with his feet up on his desk, immediately sat up. His eyes narrowed, flashing with both caution and mockery. The tyrant king of Class C, what brings you to our humble Class D? Ryunosuke ignored the sarcasm and the provocative Tyrant King title. He had an urgent mission. He called out to the room. Is Ibuki Mio here? Hiratsuka-sensei is calling for you. He pointedly avoided the term senior disciple. His pride simply wouldn't allow it. Mio didn't move. Instead, she propped her chin on her hand, a smug look spreading across her face. And what exactly are you supposed to call me, Junior? The corner of Ryunosuke's mouth twitched, but he remained silent. The rest of the class, however, had heard every word. Hiyori tilted her head, looking genuinely confused. Since when did those two become senior and junior disciples? Ryuen, sensing something entertaining was afoot, perked up. He usually didn't care for gossip, but if it involved Ryunosuke, he was all ears, mostly so he could use it as ammunition later. Ibuki slumped onto her desk, suddenly playing the part of the frail maiden. She claimed she didn't have the energy to walk. Her message was clear. If she didn't hear the words, senior disciple, her legs were officially broken. You want her to move? Not a chance. Chapter 287, Ibuki Mio, try calling me senior one more time. I didn't quite hear you. Cornered by blatant intimidation, Ryunosuke spat the words through gritted teeth, his voice barely a whisper. Senior disciple. The effect on Ibuki was instantaneous, she looked as if she'd just been plugged into a high-speed charger. Springing from her chair, she strode over with an insufferable air of arrogance and tilted Ryunosuke's chin up, clearly intent on milking the moment for all it was worth. That was a bit too quiet. I didn't catch that. Say it again. Ryunosuke, neutral face. Don't push your luck, Ibuki. I'm warning you. She waved him off with a look of pure indifference. No, senior, no service. I'm staying right here. Embracing her role as the ultimate provocateur, Ibuki hopped onto a desk, crossing her arms and legs defiantly. A prominent vein throbbed in Ryunosuke's temple before he finally squeezed the words out once more. Say. Senior disciple. Excellent. Come along then, junior. Ibuki hopped down, chirping happily as she grabbed Ryunosuke's hand and practically dragged him out of the room. She had finally done it, she'd actually made the men suffer a loss. Ryunosuke had spent so long systematically dismantling her class's plans that this taste of petty vengeance was intoxicating. She was so swept up in her triumph that she didn't even realize she was still holding his hand. Ryunosuke glanced down at their intertwined fingers but decided to keep his mouth shut. He maintained a stoic, nothing to see here, expression and kept walking. They soon arrived at the taekwondo hall. Hiratsuka, looking sharp in her white dobok, was seated cross-legged on the mats, clearly having waited a while. She rose, cracking her knuckles with predatory enthusiasm. "All right, let's get down to the brass tacks and start the beatdown." Huh. Ryunosuke blinked, the sudden shift in energy leaving him a step behind. Beside him, Ibuki reached down and unbuckled 2 heavy ankle weights. They hit the floor with a bone-jarring thud, making it clear they were anything but light. "Whoa, are you insane?" Ryunosuke recoiled, eyes wide. "When did you start wearing those? Wait, have you been wearing them this whole time? Even on the way here?" Facing her junior's interrogation, Ibuki began her warm-up, rotating her hips and testing her now weightless legs. "I always wear them. Except for when I'm sleeping, they stay on. Ever since I started training under Hiratsuka-sensei, I haven't relaxed for a single second." She turned to Ryunosuke with a sharp, pointed smile. "By the way, each one is 5 kilograms. That means I'm walking around with an extra 10 kilograms every day. I'm not losing to you again." The intensity in her gaze was unmistakable. She was clearly thinking about the last time Ryunosuke had pinned her down. She was still nursing that grudge, swearing to settle the score sooner or later. Ryunosuke desperately wanted to point out, "You should be focusing on dropping Hiratsuka-sensei, not me. We're on the same team here." But looking at Ibuki, it was obvious she was already in the zone, and with Hiratsuka looming nearby, the math was looking grim. Ryunosuke could handle 1 monster, but 2? Forget it. Especially this buffed version of Ibuki, he felt his confidence waver slightly. Even so, he reached for the Stardust Dragon card hanging from his neck, instantly slipping into Chunibu mode. Hiratsuka and Ibuki both noted the gesture. They'd been dying to ask, what was the deal with that card? Why did his entire aura shift the second he touched it? Having transitioned into Sanji, Ryunosuke produced a fake cigarette rolled from a leaf out of thin air, lit it, and took a long drag. A vein popped on Hiratsuka's forehead. "Hee, smoking in front of your teacher. You've certainly got guts, kid." Ryunosuke opened his mouth to explain it was a prop, but it was too late. Hiratsuka's fist was already flying. Reflexively, he threw up a leg to parry, sighing in resignation. "Could you at least let me finish my sentence, sensei?" "Haha. I'm not listening." Hiratsuka laughed, her delight obvious. She was clearly doing this on purpose. Ryunosuke had no choice but to engage. It was less of a lesson and more of a high-speed skirmish. Neither gave an inch, their movements blurring into afterimages. The air hissed with the sound of their strikes connecting, the shockwaves from their exchanges blowing Ibuki's hair back as she watched from the sidelines. Ibuki was itching to jump in. She couldn't stand being a spectator. Where's the fun in just watching? But as soon as she moved to interfere, the 2 combatants simultaneously broke off and called a halt. They were both significantly stronger than her. If she dove into that blender, they weren't sure they could pull their punches in time to keep her out of the infirmary. Ibuki huffed, frustrated. She genuinely wanted to test her mettle, but she knew the truth, both Hiratsuka and Ryunosuke were peaks she had yet to climb. At that moment, the door slid open. Ayanokuji, his palms still wrapped in thick bandages, stepped inside with his usual deadpan expression. He'd come to check on Ryunosuke. As his best friend, and primary asset, he couldn't just leave him to his own devices. Besides, he was tired of being a full-time babysitter. Since Ryunosuke was serious about getting stronger, Ayanokuji could offer the right guidance. After all, his techniques were pure white room, the absolute pinnacle of martial science. Ayanokuji used his good hand to take a bite of an apple as he entered. Seeing the newcomer, Hiratsuka rushed over and threw an arm around his shoulders. "Ha ha ha. You finally showed up, kid." She glanced at his bandaged hand, her tone turning slightly regretful. "Shame about the injury. Otherwise, I would have gone all out against you." Ayanokuji replied flatly, "Have a heart, sensei. I'm a patient." "Haha, just a joke. Don't take it to heart." Hiratsuka slapping him on the back. Inwardly, she knew the truth, she was no match for this boy. Remembering how easily he'd stopped her iron fist and Ryunosuke's kick, she knew she was outclassed. Even if she doubled her explosive power from 1,100 kilograms, it likely wouldn't be enough. Hiratsuka wasn't one to mope over a loss, she just missed the thrill of the exchange. Meanwhile, Ayanokuji and Ryunosuke began to chat. They looked like the picture of brotherly solidarity, despite the fact that both were harboring identical, devious thoughts. Truthfully, they never would have been caught off guard by the White Room assassins if they hadn't both lowered their guards for the same reason. Ryunosuke thought they were there for Ayanokuji. Ayanokuji thought they were there for Ryunosuke. Because of that mutual assumption, they'd both been careless. They were toxic friends through and through. If one was in trouble, the other's first instinct was to laugh. And that was exactly how they'd ended up in this mess. The two sat down on the tatami together, letting out a synchronized, heavy sigh. We really dropped the ball this time. X2. Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 190 plus chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, journey to planar word. Wrapped gift access 130 plus chapters, infinity reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 288, The Pros and Cons of Chunibyo. Hiratsuka asked, her eyes glittering with unbridled curiosity. I've been meaning to ask for a while now, what is the deal with that Chunibyo mode of yours? Why does your entire aura shift the second you touch that battered old card? The battered card she was referring to was, of course, Stardust Dragon. Ryunosuke exhaled a long, weary sigh of resignation. It's Stardust Dragon, not a battered card. Sensei, have you seriously never watched Yu-Gi-Oh? Hiratsuka crossed her arms over her chest. I usually stick to the big 3 tokusatsu franchises and seasonal anime, but Yu-Gi-Oh? Never touched it. It's too much of a brain drain. She ruffled her hair in sheer frustration. The first and third generations were fine, but it just got more convoluted as it went on. XYZ, pendulum. I don't even understand how link effects work. It's a mess, so I just dropped the whole thing. Hiratsuka argued that the modern rules were so complex they felt like they weren't even designed for humans. Just look at those bizarre link effects, reading the card text alone takes an eternity. Ryunosuke nodded in understanding. Honestly, there probably wasn't a human alive who could memorize the modern rulebook in its entirety. It truly wasn't meant for casual consumption. Only mobile games that automated the simple effects were still playable, though even then, the experience was miserable, usually ending in a one-turn kill. And don't even get started on the pay-to-win system. If you aren't dropping cash, you won't survive 3 turns against the whales. In short, the game had moved past strategy and turned into a battle of wallets. If your bank account was deep enough, you could handpick a deck of god-tier effects. Without money, you'd struggle to complete a single functional archetype. That was the reality of the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG in Ryunosuke's previous life, a game that was, frankly, no longer worth playing. Ryunosuke spread his arms, explaining the mechanics of his Chunibyo mode to Hiratsuka. She stared at him as if he were a biological anomaly. Just what kind of body chemistry do you have? Suddenly, Hiratsuka's eyes lit up. Hey, kid, does that mean if you hold anything, you transform into a corresponding character? Ryunosuke shot her a dry, cynical look. What, you think I'm Stephen Chow in $60 million Weapon? Like I can just turn into a toaster if I feel like it. Hiratsuka didn't care. Her inner child had been awakened, and she was in full experimental mode. From behind her back, she suddenly produced a spark lens, the transformation device for Ultraman Tiga, and acted like she wanted to shake Ryunosuke's hand. Here, let's shake on it. Ryunosuke's head filled with metaphorical question marks. What on earth are you? Before he could finish, Hiratsuka forcibly shoved the spark lens into his palm. Ryunosuke's frame shuddered as he instantly slipped into character. Out of nowhere, he was suddenly sporting a Guts team uniform and leveling a hyper gun directly at Hiratsuka's forehead. Oppressing the weak just because you can, what kind of teacher are you? Startled by the sudden lecture, Hiratsuka reflexively stammered, I am sorry, a teacher should never treat a student like, wait a minute. You brat. You dare preach to me. She began rolling up her sleeves, ready to deliver a physical correction, but Ryunosuke met her gaze with a hauntingly serious expression. What is justice? Is your justice merely bullying students with physical force? Are you even worthy of being called an educator? Why yes, I'm sorry. Hiratsuka apologized on instinct, but as she snapped out of it, her face flushed crimson with rage. You. Don't use legendary Ultraman Tiga quotes to lecture me. I'm your teacher. Ryunosuke merely gazed out toward the distant horizon with a pensive, faraway look. We are all creatures born from the same earth. Why must we slaughter one another? Hiratsuka-sensei. Slaughter my foot. Get back to normal, now. Hiratsuka had reached her limit. She realized that in a battle of words, she would be utterly decimated. She wanted to snap and thrash the boy then and there, but every time she moved to strike, he'd drop a nugget of wisdom that made her pause, leaving her with no room for a rebuttal. To the side, Ayanokuji rubbed his chin, lost in deep thought. I see. So that's how the status works. He was beginning to grasp the underlying principles of Ryunosuke's Chunibyo mode. Wanting to test a theory, he quietly gathered 3 bamboo swords, shurnai, and handed them to Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke's body jolted again. His status shifted instantly. He was now wearing a green bandana, one eye clamped shut, with one bamboo sword clenched between his teeth while his hands gripped the other 2. He had become Roronoa Zoro. Since we cannot live in peace, let us settle this here. Hiratsuka Shizuka. Excellent. That's what I've been waiting for. Hiratsuka balled her fists, grinning. Now this was more her speed. A powerful aura of Byusashoku haki seemed to coat the bamboo blades. Ryunosuke lunged, the floor cracking beneath his feet as he charged, muttering his technique under his breath. Suffering is good on the path to carnage. Kiki Kutoryu, Ashura Bakai, Moja no Tawamur. Ryunosuke's entire body emitted a golden glow, as if he had literally grown 3 heads and 6 arms. He spun like a whirlwind, tearing toward Hiratsuka. Hiratsuka's pupils contracted. Sensing a dangerous pressure, she tried to dodge, but she was too late. His speed was off the charts, she couldn't even register his movement before he had already passed her. In an instant, the teacher collapsed to the floor, clutching her stomach and groaning in pain. There was no serious injury, however, Ryunosuke had held back. Had those been real blades, Hiratsuka would be a corpse. Realizing this, a bead of sweat the size of a bean rolled down her forehead. This kid. Ryunosuke removed the bamboo sword from his mouth, sheathed it into an imaginary scabbard, and pulled off the green bandana. Don't worry. I used the back of the blade. Ayanokuji desperately wanted to point out, a bamboo sword doesn't have a sharp or blunt side. But he'd seen enough to confirm his theory. In this Chinibu mode, through some unknown mechanism, Ryunosuke inherited a portion of the character's actual abilities, be it sword techniques or kicking styles. He even reached a master tier proficiency. Unfortunately, his physical vessel couldn't keep up. In short, Ryunosuke's physical stats were the bottleneck for his god tier techniques. It was clear he didn't need more martial knowledge, he just needed to harden his body. Ayanokuji began mapping out a training regimen in his head. Ibuki, caught up in the madness, decided she wanted a turn. Out of nowhere, she produced a straw hat she'd been hiding. Catching Ryunosuke off guard, she jammed it onto his head. Instantly, Ryunosuke turned into a total ditz, picking his nose with his pinky finger. I'm hungry. I want meat. Ha 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 ha. Ibuki lost it, rolling on the floor in hysterics. Ha ha ha. This is gold. Say it. Say, I'm gonna be the pirate king. She wiped tears from her eyes, laughing far too hard. Ryunosuke, ever the method actor, gripped the straw hat and flashed a wide, toothy grin. I'm the man who's gonna be the pirate king. The pirate king. That's a promise. This time, even Hiratsuka couldn't hold back, joining Ibuki in a fit of raucous laughter. A vein throbbed on Ryunosuke's forehead as he snatched the hat off and hurled it at them. What are you laughing at? Is it really that fun making a joke out of me? He yelled, his mouth turning into a jagged shark-like shape. Haha, it really is. Sorry. Hiratsuka wheezed, wiping her eyes, though her lack of sincerity was deafening. Ryunosuke was so annoyed he considered just packing up and ending the session right then and there. Chapter 289, Amasawa Ichika Comes Knocking. Ryunosuke was so incensed he felt like his lungs might actually burst, his only desire was to strike those 2 from his existence. However, just as he turned to storm out, Ayanokuji caught his arm, his voice a calm anchor of persuasion. You don't want to get stronger. I can teach you. Ryunosuke froze. You can teach? Then why the hell didn't you say so from the start? I've been a punching bag for these 2 because of you. He jabbed a finger toward Ibuki and Hiratsuka, who were still doubled over with laughter. Ayanokuji maintained a mask of pure innocence. You never asked, did you? The 2 prepared to leave together, with Ayanokuji officially taking the reins of the training. The primary objective, fortifying Ryunosuke's fragile constitution. Ayanokuji realized that under normal conditions, Ryunosuke's physical durability was lower than that of an average girl. To be precise, he occupied the absolute bottom tier of human fitness. It was a statistical anomaly that left even the masterpiece baffled. How did you manage to train yourself into being this pathetic? Ryunosuke's inner voice countered, when I was a kid, I couldn't even get a full meal most days, where was I supposed to find time for a workout? I'm just grateful I survived. Physical strength is inextricably linked to nutrition. Without proper fuel during his formative years, Ryunosuke's body had subconsciously activated power saver mode, the lowest possible energy consumption standard, just to keep him from starving. His baseline physical state was a ruin, a direct consequence of an extreme past. Yet, this only highlighted the terrifying nature of Ryunosuke's talent. If he could achieve what he had while starting from zero, then with formal training, Ayanokuji might truly find a peer. And that was exactly what Ayanokuji craved. He longed for an equal, having stood at the summit alone for far too long. He wanted to know the taste of defeat, to prove that his father's ideology, the very foundation of the White Room, was fundamentally flawed. It was an obsession. In the future, if his father offered him Ryunosuke as an opponent with the prize of freedom, even if he knew it was a lie, Ayanokuji would likely take the bait. Even if the chance of success was a mere 0.01%, he would pursue it. Such was the nature of Ayanokuji Kiyotaka. On the surface, he seemed to have escaped his father's grasp. In reality, the shackles remained. His father's influence was woven so deeply into his soul that it could never be fully purged. Perhaps, he was already beyond saving. Ayanokuji observed Ryunosuke's form, drafting a specialized regimen tailored to his weak frame. 10-kilometer run daily. 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups daily. This was the core menu, a test of long-term consistency. There was no alternative. Ayanokuji wanted to crank up the intensity, but his friend's body simply wasn't ready for more. While Chunibyu mode could bypass these physical hurdles, Ayanokuji saw it as a temporary fix. He wanted to raise Ryunosuke's base attributes. Imagine if the baseline stats increased, and then the 545% Chunibyu multiplier was applied. His power would skyrocket exponentially. That was the master plan. Ryunosuke didn't slack off. He was acutely aware of the chasm between himself and the top-tier fighters. In the duel against Yagami, he hadn't lasted a full minute. He didn't even want to imagine facing someone stronger than Yagami, someone like Ayanokuji. He probably wouldn't survive 30 seconds. While Ryunosuke preferred to rely on his wits, he understood that physical power was the ultimate veto. If an opponent refused to play the game of minds and simply flipped the table, a civilian strategist would end up as nothing more than a punching bag. Ryunosuke refused to let that happen again. It was just like the incident with Tsukishiro. Ryunosuke wanted to play a beautiful game by the rules, but the opponent had no ethics and wielded absolute power. That power had slapped Ryunosuke across the face and woken him up. The house makes the rules, so why would they play fair with you? If you have power and don't use it, you're a fool. If Ryunosuke hadn't taken the massive risk of threatening the entire second-year class with expulsion, he might never have toppled Tsukishiro. Furthermore, he realized the White Room's crosshairs seemed to be centering on him. The fruit knife had been stolen from his own room, almost certainly the work of the little devil, Amasawa Ichika. As for why he was the target, he was still in the dark. Ichika's target should have been Ayanokuji. Why was the spearhead pointed at him? He didn't think he'd gone looking for trouble with anyone. Ryunosuke lacked self-awareness in that regard, but he knew one thing for certain: from now on, he had to be wary of Ichika and Yagami. After finishing the daily grind, Ryunosuke prepared to head out. Ayanokuji offered a rare word of encouragement. Train every day. Don't get lazy. Who knows? Maybe one day you'll actually surpass me. Ayanokuji half-joking. Ryunosuke just waved him off, not taking the bait. Seeing that dusk was falling, he invited Ayanokuji over for dinner as a reward for the coaching. Ayanokuji's eyes practically twinkled. The two walked off, arms over shoulders like brothers, disappearing into the twilight glow. This scene was caught clearly by Ichika, who was lurking in the shadows. A surge of jealousy flared in her chest. Must be nice getting to have dinner with Ayanokuji-senpai. I'm so jealous I could die. Ichika was visibly displeased. Why did this loser, the one she'd nearly framed for expulsion, get to dine with the senior she worshipped? She felt it was a cosmic injustice and immediately began plotting another prank to vent her frustration on Ryunosuke. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. The next morning, Ichika was waiting right outside his door. The moment Ryunosuke opened it and saw those reddish-purple twin tails, he slammed the door shut. TCH, what a nightmare. Why is my luck so rotten? Is she stalking me? Ryunosuke felt a headache coming on. He had to get to class. Resigning himself to fate, he cracked the door open slightly, but Ichika was faster. She jammed her hand into the gap, holding the door open with terrifying strength. The pressure was so great that in his normal state, Ryunosuke couldn't budge it. In a panic, he activated Chunibyu mode and threw his weight against the door to force it shut, but... A piercing scream rang out. Ichika's hand had been caught in the frame. She shrieked in pain. She hadn't expected his strength to spike so suddenly. Caught off guard, her hand was crushed in the door, and her eyes welled with tears from the stinging agony. Overcome with guilt, Ryunosuke had no choice but to let her inside. He pulled out a first aid kit to treat the swelling and provide emergency care. Ichika stared at the back of her inflamed, red hand, her face a picture of tragic sorrow. Akasaka-senpai, you're so mean. Why would you treat me like this? Ryunosuke scoffed while wrapping the bandage. Your own fault. Who told you to try and get me expelled? I almost lost everything because of your little stunt. Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 190 plus chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, journey to planar word. Wrapped gift access 130 plus chapters, infinity reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 290, Amasawa Ichika and Akasaka Ryunosuke. Ichika attempted to play dumb once again. She tilted her head to the side, wearing an expression of pure, unadulterated ignorance. Akasaka-senpai, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Having finished bandaging her hand, Ryunosuke had no interest in entertaining this junior any longer. He prepared to stand up and head to school. Seeing herself ignored, Ichika didn't get angry. She simply trailed behind Ryunosuke with light, airy steps, clinging to him like a newborn chick following its mother. Ryunosuke halted his stride, his patience finally snapping. What exactly do you want? Ichika chose to double down on her innocence. She tilted her head, putting on her cutest face. I just want to walk behind senpai. Is that not allowed? Ryunosuke didn't want to waste another second. He took a long, deep breath and narrowed his eyes. You're the one who stole the fruit knife from my bedroom, aren't you? At the question, the corners of Ichika's mouth curled into a peculiar, feline smile. Without breaking her facade, she countered. Senpai, if you're going to talk like that, you need proof. Do you have any? Ichika had executed everything perfectly, not a single hair or fingerprint remained. She had left Ryunosuke with absolutely no leverage. Ryunosuke's eyes slitted. He knew with absolute certainty she was the culprit, but he lacked the receipts to bring her down. Ichika maintained that smile, acting as if the entire incident had nothing to do with her. Ichika extended her hand. Let's shake hands and make up, Akasaka-senpai, she cooed sweetly. Without hesitation, Ryunosuke gripped her hand. While screaming, you damn brat, in the depths of his mind, he forced a smile onto his face, even as a vein throbbed visibly in his temple. Don't let me find a single weakness of yours. If I do, I'm going to personally tan your hide. Ichika playfully covered her rear and took several steps back, putting on a forced, bashful expression. Oh, how scary, Akasaka-senpai, if you actually do that, you'll have to take responsibility, you know. Don't you worry, I'll take responsibility. Responsibility for getting you expelled from this school. Ryunosuke kept smiling, but the sheer malice in his eyes was no longer hidden. Ichika returned the look with a twin smile of her own, the dark intent in her gaze just as clear. My, I'm actually looking forward to it. I'd love to see how senpai plans to kick me out. Ryunosuke decided to end the small talk. He whipped out his phone and displayed his balance, 240 million private points, right in front of the girl's face. Ichika's pupils dilated instantly. She knew the new school rules by heart. With 20 million points, a student could nominate one person for expulsion. This meant the men in front of her had the power to delete her from the school 12 times over. Reflexively, Ichika lunged for the phone, but Ryunosuke dodged with agile grace. Ichika's gaze turned dangerous. This man was truly intending to expel her, she had to stop him. She pounced on Ryunosuke like a hungry tiger, completely abandoning her polite schoolgirl persona. Ryunosuke dodged again, a sinister smirk playing on his lips. Little girl, you think you can handle me? Losing 20 million to get rid of you feels like a bit of a waste, but compared to the headache you'll cause in the future, it's a bargain. Ryunosuke calculated that Ichika's future meddling would cost him far more than 20 million points, making this a sound investment. Seeing he was dead serious, panic finally flickered in Ichika's eyes. If she lost in a fair fight, she could live with it. But losing to an outside attack, like a point by expulsion. It was unfair. She wouldn't accept it. Finally, Ichika managed to tackle Ryunosuke, causing the phone to skitter across the floor. The two wrestled on the ground, pinning each other in a stalemate where neither could move their limbs. Ryunosuke used his chin to slowly crawl toward the phone. Ichika, struggling, managed to wrap her legs around his neck, halting his progress. She smirked triumphantly. Ha! Let's see how you grab the phone now. To her surprise, Ryunosuke's face shifted into a cunning grin. He looked at her with an exaggerated Ahigo expression reminiscent of Merrick from Yu-Gi-Oh!, his long tongue practically flicking out. Too naive. You think this can restrain me? Ryunosuke extended his tongue toward the phone, which was just within reach. First, he managed to swipe the passcode, then rapidly tapped the screen. Ichika was genuinely horrified. What kind of tongue is that? Ryunosuke didn't care. Using his tongue like a fifth limb, he tapped the screen frantically until he managed to hit the contact for his future father-in-law, Sakayanagi Naramori. As soon as the call connected, he bellowed. "Help me, father-in-law." Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. A short while later, Naramori arrived at the scene. He found the two of them tangled on the floor in an incredibly bizarre position. For a split second, he suspected his future son-in-law was cheating. Ryunosuke and Ichika were gripping each other's hands with intense intimacy, and Ichika's legs were still firmly scissored around Ryunosuke's head. To any onlooker, they looked like a couple in the middle of a heated lover's quarrel. Ryunosuke patted Ichika's hand, which was gripping him so hard he felt his bones might creak. He looked up at the chairman with an annoyed huff. "What are you staring at? Help me already." A few minutes later, the three of them were in the chairman's office. Naramori sat at his desk, while Ryunosuke and Ichika stood before him like children being scolded for a prank gone wrong. And children they were, one was the chairman, the other a student. Ryunosuke massaged his wrist, which Ichika had nearly twisted off, thinking to himself. "I forgot Ayanokuji said I couldn't beat the White Room's top 3. And Ichika was the strongest after Yagami, making her number 2, well within that danger zone. It was only natural he couldn't overpower her physically. He really needed to ramp up his training, he wasn't about to be put in a headlock by a girl again." Naramori didn't scold them harshly, only giving them a firm warning not to cause a scene on campus. Ryunosuke couldn't resist raising his hand to interrupt. "Father-in-law, there's something I need to discuss." Naramori glared at the brat. "Don't call me that in a professional setting. We are talking officially, don't even think about using the back door." Naramori had already guessed what the boy wanted, to use his authority to wipe Ichika from the student roster. However, Naramori had already promised Ichika's father that he would let her remain at the school peacefully for 3 years. Ryunosuke's cunning plan had hit a total dead end. Chapter 291, Tsubasa Nanace. Seeing that Naramori was unwilling to solve the problem for him directly, Ryunosuke was forced to pivot. He leveled a finger at Ichika and turned back to the chairman. "In that case, am I permitted to use 20 million private points to have her expelled immediately?" Ichika flinched, a genuine tremor of fear finally breaking through her smug exterior. For the first time, it sank in, her opponent didn't just have a mountain of points, he had the cold-blooded resolve to pull the trigger. If she were expelled, her connection to Ayanokuji would be severed forever. At that thought, Ichika's fists clenched white. A faint, crimson glint flickered in her eyes, a clear manifestation of her intent to eliminate the threat named Ryunosuke. Physically. Permanently. Ryunosuke, sensitive as a radar to shifting atmospheres, felt the sudden drop in temperature. How could he not know what she was thinking? That tidal wave of bloodlust was as real as the floor beneath his feet. He immediately pointed at her, looking at his future father-in-law with an "I told you so" expression. "See that? If you let her off the hook today, I'm as good as dead tomorrow. You wouldn't want your daughter to become a widow before the wedding, would you?" Naramori let out a weary, long-suffering sigh. "Becoming a widow seems a bit dramatic, but I take your point." He then turned a gaze toward Ichika that was suddenly stripped of all warmth. "Amasawa-san, your father, Tsukishiro, entrusted your school life to me. But if you continue to sow this kind of chaos, I will no longer show you any professional courtesy. My patience has limits." It was a final warning. If she stayed a bad girl, the promise to her father was null and void. After all, Arisu's happiness outweighed 100 promises to a disgraced colleague. Ryunosuke, listening from the side, took a second to connect the dots. Ichika's father? Tsukishiro. As in, the guy I hung from the school gates to be publicly humiliated and punched twice. Well, that certainly explained the grudge. Ryunosuke had essentially sent her old man to rot behind bars. He looked at her with a fleeting, mocking pity. "My bad for making you fatherless. But business is business. You come for me again, and I'm booting you into the stratosphere. Points be damned." His stance was ironclad. Strike him again, and he'd bypass every rule in the book to end her career. Ichika let out a sharp, cynical laugh. She felt absolutely nothing regarding her father's fate. They were strangers sharing a bloodline, his existence was a footnote in her life. Shifting gears instantly, she plastered a sugary, innocent smile on her face. She reached out, grabbing Ryunosuke's sleeve and tugging it playfully like a spoiled child. "Akasaka-senpai, I won't do it again, I promise. Please forgive me." It was a blatant tactical maneuver. As long as she could stay in this school to complete her mission, she didn't mind providing a little fan service to her enemy. She pressed her chest firmly against his arm as she hugged it. Ryunosuke could feel the softness, but his pulse didn't skip a beat. Compared to the proportions of Haruka or Eri, or even Hanami, Ichika was strictly junior varsity. She was only big enough to bully the flat-chest brigade. "Arisu, Hiyori, Mayu, Himino, can you please be a little more respectful?" Himino and Hiyori suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, why are we in that group? We have curves, don't we? Ryunosuke's internal monologue, your sizes are barely an A cup, maybe A plus on a good day. Into the bin you go. Hiyori and Himino, neutral face. Back in reality, Ryunosuke snapped out of his assessment and looked down at Ichika with cold eyes. I'm giving the chairman face this one time. If there is a second time, start packing your bags. Don't think for a second I'll hesitate to burn 20 million points to delete you. I'm cheap, sure, but the cost of keeping you around is way higher than the price of your expulsion. Don't gamble on my mercy. You'll lose. Hey, Ichika smirked, but since she'd secured her stay, she didn't argue. Ryunosuke was playing this strategically. Since Naramori had a personal debt to the girl's father, he didn't want to force his father-in-law into a corner. It was a show of respect, albeit one with a very sharp boundary. Naramori appreciated the compromise. He'd promised to look after her, if she went out of her way to jump into the wood chipper, that was on her. With the matter settled, Naramori shooed them out so he could get back to work. The two rivals exited the office together. Ichika walked with her hands behind her back, her tone breezy but resigned. Looks like I can't launch any more sneak attacks on Akasaka-senpai, truly a tragedy. Ryunosuke stopped, looming over the little devil. Just remember, I have 240 million points. I can expel you 12 times over. Before you move against me, ask yourself if you're prepared to die 12 deaths. Ichika responded with a mischievous wink. Then I suppose I can't sneak into Senpai's room anymore either. Such a waste of a good fruit knife. I knew it was you, Ryunosuke muttered, though he blamed his own carelessness more than her thievery. Ichika shrugged helplessly. What can I say? Orders from the boss. The boss? You mean Atsuomi Ayanokuji? Ryunosuke had a hunch, but he couldn't grasp why the man was so fixated on him. He still hadn't realized that his previous antics had cost Atsuomi his seat in parliament. The men didn't just dislike him, he wanted Ryunosuke erased from the map. Ryunosuke assumed it was just fallout from the Tsukishiro incident, he had no idea he'd decapitated Atsuomi's political career. Besides, he didn't think a man like Atsuomi cared about his subordinates. If he did, he wouldn't have driven his own butler to suicide, the very event that fueled Tsubasa Nane's burning hatred for the Ayanokuji name. Her childhood friend, the butler's son, had died in the aftermath of that pressure. Nanes arrived at the door of Class 2C, Ayanokuji's class. She took a deep, steadying breath, her eyes reflecting a cold resolve, and stepped inside. Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 190 plus chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, journey to planar word. Wrapped gift access 130 plus chapters, infinity reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 292, Ayanokuji feels guilty, just a little. The moment Nane stepped into Class 2C, her eyes locked onto Ayanokuji. She was striking, with long, straight blonde hair and large blue eyes, but her gaze was razor sharp. A fierce, unwavering thirst for revenge burned within them. She was here for her childhood friend, and the man she held indirectly responsible for his death was sitting right in front of her, Kiyotaka Ayanokuji. Nane's fists clenched so tightly her knuckles turned white, her teeth grinding as her fury reached a boiling point. Seeing such a beautiful girl enter the room, the boys of Class C couldn't help but perk up, ready to offer a greeting. Their hopes were dashed instantly, however, as Nanes marched toward Ayanokuji's desk without a second thought. A wave of collective disappointment washed over the room. Nanes reached the desk and slammed both hands down on the surface. The loud crack shattered Ayanokuji's daydreams, which, admittedly, had been focused on what he was going to eat at Ryunosuke's place that night. He blinked, looking up at the girl with a blank, curious expression. Nanes Tsubasa, right? I think I remember her. Wasn't she Eiichiro's childhood friend? Ayanokuji's memory of her was clear, but their connection was shallow, they were acquaintances at best. He dropped the hand he'd been using to prop up his chin and met her gaze with his usual detached, flat stare. Can I help you with something, Nane-san? Nane's jaw tightened. Don't you have anything to say to me about Eiichiro? Why is he dead? Answer me. She screamed the words, her composure completely shot. It was understandable, the childhood friend she had secretly loved had been effectively killed because of this man. Confronting her enemy made her eyes turn bloodshot with loathing. In that moment, she wanted nothing more than to kill him where he sat. However, the realization that she was in a school full of witnesses forced her to rein it in. She fought to suppress the rage roiling in her chest. Now isn't the time. Stay calm. Stay calm. Nanae squeezed her eyes shut, taking a deep, ragged breath and exhaling the tension until she managed to settle into a cold, hollow stare. Ayanokuji, meanwhile, felt a slight headache coming on. This girl was the childhood friend of his late best friend, Eiichiro Matsuo. Eiichiro had moved mountains to help him escape the White Room, a debt he had ultimately paid with his life and his father's. Because of that, Ayanokuji did feel a twinge of guilt. Just a twinge. It was the pure, clinical regret of losing a highly effective tool. Eiichiro Matsuo, seriously. Show some respect. I put my life on the line for your escape, my dad died because of the fallout, and all you feel is a little guilty. If Eiichiro were still alive, he would have surely cursed Ayanokuji out. He had truly rescued a wolf in sheep's clothing. Ayanokuji studied the newcomer, weighing his options. Killing her was off the table, even for him. It was distasteful to harm the childhood friend of the man who had died for him. Maybe a few lies will handle this for now, he mused. Nanae, staring down at the person her friend had sacrificed everything to save, couldn't hide her bitter disappointment. Her eyes drooped with a heavy, mournful weight. Eiichiro died for someone like this, what a waste. To her, Ayanokuji didn't seem worth the price. Look at him, Eiichiro. Does he look even a little bit sad for you? She made a decision, she would see Ayanokuji expelled. If the only reason he was in the school was because of Eiichiro, then it was time to take it all back. Give it all back to Eiichiro. Ayanokuji began to offer an explanation, claiming he had no idea Eiichiro's path would end in tragedy. Unfortunately, Nanae was far too volatile to listen to logic. Ayanokuji found himself in a bind. He racked his brain for a way to deceive, persuade, this girl. At the very least, he needed to deflect her target. He just wanted to live a quiet life. Elsewhere. Faced with Ryunosuke's threat of a 12-fold expulsion, Ichika chose the path of silence. They parted ways, and Ryunosuke headed back to class, only to walk right into the unfolding scene. He leaned against the doorframe, content to watch the show from the sidelines. He was quite looking forward to seeing Ayanokuji get humiliated. Ayanokuji, desperate for a way to handle the situation, caught sight of Ryunosuke in the doorway. His eyes lit up instantly. He had found his scapegoat. Suddenly, Ayanokuji spoke to Nanae. Do you know why I wanted to come to this school in the first place? Confused, Nanae frowned. Why? Because of him. Ayanokuji pointed directly at Ryunosuke, who was standing at the door with a serious expression. Ryunosuke pointed at himself, baffled. Why me? Nanae slammed her hands on the desk again, turning her fury back on Ayanokuji. What are you saying? You mean this average-looking guy is the reason you let Eiichiro die? Hey. No need for the personal attacks. Ryunosuke protested from the door. He was supposed to be the audience, so how did he end up as the lead actor? Shut up. Nanae barked at him to be quiet. She was interrogating Ayanokuji, she didn't need the peanut gallery. Ryunosuke mimed zipping his lips shut, signaling he'd stay out of it. But Ayanokuji had no intention of letting him off the hook. They were best friends, after all, brothers in arms. If there were burdens to be borne, they would bear them together. There was no escape. He delivered the final blow to Nanae. That's right. Compared to Eiichiro, I care far more about Akasaka. Even if it meant Eiichiro had to die, that fact wouldn't change. Akasaka will always be the only one for me. Nanae froze like a statue. Ryunosuke's jaw hit the floor, and the rest of Class 2C followed suit. How was that any different from a confession of love? The students of Class 2C began stealing glances at Ayanokuji and Ryunosuke, whispering frantically. I knew their relationship was weird. No wonder they're always together, they've got a special connection. Wow, just wow. One student clicked his tongue in amazement. Who knew they were like that? Eri's eyes went dull and lost their focus. She never imagined her greatest rival would be a man. Haruka immediately rushed to her side to comfort her. It's a lie. It's so obviously a lie, Eri, don't believe it. Haruka was reeling. Given Ryunosuke's reputation as a massive playboy with a finger in every pie, what part of Ayanokuji's brain had short-circuited to come up with that story? Eri blinked, slowly coming back to her senses. When she thought about it, Haruka was right. His interest in girls seems very normal. Meanwhile, Kei didn't give the statement a second thought. She knew a lie when she heard one, only a fool would take that at face value. Chapter 293, played by Ayanokuji. Ryunosuke's expression darkened with every word he heard. Setting aside the fact that the lie was transparently thin, would Nanae actually buy it? One thing was for certain, his reputation had just taken a massive hit. Just as Ryanosuke opened his mouth to protest and clarify that they shared no such bond, Nane surged forward. Her eyes welled with tears as she delivered a stinging slap across Ryanosuke's cheek. Spitting out the word bastard, she tossed her beautiful blonde hair and stormed out of the classroom, overcome with grief. She felt as though Eiichiro's death had been utterly meaningless. Look at what he had died to save, a gay man. She figured Eiichiro was lucky to have died early. If he hadn't, Nanace didn't even want to imagine the consequences. Freshly slapped, Ryanosuke could only clutch his cheek, standing frozen in place for a long moment, unable to process what had happened. It was only after she had long vanished that he finally regained his senses. Damn it. Why me? Shouldn't Ayanokuji be the one getting hit? Why am I the victim here? Ryanosuke wanted to cry, but no tears came. His reputation was in shambles, and it was all Ayanokuji's fault. He glared daggers at him, but Ayanokuji merely spread his arms as if to say, aren't we best friends? Shouldn't we share the burden of sorrow? Ryanosuke, share my foot. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Elsewhere, as Nanace walked away, she began to have second thoughts. Was revenge even worth it anymore? Her opponent was clearly gay and had even admitted it openly. If Eiichiro hadn't died early, perhaps he wouldn't have escaped this trap either. Nanace shook her head, trying to clear her mind. Her resolve to seek vengeance against Ayanokuji weakened drastically. She felt a wave of reluctance even thinking about him, mostly because she felt disgusted. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Back in the classroom, Ryanosuke's mind was a mess. He felt physically nauseated by Ayanokuji's antics. He couldn't believe that to neutralize Nanace's grudge, the man was willing to concoct such a ridiculous lie and drag him into it. Talk about rotten luck. If he'd known, he never would have stuck around to watch the drama. If he had stayed away, he wouldn't have been caught in the crossfire. Now look at him, he was the entertainment. Ha! Ryanosuke let out a long sigh and slumped over his desk like a salted fish that had lost its dreams, completely drained of energy. Unlike Ryanosuke, Ayanokuji looked refreshed. And why wouldn't he? Not only was one enemy dealt with, but he'd also managed to prank Ryanosuke. For some reason, he felt a spark of genuine amusement. He seemed to have been infected by Ryanosuke's own mischievous nature. The man who was originally devoid of emotion was beginning to experience various feelings, though they were a bit warped. If a problem arose, he simply threw it at Ryanosuke. Ayanokuji felt quite satisfied with his masterpiece. At its core, the White Room's ideology taught all knowledge in an integrated way so it could be used flexibly. As its greatest creation, Ayanokuji had studied various disciplines, including China's 36 stratagems, along with numerous tactics and deceptions. The first strategy, create something from nothing. Using non-existent facts to subvert an opponent's values and perspective, achieving the goal of distraction or even a redirection of hatred. This was exactly what he'd done by lying to Nanace about Ryanosuke being his lover. The second strategy, make the lie real. Ayanokuji pulled out his phone and quietly changed Ryanosuke's contact name to My Sweetheart. When the bell rang for lunch, Ayanokuji used the excuse of treating him to a meal to get his hands on Ryanosuke's phone. He knew how stingy his friend was. Since he was footing the bill, the miserly Ryanosuke wouldn't miss out on a free lunch. Ayanokuji took the opportunity to slip a laxative into his friend's bowl, then found a window to borrow his phone under the guise of playing a game. Ryanosuke agreed while clutching his stomach and sprinting toward the restroom. Before leaving, however, he still found the breath to warn Ayanokuji not to open his photo gallery, and especially not to touch his money. If even a single cent was missing, he would pay in blood. Ayanokuji felt a bit helpless, but he nodded anyway. His goal wasn't money, it was a scapegoat. One thing Ayanokuji hadn't expected was how cautious Ryanosuke was. Even his photo gallery and messaging apps were locked with passcodes. Without the code, access was denied. But that was no hurdle for him. He had memorized his friend's passcode long ago. Even though Ryanosuke was vigilant, Ayanokuji could analyze the subtle shifts in his arm muscles and the angle of his fingers. Even without looking at the screen directly, he could deduce the code. Such was the caliber of the White Room's masterpiece. After cracking the code, Ayanokuji immediately sent a brief text. The exchange went something like this. Ayanokuji, my sweetheart, do you miss me? Ryanosuke, of course I miss you, my lady. He sent over 100 variations of these messages, then deleted them from Ryanosuke's side while leaving them on his own phone. This way, Ryanosuke would never find the evidence or see the content. He wouldn't have a shred of proof to blame him. Ayanokuji was truly unleashing all his dirty tricks on his best friend. He didn't quite know why he was doing it, but he knew it felt incredibly liberating. He was no longer an emotionless machine, he had simply been corrupted by Ryanosuke. As the saying goes, if you stay near someone long enough, a white sheet will be stained by their colors. The Ayanokuji who emerged from the White Room was a pristine white sheet, but he had been forcibly painted jet black by Ryanosuke. Ayanokuji's eyes narrowed. The stage was perfectly set. If Nanace grew suspicious, he could hand over his phone for inspection at any time without leaving a single gap in his story. After finishing lunch with Ryunosuke, Ayanokuji went to find Nanace. They met on the school rooftop, and he showed her the messages. Nanace's gaze went blank. She took a staggered step back in shock. She was now fully convinced that the man before her was gay. She backed away from Ayanokuji, her skin crawling with revulsion. She wanted nothing more to do with him. Her desire for revenge had almost entirely vanished. Ayanokuji once again felt satisfied with his flawless strategy. At the same time, he pointed the girl's spearhead toward Ryunosuke to draw the fire. I love Akasaka deeply. If you think Eiichiro's death was unworthy, then take it out on him. Because he is the most important person in my life. Ayanokuji delivered these tender words with a completely deadpan face. Nanae swallowed the story hook, line, and sinker, turning her full resentment toward Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke, damn it, bro, are you that heartless? Are you trying to get me killed? Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Nanace eventually tracked down Ryunosuke while he was on duty in the student council room. She slammed her hands on his desk, then placed a hand over her heart as she declared war. I, Tsubasa Nanace, swear it here. My childhood friend was a far better man than you. Just you wait. Ryunosuke Akasaka, I will surpass you, defeat you, and prove that Eiichiro was greater than you could ever be. With that final outburst, Nanace stormed out in a rage, leaving a bewildered Ryunosuke behind. He had absolutely no idea what kind of madness had possessed the girl. It made no sense at all. Ryunosuke sighed, planning to head home after school. Since he was the student council president, his duties kept him 2 to 3 hours later than the average student. On his way back, he crossed paths with Fuka Kiryuin, who was sitting on a park bench. Fuka remained as gallant as ever, waving to him from a distance and beckoning him over. Ryunosuke walked over with a resigned air and greeted her. Yo. Long time no see, Kiryuin-senpai. Fuka suddenly looped an arm around Ryunosuke's neck, pulling him close. With a teasing tone, she tilted his chin up. It certainly has been a while, little junior. You haven't looked for me once in almost 3 months since that last incident, have you? Fuka complained, feeling neglected. Ryunosuke rolled his eyes and sat beside her, annoyed. Why am I getting a lecture from you, senpai? I thought our partnership was over. There's no reason for us to keep in touch. His point was that after the Nagumo incident, they were square. There was no need to meet again. Besides, Ryunosuke's promise to elevate her to Class A had been technically fulfilled, even if the only third-year class left was Fuka's. Fuka snorted. I feel like I've been swindled. Ryunosuke spread his hands. Just tell me, did you make it to Class A or not? I kept my end of the bargain. He made it clear he didn't care about the details. He had completed the task perfectly, regardless of the flaws in the outcome. Given that only one class remained in the third year, Fuka's, didn't that make it the de facto Class A? He had fulfilled his promise to get her class to the top. Ryunosuke didn't see a single thing wrong with that logic. Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 190+ chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, journey to planar word. Wrapped gift access 130+ chapters, infinity reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 294, Kiryuin-senpai requests cooperation. Fuka propped her cheek up with one hand, tilting her head as she observed the junior before her. You truly are fascinating. If only I could keep you all to myself, how wonderful that would be. She used her free hand to give his cheek an affectionate, teasing pinch. Ryunosuke swat the meddling hand away. Cut it out, senpai. I'm a family man. Don't go creating misunderstandings. He was referring to Susan. After all, she cooked for him at home every single day. If anyone dug even an inch deep, the truth would come out. It wasn't exactly a state secret. Ryunosuke chose honesty, even if he did harbor a certain level of interest in the gallant senior before him. Fuka stopped playing around, letting out a small sigh of mock regret. A crying shame. I've grown quite fond of my little junior. I didn't expect another wildcat to have marked her territory so soon. Though she felt a twinge of disappointment, Fuka didn't dwell on it. She shifted gears immediately to her actual reason for seeking him out. She had waited for Ryunosuke on purpose. After all, there was no such thing as a coincidence on the one path Ryunosuke was guaranteed to take home. This was a calculated ambush. Since Fuka's class was the sole survivor of her year level, they could no longer participate in school exams through normal means. After all, who would they compete against? There was only one class left. Consequently, the administration had amended the rules. The lone third-year class would now take their exams alongside the entire second-year body. This was why Fuka wanted to propose a formal alliance with Ryunosuke for mutual benefit. Ever since the Nagumo incident, Fuka had fully acknowledged the boys' capabilities. Ryunosuke signaled his agreement. Having an extra class on their side would only bolster their chances of victory. Why refuse? The two shook hands, sealing a pact for the upcoming trials. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Elsewhere, Ichika was far from idle. She was currently brainstorming ways to make Ryunosuke's life a living hell. She headed to Class 2A to find their leader, Hanami, and began with some light small talk. Faced with a junior who had dropped by out of the blue, Hanami was her usual friendly self, engaging in polite conversation. Ichika carefully baited the hook, dropping Ryunosuke's name to test the waters. According to the rumors, Ryunosuke had a revolving door of girlfriends. She wanted to pinpoint the real one so she could strike him where it hurt. She wasn't the type to follow orders blindly. While she had promised Ryunosuke not to attack him directly, she had never said anything about his harem. The clever little fox was deftly dancing around the boundaries of their deal. Even if Ryunosuke found out, his hands would be tied. However, since Ichika didn't know for sure who the main girl was, she had to vet them one by one. What Ichika didn't realize was that the rumors weren't just smoke, they were all true. The stories didn't refer to one girl, but all of them. She mistakenly assumed the official girlfriend was hiding behind a smokescreen of false rumors. She figured Ryunosuke was intentionally spreading chaos to protect his true love. Ichika was overthinking it. Ryunosuke wasn't that deep. If he knew he was being evaluated as a master of counterintelligence, he'd probably burst into tears. This was the classic pitfall of a genius, they always project a higher standard onto others for no apparent reason. In short, Ichika was overestimating her opponent. Because she had nearly been dismantled by him once, she refused to believe his abilities were anything less than extraordinary. She ranked him alongside Yagami, or perhaps even higher, near Ayanokuji. Ryunosuke himself would probably think, "You're giving me too much credit. Why is everyone so overthinking these days? I'm not some god-tier protagonist like Sakamoto from Haven't You Heard? I'm Sakamoto, you know." Back to Hanami, faced with the junior's pointed questions, her innocent nature prevented her from sensing the danger. She continued to answer normally. However, Hachiman and Himino quickly realized something was off about this underclassman. The questions kept circling back to Ryunosuke. It was a blatant fishing expedition regarding Hanami's relationship. Himino frowned, thinking, this girl arrived with bad intentions. Is she Ryunosuke's enemy? Meanwhile, Hachiman prepared to step in. Regardless of her goal, Ryunosuke was his current benefactor, paying him a cool 100,000 points a month. For that reason alone, Hachiman had to stand by his boss. Furthermore, Hanami was their leader, this couldn't be ignored. Just as Ichika was about to get a definitive answer, a clueless Hanami continued her long-winded explanation, scratching her neck sheepishly. Haha, my relationship with Akasaka-kun. How should I put it? Hanami fidgeted with her fingers, her eyes darting around. Honestly, that reaction alone was all the answer Ichika needed. Technically, she didn't even need to ask any more. Fortunately, Himino and Hachiman moved in. Himino covered Hanami's mouth, signaling her to stay quiet while shooting Ichika a wary look. Meanwhile, Hachiman, with his signature slouch, placed himself between them, forcibly killing the topic. That's quite enough, cute underclassman. Hachiman forced a smile, though it came off as somewhat predatory. Instinctively, Ichika took a step back. It was a natural human reaction. Hachiman's lip twitched. Whatever. He was used to it. Based on his middle school data, he had been rejected over 100 times, at least, in his head. Since he counted every time he greeted a girl and received no response as a rejection, he'd reached that astronomical number. In his younger days, Hachiman had suffered from his own brand of chinibu, believing every girl was into him. In short, he'd been a narcissist, which led to a string of misunderstandings that turned him into a mental masochist. Hachiman fancied himself an expert in romance, but Ichika's visceral reaction still stung. Damn you looks-obsessed worshippers. You bratty juniors. Sooner or later, you'll pay the price for being so shallow. Curse all you pretty-face cultists. Just explode already. Ichika was eventually ushered out of Class A, but she had the confirmation she needed. She skipped merrily toward Class B to continue her mischief. Naturally, she was looking for Ryunosuke's official girlfriend on paper, who was currently resting her chin on her hand, smiling as she watched Arisu. Chapter 295, Amasawa Ichika vs Yukino Shita Yukino. Arisu realized immediately that her visitor hadn't come to play nice, so she kept her guard up like a fortress. She wasn't like Hanami, she wouldn't be baited by sweet talk or leading questions. No matter how Ichika tried to fish for information, Arisu remained a locked vault. She didn't leak a single tactical detail. However, she was strikingly firm about one thing: she proudly claimed the title of Ryunosuke's girlfriend. It wasn't something she could hide anyway, and given the simmering rivalry between Arisu and the other girls, she wanted the world to know exactly who he belonged to. While she felt a sense of victory in the declaration, she didn't forget to drop a chilling warning to the junior standing before her. My man isn't someone you can handle easily. You'd better weigh your own capabilities before you try anything foolish. Arisu's gaze was glacial, an open threat. To target her man took guts, she'd give her that, but it also showed a suicidal lack of self-awareness. Ichika merely spread her arms, looking the picture of martyred innocence. I'm a victim here too, you know. Akasaka-senpai is the one who wants to make a move on me. Shouldn't I prepare some countermeasures first? She stood up, smoothing her skirt as she prepared to leave. Well then, see you around, Sakayanagi-senpai. Ichika waved a breezy goodbye, her tone dripping with that signature white room arrogance. To those who emerged from that place, everyone else was just a background character in their play. Arisu sat perfectly still, her cane resting across her knees, her eyes tracking Ichika like a hawk. If you lay a single finger on him, I'll make sure you pay the price in full. Ichika felt a genuine flicker of surprise. Is he really worth all that? She wondered. She couldn't wrap her head around it. With a shrug, she finally vanished from the room. Meanwhile, the actual leader of Class B, Asuna, was still face down on her desk, dead to the world. Between her student council duties and her steady salary, Asuna had spiraled into a gaming addiction with zero self-control. Frequent all-nighters had turned her into a classroom ghost who only manifested to sleep. Masumi walked up to Arisu's side, her voice blunt. I hate that underclassman's type. Even Miki, usually the shyest of the bunch, showed a rare spark of hostility. I hate her too. Arisu let out a weary, knowing smile. You only hate her because you're afraid she'll become another rival for his affection, don't you? Caught red-handed, Masumi and Miki went dead silent. Arisu shook her head. Don't worry. For now, she seems to be standing on the opposite side of our men. That's why she came here for intel, Arisu thought. A romantic rival is unlikely, for now. But even Arisu felt a twinge of uncertainty. She knew exactly how dangerous her men could be. She couldn't guarantee that today's enemy wouldn't become tomorrow's competitor in the war for Ryunosuke's heart. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. After leaving Class B, Ichika bypassed Class C entirely and headed straight for the bottom of the barrel, Class 2D. Why skip C? She wasn't stupid. Class C housed both Ryunosuke and Ayanokuji. Ichika had no desire to walk into a lion's den where two apex predators were waiting. Instead, she headed for the territory ruled by the dragon, Ryuen. She pushed the door open, her face a mask of sunshine and cheer. Is Shina-senpai here? I have some business with her. She looked so innocent it was almost sickening. One would never guess the dark schemes swirling in her head just moments ago. Ryuen, sitting with his legs crossed, looked up with an expression of pure annoyance. Where did this brat come from? Scram. He waved a hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Ichika ignored him, stepping boldly into his inner circle. Ryuen's brow furrowed. Every delinquent has a sense of territory, and he was the king of his. Seeing someone trespass so casually made his blood boil. As Ichika walked past, he shot a leg out to trip her. But Ichika didn't even break her stride. Like a butterfly caught in a breeze, she spun gracefully, dodging the trap with a hair's breadth to spare. Ryuen realized instantly this was no fluke. That kind of fluid movement only came from professional training. Being a man, Ryuen felt it was beneath him to test her personally, so he cut a glance toward Ibuki. Woman to woman, no complications. Ibuki didn't need a second invitation. She stood up, her fists clenched and a feral grin on her face. She could tell this junior wasn't ordinary. This was the perfect chance to see if the brutal lessons she'd taken from Shizuka Hiratsuka-sensei were actually paying off. Ibuki launched a high kick without hesitation. Ichika, with her back turned, didn't even bother to look. She simply dropped into a low crouch. In the same motion, she executed a lightning-fast leg sweep against Ibuki's standing leg. Ibuki's world tilted instantly. She slammed into the floor, the breath leaving her lungs. Before she could recover, Ichika's foot was pressing firmly against her throat. Ichika smiled thinly, with one sharp stomp, she could easily crush the delicate life out of her. It happened so fast Ryuen hadn't even finished standing up. By the time he lunged forward to intervene, he found himself eating floorboards too. It was a humiliating realization, Ichika was leagues above both of them. Ibuki hissed through her teeth, clutching her swollen ankle. Damn it, that hurts. She couldn't stand. The sheer power behind the kick was impossible to reconcile with a girl a year younger than her. Ryuan wasn't doing much better, staring at the ceiling and questioning his entire life. Is this school a monster factory? Ayanokuji and Ryunosuke were one thing, but now even a random underclassman could wipe the floor with him. He felt a burning, agonizing sense of insult. His fists shook. I swear. I'll pay this back 10 times over. Yukino, who had been sitting quietly nearby trying to ignore the chaos, finally closed her book with a sharp thud. The noise had finally killed her mood for reading. She stood up and walked toward Ichika, her long black hair swaying behind her. She crossed her arms, her expression one of stern disapproval. Junior, don't you think you're being a bit too presumptuous? She never got to finish. Ichika shifted into a predatory, Yandere-like smile and lunged. Yukino's eyes narrowed. She raised her arms to deflect, a standard grappling defense. She caught Ichika's wrist, intending to use an over-the-shoulder throw. But Ichika was ready. Borrowing the momentum of the throw, Ichika wrapped her legs around Yukino's neck. Using her hands as a pivot on the floor, she countered the throw, sending them both tumbling. Yukino rolled several times to dissipate the force, eventually coming to a stop and brushing the dust from her forehead. She was slightly disheveled, but unharmed. The first round was a draw, but there was a glaring problem. Yukino's stamina was notoriously poor. If this turned into a war of attrition, she was in serious trouble. Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 190+ chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, journey to planar word. Wrapped gift access 130+ chapters, infinity reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 296, Hiyori petrified in an instant. Hiratsuka, clutching a stack of textbooks, happened to walk in at that exact moment. She immediately put a stop to the skirmish, her voice dropping an octave as she issued a stern warning to the troublemaking underclassmen. You're a first year, aren't you? Learn some manners. If you dare come to my class to incite a riot again, don't blame me for taking decisive action. Faced with Hiratsuka's ironclad glare, Ichika simply offered a wordless smile, though she did pull her hand back. Simultaneously, she glanced up at the room's lone surveillance camera. Ichika was well aware that the chairman had likely seen the whole display, but she wasn't worried. As long as the fighting stayed within certain educational boundaries, things wouldn't get complicated. Smoothing over the tension as if nothing had happened, Ichika turned to the teacher. Is Shina-senpai here? I've come specifically to see her. Hiratsuka took the cigarette out of her mouth and answered flatly, she's not. Probably at the library reading. No sooner had the words left Hiratsuka's mouth than Hiyori returned, cradling a book against her chest. Just as the teacher suspected, she had been off in her own literary world. Because Ryunosuke was perpetually buried in student council work, Hiyori's shared reading time with him had been drastically cut. This left her with no choice but to read in solitary silence. While Hiyori understood that her man was busy and she shouldn't be selfish, a small part of her still felt a lingering loneliness. Stumbling upon the chaotic scene in her classroom, Hiyori asked in confusion, "You were looking for me? Is there something you need?" Her eyes swept the room, and her brow furrowed. And, was all of this really necessary? Hiyori's meaning was clear, if you want to talk to me, just ask, why did you have to beat up half my class? Ichika put on a pitiful, wronged expression. I didn't want it to end up like this, but they were the ones who attacked me first. She flipped the script with practiced ease, pointing at Ryuan, Ibuki, and Yukino, the 3 who had indeed made the first moves. Ryuan opened his mouth to snap back, but then he realized she was technically right, they had struck first. He swallowed his retort, his face twisting in annoyance. Meanwhile, Yukino realized the gravity of the situation. This junior, did she intentionally bait them into attacking so she could wash her hands of the responsibility? Yukino saw through the ruse. No wonder the girl acted without fear, she had ensured they were the ones in the wrong. Or more accurately, she had provoked them until they had no choice but to act. What a terrifying underclassman, Yukino vowed never to underestimate this seemingly harmless girl again. The last time she'd encountered someone with a soul this murky, it was Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke, somewhere else, why am I being dragged into this? Stop slandering me, my heart is as pure as freshly fallen snow. Back to the present. Yukino wasn't about to let Hiyori sit alone with such a dangerous individual, and the rest of Class D felt the same. Thus, the current standoff was born. Ichika sat, obediently, in the middle of Class D's territory to chat with Hayori. She wasn't allowed to leave the room. More importantly, she wasn't allowed out of their sight for a single second. Ichika's 1-on-3 performance had genuinely rattled them. The fact that she had tricked them into attacking first left them seething but speechless. Based on all evidence, this junior was a literal demon. If their leader, Hayori, was getting involved with someone like this, they couldn't rest easy. Ichika sat across from Hayori, propping her face up with both hands, acting as if there wasn't a drop of social anxiety in her body. Shina-senpai, you're so popular. Look at how your classmates are rallying around you. Why aren't you the official leader? Ichika spoke with a mask of innocence, but her words were poison meant to drive a wedge between Hayori and Ryuen. After all, Ryuen was the one currently holding the reins. Her intention was transparent: test the class's internal stability. If the entirety of Class D threw their support behind Hayori right then, it would surely spark resentment in Ryuen. If she played her cards right, she could split the formidable Class D into two warring factions. For Ichika, this was all gain and no pain. According to reliable intel, Hayori was one of the women closest to Ryunosuke. In short, making Hayori's life messy was a direct strike against Ryunosuke. At this point, Ichika's mindset had shifted. It wasn't just about getting him expelled anymore, she was starting to enjoy the challenge. Thinking back to how Ryunosuke had threatened her earlier, she felt a prickle of irritation. Who does he think he is, talking to me like that? I'm definitely going to teach him a lesson. Ichika was officially interested in Ryunosuke. Weakening his foundation was just step one. Often, the shortest path to love is intense curiosity. She was fascinated by him, even if it was fueled by spite. In Class C, Kushida, who also harbored a very specific brand of negative interest, felt her pretty eyebrows twitch. Strange. Why do I have a bad feeling? Is someone talking about me? Back to Ichika. No matter how hard she tried to provoke a power struggle, the result was unexpected. Class D remained more united than ever. More specifically, Hayori had absolutely zero desire to be a leader. None. Ichika's attempt to pit her against Ryuen failed spectacularly. Her words felt like punching a cloud, they didn't leave a single mark. Ichika stared at the literary girl in front of her, genuinely stumped. If she doesn't care about status or power, what leverage do I have? Giving up on the political angle, Ichika pivoted to a different kind of probe. Her lips curled into a sly smile as she asked. So, what exactly is the relationship between you and Akasaka-senpai? Hayori blinked, not quite understanding why the junior was asking, but she answered with her characteristic honesty. We're in a relationship. Hayori's smile was radiant, a clear sign that she loved her partner from the bottom of her heart. Ichika's smile widened into that of a little devil. Internally, she cheered. Good. It's better that you care for him. If you didn't, I wouldn't have an opening. Ichika suddenly looked bashful, her fingers nervously pleating the hem of her skirt. She put on a hesitant face, as if she were carrying a heavy emotional burden. It was a world-class performance. Hayori, seeing that struggle, fell for it and reached out. What's wrong, Ichika-chan? Are you feeling okay? Ichika looked up, her voice small and shy. It was love at first sight for me, with Akasaka-senpai. I was wondering, would it be okay if I tried to steal him away from you? Hayori instantly turned to stone. Chapter 297, Hayori petrified in an instant. Hiratsuka, clutching a stack of textbooks, happened to walk in at that exact moment. She immediately put a stop to the skirmish, her voice dropping an octave as she issued a stern warning to the troublemaking underclassmen. You're a first year, aren't you? Learn some manners. If you dare come to my class to incite a riot again, don't blame me for taking decisive action. Faced with Hiratsuka's ironclad glare, Ichika simply offered a wordless smile, though she did pull her hand back. Simultaneously, she glanced up at the room's lone surveillance camera. Ichika was well aware that the chairman had likely seen the whole display, but she wasn't worried. As long as the fighting stayed within certain educational boundaries, things wouldn't get complicated. Smoothing over the tension as if nothing had happened, Ichika turned to the teacher. Is Shina-senpai here? I've come specifically to see her. Hiratsuka took the cigarette out of her mouth and answered flatly, she's not. Probably at the library reading. No sooner had the words left Hiratsuka's mouth than Hayori returned, cradling a book against her chest. Just as the teacher suspected, she had been off in her own literary world. Because Ryunosuke was perpetually buried in student council work, Hayori's shared reading time with him had been drastically cut. This left her with no choice but to read in solitary silence. While Hayori understood that her man was busy and she shouldn't be selfish, a small part of her still felt a lingering loneliness. Stumbling upon the chaotic scene in her classroom, Hayori asked in confusion, "You were looking for me? Is there something you need?" Her eyes swept the room, and her brow furrowed. And, was all of this really necessary? Hayori's meaning was clear: if you want to talk to me, just ask, why did you have to beat up half my class? Ichika put on a pitiful, wronged expression. I didn't want it to end up like this, but they were the ones who attacked me first. She flipped the script with practiced ease, pointing at Ryuen, Ibuki, and Yukino, the three who had indeed made the first moves. Ryuen opened his mouth to snap back, but then he realized she was technically right, they had struck first. He swallowed his retort, his face twisting in annoyance. Meanwhile, Yukino realized the gravity of the situation. This junior, did she intentionally bait them into attacking so she could wash her hands of the responsibility? Yukino saw through the ruse. No wonder the girl acted without fear, she had ensured they were the ones in the wrong. Or more accurately, she had provoked them until they had no choice but to act. What a terrifying underclassman, Yukino vowed never to underestimate this seemingly harmless girl again. The last time she'd encountered someone with a soul this murky, it was Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke, somewhere else, why am I being dragged into this? Stop slandering me, my heart is as pure as freshly fallen snow. Back to the present. Yukino wasn't about to let Hayori sit alone with such a dangerous individual, and the rest of Class D felt the same. Thus, the current standoff was born. Ichika sat, obediently, in the middle of Class D's territory to chat with Hayori. She wasn't allowed to leave the room. More importantly, she wasn't allowed out of their sight for a single second. Ichika's 1-on-3 performance had genuinely rattled them. The fact that she had tricked them into attacking first left them seething but speechless. Based on all evidence, this junior was a literal demon. If their leader, Hayori, was getting involved with someone like this, they couldn't rest easy. Ichika sat across from Hayori, propping her face up with both hands, acting as if there wasn't a drop of social anxiety in her body. Shina-senpai, you're so popular. Look at how your classmates are rallying around you. Why aren't you the official leader? Ichika spoke with a mask of innocence, but her words were poison meant to drive a wedge between Hayori and Ryuen. After all, Ryuen was the one currently holding the reins. Her intention was transparent: test the class's internal stability. If the entirety of Class D threw their support behind Hayori right then, it would surely spark resentment in Ryuen. If she played her cards right, she could split the formidable Class D into two warring factions. For Ichika, this was all gain and no pain. According to reliable intel, Hayori was one of the women closest to Ryunosuke. In short, making Hayori's life messy was a direct strike against Ryunosuke. At this point, Ichika's mindset had shifted. It wasn't just about getting him expelled anymore, she was starting to enjoy the challenge. Thinking back to how Ryunosuke had threatened her earlier, she felt a prickle of irritation. Who does he think he is, talking to me like that? I'm definitely going to teach him a lesson. Ichika was officially interested in Ryunosuke. Weakening his foundation was just step one. Often, the shortest path to love is intense curiosity. She was fascinated by him, even if it was fueled by spite. In Class C, Kushida, who also harbored a very specific brand of negative interest, felt her pretty eyebrows twitch. Strange. Why do I have a bad feeling? Is someone talking about me? Back to Ichika. No matter how hard she tried to provoke a power struggle, the result was unexpected. Class D remained more united than ever. More specifically, Hayori had absolutely zero desire to be a leader. None. Ichika's attempt to pit her against Ryuen failed spectacularly. Her words felt like punching a cloud, they didn't leave a single mark. Ichika stared at the literary girl in front of her, genuinely stumped. If she doesn't care about status or power, what leverage do I have? Giving up on the political angle, Ichika pivoted to a different kind of probe. Her lips curled into a sly smile as she asked. So, what exactly is the relationship between you and Akasaka-senpai? Hayori blinked, not quite understanding why the junior was asking, but she answered with her characteristic honesty. We're in a relationship. Hayori's smile was radiant, a clear sign that she loved her partner from the bottom of her heart. Ichika's smile widened into that of a little devil. Internally, she cheered. Good. It's better that you care for him. If you didn't, I wouldn't have an opening. Ichika suddenly looked bashful, her fingers nervously pleating the hem of her skirt. She put on a hesitant face, as if she were carrying a heavy emotional burden. It was a world-class performance. Hayori, seeing that struggle, fell for it and reached out. What's wrong, Ichika-chan? Are you feeling okay? Ichika looked up, her voice small and shy. It was love at first sight for me, with Akasaka-senpai. I was wondering, would it be okay if I tried to steal him away from you? Hayori instantly turned to stone. Hot beverage Ko-fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 190+ chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped Gift Access 30 Chapters, Journey to Planar Word. Wrapped Gift Access 130 plus Chapters, Infinity Reincarnation. Scroll Update Schedule. Incoming Envelope Translated Fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming Envelope Original Fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 298, Year 1 C Leaders, Tsubaki Sakurako and Uramiya Riku. This particular exam was quite unique. Since the number of third-year students had dwindled, the school decided to hold a joint examination. All students, from the first years to the second years, and even the third years, were tossed into the same testing pool. In short, everyone was taking the exam together. This made things much easier for the administration, as they didn't have to devise separate curriculum contents for each grade. There was even talk that this might become the new standard moving forward. It was simply more efficient. Why complicate matters when you can settle everything with a single exam? The leader of Class 3A, Kiryuin Fuka, had already reached out to Ryunosuke ahead of time. The two were currently locked in a cooperative alliance. Fuka's move had been a calculated one. She had anticipated this development, knowing that the remaining third years couldn't possibly run a normal exam without any competitors. Allying with an underclassman was only logical. The only thing that caught her off guard was the fact that the first years had been dragged into the mix as well. Meanwhile, at a juvenile detention facility, Yagami Takuya had been granted an early release due to good behavior. He rolled his wrists and asked Amasawa Ichika, who had come to pick him up, in a flat, detached tone. "What's the situation out there? Fill me in." Having been locked away for a month, Yagami was completely in the dark, so he turned to her for answers. Amasawa answered him honestly. "Same as before, mostly. Though our tool, Housen Kazuomi, has been expelled." "TCH. Yagami snorted in derision. That idiot was useless to keep around anyway. "By the way, they didn't do anything to you, did they? Given where that knife came from, they must have guessed you were the one who swiped it." Amasawa waved a hand dismissively. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Even I didn't expect that useless father of mine to have connections with the school's chairman. I was on the verge of being expelled by Akasaka-senpai, but somehow I was pulled back from the brink. Talk about a stroke of luck." "Oh. And who is your father?" Since most residents of the White Room were orphans or had lived there since infancy, almost none of them knew their parentage. This was exactly why Yagami asked. Amasawa didn't hesitate to drop the name. "Tsukishiro. Tsukishiro Arisu." "Wait, no, Tsukishiro is the name of my bastard father." Note, referring to the acting director Tsukishiro. The name was intimately familiar to Yagami. It was the name of the administrator of the White Room. But he didn't care about that. He had only one goal, to surpass Ayanokuji Kiyotaka and prove once and for all that he was the White Room's true masterpiece. He turned to Amasawa. "Help me. I want to challenge Ayanokuji-senpai again." This time, however, Amasawa uncharacteristically refused. "Give it a rest. You got thrashed last time. You really want a repeat performance?" Yagami's eyes narrowed with dissatisfaction at her refusal. "I'm stronger than you, so you follow my lead, you eternal second place, loser." A vein throbbed on Amasawa's forehead. "Ha! You've got some nerve talking like that, you prick. Believe it or not, I'll take you down myself. Try it if you can." Yagami replied, his face a mask of indifference. Amasawa didn't actually intend to attack. She knew she couldn't beat him. As he said, she was ranked one level below Yagami, but that gap was like the distance between heaven and earth. Much like with Ayanokuji, Amasawa had nearly been dismantled in a single encounter. Even Yagami had been rendered helpless by Ayanokuji, despite the men only using one hand. It proved that even among those at the top rank, there was still a massive divide, let alone for someone like her at rank 2. Amasawa proceeded to explain the rules of the new exam, which was to be held on a remote island. Even though they had their secret missions, their current status was that of students, meaning they had to participate. If they didn't, they wouldn't be able to stay at the school. Upon hearing the rules, Yagami's eyes thinned. He realized that since the exam was held across all grade levels simultaneously, he still had a chance to challenge Ayanokuji. "Ha!" Amasawa sighed, rolling her eyes. Her partner was a lost cause. Why was he so obsessed with Ayanokuji? She failed to realize that not too long ago, she had been exactly the same, perhaps even worse than Yagami. It was just that, currently, her level of interest in Ryunosuke far eclipsed her interest in Ayanokuji. The two walked back toward their respective classrooms. Yagami was the leader of Class 1B, while Amasawa led Class 1A. As a side note, Nanace Tsubasa headed Class 1D, while Class 1C was co-led by Tsubaki Sakurako and her childhood friend, Uramiya Riku. Uramiya said to Tsubaki, this is the perfect time to deal with Ayanokuji Kiyotaka. Use this special exam to teach him a lesson. Tsubaki lazily plucked a lollipop from her mouth and replied in a casual drawl. Fine by me. I've been wanting to see just what level Ayanokuji-senpai is actually on anyway. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Soon, the special exam began. The students were transported by ship to a remote island. Unlike the previous island, this one featured 12 castle-like structures, seemingly representing each of the classes. However, since the third year was short by 3 classes, 3 of the castles had been sealed off and forbidden to enter. Ryunosuke could sense that the exam content likely revolved around those castles. Shortly after, the school announced the regulations. Each class chose one castle to inhabit. Inside each castle was a card scanner, specifically, a portable blue crystal roughly 20 centimeters in diameter. Students had to defend their own castle while finding ways to assault the castles of their opponents. They had to scan a leader's identity info, a green card, into the crystal for 3 hours to occupy it. When the exam concluded, the winner would be whoever had scanned the most crystals and controlled the most castles. Each additional castle seized would grant 100 class points. Each crystal scanned also added 100 class points. There were 9 castles in total, the unsealed ones. This meant that if you were capable enough, you could rake in 900 class points from the castles alone, not counting the crystals. In total, the maximum potential was 1,800 points. Simply holding your own castle also counted. Even if a class did nothing, as long as they defended their base, they would receive 100 points, plus another 100 if their own crystal remained secure, a total of 200 points. Currently, Ichino's Hanami of Class 2A had opted for a defensive stance. She felt their class points were already sufficient. There was no need to be greedy, it was better to play it safe and stay stable. As the strategist, Hikigaya Hachiman had no choice but to agree. He wasn't exactly the fighting type himself, so this suited him just fine. However, he didn't know if the other classes would be as cordial. Hachiman wasn't convinced they would be satisfied with a measly 200 points. His primary concern was Class C, Ryunosuke's class, which possessed the most high-end combat power. The second person on his radar was Asuna from Class 2B. Hachiman was deeply wary of her. Ever since witnessing Asuna's terrifying strength during the previous sports festival, he had categorized her as non-human. He placed her on the same pedestal as Ayanokuji, Ryunosuke, and Koenji. It was a clear sign of just how much Hachiman overestimated Asuna. Regardless, Hachiman wasn't going to sit idle. He instructed those around him to set up traps surrounding the castle, pitfalls, nets, and various hunter snares. Naturally, this equipment was purchased using points, but the cost was negligible. Basically, Hachiman's budget didn't exceed 100 points, half of the minimum profit they stood to gain. As long as they didn't lose points, it was enough. He was thinking purely in realistic terms. But this was inevitable, given that his leader wasn't the type to hunger for victory, he could only follow Ichino's lead. Hachiman spoiled her, honestly, after all, she was his light and his conviction. He'd had a brief crush on Ichino's once, but the moment he realized she already liked someone else, he had immediately given up. It was fine. He was used to it. After all, he'd had his heart broken over 100 times already, hee. A dark, depressive aura continued to radiate from Hachiman's body, proving that he wasn't nearly as at peace with it as he claimed to be. Chapter 299, the new deserted island exam officially begins. The exam was underway. Students from every class had already chosen their paths, heading toward their respective castles. Finally, we don't have to sleep in the wild anymore, Kei said, stretching her limbs. After all, what kind of place was that last deserted island? There were mosquitoes everywhere, making it impossible to get a decent night's sleep. This time, they finally got to stay in a castle. There was no longer any need to worry about accommodation. Chiaki walked over, letting out a weary sigh of agreement. You're right. At least we won't be sleeping on the ground this time. The architecture resembled a medieval European fortress, looking exactly like something out of a movie or a period drama. The only difference was that these castles were relatively low, standing about 7 meters tall, roughly equivalent to a 2-story building. Perhaps due to budget constraints or student safety, the walls weren't built too high, which also made things easier for those planning an assault. The castles had no doors. This meant someone had to be on guard 24 hours a day. This design choice was likely made to facilitate the exam, allowing for infiltrations to seize the castle or scan the crystal. After all, they couldn't exactly be expected to carry siege ladders around, could they? Engaging in a literal medieval siege would be far too unrealistic. Ryunosuke was busy gathering fallen branches outside to start a fire for cooking. The kitchen facilities in the castle used earthen stoves, similar to the large mud kilns found in the countryside. Seeing Ryunosuke picking up wood while the surroundings were quiet, Kei sneakily approached from behind and wrapped her arms around him. Hey. Faced with Kei's sudden hug, Ryunosuke resignedly patted the arms locked around his neck, telling her to let go because she felt heavy. Kei pouted in dissatisfaction. What's that supposed to mean? I just wanted a little skinship, and you're acting like I'm a nuisance. Despite her words, Kei obediently released her grip, her voice tinged with a spoiled whine. Hey, come for a walk with me for a bit. It feels like we haven't had any alone time in forever. Kei twirled a strand of hair around her finger, her gaze drifting everywhere but at him, pretending to be nonchalant when she was actually desperate for his attention. Ryunosuke finished tying the bundle of firewood and hoisted it onto his back before answering her. At least wait until I bring this wood back. Ryunosuke said with a sigh of surrender. Kei cheered, awesome, and signaled that she wanted to tag along. She didn't want to waste a single second of her time with him. Ryunosuke had no choice but to indulge her. Compared to the other girls, the time he spent with Kei was indeed far too little, consider this compensation. The two headed back toward the castle together. Chiaki remained hidden behind a tree, peeking out at them. She didn't quite know why she felt the need to hide, she had just done it instinctively. Watching Ryunosuke and Kei together, she felt a strange, complicated wave of emotion. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Elsewhere, the two arrived at their destination. Ryunosuke tossed the branches on his back into the kitchen area, signaling the others to start the fire for cooking. This exam would last approximately 7 days. Food supplies could be purchased using class points. Simply by holding the castle, they would earn 100 class points, and protecting the crystal would net another 100, totaling around 200 points. Thus, Ryunosuke granted them a budget of 30%, 60 class points. If it was just for 7 days' worth of food, 30 points would be plenty. The remaining 30 points could be kept as a reserve. Since their living quarters were now a castle, they didn't have to worry about accommodation, and there were even functioning toilets. That meant he wouldn't have to waste points on the girls' miscellaneous needs. Ryunosuke still vividly remembered the cruise ship exam where his points were nearly drained just because of the girls' bathroom situation. Now, at most, they'd only need to buy a few daily necessities, allowing them to save a significant amount. He sought out Ayanokuji Kiyotaka, gesturing for him to watch the house while he went out to play, or rather, to scout around for a chance to steal an opponent's crystal. Ayanokuji agreed. He was lazy by nature, and Ryunosuke's request perfectly aligned with his desire to stay put. Before leaving, Ryunosuke pulled the blue crystal from his pocket and handed it over to him to keep safe. Ayanokuji accepted it with both hands, indicating there would be no problem. Still feeling a bit uneasy, Ryunosuke warned him one last time. You'd better take this seriously. If our crystal gets stolen, I'm cutting off your food rations. He meant that he wouldn't let Horikita Suzun cook for him ever again. Ayanokuji's eyes instantly went blank, like a salted fish that had lost its dreams. For the sake of delicious food, Ayanokuji's fighting spirit ignited instantly as he spoke to Ryunosuke. Leave with an easy mind. As long as I am here, this crystal remains. If the crystal falls, I fall with it. Seeing Ayanokuji so fired up, Ryunosuke finally felt relieved and prepared to take Kei for a walk. The main reason was his promise to her, as well as wanting to enjoy some time alone in their own little world. In truth, Ryunosuke knew that the most appropriate person to bring along for this task would actually be Kato Megumi. With her incredibly thin presence, she was perfect for stealing crystals without being noticed. The only reason he didn't do it was for fear of the vinegar pot tipping over, jealousy that could lead to a situation where neither side could be easily appeased. Furthermore, Kei hadn't yet joined the Akasaka great family, so she knew nothing about his Godai 13. She didn't even know she had 12 romantic rivals. Ayanokuji, who was like a mind-reading worm in Ryunosuke's gut, had already guessed what his friend was thinking and found it utterly baffling. Kato is clearly a far more useful tool than Karuizawa. If it were me, I would definitely prioritize Kato as my tool instead of the useless Karuizawa. Of course, Ayanokuji understood his friend's logic, but he fundamentally disagreed. This will be your greatest weakness, Akasaka. Ayanokuji murmured expressionlessly. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Meanwhile, in the Grey Castle of Class 2B, the territory under Asuna's responsibility. Asuna sat atop a black throne. Standing to her left and right were two figures, Katsuragi Kohei and Hashimoto Masayoshi. Both stood like the most loyal of subordinates, calmly acting as her right and left hands. In reality, Asuna was panicking internally, but she had to pretend as if nothing was wrong. After all, she was the king, she was a competent king. She couldn't panic, absolutely not. Asuna kept calming herself down in her heart, while occasionally emitting a powerful pressure aura. In truth, that aura was just her body stiffening from sheer nervousness. However, in the eyes of Katsuragi and Hashimoto, this was the silent command of a monarch. Both knelt on one knee, offering a respectful aristocratic salute, and spoke in unison. Asuna-sama, what are your orders? X2. Asuna, neutral face. Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 190 plus chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, journey to planar word. Wrapped gift access 130 plus chapters, infinity reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 300, Asuna seeks to conquer every class. By force of circumstance. Asuna sat perched upon her black throne, propping her cheek on one hand as if weighing the fate of the world. In reality, her internal monologue was a frantic scream. What on earth are these two doing? What instructions are they even talking about? Just go do whatever it is you want to do. Why do you keep circling around me like sharks? You're making me feel so awkward. Despite the mental hysterics, her exterior remained composed. She cracked her eyes open slightly and spoke with regal brevity. Come with me for a moment, you two. Asuna rose from the throne, descending the steps with practiced grace and heading toward the exit. Katsuragi and Hashimoto trailed behind her like devoted chicks following a mother hen. Masumi, who was sitting nearby keeping Arisa company, couldn't help but comment. What is Asuna planning now? Does she actually want to be an emperor? Hee hee, Arisa giggled, shielding her mouth with her hand. Just let her be. Besides, with her out in the front lines, we have so much more time to spend with our men. Masumi didn't argue, the logic was sound. They had gained a rare pocket of leisure time by offloading the class's burdens onto someone else's shoulders. Miki raised her hand hesitantly. Is it really okay for us to be lounging here drinking tea while Yuki-san carries the weight of the entire class? Miki, still possessing a shred of conscience, felt this was a bit much. Arisu and Masumi had completely washed their hands of the exam, leaving Asuna to run herself ragged. Miki felt a twinge of guilt, being part of the unemployed group. Arisa took a casual sip of tea and replied without a care in the world. Don't worry, I've already discussed this with Yuki-san, and she agreed. Of course, I had to pay a small price for her cooperation. A pre-order for the Aincrad trial tickets for the end of the year, complete with the Nerve Gear virtual helmet. Since she agreed to take on this heavy lifting for that, we have nothing to worry about. Arisu explained that she had promised the upcoming virtual game, the hardware, and even a premium account. Given that the game hadn't even been released yet, the rarity of such an item was astronomical. If it weren't for her influential father, she never would have secured such a prize. As a hardcore gamer, how could Asuna possibly refuse? And so, the bribe was accepted. The girl had actually thanked Arisa for the opportunity. Arisa smiled proudly and set down her teacup. Since we're free, shall we play a game of chess? The others didn't object. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Meanwhile, Asuna reached the highest parapet of the castle. Looking out over the vast, endless landscape, she murmured softly to herself. What a beautiful place. Asuna stretched her arms wide as if embracing the entire world. However, to the two men standing behind her, the gesture took on a far more ominous meaning. Katsuragi's body practically trembled with excitement. He interpreted Asuna's gesture as a declaration of intent. She wanted to seize the crystals of every class, ensuring Class B's ascension to Class A. Truly, the magnificent Asuna-sama. Heh, Hashimoto snorted quietly. She truly deserves to be our king. Such grand ambition. And that is exactly why I adore you, Asuna-sama. Hashimoto stared at her with pure, unadulterated admiration. Asuna, still blissfully unaware of how sideways the situation was turning, reached a hand out toward the moon in the night sky and whispered. It really is something beautiful. Sadly, beautiful things like this can't stay with me for long. She lowered her hand and stood in silence with her back to them. The two men immediately translated this as, we must act fast. Asuna-sama wants to wrap this up and go home soon. Shortly after, Asuna went inside to rest. In her absence, Hashimoto and Katsuragi gathered nearly every member of Class B to announce Asuna's grand design. Hashimoto adjusted his non-existent glasses, tucked his hands behind his back, and announced grandiosely. Our Asuna-sama has declared that she will dominate every single class. From the first years all the way to the third years. As her subordinates, it is our sacred duty to see Asuna-sama's ambition realized. Hashimoto's shout was met with a thunderous cheer from the class. Asuna, inside her room, I never said that. Stop misinterpreting me. Back at the tea table, Arisu, Masumi, and Miki watched the commotion in stunned silence. Masumi muttered, what is actually wrong with those people? Despite the absurdity, Hashimoto's competence remained undeniable. He immediately issued orders to the class. First, 10 scouts were dispatched to gather intelligence. Another 10 were assigned to patrol the perimeter. The rest remained to fortify the castle and await the scouts' return. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. The following morning, the sun rose over the horizon. Katsuragi and Hashimoto received reports from the scouting teams. Hashimoto scanned the notes. In terms of raw combat power, Class C was clearly the apex predator. With Ayanokuji, Ryunosuke, and Koenji, they were a group that couldn't be toppled without sacrificing the entire class. Therefore, Hashimoto easily decided to avoid direct hostility with Class C. The exam was simple: who had the bigger fist, and who could hide their crystal best. Hashimoto had considered digging a hole and burying their crystal until the final hours, but the rules dictated that the crystal couldn't be left unattended. Guarding it was mandatory, meaning they couldn't stray too far from it. Seeking guidance to win the match, Hashimoto approached Asuna. At that moment, she was sitting on her throne with her eyes closed, clearly catching up on sleep. Hashimoto knelt on one knee and spoke. "Forgive me for disturbing your rest, Asuna-sama. Please, have mercy on my intrusion." Ah. Asuna had indeed just drifted off. She woke up looking dazed and confused. But seeing Hashimoto in front of her, she snapped into a straight posture, crossed her arms and legs, and put on a mask of stoic calm. "Speak. What is it?" Because Hashimoto was bowing his head, he missed her frantic recovery. He never saw the confused face of his king. Though, even if he had, he likely would have assumed it was all part of some deep, unfathomable plan. Chapter 301, Class 1B and Class 1A. Hashimoto wasted no more time and put forward his proposal. "Asuna-sama, I would like to lead approximately 20 people, half of our total strength, to scout enemy territory. I humbly request your permission, Asuna-sama." Hashimoto bowed his head deeply, awaiting Asuna's response. Asuna propped her chin on one hand while the fingers of her other hand drummed against the armrest, pretending to be in deep thought. After a moment, she gave her answer. "Go, Hashimoto. Do whatever is on your mind." Asuna waved her hand grandiosely. "I shall support you from the rear." Having received his orders, Hashimoto spoke with fervent energy. "The mission will be carried out. I shall pluck the fruits of victory and present them with both hands before Asuna-sama." With that, Hashimoto led Katsuragi away, his face beaming with pride. Once they were gone, Asuna dropped the act. Her regal, authoritative posture immediately collapsed, and she slumped into the chair with a look of weary despair. "I'm telling you, just how wild is your imagination? How did things even end up like this?" Asuna truly couldn't wrap her head around it as she stared at the blue crystal in her hand. Hashimoto had just handed it to her for safekeeping, a testament to its vital importance. If this crystal were seized, they would lose 100 class points. Similarly, if the castle fell, they would lose another 100. Given the crystal's significance, Hashimoto had decided to place it in the hands of the strongest person available, Asuna, to prevent any accidents. This way, even if someone wanted to steal it, they would have to think twice about whether they could actually defeat her. Since the previous sports festival, Hashimoto had seen that no one in Class B was a match for Asuna. She might even be able to trade blows with the likes of Koenji. A peak-level combatant like her was, naturally, best used for guarding the house. The rules of this exam truly boiled down to whose fist was harder. To occupy another class's castle, physical confrontation was unavoidable, add in the need to seize the opponent's crystal, and combat was a certainty. The rules were simple, yet brutal. Sitting on her throne, Asuna stared at the purple energy crystal, another name for the blue crystal, measuring nearly 20 centimeters in her hand, before tucking it into her pocket for strict personal protection. She had given up on trying to make sense of things and decided to play the part until the very end. She didn't want her efforts so far to go to waste. Though, deep down, she was still baffled. Why do so many people worship me? Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Elsewhere, at the castle belonging to Class 2D, the territory controlled by Ryuen. Ever since witnessing Yukino's strength, Ryuen had treated her as a guest of honor, akin to an elder in a cultivation novel. Yukino was provided with free meals, and the class was always ready to request her assistance. In reality, Ryuen was paying Yukino extra points to ensure she would help the class during critical moments. Yukino stood with her arms crossed, her brow furrowed. She had initially wanted to refuse, but Hiyori cut in. "Please help our classmates," Hiyori walking over while cradling a book. "The current exam rules rely too heavily on pure physical strength. In that regard, we are clearly at a disadvantage." She was referring to the incident where Ichika had defeated them all single-handedly. Only Yukino had managed to hold her own for a few exchanges, leading everyone to believe she was the strongest among them. Yukino added resignedly, "My stamina is pathetic. Don't rely on me too much, or you'll end up losing big." It wasn't that Yukino didn't want to help the class, but her physical endurance was truly poor, making her feel like she couldn't contribute much. In the previous encounter with Ichika, she could only last a few moves. If the fight dragged on, she was guaranteed to lose. Hiyori offered a sweet smile and said it didn't matter, winning or losing was a problem for later, the important thing was participating. She was incredibly relaxed and didn't place too much weight on the final result. As the actual leader of Class D, Ryuen scratched his head in frustration and agreed with Hiyori's suggestion. What else could he do? In terms of raw power, they couldn't compete with Ryunosuke from Class C. Furthermore, according to reliable intel, even Asuna from Class B was no pushover. Not to mention Ichika from Class 1A and Yagami from Class 1B. There were too many experts, Ryuen lacked the confidence to win. Finally, Yukino accepted Hiyori's proposal. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Elsewhere, Yagami and Ichika began their move. Their strategy was simpler and more ruthless, abandon the rest of their classmates and move on their own. Each carried their own class's blue crystal on their person, which was arguably the safest place for it. Even if their castles fell, they would only lose 100 points. As long as the crystals remained with them, they could at least retain 100 points, keeping the class's morale stable and their leadership position secure. After all, as a leader, if you can't provide benefits for the class, why would anyone acknowledge you? Yagami and Ichika's logic was straightforward, leave the baggage behind so they wouldn't complain, while allowing themselves to move freely. To both Yagami and Ichika, the rest of their classmates were mere hindrances, it was better to operate solo. The two walked together, planning which class to target first. Given their combat prowess, as long as a class didn't have a prominent peak-level expert, either one of them could wipe the floor with them alone. Never underestimate a White Room graduate. No one who makes it out of there is ordinary. At the very least, taking on 20 opponents at once was a standard operation for them. They reached a wilderness area. Yagami still hadn't given up on his obsession with attacking Ayanokuji. Ichika commented lazily. Can you just shut up and be quiet for a bit? Even if you find him, what then? Can you even beat him? Yagami was instantly silenced. He shut his mouth in frustration but still looked unwilling to let it go. Ichika let out a long, weary sigh. Don't worry, I already have a plan to deal with Ayanokuji-senpai. As long as you follow my lead, everything will be fine. Really? Yagami looked energized. Ichika rolled her eyes and didn't say another word, but Yagami obediently trailed behind her, ready to take orders. Ichika's plan was simple, capture a stray member of Class C and use them as bait to force the target into the open. She had even chosen her candidate, Kushida Kikyo, one of the most popular figures in Class C. With a key figure like her, Ichika was certain Ryunosuke wouldn't stay idle. Exactly. Ichika's primary target remained Ryunosuke, while Ayanokuji was merely a bonus, the lure to keep Yagami compliant. If you want a dog to obey, you have to give it its favorite treat. And Ayanokuji was the tool that could make Yagami obey. Right now, the one Ichika wanted to settle things with first was Ryunosuke, not Ayanokuji. Hot Beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 190 plus chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, journey to planar word. Wrapped gift access 130 plus chapters, infinity reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 302, Phoenix Tuna Sashimi, complete. On the other side, the leader of Class 1D, Tsubasa Nanase, also chose to hold her ground. She had no time to confront other classes, her priority was to safeguard her own class first. As for revenge in the future, Nanase still felt hesitant and unsure of what to do. Her mind had been completely confounded by Ryunosuke and Ayanokuji. She felt that she no longer needed to interfere with the competitive passion between those two. Let them determine their own fate. In the distance, Ryunosuke and Ayanokuji suddenly sneezed in unison. Achoo! Who is talking about me? X2. Meanwhile, the leaders of Class 1C, Tsubaki Sakurako and Uramiya Riku, did not have many grandiose plans. They were participating in this exam purely with the intention of having fun. At the same time, they wanted to test Ayanokuji's level by occasionally tripping him up or pranking him. After all, Sakurako held a personal grudge against Ayanokuji. The reason her brother ended up in a mental hospital was entirely due to that man's actions. How could she simply forgive him? Sakurako removed the lollipop from her mouth, then said in a lazy tone to Riku. Keep an eye on Ayanokuji from Class C. If he dares to leave the castle, we'll steal his base immediately. On the other hand, Class 3A, the class managed by Kiryu and Fuka, had already begun packing and preparing to retreat. The reason for their retreat was very simple: the total number of members in Class 3A was the smallest among all classes. At the moment, they had only reached a count of around 20 people, only half the size of a normal class. The content of this exam was very disadvantageous for them. Therefore, they firmly abandoned their own castle and intended to forge a cooperation with Ryunosuke. Indeed, they had discussed the terms of cooperation from the start, now it was just a matter of executing the agreement. After tidying up their belongings, Fuka turned toward Nozuna. "Let's go." "Ha." Nozuna let out a long sigh, yet she had no choice but to follow her lead. She felt that they were like refugees right now. It was true that they were evacuating, because with their current number of personnel, they were undoubtedly the weakest. If they didn't leave soon, they would only become easy prey for other classes. Fuka led all the members of Class 3A toward the location of Ryunosuke's class. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. At that moment, Ryunosuke had just returned after taking Kei out for a walk all day, and he immediately crossed paths with Fuka, who had come to visit. He said in a resigned tone, "Kiryu-senpai, your arrival is sooner than I imagined." Fuka draped her arm around Ryunosuke's shoulder familiarly, like an older sister. "Don't say that. Coming to you early is also for the sake of safety. Besides, our Class 3A is now the weakest, right? And this is all thanks to your doing, isn't it?" Akasaka-kun whispered Fuka in Ryunosuke's ear. The implication was clear: you turned my Grand Class A into this, so you must take responsibility. Ryunosuke shrugged helplessly, indicating he understood, and allowed them to join. Thus, the two classes officially merged. The number of personnel on his side now reached 60 people, more than half as many again as the other classes. Simultaneously, Ryunosuke handed over Fuka's blue crystal to Ayanokuji for safekeeping. After all, guarding one crystal or two was the same, so they might as well be consolidated. Ayanokuji had shown signs of wanting to go on strike. Since he had no other choice, Ryunosuke decided to show off his skills. Ryunosuke donned a signature chef's headband, instantly switching to Chunibyu mode, and entered the kitchen. He gripped a kitchen knife and grabbed a large tuna from the side. Where did it come from? He had just fished it from the seaside. Suddenly, he tossed the tuna into the air, using the Mogyu Surayu-jan, Blue Ox Dragon Slash, technique to dissect the tuna rapidly, removing its head and tail, then tapped the ends of the tail to extract the fish's veins from within. Because fish veins are very pungent, if not removed, they would ruin the flavor. Generally, people who eat fish rarely know this because their palates aren't sensitive enough to detect that faint fishy odor. He arranged the fish and began slicing the sashimi. To get the best texture, he performed a low-temperature process, scattering ice chunks over the fish meat so the texture would be firmer and more delicious. After sharpening the knife until the blade emitted a cold light that reflected his own image, Ryunosuke raised the knife high. His hand movements were as fast as a shadow, making it difficult to see with the naked eye. Not long after, the sashimi was sliced. He used minced garlic or ginger, combined with soy sauce, vinegar, and sesame oil to create a dipping sauce. Once everything was ready, Ryunosuke took a cucumber, sliced it at a 45-degree angle, flipped it, and sliced it again to form a spiral like a spring for a garnish. The sashimi, cucumber, and carrots were arranged in such a way that they formed the shape of a phoenix on the large table. The work was done. Ryunosuke wiped the sweat from his forehead and gave this dish a flashy name. Phoenix Tuna Sashimi, complete. Ryunosuke removed his headband. "Everyone, please taste my cooking." Ayanokuji was the first to grab chopsticks and a sauce bowl. Once he began to eat, his eyes instantly lit up. A deliciousness that felt as vast as the ocean exploded in his mouth. The tuna meat felt as if it were still alive, swimming in his mind. His body trembled, and 2 streams of tears flowed from his eyes. He wept, touched by a taste that was simply too good. This dish was no longer a match for Suzan's cooking, its level was in a different dimension. Perhaps even 10 Tutsuki elites wouldn't necessarily reach this level. He stared at Ryunosuke deeply. What kind of skill was this? This was too broken. It made him, who had trained for over a dozen years in the White Room, feel that his training had been in vain. The ability to reach the peak of a field just by changing modes was truly, incredibly enviable. Ayanokuji ate another mouthful, continuing to chew without stopping. Ultimately, he became a culinary prisoner. He agreed to Ryunosuke's request and guaranteed he would guard both crystals well. At the same time, he had a small request: could he frequently eat Ryunosuke's cooking in the future? He felt he was already addicted, instantly kicking Suzan's cooking out of his memory. Beside him, Suzan also picked up her chopsticks and tasted a little. Deliciousness instantly blossomed in her mouth. She crouched down and nearly screamed from the pleasure. However, after that, she stared at Ryunosuke with a sharp, furious gaze. "If you're this good at cooking, why have you been making me cook all this time? You did this on purpose, didn't you?" From now on, just cook for yourself. Suzun slammed her chopsticks to the side and declared a cooking strike. She felt insulted. It was clear her husband could cook this deliciously, yet he had made her cook all this time. Ryunosuke was instantly panicked and rushed to coax her. Chapter 303, Yagami Takuya and Amasawa Ichika come knocking. Ryunosuke coaxed and wooed with all his might, until finally, he succeeded in softening the heart of Suzun, who had been sitting with her arms crossed and sulking in the corner of the room. Suzun declared that she wanted to learn how to cook from him, and only after Ryunosuke agreed did she calm down. Suzun actually had no ill intentions, she simply wanted to provide the best food for her own men. Fuka tasted the dish and clicked her tongue in amazement. Your cooking level is truly insane. What kind of monster are you, really? It's a real shame you didn't enter the Tutsuki Academy. Ryunosuke, who had returned to his normal self, could only roll his eyes. Just eat your food quietly, don't talk so much. Nozuna also took a bite, then said in a slightly lethargic tone. Really, being defeated by a man when it comes to cooking feels a bit frustrating. Ryunosuke had not discarded the fish's head, tail, or bones. He boiled them into a soup. He added kombu, soy sauce, and a little cooking sake to enhance the flavor, add freshness, and remove the fishy odor. In essence, not a single part of the fish went to waste. He even sorted the fish innards to be turned into matsunabe, offal stew. Because the aroma of fish innards was very pungent, he added plenty of spicy seasoning to mask it. Chili, pepper, and various spices that stimulate the senses were used solely to cover the original scent of the ingredients. If not for that, it wouldn't be edible. Ryunosuke was a competent chef, he would not waste a single part of his ingredients. Like the character Sanji, Ryunosuke stared at the scenery outside the window, lit a toy cigarette, candy, and said with full confidence. As a competent chef, one should be able to bring a smile to everyone. That is the essence of a chef. Unfortunately, no one listened to Ryunosuke's babbling. Everyone was busy fighting over his cooking, there was no time to entertain him. They were all scrambling for the tuna sashimi, as if they would suffer a great loss if they ate even one bite less. Ryunosuke's cooking was indeed that good, it was capable of making them discard their pride and eat ravenously like starving people. Seeing that no one was paying him any attention, Ryunosuke felt somewhat resigned. He was still in Shinobu mode, and the effects wouldn't wear off in a short time. Not long after, all the dishes were wiped clean. They were even licking the residual flavors off their fingers with looks of pure intoxication. For children from wealthy families like them, besides cooking from the Tutsuki 10 elites, they had never tasted anything this delicious. Ryunosuke stopped the small talk and began giving orders to his subordinates. 30 people would guard the night shift, and 30 people would guard the day shift. Patrols were to rotate 24 hours a day, don't let even a single fly enter. Simultaneously, he tasked Megumi with infiltrating the first-year territory to steal their crystals. Why not steal from the second years? Because his lovers were in every second-year class, so. It was impossible for him to attack Honami's, Arisu's, or Hiyori's class, right? If he did that, the trouble would be endless after the exam ended. Megumi declared she understood. Ryunosuke also spent quite a lot of points to buy Megumi many stun guns as self-defense tools, complete with spare batteries. After all, Megumi's attack method could only rely on external tools like that. Fundamentally, she remained a gentle girl. Even though this gentle girl had the ability to wipe out an entire class of students single-handedly. After arranging everything, Ryunosuke stuck to his habit, preparing to go out alone to take action. However, he was stopped by Fuka. Fuka stated that she also wanted to join the action. As a senior, she felt uncomfortable constantly receiving protection from a junior, occasionally, she wanted to contribute. The main reason, however, was that she felt going out to play with Ryunosuke would be very fun. Ryunosuke was forced to agree. After all, his senior had ability, fighting over a dozen people was no problem for her. So, the two of them set off together. However, the moment they stepped outside, they bumped into Yagami and Ichika, who had clearly been lurking outside for a long time. From the start, both of these people's targets were Ryunosuke's class. More precisely, one was aiming for Ryunosuke, and the other was aiming for Ayanokuji. Ryunosuke massaged his head, which was starting to ache. You two are truly. I'm at a loss for words. Do you really need to be that obsessed with me and Ayanokuji? To the point of ignoring your own class's exam. These two people were the leaders of Class 1A and 1B, respectively. Ichika walked forward coyly, waving to greet Ryunosuke, and said with a sweet smile. Hello, Akasaka-senpai, didn't I tell you already? I want to get you expelled from school. Ichika smirked with a strange curve to her lips, exactly like a yandere. Tisk, tsk, tsk, Fuka, who was beside him, couldn't help but click her tongue in wonder. Is this a new junior? She's very obsessed with you, oh, saint of love. She said it in a half-joking tone. Ryunosuke's face instantly darkened. Could you not call me by that title? That's very embarrassing, you know. But Fuka laughed casually. Are you saying the things you've done shouldn't be talked about? I estimate the number of women rumored to be with you has already reached double digits. Almost on par with Nagumo back then. But the difference between you and him is that those girls all seem to be doing it willingly. Fuka stroked her chin while starting to think. Because out of all those rumors, not a single girl had come out to provide a clarification. In short, they let the rumors persist, and that was what felt strange. If Nagumo used coercion or manipulation, then Ryunosuke made those girls willing to be with him without any objection. He was truly an expert in romance. Saying he was the saint of love, aka a wild beast, really wasn't an exaggeration. Seeing herself misunderstood as one of Ryunosuke's women, Ichika didn't offer a denial, which made Fuka admire this junior even more. Even though this first-year student had only joined a month ago, she was already able to approach the leaders of their year. How impressive. Ryunosuke and Ichika, we are enemies, please don't get any wrong ideas. Yagami didn't want to beat around the bush anymore. He stepped forward and asked in a loud voice. Where is Ayanokuji-senpai? Call him out, I want to duel him. He clenched his fists tightly. Ryunosuke didn't want to waste many words on him. The last time, he had been beaten quite badly by the enemy side, this time, he had to get even. He turned toward Fuka. Kiryuin-senpai, can you help me hold back that girl named Amasawa? I'll handle this guy named Yagami. Okay, no problem. Fuka stepped forward and assumed a fighting stance. Since they were all wearing the standard red gym uniforms, she didn't have to worry about clothing issues. Ichika stroked her soft pink hair and said in a resigned tone to the senior. Please don't interfere in other people's business, senpai. What does this have to do with you? Fuka answered casually. We are currently in an alliance. So sorry, Junior, stay still and let me hold you back. I'll go easy on you. Ichika, I don't think that's necessary. Chapter 304, Yagami and Ichika vs Fuka and Ryunosuke. Yagami lunged forward, and the exchange of blows began. This time, the situation was different. Unlike their previous encounter, which had been heavily one-sided, a delicate balance had been struck, neither could easily take the other down. Ryunosuke had been in Chinibyu mode from the start. If he weren't, he wouldn't be able to win. Relying solely on his base physical condition, he was still inferior to Yagami, but he masked that remaining gap with technique. Yagami felt a flicker of shock. Didn't I manage to take this guy down in less than a minute last month? Why is he this strong now? It's only been a month, it makes no sense. Yagami did not believe in coincidences. He raised his leg, unleashing a powerful spinning kick toward his opponent's face. The pressure of the wind generated even made Ryunosuke's cheek sting. Ryunosuke parried the attack with both hands held before his face. Although he managed to block it, he was shoved back 10 steps until his back made contact with Fuka, who was also being pushed back. Fuka grumbled softly. Are all juniors these days this vicious? I feel like I can't win. Fuka admitted her defeat firmly. Ryunosuke added with a resigned tone, how long can you hold out? Fuka gave a dubious number. Maybe about 3 minutes. I can't manage more than that. She wiped the sweat from her forehead. Her arms still felt numb from just having parried a kick from Ichika. Ryunosuke thought for a moment, then said with some hesitation. If you can't handle it, you should run first. Let me hold the two of them off. Tisk, Fuka clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction and turned toward him. You're telling me to leave? I'm not going anywhere. Trust your back to me, I'll hold one of them off. She assumed a fighting stance with her fists, watching cautiously as Ichika walked over casually. Seeing that, Ryunosuke said no more. He also set his stance to face Yagami, who was ready to attack again. Yagami halted his advance and asked, when we fought last time, you didn't have this kind of strength. Who trained you? He didn't believe someone could become this strong in just 1 month without anyone's guidance. Ryunosuke's current physical condition had improved drastically. If his punching power was previously equivalent to 80 kilograms, it had now reached 163 kilograms. For comparison, the peak strength of a normal adult male is around 150 kilograms, while women are usually in the 80 to 120 kilograms range. This meant his base level was now slightly above a normal male. Don't forget, his initial physique was only 80 kilograms, the lowest female standard. Now it had doubled to 163 kilograms. Added to that was the 545% bonus from Chinibyu mode, bringing his total combat power to 888.35 kilograms. All his stats had surged more than twofold. The training method provided by Ayanokuji might have looked mundane to a normal person, but it was exactly what Ryunosuke needed. With his poor initial physical state, he couldn't handle hellish training. He had to restore the physical strength lost due to malnutrition step by step. Facing Yagami's question, Ryunosuke answered honestly, Ayanokuji trained me. TSK, I thought so. Yagami was not surprised. In this world, only Ayanokuji possessed such ability. However, his competitive nature surfaced. He wanted to compete even in this regard. What training did he give you? Tell me, so I can overhaul it to get you better training. I guarantee the results will be superior to Ayanokuji-senpai's. Ryunosuke felt it was ridiculous. You want to compete even on this? Even so, he answered seriously, every day, 100 sit-ups. 100 push-ups. Then run 10 kilometers. All of that is done routinely every single day. Of course, 3 meals of nutrition a day are also a must. In the morning, I eat 1 banana for vitamin intake, and I usually eat 2 large meat buns. Oh, by the way, the meat buns are made directly by my lover, Suzun, you know. Ryunosuke did not forget to show off his partner's cooking proudly. Yagami's face instantly darkened. He felt he was being toyed with. Beside them, Ichika and Fuka, who were listening to the conversation, had to hold their stomachs because they couldn't hold back their laughter. Ichika wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. Akasaka-senpai, do you want to make me die of laughter? That's such a normal training method. Do you hold such a grudge against Yagami to provoke him like that? Yagami's anger had exploded. The fist he clenched creaked. He was truly on the verge of fury, feeling mocked. He could no longer hold back from attacking. Fuka stopped laughing, and her expression turned serious. I'll hold one, you finish it quickly. After saying that, Fuka lunged toward Ichika. Ryunosuke could only respond with, I'll try, and then he charged at Yagami. A duel erupted on both sides. Yagami launched a leaping side kick toward his stomach. Ryunosuke raised both arms to parry, but mid-air, Yagami changed the angle of his attack into a straight kick aimed at his vital lower region. Ryunosuke's hair stood on end. He hurriedly blocked the kick with both hands, took 2 steps back to maintain distance, and shouted in protest. Damn it, you have no fighting ethics. Where are you aiming that kick? But Yagami didn't care. To him, any move that could win was a good move. On the other side, Fuka's condition was not good. She was constantly pressured by Ichika's attacks. She used a series of strikes, but Ichika used parrying techniques to deflect her opponent's fists with minimal effort. Ichika moved nimbly in a circle, avoiding Fuka's straight attacks, and managed to get behind her. Just as she was about to launch a surprise attack, Fuka executed a backward elbow strike to ward her off. Ichika was forced to stop her movement and retreat 2 steps to avoid it, then praised with a smile. Not bad, Kiryuin-senpai in that case, I'll start getting serious. After saying that, Ichika touched one hand to the ground as a pivot, then launched a low spin kick. Fuka was forced to cross her arms to parry, which automatically blocked her vision. That was the moment Ichika had been waiting for. Suddenly, she jumped high. One of her beautiful, slender legs was raised high, and then with full force, she kicked down toward Fuka. Fuka's left shoulder was hit squarely. Because the force was too strong, a sound was heard as both of her knees instantly slammed into the ground. Ichika said in a mocking tone, What's wrong, senpai? Is that all your ability amounts to? Haha, this junior is truly impolite. Fuka tried to remain firm, but the piercing pain in her shoulder proved that she had lost in that exchange. Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 190 plus chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, journey to planar word. Wrapped gift access 130 plus chapters, infinity reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 305, Kato Megumi vs. White Room Assassins. The battle on Ryunosuke's side was not actually at a disadvantage. If the physical standard for a normal person is 150, assuming one person's combat power is 5, his combat power was in the range of 30. Meanwhile, Yagami, who stood before him, possessed a combat power of around 40. Thanks to Ryunosuke's fighting technique, he was able to cover the 10-point gap in combat power. Yagami was secretly surprised. His combat power was worth at least 8,000, on his own internal scale, while his opponent was clearly only at 6,000. Why couldn't he take this guy down after all this time? He didn't understand. For the record, Ichika's combat power was 32, or around 6,400. The two fought fiercely until their hands became mere blurs. If left to continue, it would be difficult to determine the winner. That is, if they were truly fighting one-on-one. Hiya. Ichika suddenly launched a flying kick at Ryunosuke, who was still busy dueling Yagami. Unfortunately, the kick landed squarely on his waist. With a cry of ouch, Ryunosuke was sent flying, creating a beautiful arc in the air before landing on the ground. Ryunosuke felt his entire body in excruciating pain, especially in his waist. He glared furiously at Ichika, who had just attacked him, then turned in confusion toward Fuka. At this moment, Fuka was already sprawled on the ground, waving a white flag of surrender. Ryunosuke couldn't help but scold her. Kiryuin-senpai, you said you could hold out for 3 minutes, this was only 30 seconds. Fuka raised her head with great effort. What else can I do? If I can't win, I can't win. Now the situation had worsened. Ryunosuke had to fight 2-on-1 because Fuka had lost her combat capability. Remembering that he wasn't guaranteed to win against both of them, he said awkwardly. Revenge for revenge, when will it ever end? Let's talk about this nicely, ha ha ha. Ryunosuke scratched the back of his head while flashing a polite smile. Unfortunately, neither of them had any intention of letting him go. Especially Ichika, who licked her red lips and said. Akasaka-senpai wants to give up. That's not allowed, I'm not done playing yet. TSK, this is bad. Ryunosuke watched the two approach. He dug his feet into the sand, preparing to flee. When they were close, he kicked sand up to cloud their vision, then immediately scooped up Fuka and used his iron step on water, high-speed running technique to escape as fast as possible without looking back. Both of them quickly realized what had happened and gave chase. Ryunosuke ran while carrying Fuka on his shoulder, all the while reaching for his phone to call for backup. Given who was closest, well, it seemed he hadn't gone too far from his own territory. He dialed the person he trusted most. Not long after, he was shocked to find he had been caught again. After all, carrying Fuka meant he couldn't run at maximum capacity. Ryunosuke gasped for air. Fuka climbed down from his shoulder and said with deep regret. Sorry, I ended up being a burden to you. Ha. Ryunosuke could only surrender to his bad luck. Ichika and Yagami continued to press them until he was cornered at the edge of a cliff. He glanced down and joked to Fuka. It looks like we're going to die together today. Fuka rolled her eyes. This is just a school exam, there's no way it would go as far as. She initially thought so, but seeing the bloodthirsty gaze in Yagami's eyes, she felt that the men truly wanted to finish them off. She went silent immediately. No matter how stubborn she was, she realized something was wrong. Their fighting skills were clearly trained by a special organization and deliberately placed in this school. This time, Fuka was genuinely worried that they might really be finished off. Maybe we really are going to die together, Akasaka-kun. Fuka stayed alert while backing away with Ryunosuke until there was no way left. Behind them was a chasm. Just as Yagami was about to finish them both off, Ichika uncharacteristically stopped him and said softly. We can use them to lure Ayanokuji out. No need to kill them. What Ichika didn't realize was that she, who usually always called Ayanokuji with respectful titles, hadn't used one this time. She also appeared slightly tense while staring at Yagami, afraid the men would do something irrational. Yagami stared deeply at Ichika and felt the suggestion made sense. However, just as he was about to accept the advice, he sensed a dangerous aura. Instinctively, he ducked and pulled Ichika down to the ground with him. The moment they dropped, the sharp, crackling sound of electricity echoed. It was Megumi, holding 2 stun guns. Megumi tilted her head cutely. This was the first time her attack had missed. Was that their instinctive reaction? Ichika and Yagami broke into a cold sweat. If they hadn't ducked in time, they would have been taken down. When had this person appeared behind them? Why hadn't they felt her presence at all? Megumi ignored their reaction and walked slowly to Ryunosuke's side with a slightly annoyed expression. Next time, don't go out of my sight, it's very dangerous. Ryunosuke also felt resigned, who knew something like this would happen. Ichika and Yagami stared at Ryunosuke in horror. In their eyes, Megumi looked like a mass of pitch-black sensors/mosaics whose true form couldn't be seen. Even Fuka, who had been sat on the ground by Ryunosuke, felt goosebumps. This familiar aura, is this the Black Hand that took care of Nagumo's men back then? Absolutely terrifying. What kind of monster is she really? Megumi said in a light tone, I'm not a monster, Kiryuin-senpai. Saying such things is truly excessive. She puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. Haha, Fuka laughed awkwardly. This was the first time she had experienced something like this. A figure that couldn't be seen, how was that any different from a ghost? After confirming Ryunosuke was okay, Megumi turned to face Yagami and Ichika, then said flatly. So, the male and female juniors. Megumi tilted her head adorably, but the next words felt so terrifying they made Yagami and Ichika's hair stand on end. You're the ones who attacked Ryunosuke-kun, right? In Megumi's hands, the stun guns emitted electrical flashes. A moment later, her figure slowly faded, blending into the background, and completely vanished from everyone's sight. Ichika and Yagami looked left and right, but found no one. But their instincts screamed, "Run! Or you will die." The next second, Megumi appeared without warning behind them and delivered an electric shock right to their napes. Their bodies trembled violently before they finally collapsed on the spot, their status of life or death unknown. However, in Ryunosuke's eyes, Megumi was just walking casually toward them without any tricks. It was only in the eyes of outsiders that she appeared to vanish. Ryunosuke felt a bit of dread, good thing she was his wife. If not, how could he possibly win against a boss like this? That was when Megumi's voice was heard once again. Attacking Ryunosuke-kun, if I kill you too, you wouldn't mind, would you? Megumi's eyes remained calm without a ripple, as if those terrifying words hadn't come from her own mouth. Chapter 306, The Headquarters Infiltrated. Facing Megumi's chilling statement, Ryunosuke felt his entire body break into a cold sweat. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare mess with her. He walked over to Ichika and Yagami, who were sprawled on the ground, and nudged them with his foot. They looked to be sleeping very peacefully, clearly not waking up anytime soon. Yeah, this is impressive. But by the way, is this mosaic blob in front of me actually a human or a ghost? Fuka asked Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke rolled his eyes almost to the heavens. Of course she's human. Besides, she's my wife, so please show some respect. Fuka hurriedly backed away, her face pale. So you don't even spare ghosts? She clearly didn't believe him, after all, no human looked like a mosaic. Megumi drifted behind Fuka like a specter, expressionless and speaking in a low, whispery voice. Kiryuin-senpai, you are very impolite. AAA. A ghost. Fuka, so terrified that she immediately hugged Ryunosuke tightly like an octopus, refusing to let go even when pulled. Megumi sighed. Never mind, she was used to it. For her, the fact that only Ryunosuke could truly notice and care for her was enough to make her completely satisfied. Ayanokuji arrived last. That was natural, as Ryunosuke had reached out to both of them. In his hand, he was still holding the fish dish Ryunosuke had made, clearly having eaten while walking and not worried about his safety in the slightest. Ryunosuke angrily slapped the bowl out of his friend's hand, sending it crashing to the ground. You really are my best friend. I was almost killed by someone, and you had time to eat here. Ayanokuji stared at the bowl lying on the ground with a slightly hollow gaze. He hadn't even finished eating yet. Seeing that reaction, the vein on Ryunosuke's forehead pulsed, and his lips twitched in annoyance. If I die, you'll never be able to eat that for the rest of your life, do you understand? Huh. He grabbed Ayanokuji by the collar and brought his face close with an expression of pure irritation. Ayanokuji stated that Ryunosuke wouldn't be in any danger, because Megumi's movements were far faster than his own. Even if he arrived late, Ryunosuke wouldn't die. That was why he had walked over so leisurely. Ryunosuke released his grip in resignation. What is actually inside your head? You are truly not a normal human being. He was too tired to blame him anymore. He planned to think about how to handle Ichika and Yagami, but when he glanced at the ground, both of them had disappeared. Ryunosuke checked the surroundings and realized they had already fled. As it turned out, after being incapacitated by Megumi, Ichika and Yagami had quickly regained consciousness. Their physical quality was, after all, extraordinary. A normal person might have needed 2 or 3 hours to wake up, but they only needed a dozen minutes, maybe even less. When they woke up and saw Ayanokuji arriving, they realized they couldn't win anymore. Coupled with the existence of Megumi, whose abilities made no sense, they were truly terrified. Yagami gritted his teeth, his eyes full of reluctance and anger. Damn it. Who knew Class C still had a monster like that? What was that thing earlier? I've never seen anything like it. In their eyes, Megumi was just a mass of pitch-black mosaic. A normal person would surely mistake her for a ghost, and for Yagami and Ichika, their spines were chilling with fear. Ichika even said with a tremor, Yagami, we should just leave this school and go back to the White Room. I don't want to stay here anymore. Her eyes were glassy, it was clear she was afraid of ghosts. No matter how great her martial arts skills were, she was still a girl. Besides, even a man would be terrified if he saw something like that. Yagami hesitated. Should he give up this mission? Surpassing Ayanokuji was important, but the depth of the water in this school was too extreme, to the point where there were even ghosts, precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Ryunosuke asked Megumi about the results of her task. Megumi expressionlessly produced 2 crystals, which turned out to be those of Class 1C and 1D. Ryunosuke's mission had been to steal the first-year crystals. Since the Class 1A and 1B crystals were being carried by Ichika and Yagami, she hadn't managed to get those yet. Right now, Class 1C and 1D were in an uproar. they realized their crystals were gone. Just lost, right in front of their eyes. Megumi had simply walked in, taken them, and left without a single person noticing her presence. The leader of Class 1D, Nanace, was confused to death. She had clearly hidden her crystal inside her room, how could it be gone? On the other hand, the leader of Class 1C, Sakurako, wasn't much different. She had intended to trip up Ayanokuji, but now her own crystal was missing. Even though she carried it everywhere, it was truly like seeing a ghost. How could it vanish? Sakurako and Riku immediately pointed their accusations at Ayanokuji. The only person who could infiltrate without being detected and steal their crystals was the masterpiece of the White Room. Ayanokuji thought to himself, this is true slander. I didn't do anything, why must I bear a burden this heavy? Sakurako slammed her fist onto the table in anger. Damn Ayanokuji. You're cunning, you're shameless. Don't think this matter is over, I will definitely take it back. Meanwhile, Ryunosuke felt very satisfied. Now they had 3 crystals, which meant an additional 300 class points. Added to the points for guarding the castle, the total came to 400 class points. If things went smoothly, they could rise straight to Class A this time. SAE would surely be extremely pleased. Currently, the point difference between Class 2A and the 3 classes below it was no more than 200 points. Meanwhile, the points for Classes B, C, and D were very close, with a difference of less than 50 points. This was done intentionally by Ryunosuke to divert attention. After all, the nail that sticks out gets hammered first. As long as there was a first place above them, the second place wouldn't be watched too closely because all eyes were on the number 1. Ryunosuke felt bad about having to make his lover, Hanami, the target of the pressure up front. In Class 2A, Hanami was busy chatting with her best friend, Himino, when she suddenly sneezed. Achoo. Eh? Am I catching a flu? Hanami scratched her head in confusion, looking pure yet slightly naive. Himino set down her teacup and commented flatly. Maybe Ryunosuke is talking about your bad points. Haha, how could that be? He wouldn't do that, Hanami replied while waving her hand, trusting her man completely. The two were officially dating. Although Ryunosuke used the excuse that they were both class leaders, he asked Hanami not to spread news of their relationship carelessly. In reality, it was just Ryunosuke's tactic because he was afraid that Hanami wouldn't be able to accept the multitude of love rivals and would turn dark like in the original story. Because Hanami didn't know anything about the other girls, while Himino did, she felt responsible for keeping watch so that Hanami wouldn't take the wrong path. Himino felt very tired. She truly had to work hard to maintain the harmony of her man's harem. Next time, she would have to ask for extra compensation from Ryunosuke, hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 190 plus chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, Journey to Planar Word. Wrapped gift access 130 plus chapters, Infinity Reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 307, Hachiman's Leisure Time. Meanwhile, Class 1C and 1D, whose bases had recently been compromised, began to take action. After all, their crystals had been stolen. If they didn't find a solution immediately, they would end up at the bottom of the rankings for this special exam. Should that happen, their hopes of closing the gap with the upper classes would grow even slimmer. As leaders, Nanace and Tsubaki understood this perfectly. Once you step into a leadership role, you must find ways to secure benefits for the class, or the subordinates beneath you will simply stop following orders. The two agreed to form an alliance, setting their sights on the target they deemed the weakest, the one lacking top-tier combat power, Class 2A, managed by Hanami. A massive force of 80 students from Class 1C and 1D moved in unison, marching toward Hanami's castle. On the other side of the battlefield, Hachiman had been waiting at the castle's highest point for a long time. He was leisurely sipping tea, admiring the breathtaking view of the island. Just as he took a sip, he spotted the mob of 80 people swarming toward their base. Hachiman instantly spat his tea right back out. Hurriedly wiping his chin, he immediately signaled the members of Class A to be on high alert. The enemy had arrived. The 80 students reached the foot of the castle, intent on seizing the territory and Hanami's crystal. Standing at the peak, Hachiman let out a mutter about how troublesome this was, yet he didn't appear panicked in the slightest. He simply raised his teacup and went back to drinking. Just as the horde prepared to storm the castle gates, the ground suddenly gave way. It was a trap Hachiman had prepared earlier, a pit nearly 10 meters deep. Almost everyone tumbled inside. To ensure no one was actually injured, Hachiman had lined the bottom with sponges and soft foam. As for how such a massive hole had been dug, it certainly wasn't the result of manual labor. Hachiman had spent nearly 60 class points to rent an excavator to perform the excavation. As a result, almost the entire fighting force of Class 1C and 1D was completely neutralized. Although a few managed to avoid the fall, they were too few to offer any meaningful resistance. Hachiman seized the opportunity to split his forces and occupy the now vacant castles of both classes. By the time this special exam concluded, Class 2A was projected to gain no less than 400 class points, in addition to the points from their own crystal and castle. The points haul was nearly identical to what Ryunosuke had managed. Ryunosuke should have been able to overtake them, but now it seemed he could only lift his class into the Class B position. Since Class A had started with a lead and the points gained this time were roughly equal, their top spot remained untouchable. Left with no other choice, the students trapped in the pit chose to forfeit. There was no helping it. If they didn't surrender, they would simply be stuck in a hole. It was better to return to the cruise ship and rest than to suffer down there. As the members of those two classes returned to the ship in low spirits, the first-year homeroom teachers began to whisper among themselves, thoroughly impressed by the strategy from Class 2A that had caused such chaos. This left Jie, the homeroom teacher of Class 2A, feeling on top of the world. Her colleagues occasionally threw compliments her way. "Wow, Hashinomiya-senpai, your students are amazing. I'm actually jealous." "Right. Honestly, I feel like swapping my class for yours." Another teacher chimed in. Chie planted her hands on her hips and laughed toward the sky. "Ha ha ha. That was nothing, just a normal day for my students." She waved a hand dismissively, acting as if it were standard operating procedure, though her nose practically twitched with pride. She shot Sae a provocative look, raising an eyebrow. "See that? That's the level of our Class A. Take notes." Sae rolled her eyes so hard they nearly hit the ceiling and ignored the eccentric woman. She was currently sucking on a lollipop. She had given up smoking. Chie immediately sidled up to her. "Sae-chan, why the candy? Are you not smoking anymore?" She hadn't yet realized that Sae had quit. Sae pulled the lollipop from her mouth and said flatly, "I quit. A certain brat told me smoking was bad for my health." She stared at the candy in her hand as if lost in a memory. Without her realizing it, her expression softened as she spoke, the look of a girl in love. As the person who had known Sae the longest, Chie didn't miss the shift in emotion, though she pretended not to notice. She already knew exactly who it was. The only person capable of making Sae act like this was that damn kid. Ha! Chie didn't know what to say. She was happy her friend had finally moved on from the shadows of their high school days, but this relationship didn't seem like it had a clear future. Deep down, Chie wanted to tell Sae to give up, but secretly, she kind of wanted a taste of that boy herself. Standing on the deck of the cruise ship, Sae gazed at the island as if searching for someone. On the island, Ryunosuke felt a sudden sensation and turned toward the shore. Despite being separated by thousands of meters, it was as if their eyes met. By now, Sae was no longer obsessed with the throne of Class A. Because with that man by her side, she didn't have to worry about anything. With a faint smile on her lips and the lollipop in her mouth, she headed back into the cabin with a light heart. The other teachers exchanged confused glances. Mafuyu asked, bewildered, "Chabashira-senpai, did something good just happen to her?" Chie only let out a soft snort. "Ignore her. She's just a girl in love. Acting all innocent at her age, who is she even trying to impress?" Mafuyu fell silent, her brow furrowed. "Aren't you and Chabashira-senpai the same age? If you say that, aren't you just insulting yourself too?" Chapter 308, Yagami and Ichika confront Asuna. Katsuragi and Hashimoto of Class 2B, having learned that the leaders of Class 1A and 1B were away, planned to strike both classes while the iron was hot. Of course, a frontal assault was out of the question. They only had 20 people with them, hardly enough to overpower their underclassmen in a direct physical brawl. On average, each of their students would have to take on 2 opponents at once. The pressure was too immense, especially since their class lacked a high density of top-tier fighters. And so, they looked for a shortcut. Hashimoto stood alone near the Class 1B castle, marking it as their first target. Based on the intelligence they had gathered, Classes 1C and 1D had already been dismantled by Hachiman from Class 2A. That left only Classes 1A and 1B as potential threats. Hashimoto chose to move against Class 1B, perceiving it as the weaker link, the class managed by Yagami. Adjusting his non-existent glasses and tucking his hands behind his back, Hashimoto took on the role of the decoy. He began hurling provocations, even going as far as cursing the ancestors of his opponents. Standard Japanese insults are relatively mild, usually peaking at idiot or bastard. To bridge the gap, Hashimoto had specifically studied profanities from the Middle Kingdom, and it was only then that he successfully shattered the enemy's mental fortitude. Finally, the students of Class 1B took the bait. About 10 people broke formation to chase him, and Hashimoto immediately doubled back toward a predetermined location where 20 of his classmates lay in wait for an ambush. After neutralizing those 10, they repeated the trick several times until nearly the entire membership of Class 1B had been tied up and forced to forfeit the exam. Those who resisted were threatened with being hung from trees until the exam concluded 5 days later. Under that duress, they all agreed to withdraw. When Yagami and Ichika returned, they found their base had been ransacked. Ichika felt largely indifferent since her class was untouched, but Yagami, he was now a commander without an army. The two stood before the Class 1B castle. Ichika fought a losing battle against a fit of giggles, while Yagami's face turned as black as a charred pot. He clenched his fists and roared. Who did this? As luck would have it, a survivor lingered nearby to satisfy Yagami's curiosity. It was. Yagami-kun, Class 2B did it. The speaker was a timid female student with blue hair and black-rimmed glasses. Yagami's knuckles cracked, a vein bulging in his temple. Damn them. Amasawa. You're coming with me. We're settling the score with Class B. I don't want to. Ichika began to act spoiled. After all, she wasn't the one who had lost anything. Yagami's gaze turned dangerous, as if he might snap at any second. Ichika let out a sigh. Fine, fine. I'll go for a little stroll with you. Ichika clasped her hands behind her back. Knowing she couldn't win a fight against Yagami, she had no choice but to comply. The two arrived at Class 2B's territory and opted for a direct forced entry. Hashimoto had initially hoped to find their crystal, but after scouring the entire castle, it was nowhere to be found. He suspected the leader was carrying it. He was right. That was exactly why he had left a survivor behind as an informant. He wanted Yagami to come seeking revenge. With 40 members of Class B at his disposal, he didn't believe for a second that they couldn't take down a single Yagami. It was an open trap, and Yagami knew it. Unfortunately, Hashimoto had miscalculated one crucial detail. Yagami was good at fighting, unreasonably, illogically good. With only Ichika as backup, he nearly wiped out Class 2B single-handedly. Now, outside the 2B castle, bodies lay scattered in every direction, all defeated by the two of them. Only 2 people remained standing at the scene, the masterminds behind the scheme, Hashimoto and Katsuragi. Both wiped cold sweat from their brows, thinking, what is this? How can they be this strong? Inside the castle, Asuna was still oblivious to the carnage. Hashimoto had only mentioned there was a minor issue to settle before he stepped out. In truth, Hashimoto was afraid of upsetting Asuna, and since there were only 2 intruders, he thought he could handle it himself, so he hadn't been entirely honest with her. This left Asuna in the dark. At that moment, she was chatting with Arisu, Masumi, and Chihiro, complaining about the behavior of Hashimoto and the others. She slumped over the table, drained, and groaned. Being a leader is so exhausting. Sakayanagi-san, let's swap back. I don't want to be the leader anymore. Asuna looked at Arisu with pleading eyes. She truly wanted to quit, acting like a competent king. Every day was bone-tiring. She much preferred playing video games. Arisu averted her eyes. She had worked hard to shed the mantle of leadership just to have more time for Ryunosuke. There was no way she was taking that hot potato back. Besides, she realized that everyone supported Asuna as leader far more than they did her. Even if she tried to reclaim the position, she'd likely be overthrown by her own subordinates. Asuna possessed a natural talent for leadership. Arisu raised her teacup, took a slow sip, and said casually, Yuki-san, please keep doing your best. Believe in yourself, you can do it. Asuna felt her life was a series of misfortunes. Just then, Katsuragi and Hashimoto were sent flying into the room, skidding across the floor to land right in front of Asuna. Instinctively, Asuna's back straightened. An authoritative aura radiated from her. She narrowed her eyes and asked, what is wrong with the two of you? Before they could answer, Ichika and Yagami stepped through the grand doors, looking thoroughly dissatisfied. Yagami stared at Asuna and demanded, so, you're the leader of Class 2B. Even as he asked, he was already coiled to strike, rotating his hands to loosen his muscles. Nearby, Ichika was busy smoothing out her slightly messy purple twintails with a pout. My hair got all messed up during that fight. Let me fix it first. Yagami, you go ahead. Yagami ignored her, preparing to attack alone. Katsuragi and Hashimoto scrambled to their feet and knelt, feeling wretched for having troubled their king. Asuna waved a hand, signaling that it was fine. At the same time, her hand moved to the rapier at her waist. She had purchased the gleaming silver blade for 30 class points. It was a blunt-edged training weapon, but incredibly sturdy. As a fencing champion, having the right tool allowed her to push her abilities to their absolute limit. This special exam clearly hinged on physical prowess, and Asuna had no intention of relying on a standard martial arts staff anymore. It simply wouldn't be enough. Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 190+ chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, journey to planar word. Wrapped gift access 130+ chapters, infinity reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 309, Yagami Takuya vs Yuki Asuna. Yagami hadn't initially underestimated the enemy before him, but he was entirely unprepared for what happened next. The moment he moved to strike, a flash of light seared across his vision. It was Asuna. With terrifying speed, she was already standing inches from him, her long chestnut hair fluttering in the wake of her movement. The sharp ching of metal echoed through the room as Asuna unsheathed her silver rapier. A cold glint flickered, and the tip of the blade grazed Yagami's cheek, leaving a thin crimson line that began to bead with blood. Without pausing, the point of her sword shifted, centering perfectly on Amasawa, who was still busy fussing over her hair in the back. Both of them froze. With a single motion, Asuna had defined the hierarchy of power. Had she wished it, she could have finished them both in the blink of an eye while their guards were down. After all, the rapier in her hand was a real weapon. Even if the edges weren't honed to a razor's sharpness, the force of her thrusts would be agonizing. The gaze shared between Yagami and Amasawa turned deadly serious. Asuna retracted her weapon, her voice calm as she attempted to de-escalate. I have no desire to fight you. If you leave now. Asuna glanced at the fallen Katsuragi and Hashimoto, then toward her classmates outside. I can act as if this never happened. Heh. Yagami let out a dry chuckle, his interest piqued. This school was proving to be far more entertaining than he'd anticipated. Experts were crawling out of the woodwork. First, that loser Ryunosuke, and now Asuna, whose strength seemingly eclipsed his own. Yagami felt the thrill of the challenge. He pulled out a pair of brass knuckles fitted with small, integrated blades and slipped them over his fingers. Facing a weaponized opponent without a metal parry would be suicide. Seeing this, Amasawa followed suit, drawing military karambit knives in both hands. Naturally, the blades were blunt, as the school strictly prohibited functional lethal weaponry. Both were now armed with metal to deflect Asuna's rapier. Seeing their reaction, Asuna knew combat was inevitable. She let out a soft, weary sigh. A blade has no eyes. I will try to hold back. Don't bother. Yagami snapped, rejecting her pity. He didn't want mercy, he demanded her absolute best. Asuna lunged forward. Amasawa moved to assist, but Yagami blocked her path with his arm. This one is mine. Just watch from the sidelines. Faced with Yagami's stubborn pride, Amasawa merely shrugged and stepped back. However, she was never one for playing fair. She kept her karambits hidden behind her back, poised for a surprise strike at a moment's notice. The clash between Asuna and Yagami erupted. The room filled with the rhythmic clang of metal on metal. Asuna wielded her blade with a single hand, moving with the fluid grace of a high-born knight. Meanwhile, Yagami dug into a Bajiquin stance, his ironclad fists blurring in a flurry of strikes. Growing bored with the spectating, Amasawa wandered over to the small table where Sakayanagi and the others were watching the show. She sat down beside them, her voice turning sickeningly sweet. Mind if I join you, senpais? Amasawa spoke with a gentle lilt, as if she wasn't the one who had just broken into their home. In her mind, Yagami was the one looking for a fight, not her. Sakayanagi spared the underclassman a brief glance before returning to her tea in silence. Komuro, clearly annoyed by her presence, snorted and crossed her arms. What are you doing here? We don't take guests who come looking for trouble. Don't be like that, Komuro-senpai. I was forced to come. Personally, I have no intention of causing a scene. Amasawa lied with a perfectly innocent face. Despite her act, Komuro and Sakayanagi remained cold. Only the timid Miki responded with a hesitant tone. Did you really not mean to cause trouble? Miki asked cautiously. Amasawa clasped her hands together, looking pathetic. It's true, senpai. That Yagami guy made me come. I'm just a victim of circumstance. Oh, I see. The naive Miki believed her instantly and even went so far as to kindly pour a cup of tea for Amasawa. Komuro and Sakayanagi could only sigh at Miki's pure-hearted gullibility. The girl was clearly spinning a web of lies, how could Miki not see through it? Meanwhile, the battle between Asuna and Yagami intensified. Asuna sidestepped a heavy blow and countered with a rapid series of thrusts, which Yagami barely managed to parry with his brass knuckles. Watching from the sidelines, Emisawa's eyes widened in genuine surprise. Yuki-senpai is incredible. What kind of training did she go through? No one answered her. Amisawa gave up on digging for intel for now, she could investigate later. Judging by her movements, Asuna was a master, otherwise, there was no way she could keep pace with Yagami for this long. On the other side of the room, Yagami was starting to feel the pressure. Asuna's speed was otherworldly, he couldn't even graze the hem of her uniform. His own clothes were beginning to show nicks and scuff marks from her blade. Conversely, Asuna remained pristine, meeting his attacks with cold, efficient precision. Asuna was indeed holding back. She only wanted to drive them away, so she avoided vital points. But to Yagami, that mercy was a slap in the face. Didn't I tell you not to hold back? You're looking down on me. Yagami screamed in a rage. Seeing his outburst, Asuna realized she had made a tactical error in judgment. Her demeanor shifted, turning razor-sharp. She positioned her blade across her chest, one hand behind her back, her body leaning forward, the classic fencing stance for a lunge. Fine. If that's what you want, I'll get a bit more serious. Watch yourself, Yagami-kun. Before Yagami could even process her words, Asuna seemed to teleport. She was suddenly right in front of him. A straight thrust slammed into Yagami's throat, with the blunt guard of the sword, sending him flying backward until he crashed into the floor, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chapter 310, Asuna's Hunt. Yagami crawled out from the wreckage, clutching his throbbing throat with a face etched in pure terror. Just moments ago, Asuna had sheathed her blade and used the tip of the scabbard to thrust him back. Had she not, even with a blunt edge, his throat would have been shredded given how incredibly thin a rapier's point remains. Watching from the sidelines, Ichika's pupils contracted as she snapped into a defensive stance. She had gravely underestimated the senior, they weren't even playing the same game. Technically, Asuna's physical stats sat at a 27. In her prime, she had reached a 39, but she had grown lazy this year, neglecting her training. Her days were consumed by gaming, who had time for drills? And yet, a genius remains a genius. For someone like Asuna, reclaiming her peak condition would only take a week or two of focused effort. This was the chasm between the ordinary and the gifted. Even with a stat of 27, she could suppress Yagami, whose physical rating hit 40. Sensing the tide had turned, Ichika's eyes flickered with a predatory glint as she slunk behind Asuna. While everyone's attention was anchored to the main confrontation, she lunged, driving her karambit toward Asuna's exposed back. Asuna, having just downed Yagami, felt the instinctive prickle of danger. She spun on her heel, kept her sword sheathed, and used the length of the weapon to jab Ichika squarely in the gut, sending her reeling. Ichika skipped across the floor, coughing up bile as she tumbled. Even then, Asuna was showing mercy. If she had drawn the steel, the combined momentum of Ichika's lunge and her own counterthrust would have likely impaled the girl's abdomen. Asuna's gaze turned icy. Attacking from behind is hardly something to be proud of, underclassmen. It took Ichika a moment to recover, wheezing from the floor. Well, you're just too good. How else am I supposed to win? Gritting her teeth, Ichika scrambled up to coordinate with Yagami. At this stage, martial ethics were out the window. Even Yagami conveniently forgot his prideful talk of a one-on-one duel, opting for a silent, frantic pincer attack. Faced with a dual assault, Asuna stopped pulling her punches. Holding back against two opponents of this caliber was a death wish. The battle reignited with a fury. Despite being outnumbered, Asuna didn't just hold her ground, she dominated. In her serious state, her strikes were relentless. Before long, Ichika and Yagami were sent flying out of the castle. In the chaos, two crystals tumbled from their pockets, literal loot drops, hitting the floor. Asuna sheathed her rapier and scooped them up. They were identical to her own. This meant that by the end of the exam, her side would net at least 400 class points. Asuna's eyes sparkled. Wait, that means next month my personal allowance increases by 40,000. I can top up my gems and buy that new skin. Perfect. Looking at the two she had just thrashed, her gaze turned oddly affectionate as a new scheme took root. Oh, wait. Asuna tapped a fist against her palm, lost in thought. If I send Hashimoto and Katsuragi to occupy their castles now, isn't that another 200 points? That's 60,000 points in my pocket next month. I can buy so many more games. Eager to secure her walking wallets, she turned to take the two leaders hostage. But by the time she looked up, they had already vanished into the treeline. Where'd they go? My money, I mean, my hostages. Where are they? Asuna panicked, searching every nook and cranny, even checking the toilets in a desperate bid not to lose her prize. Determined, she decided to hunt them to the ends of the earth. She barked orders to Katsuragi and Hashimoto to seize the abandoned castles while she handled the runners herself. Hashimoto and Katsuragi exchanged a look before dropping to one knee, apologizing for being useless to their king. Asuna waved them off airily. Stand up, it's not your fault. Their strength was beyond your pay grade. Together, those two could probably wipe out our entire class. They didn't disagree. Without Asuna, they would have been finished. The two set off to fulfill her orders, while Asuna vanished into the woods, hunting her prey, mostly to ensure they couldn't return and ruin her grand financial plan. Technically, Asuna shouldn't have been hurting for cash. Class B received nearly 100,000 private points a month, and Ryunosuke had appointed her vice president of the student council with a matching salary. In truth, she had begged for the job. With nearly 200,000 points a month, she should have been set, if not for her pathological gacha spending. In this boarding school, there were no parents to monitor her. Even her physical stats had slipped from 39 to 27 due to a year of sloth. Yet, she still suppressed Yagami, 40, and Ichika, 32. This was the terrifying reality of talent. The White Room was a crucible where graduates emerged with no fear of death because they faced it every day. The training killed those who couldn't keep up, the success rate was abysmal. The fifth generation only had 2 survivors. Even in Ayanokuji's year, he stood alone. The third-ranked, Yuki, was confined to a mental institution. The second-ranked, Eiichiro, was sacrificed just to let Ayanokuji escape that concrete prison. But in truth, Ayanokuji had never truly escaped his father's prison, the one built inside his own heart. Hot Beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping Bags Benefits. Wrapped Gift Access 190+ chapters, Anime Crossover, Making Money in Classroom of the Elite. Wrapped Gift Access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped Gift Access 30 chapters, Journey to Planar Word. Wrapped Gift Access 130+ chapters, Infinity Reincarnation. Scroll Update Schedule. Incoming Envelope Translated Fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming Envelope Original Fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 311, Kushida Kikyo's Turn. Torrential rain lashed the deserted island. In the heart of the storm, Yagami and Ichika were currently struggling to outrun a relentless pursuit. As they tore through the dense undergrowth, Ichika stole a glance over her shoulder, only to witness a silhouette she would likely never forget for the rest of her life. It was Asuna. Every time lightning split the sky, her silent, rain-drenched figure drawing closer looked utterly terrifying, like a predator that had already tasted the scent of its prey. Ichika was on the verge of tears from sheer terror. She pushed her legs to their limit, terrified of being caught. Yagami fared no better. His face was deathly pale as he screamed curses at the heavens. Damn it. You're still coming. Are you mentally ill? Yagami shrieked in frustration. Asuna offered no reply. She maintained her pursuit in a chilling, heavy silence. In her eyes, these two were no longer human beings, they were stacks of cash. Right now, her vision was filled only with the shimmering image of a mountain of personal points. Thanks to her gaming habits, Asuna was perpetually short on funds. She felt forced to sacrifice these 2 cute underclassmen to trade them in for a few expensive new character skins. Internally, she offered a silent prayer to soothe her own conscience. Forgive me. This is the choice of Steins Gate. I cannot change it. Accept your fate and become my hostages. I'll pray for your souls through the new skins I'm about to buy, she murmured inwardly. It was clear that Asuna had zero intention of letting them go until her financial goals were met. In truth, if they had already lost everything, why was Asuna still chasing them? The reason was tactical, to prevent them from causing further chaos. After all, both were elite fighters. Her other classmates wouldn't stand a chance against them if she wasn't there to intervene. Furthermore, Asuna had split her class into 3 small teams to occupy 3 separate castles simultaneously. Her team's current distribution was incredibly fragile. With the strength Yagami or Ichika possessed, if even one of them made it back to a base, Asuna's teams could be wiped out in an instant. That was why she clung to them without mercy, to keep them too busy running to think about counterattacking. However, the 2 fugitives didn't know the tactical reasoning. Seeing Asuna tailing them like a goddess of death, Yagami and Ichika felt like breaking down. Beautiful senpai, please stop chasing us. We were wrong, okay? Just stop, I'm begging you. In their panicked flight, Yagami and Ichika finally stumbled into the territory of Ryunosuke, the Class 2C area. They immediately dove into a thicket of trees to hide. Having lost their trail, Asuna didn't give up so easily. She decided to patrol the perimeter, showing no sign of leaving anytime soon. Ichika let out a long, ragged breath, leaning against a tree trunk. What now? That senpai is a monster. Should we just forfeit? I don't even want to be in this exam anymore. Before Ichika could finish, Yagami cut her off with a stern expression. Have you forgotten why we're at this school, Amasawa? We're here to take down Ayanokuji and Akasaka and get them expelled. This is their turf, a rare opportunity. We can stick to the original plan, kidnap a classmate to force them into submission. Ichika sneered at him ruthlessly. Oh, look who's talking. Weren't you the one who let your emotions get the better of you and ran off to pick a fight with Yuki-senpai's class? Now that you've been trashed, you want to talk strategy with me? Yagami slumped, his head hanging low. His pride as the top graduate of the White Room was in tatters. How was I supposed to know she was that good? So, what do you suggest we do? Ichika tapped her chin, thinking hard. Stick to the original plan. Let's see if we can snatch a stray Class C member. We'll use them as a bargaining chip to sneak into their castle and hide from Asuna-senpai's pursuit. Whatever we do, we have to get that flash sister off our backs first. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. At that same moment, Kushida was leading two of her friends on a patrol of the surrounding area. As luck, or lack thereof, would have it, they crossed paths with Yagami and Ichika. The practiced, friendly smile that usually graced Kushida's face froze instantly when she saw the predatory glares of the two underclassmen. A short while later, Asuna appeared and approached Ryunosuke, asking if he had seen two specific underclassmen. Ryunosuke shook his head calmly, claiming he hadn't seen a soul. Asuna looked disappointed but requested he contact her immediately if they showed up. Once Asuna was out of earshot, Ryunosuke's gaze turned sharp, directed at the shadows nearby. Come out. She's gone. Ichika and Yagami emerged from the darkness, dragging a hostage with them, Kushida. Currently, Kushida looked pitiful. Ichika had her by the hair, and her clothes were stained with mud and rainwater. The only reason Ryunosuke had sent Asuna away was to ensure his classmate's safety. Seeing that Asuna was truly gone, Yagami let out a sigh of relief. His arrogant nature resurfaced immediately. He wanted to pit his wits against Ryunosuke. Akasaka-senpai, hand over all your crystals, or I won't be holding back against Kushida-senpai here. Ichika chimed in with a sweet, menacing lilt. Akasaka-senpai, even though I'm just a frail girl, I think I can still manage to snap a girl's arm, you know. Ryunosuke's brow furrowed deeply as the situation turned dangerously tense. Chapter 312, Kushida Kikyo's Turn, Part 2. Let's rewind the clock just a little. Kushida was out on patrol, chatting and laughing with her classmates. Congratulations, Kushida-chan. You finally made it into the student council, one of the girls beside her said, her tone bright with excitement. Even though Kushida was effectively a dark angel, her popularity was immense, trailing only slightly behind Hirata in their class. Those words hit a sweet spot in her heart, causing Kushida to break into a wide, beaming smile. Oh, it's not that big a deal. It's just my duty as part of the disciplinary committee. I don't actually have any real power in the council, Kushida replied with practiced humility. But you're still a member, and that's way more impressive than the rest of us, another girl chimed in with a sigh. It was obvious they were envious, which thoroughly satisfied Kushida's bottomless thirst for recognition. Since childhood, she had always craved the center stage. Initially, her extraordinary grades earned her the admiration and praise she desired. But as she entered middle school, her academic standing began to slip, and with it, the attention she lived for. This was the primary catalyst for the darkness that took root during her junior high years. Beset by the relentless intrusion of her classmates, who treated her as an emotional dumping ground and confessed their deepest secrets to her, Kushida eventually found herself holding all the cards. She had enough information to destroy every single one of them. One day, she snapped. At home, she flew into a blind rage, smashing things to pieces and clawing at her own hair. Arg. I've had enough. Stupid Tamarako, if you're heartbroken, why do you have to tell me? You're the one who didn't have the guts to confess, but you made me deliver your love letter. Then I ended up being the one the guy asked out, and now I'm getting blamed by both sides. I'm sick of it. She yanked at her hair until several strands came loose. And that disgusting Hiroyoko. Every time he talks to me, his greasy hands are always touching me. Do you not realize how revolting you are? You delusional fat pig, how dare you set your sights on a girl like me? I'm absolutely fed up. And you, class rep, you have a crush on me, don't you? Then why did you look away? You said you liked me, yet to satisfy your pathetic lust, you went to a hotel with another girl. Hee hee, I'm done with all of you. You're all bastards. Since you told me everything, don't blame me when we all go down together. Shortly after, the school's web portal was flooded with the dark secrets of nearly every student, including Kushida's own. She had intentionally leaked her own secrets so people wouldn't immediately suspect her. However, they knew it was her regardless, as many of those secrets had been entrusted to her alone. Ultimately, Kushida was ostracized, a fate she had truly earned. From then on, she spent the remainder of her middle school years in isolation until she arrived at the advanced nurturing high school to start anew. She was horrified, however, to discover that Horikita Suzun, who came from her previous school, had also enrolled there. Panic set in instantly. She lived in terror that Horikita would expose her past and make it impossible for her to stay. Her first instinct was to destroy her or get her expelled. That was the reason Kushida had shown such hostility toward Suzune from the very beginning. In reality, it was all her own paranoia. Suzune wouldn't have dreamed of stooping so low. One day, while she was venting her rage by kicking a fence on a deserted street, as was her habit, she was caught red-handed by Ryunosuke and Ayanokuji. That was how their paths first crossed. From that moment, Kushida began to cling to Ryunosuke. Since he was close to Suzune, she wanted to use him as a bridge to see if the girl still remembered the incident from years ago. She was terrified Suzune would betray her. If that happened, she would have no place left at this school. To keep Ryunosuke's mouth shut, she had even forced him to touch her chest to frame him for harassment. In truth, she loathed the men, just as she loathed all men who she believed thought only with their lower heads. That was until the day Ryunosuke showed up at her apartment, claiming she had a fever. By all logic, in such a weakened state, Ryunosuke could have done anything to her and she wouldn't have been able to fight back. She had felt a surge of despair, regretting that she had ever let him in. But when Ryunosuke ignored her body and instead took the clothing containing his fingerprints, which Kushida was using as blackmail evidence, her view of him shifted. He went from disgusting man to idiot. A total, complete idiot. My body is right in front of you, yet you'd rather focus on destroying evidence. Is that thing of yours broken? She had thought at the time. Then, Ryunosuke said the one thing that truly shattered her ego: my goal in coming here was the fingerprints on your clothes. Because when you're at your weakest from being sick, that's my best chance to get into your room. So, I'm sorry, Kushida. This is the last time. Sorry my ass. You bastard. And. Kushida had broken down right then and there, sobbing into her bed. She hadn't lost her purity, he hadn't touched her, but her ego was in ruins. Ryunosuke didn't want her secrets, and he didn't want her body. As a girl, she felt insulted. She was the popular, beautiful girl. How could this average-looking jerk not be interested in her? Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Back to the present. Kushida had been patrolling with her friendly mask on until she was intercepted by Yagami and Ichika. She had thought about running the moment she saw their unfriendly expressions, but before she could act, the pair had neutralized her two companions and seized her. Kushida was utterly confused. Why her? She didn't think she had any beef with them. Her confusion was only answered once she was dragged before Ryunosuke. Ah. I see. So you want to use me as a hostage? Too bad for you, this guy doesn't care about me at all, your plan is going to fail. But just as Kushida thought that, Ryunosuke said the unthinkable. Let her go. Name your terms. Hearing that, Kushida was genuinely stunned. Yagami didn't waste time with pleasantries. Akasaka, we're using Kushida to negotiate. Let us hide in your castle, or I won't hesitate to hurt her. Ichika punctuated the threat by yanking Kushida's hair. Ryunosuke finally relented. That was the sequence of events that allowed them to infiltrate Ryunosuke's castle. Although he was seething, Kushida was still his classmate. He was forced to set aside personal grudges and let them in. Kushida didn't know what was going through Ryunosuke's mind, but she felt a strange sense of wonder. It turns out this guy actually cares about me quite a bit. Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 190+ chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, journey to planar word. Wrapped gift access 130+ chapters, infinity reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 313, Kushida Kikyo's Turn, Part 3. Once they stepped inside the castle, Ryunosuke immediately organized his people to keep a close watch on the intruders. Though Ichika and Yagami appeared calm on the surface, they were already weaving a new scheme. As long as they held a hostage, they could force an unfair hand. Once they were certain Asuna had truly given up the chase, Ichika and Yagami exchanged a knowing look. They began to lay out their demands to Ryunosuke. Hand over your crystals, and we'll let her go. Yagami threatened. Kei, who was standing nearby, couldn't take it anymore and stepped forward to snap at them. Don't you dare push your luck. However, Ryunosuke held her back, signaling his silent agreement to the terms. Still held captive, Kushida watched Ryunosuke intently. Since when had she become so indispensable in this man's eyes? Ryunosuke pulled out a single crystal, his own. He wasn't a fool. Since the opposition only asked for their crystal without specifying any others, he offered just one as bait. He chose to keep the 2 crystals he had seized earlier hidden away. The exchange began. The plan followed the classic, one hand gives the goods, the other releases the person, procedure. Ryunosuke tossed his crystal toward them. Ichika lazily loosened her grip on Kushida and shoved her forward. Off you go. Who knew Akasaka-senpai cared about you so much? Ichika teased. Kushida remained silent, walking with unsteady steps toward Ryunosuke. She was just about to find the words to thank him when a violent jerk from behind snapped her back. As it turned out, the rope binding Kushida's hands behind her back was still firmly in Ichika's grasp. From the very beginning, the pair never intended to let her go. To them, recycling the same hostage was standard procedure. As long as they held Kushida, they were confident they could pressure Ryunosuke, and perhaps even Ayanokuji. Seeing Kushida yanked back, Ryunosuke lunged to grab her, but Yagami swiftly flicked a small stone that struck Ryunosuke's hand with pinpoint accuracy, forcing him to pull away. Witnessing this betrayal, Ryunosuke dropped the act. It turned out he had attached a nearly invisible thin steel wire to the crystal. With one powerful tug, the crystal flew back into his hand. Now, the stalemate had reset, the goods and the person remained with their respective owners. Yagami cursed, accusing Ryunosuke of not fighting like a man. Ryunosuke shot back fiercely, noting that his opponents were just as underhanded. With neither side willing to budge, the situation hit a dead end. Kushida, pulled back and forth like a rag doll, could only wait in resigned silence. This man was as devious as ever, but internally she whispered, "Well played." An involuntary, faint curve touched her lips. Compared to being a hostage with an uncertain fate, she preferred this lockdown state. She didn't hate Ryunosuke's methods, she knew they were the right move. Even so, a small prickle of annoyance lingered in her heart. Sensing the impasse, Ryunosuke put forward a proposal. How about a wager? If you win, I'm at your mercy, even if it means being expelled from this school. But if you lose, you give her back to me. Ryunosuke spread his arms, projecting absolute sincerity. In truth, he had an ulterior motive, he was itching for a rematch with Yagami. After his last defeat, he wanted to settle the score right here. Yagami and Ichika misread the situation completely. They assumed Kushida meant so much to Ryunosuke that he was willing to gamble his very status as a student. Ichika even teased Kushida again, "Wow, he really likes you, doesn't he?" However, she didn't realize there was a faint trace of displeasure hidden in her own tone. Kushida simply lowered her head in silence. Does this man truly care for me? She had once loathed him with every fiber of her being, but now, seeing Ryunosuke willing to risk expulsion for her sake, her heart began to waver. Her cheeks flushed slightly, was it possible she was actually falling for him? The rules of the duel were set, and combat erupted. The two fought with savage intensity, their strength so evenly matched that a victor seemed impossible. Eventually, they both leaped back to create distance. Yagami decided to stop playing around. He slipped iron brass knuckles onto both fists to maximize his destructive power. To match him, Ryunosuke pulled out Vongala sky rings from beneath his shirt and slipped them onto his fingers. Don't ask where he got them, let's just say he was suffering from a terminal case of chunibu. Ryunosuke used the rings as a medium to parry the brass knuckles. The impact of their fists sent sparks flying. After a dozen exchanges, neither had managed to land a decisive blow. Ryunosuke then kicked a 3-meter-long wooden table, sending it airborne, and lunged at Yagami while using the table as a battering ram. Yagami was pinned until his back hit the wall. With a sudden burst of power, the table shattered into splinters. Amidst the swirling wood dust, Ryunosuke found his opening. Slap. Ryunosuke landed a stinging slap across Yagami's face. While his opponent stood dazed and reeling, he followed up with a powerful kick that sent Yagami tumbling. Ryunosuke flicked his jacket back like a cape and raised a single finger with a cool flourish. You're still a long way off, kid. Yagami tried to scramble up in a blind rage, but Ryunosuke immediately swept his legs, dropping him back to the ground. Ryunosuke then stepped firmly onto Yagami's chest. A muffled groan escaped Yagami's mouth as he was pinned to the floor like crushed mud. Ryunosuke increased the pressure and said arrogantly, "Is this all you've got, Yagami Takuya? You're no longer a match for me." Then, with a final, precise kick to the head, he knocked Yagami unconscious instantly. Ryunosuke then shifted his sharp gaze toward Ichika. The girl immediately released Kushida and threw her hands up over her head, cheekily sticking out her tongue in a sign of surrender. She knew when she was beat, if the stronger Yagami had lost, there was no point in looking for trouble. Besides, Yagami was the one who started it, not her. Ichika's instinct was spot on. Ryunosuke had actually positioned Megumi, who was currently invisible, behind them with a stun gun. If Ichika had dared to make another threat, Megumi wouldn't have hesitated to act. Ichika began smoothing out her pink hair, putting on a cute act for Ryunosuke to fish for forgiveness. But before Ryunosuke could say a word, Kushida, newly freed, suddenly wrapped her arms around him in a tight hug from behind. Ryunosuke froze. Even Ichika, in the middle of her cute performance, stared in open-mouthed shock. Chapter 314, The New Leader of Class 2D, Yukino Shida Yukino. Ichika wasn't the type to misread the room. Sensing the thickening atmosphere between the two of them, she knew exactly what was coming next and opted for a swift exit. Even so, a flick of irritation pricked at her heart, though she couldn't quite put a finger on why. Faced with Kushida's sudden embrace, Ryunosuke didn't let his common sense slip away. He immediately gave orders to have Yagami bound tightly to ensure no escape attempts. After confirming that Ayanokuji was keeping a watchful eye on Ichika, he looked down at Kushida in his arms. Once this island exam is over, let's find a place to talk, just the two of us. Kushida didn't object. However, the moment Ryunosuke turned his head, he was met with the piercing, none too friendly glares of Haruka, Eri, Kei, Megumi, and Wang Meiyu, the 5 wives of Class C. Ryunosuke felt his scalp go numb. It took a considerable amount of frantic explaining before he managed to survive the brunt of their collective fury. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. When the exam finally drew to a close, the official results sent shockwaves through the year. The class led by Asuna had seized the top spot. With a massive 200-point jump over the previous frontrunners, they officially ascended as the new Class A. The final standings. 1. Yuki Asuna, new Class A. Starting points. Bonuses: successfully defended castle and crystal, plus 200, captured crystals and castles of classes 1A and 1B, plus 400. Total, 1. 2. Ichino's Hanami, new Class B. Starting points, 1. Bonuses: thanks to Hachiman's clinical performance in neutralizing classes 1C and 1D and seizing their castles, plus their own defense, plus 400. Total, 1. To their dismay, Hanami's group was knocked off the Class A throne. Driven by her expensive gaming habits, Asuna had performed well beyond normal limits. The most tragic fate, however, befell the freshmen. They were utterly decimated by these two classes, leaving them with nothing. For the underclassmen, these seniors were officially confirmed as their living nightmares. 3. Akasaka Ryunosuke, Class C. Bonuses: Megumi successfully stole the crystals of classes 1C and 1D, plus 200, occupied Fuka's castle, plus 100, since Fuka had no interest in guarding it, Ryunosuke helped himself. Plus their own defense, plus 200. Total, 1. Despite a sharp spike in points, they remained in Class C. Meanwhile, Class D found themselves in a pitiful state. 4. Kakeru Ryuin, Class D. Bonuses: only managed to defend their own castle and crystal, plus 200. Total, 1. The gap between classes A, B, and C is now razor-thin, under 150 points, but Class D has fallen significantly behind, left as the undisputed bottom dwellers. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Ryuin let out a long, weary sigh. Am I really not cut out for this? It feels like I've become a relic of the past. Doubts began to gnaw at Ryuin's confidence. He contemplated stepping down from his leadership post. After all, during his absences, Class D had managed to keep pace with the upper ranks. Under his direct command, however, the distance had only widened. He decided to try and palm the responsibility back to Hiyori. Hiyori rejected the offer flatly. She had worked far too hard to escape that hot potato, and had no intention of picking it back up. Ryuin then glanced toward Ibuki, only to immediately scrap the idea. He had no doubt the class would implode under a pig-brained leader like her. Just as frustration peaked, his eyes landed on Yukino, who was quietly reading a book. A spark of an idea lit up. The girl had talent and intellect, even if she was a bit antisocial. Ryuin approached Yukino, putting on a somewhat contrite tone. Would you be willing to lead the class? We need fresh blood. Clearly, I'm not the man for the job. Yukino closed her book, her trademark sharp tongue ready for action. You certainly aren't. Your methods are too conservative. That's exactly why we're in this mess. A vein throbbed in Ryuin's temple. This girl, she really knows how to push it. Still, he maintained a forced, thin smile. So, will you take over, Yukino Shida-san? Yukino brushed back her long black hair and stood tall, projecting absolute confidence. Of course. Who else is even remotely competent? Simply follow my lead, and I will take this class to the top. Ryuin let out a cynical laugh. Quite the ego. Even I wouldn't dare boast that much. Yukino narrowed her eyes, undeterred. The reason you don't dare speak big is because you lack the power to back it up. I, on the other hand, have it. Damn it. Ryuin nearly barked out an insult at her sheer narcissism, but he held it back. From that moment on, Yukino was officially the new leader of Class 2D. The new hierarchy. Class A, Yuki Asuna, 1443. Class B, Ichino's Hanami, 1415. Class C, Akasaka Ryunosuke, 1325. Class D, Yukino Shida Yukino, 1008. Hot Beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping Bags Benefits. Wrapped Gift Access 190 plus chapters, Anime Crossover, Making Money in Classroom of the Elite. Wrapped Gift Access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped Gift Access 30 chapters, Journey to Planar Word. Wrapped Gift Access 130 plus chapters, Infinity Reincarnation. Scroll Update Schedule. Incoming Envelope Translated Fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming Envelope Original Fanfiction, 1 to 3 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 315, 10 years later, the 14th wife confirmed, Kushida Kikyo's daughter, Kushida Tsubaki. The exam had reached its conclusion, and the student body had returned to the sanctuary of the school. Ryunosuke invited Kushida to meet him at a secluded park bench. Even now, he refused to drop his Shinibi persona. He was clad in a sharp black suit paired with a matching fedora, looking every bit like a high-ranking mafia don. In his hand, he clutched a bouquet of brilliant, fiery red flowers, a silent testament to the fact that he finally understood the girl's heart. A gentle breeze caressed Kushida's cheeks, catching her golden blonde hair. Her face flushed a deep crimson, and with a shy, hesitant tone, she whispered, "Thank you for saving me." It was all she could manage. Though she was a master at navigating the complexities of others, she was utterly lost when it came to her own feelings. The memory of Ryunosuke fighting so fiercely for her sake sent her heart into a frantic gallop. How does this man look so handsome when he's fighting? Why didn't I notice it sooner? Kushida had made up her mind. Even if she was destined to be just one of many women in Ryunosuke's life, she was willing. As a walking vault of information, she knew exactly how many women orbited him. But she couldn't help it, she had fallen headfirst into the trap named Akasaka Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke didn't waste time. With the gravity of a character straight out of Reborn, he shifted his arm from the back of the bench and offered the bouquet with startling directness. "Be my woman, Kushida. I'll give you everything you desire, even the world itself." Kushida felt her strength leave her. She knew he was deep in his delusions again. She wanted to tell him to be serious, but a part of her craved this exact kind of romantic fantasy. With a soft sigh, she allowed herself to be pulled into his embrace. "Woman, I am going to kiss you now. If you move, it means you reject me. But if you don't, then no matter where you run, I will never let you go." Kushida's heart hammered against her ribs, but she didn't turn away. Their lips met in a brief, yet profoundly meaningful kiss. Ryunosuke tightened his grip around her waist. "I'm not letting go from now on. Brace yourself." Kushida stroked his cheek and replied softly, "I'm in your hands, boyfriend." Ryunosuke offered one final, honest reminder. "I have to be clear from the start, I'm a total scoundrel. Before you, there are 13 others." Kushida looked at him calmly and gave a genuine, radiant smile. "I'm willing to be betrayed by you, because I love you." Under the fading light of the sunset, their shadows slowly merged, fingers interlaced. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. 10 years later. In a 3-story apartment lived the Kushida family. At the dining table, a small child who looked remarkably like her mother was eating greedily. This was their 7-year-old daughter, Kushida Tsubaki. However, the atmosphere between mother and daughter was bizarre. They glared at each other with a coldness that suggested they weren't even related. Tsubaki toyed with her fork, twirling her spaghetti with a look of pure dissatisfaction. "Hey, old lady, can't you cook anything besides spaghetti? This tastes pathetic." Slam. Kushida stabbed her fork into the table, her gaze turning to ice. "If you don't want to eat, throw it away. Don't expect me to indulge your bratty attitude." Tsubaki snorted dismissively, but she clamped her mouth shut the second she heard the sound of Ryunosuke returning home. "Welcome home, Papa. Welcome home, darling." Both of them sprinted toward the door. Being small, Tsubaki could only cling to her father's leg. However, Kushida ruthlessly kicked her own daughter aside to monopolize her husband's embrace. Tsubaki rolled like a ball for 5 meters across the floor. Tsubaki scrambled up, fuming. "You damn old hag. That's too much. You're actually competing with me for Papa." Kushida, snuggling into her husband's chest, stuck her tongue out provocatively. "Huh? A little brat like you thinks you can compete with me for my husband? Go away, shorty." Tsubaki let out an angry growl, her hands forming claws as she lunged like a hungry tiger to bite her mother. Unfortunately, Kushida simply held her back by the forehead with one hand. Since Tsubaki was so short, not even reaching her mother's waist, her arms just flailed uselessly in the air. Ryunosuke sighed. With one arm, he pulled his wife close to stop her from teasing the child, and with the other, he scooped up Tsubaki to calm her down. "All right, stop fighting, okay?" Today, Papa is taking you both out for the whole day. During their walk, Kushida and Tsubaki let Ryunosuke lead the way. Behind his back, the war continued in silence. Kushida snatched Tsubaki up like a stray chick and delivered a series of swats to her bottom. Still think you can steal my men? Don't think that just because I gave birth to you, I'm afraid to hit you. Tsubaki burst into tears, causing Ryunosuke to spin around and immediately take his daughter into his arms to shield her. From the safety of her father's embrace, Tsubaki poked her tongue out at her mother, her eyes saying, "See. Papa loves me more than you." A vein throbbed in Kushida's temple. She seriously wondered what kind of creature she had brought into this world. The small family eventually reached a church that was rumored to have an incredibly accurate fortune teller. Tsubaki enthusiastically approached an old woman holding a crystal ball. "Granny, when are my parents going to get a divorce?" Tsubaki asked with sparkling eyes. "So that Papa's love can belong only to me." Ryunosuke took a deep breath, glancing at his wife with genuine fear. He thought to himself, "Kid, when your mom spanks you again later, Papa can't help you." Kushida stood behind them, trembling with suppressed rage. "I should have just stuffed this kid back inside. I'm done with her." Chapter 316, Facing Yagami Takuya. Inside the dormitory, Ryunosuke gently tucked the covers around Kushida and prepared to leave. However, a hand reached out from beneath the duvet and caught his forearm. It was Kushida's. She peeked her head out from the blankets, her face still flushed with the lingering warmth of their intimacy. She looked up at him with a soft, misty gaze. "Now, may I ask a small, selfish favor of you?" Kushida asked quietly. "I want Yagami Takuya and his group expelled from this school." Ryunosuke leaned down and pressed a kiss to her forehead. "No problem. I'll figure out a way." He readily granted the small, spoiled request of his lover. Kushida looked radiant with happiness. She gestured for him to go, signaling that she needed to rest. Ryunosuke straightened her blankets one last time before stepping out of the room. In truth, Ryunosuke wasn't surprised by the request. After all, they had bullied Kushida quite severely. As her boyfriend, it was only natural for him to retaliate, legally and logically within the school's framework, of course. Ryunosuke was already planning his move against Yagami and Ichika. In fact, he didn't intend to stop at just those two. He also had his sights set on Tsubaki Sakurako and Yutamiya Rika from Class 1C, as well as Tsubasa Nanase from Class 1D. In short, the entire leadership of the first-year classes. His reasoning was clear, they were all threats. Nanase had already aimed her sights at him, so it was better to strike first before she made his life difficult in the future. As for Sakurako and Riku, though they hadn't moved yet, they held a grudge against Ayanokuji. Since Ayanokuji was his ally, a future clash was inevitable. It was better to cut off their escape routes and finish them now. Ryunosuke first sought out Ayanokuji for a discussion. Since this matter involved him personally, Ayanokuji had to get his hands dirty. Ayanokuji agreed. He was the type of person who preferred a preemptive strike, especially when it concerned his own safety. He approved of Ryunosuke's plan remarkably quickly. The two took advantage of the lunch break to go to the cafeteria, intending to talk over a meal. This scene happened to be caught by Nakano Itsuki, who was standing in the food line. Itsuki held her stainless steel tray, her eyes locked onto the dishes Ryunosuke had at a distance, while a bit of drool began to escape the corner of her mouth. Nino was forced to shove her along to keep the line moving. "What are you looking at? It's not like you don't have food. You eat 5 times the portion we do every single day, and you're still not satisfied." Nino looked thoroughly annoyed. And why wouldn't she be? The Nakano Quintuplets allowance was nearly drained because of Itsuki's appetite. Their total allowance was around 500,000 points, but 350,000 of that went solely toward Itsuki's food costs. The remaining points, split evenly, left them with only 30,000 points per person each month. They had to be extremely frugal. Even Nino, who wanted to buy nail polish, felt it was an out-of-reach luxury. Note, the price of nail polish in Japan isn't cheap, even a standard bottle can cost over 1,000 points. Itsuki merely muttered a vague "oh." She knew she was a burden on the others, but what could she do? Hunger was hunger. Yatsuba also stared at Ryunosuke from afar, looking as if she wanted to speak but held back. Since the last incident, they hadn't communicated for several months, despite being in the same classroom. Her expression was listless, the green ribbon on her head drooping sadly. Mika stepped forward and nudged her shoulder gently. "Give it a rest. Don't stay gloomy forever. Can you really not forget that bastard?" Yatsuba's eyes welled up. But he once promised he would marry me, no, marry us." Mika sighed, at a loss for words. She glared at Ryunosuke in the distance and puffed out her cheeks like a steamed bun. "Damn Ryunosuke. Just die, go perform seppuku." Ha ha ha, Ichika laughed awkwardly while pushing her sisters away, though her own heart felt hollow. It wasn't easy for her to let go either. Ichika also remembered their promise with Ryunosuke. Long ago, Itsuki had been the first to interact with Ryunosuke over a steamed bun incident. Then Yotsuba had spent the most time with him, sticking to him like a tail every day. Once the other sisters found out, they had taken turns pretending to be Yotsuba to get close to him, eventually leading to that ridiculous agreement to all get married together. Even Nino remembered, though she acted like she didn't care, she was deeply troubled by it. As the second sister, she just didn't want to show weakness. Ichika felt the same. How could you just forget us like that? You bastard. Ichika thought, her eyes full of resentment directed at Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke certainly noticed the glares from the 5 Nakano sisters, but he chose to avoid eye contact. He had urgent business now, the matter with the Nakanos would have to be settled later. He focused on asking Ayanokuji for the necessary intelligence. Even though Ryunosuke technically already knew the information, he had to set the stage for Ayanokuji to explain it logically so as not to appear suspicious. Ayanokuji laid everything out without hesitation. Since the plan benefited him and Ryunosuke was the one doing the heavy lifting, he was happy to provide all the data. They had to remove Yagami's group through legitimate means that were beyond reproach in the eyes of the school. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Meanwhile, ever since Asuna single-handedly carried their class to victory, Katsuragi and Hashimoto felt like useless trash. They felt they hadn't helped their boss at all. Consequently, the entire Class 2A, formerly 2B, decided to train harder. They approached one of the Class 2D homeroom teachers, Hiratsuka Shizuka. Class 2D was unique because it was managed by 2 teachers, Hiratsuka Shizuka and Karisa Mafuyu. They went to the student council advisor's office to beg Hiratsuka to train them. After all, this woman was a 9th-degree black belt. Hiratsuka took a calm drag of her cigarette and agreed. She happened to be bored, and training these kids would be a good way to kill time. Besides, with Mafuyu handling Class 2D, she didn't have to worry too much. Hearing Hiratsuka agree, Katsuragi, Hashimoto, and the rest of Class 2A bowed deeply in unison and shouted, "Sensei," at the top of their lungs. Hiratsuka waved her hand and flicked her cigarette away. "Don't call me Sensei. Call me Coach." "Yes, Coach." They shouted back in harmony. They vowed never to be a burden to Asuna again. Never. When Asuna returned to class after lunch, she was shocked to find the room completely empty. She panicked for a moment. She was the leader of class and now, if her subordinates went missing without her knowing, it would be a serious dereliction of duty. Seeing Asuna's distress, Arisu, who was playing chess with Masumi, offered the information kindly. "Relax. They're using their lunch break to train outside. It seems they've apprenticed themselves to Hiratsuka-sensei." Hearing that, Asuna finally let out a sigh of relief. She slumped into the seat next to Arisu. "I really don't want to be the leader anymore, can't you just swap with me?" "I want to resign," Asuna whined, her eyes tearing up. Arisu immediately looked away, choosing to pretend she hadn't heard a thing. Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 190+ chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, journey to planar word. Wrapped gift access 130+ chapters, infinity reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 2 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 317, a letter from Eiichiro to Tsubasa Nanase. Ryunosuke leveraged his authority as student council president to pull the private files on Yagami, Ichika, Sakurako, Riku, and Nanase from the archives. In truth, these documents were trivial to him. Given his deep understanding of their backgrounds, the paperwork felt redundant. However, since he needed to present a cohesive case to Ayanokuji, he had to go through the motions of producing them. Ayanokuji opened the folder and began to skim the contents. It didn't take long before he placed them back on the desk, signaling he was finished. They began to divvy up the tasks, or more accurately, deciding who would take down whom. Ryunosuke claimed Yagami and Ichika for himself, citing a personal grudge that he insisted on settling personally. Ayanokuji expressed his understanding. He was well aware that Ryunosuke was the vengeful, petty type. Consequently, he was left to deal with the remaining targets, Sakurako and Nanase. As for why Riku wasn't included in the count, the reasoning was simple. Ayanokuji figured that if Sakurako were handled, Riku, her childhood friend, would inevitably follow her out the door. Thus, instead of 2 operations, he only needed to neutralize 1. With the plan set, he and Ryunosuke moved out separately. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Meanwhile, over with Yagami. Yagami was currently at rock bottom, slumped over a desk and questioning the very meaning of his existence. He could accept losing to Ayanokuji, after all, the man was the undisputed pinnacle of the White Room. But losing to a girl named Asuna was a variable he couldn't even begin to process. The crushing blow, however, was losing to a bastard he could have crippled in under a minute just a month ago. Yagami's mental state was in shambles. There was no trace left of the arrogance belonging to the fifth-generation White Room's top graduate. He looked utterly pathetic. His fighting spirit had evaporated, replaced by a desperate urge to give up. Yagami reached a decision that, betrayed his ancestors, he wanted to withdraw from the school. He had already drafted his resignation letter and was preparing to head to the chairman's office to hand it in. Ichika blocked his path, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Yagami. Where do you think you're going? Have you forgotten why we came here? Yagami shoved past her. Get out of my way. I have no desire to fight anymore. I just want to go back to the White Room. Because only within the White Room did he feel like the strongest. Yagami was clearly fleeing from reality, haunted by the fact that this school held too many people more powerful than him. Ichika blocked him again, refusing to let him pass. Yagami was the only person she truly knew here, her sole comrade in arms. If he left, she would be forced to survive alone, and she couldn't face that. She pleaded with him through tears to stay. Yagami frustratedly ran his hands through his hair, but eventually, his resolve softened. They were partners, after all, he couldn't bring himself to abandon her in this place. Ichika exhaled in relief as he turned back. Let's go back. Yagami. Ichika said, clutching his hand as if afraid he might bolt the moment she let go. Yagami walked on with a hollow expression, but internally, he was already trying to figure out how to arrange Ichika's life at the school. He still wanted to leave, he felt his skills were insufficient and that he needed to return to the White Room to train, but he couldn't simply discard her. Despite their frequent bickering, as fellow White Room graduates, their bond transcended mere partnership, they were like siblings. Yagami viewed Ichika as a younger sister, and the feeling was mutual. Watching from a corner, Ryunosuke observed the scene and let out a quiet sigh. Even so, he had to act, they had already threatened his interests. However, he felt he could provide a pathway for them both. He had a plan. Originally, he had intended to bring Yagami down according to the original timeline, which involved tricking Ibuki into writing a fake love letter, despite the risk of being beaten half to death for it. But now, Ryunosuke changed his strategy. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Elsewhere, Ayanokuji began his move. He decided to start with Nanase, whom he considered the easier mark. He invited her to meet at a park bench. When Nanase arrived, she sat at the absolute edge of the bench, putting as much distance between them as possible. Ayanokuji said resignedly, "Is it really necessary to sit that far away?" Nanase replied with a dead serious expression, "Yes, it is. Because you are gay." Ayanokuji, neutral face. He was speechless. He hadn't expected Nanase to fall for such a blatant lie. He had assumed that as the leader of Class 1D, she would be a bit sharper. Clearly, he had miscalculated. Not wanting to waste any more time, he went into action. He pulled a letter from inside his blazer and held it out to her. Nanase took it hesitantly, looking confused. "What is this?" "It's a letter." Ayanokuji replied flatly. Nanase scoffed. "I can see it's a letter. I'm asking what's in it." "It is Eiichiro's final message." Ayanokuji answered. Instantly, Nanase's composure shattered. She tore open the envelope and found that the handwriting was unmistakably Eiichiro's. Tears of grief began to spill from her eyes. She had come to this school for him, to exact his revenge. But that idiot Eiichiro. He had left nothing for her, yet he had left a letter for Ayanokuji. A fire of jealousy flared in Nanase's heart, she glared at the man responsible. "You bastard. Why is it always you who gets to be the first for Eiichiro?" Meaning the first person to receive the letter. Ayanokuji felt a bit bewildered by her logic, but he offered a calm suggestion. "You should probably open the letter first. You might find the answers you're looking for inside." Without another word, Nanase began to unfold the paper and read. Chapter 318, Negotiations between Yagami and Ryunosuke. "Nanase, by the time you read this, I may no longer be of this world. What I want to tell you is this, my death is not Kiyotaka's fault. I died for him willingly, this was my own decision. If you find yourself hating Kiyotaka in the future because of this, let this letter be my answer. Please, do not continue this revenge, Nanase. Let him go, and in doing so, set yourself free." Nanase refolded the letter and took a deep, shuddering breath. In this moment, she felt as though she finally knew the whole truth, at least, her version of it. Her hatred for Ayanokuji hadn't vanished so much as it had been drowned out by a wave of suffocating sorrow. Before Eiichiro died, his only thought had been for Ayanokuji, he hadn't considered Nanase's feelings at all. Did he have any idea the scale of the sacrifice she had made just to get into this school to avenge him? Nanae squeezed her fist so tightly the envelope crumpled in her grip. She, who initially lacked the academic standing, had fought tooth and nail to qualify for the advanced nurturing high school. She had sacrificed everything to develop the specific skills and talents required for admission. And in the end, Eiichiro hadn't left so much as a single word for her before he departed. Simmering with frustration, Nanae stood from the bench in a fit of pique and marched away, her footsteps heavy and sharp against the pavement. Ayanokuji remained seated, his expression a mask of indifference. He made no move to follow her, his objective had been achieved. He had used a forged letter to cauterize Nanae's hatred so she would no longer target him. And yes, the letter was a complete fabrication. It wasn't Eiichiro's handwriting, it was Ayanokuji's perfect imitation of it. As the White Room's ultimate masterpiece, such a feat was child's play for him. Having spent an immense amount of time with Eiichiro, he had memorized every curve and stroke of the boy's script. Even Nanae, the childhood friend who knew him best, hadn't detected the deception. With this, the grudge between him and Nanae was effectively extinguished. Ayanokuji stood, brushed off his knees, smoothed the creases in his uniform, and began to walk. Technically, he didn't need to go to such lengths, the simplest solution would have been to eliminate Nanae entirely. Despite her history with Eiichiro, Ayanokuji wouldn't have hesitated to act ruthlessly. That was his true nature. However, since crossing paths with Ryunosuke, he had changed slightly. It wasn't that he had developed feelings, per se, but rather that he had begun to factor other people into his equations. He had two goals in doing this. First, to end the cycle of hatred and the distorted relationship with Nanae. He viewed this as a final debt payment to Eiichiro. He was allowing Nanae to remain at the school legitimately. As long as she was no longer a threat, Ryunosuke wouldn't lift a finger against her. Ayanokuji walked with his hands in his pockets. The second goal was purely pragmatic. He wanted Nanae on his side to smooth the way for Ryunosuke's future maneuvers. For instance, the student council president elections next year. With Nanae's help to pull in the first-year votes, her position would be secure under Ryunosuke's protection. Everything was unfolding according to Ayanokuji's calculations. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Elsewhere, Ryunosuke was making his move. He met directly with Yagami and Ichika to talk. Propping his chin on the back of his hand as he leaned against the table, he got straight to the point. My goal is simple, I want you expelled from this school, Yagami Takuya. So, what's it going to be? Do you fight to the bitter end, or do you fold right now? Ryunosuke idly shook his phone, a silent reminder that he had the capital to force Yagami out through sheer financial weight. He didn't need complex strategies anymore, he had the ultimate leverage, 240 million private points. Yagami took a deep breath, realizing he had no escape route. Whether in a fair fight or a shadow war, he couldn't win against the men in front of him. After several clashes, the reality had finally sunk in. While Ryunosuke might not match Ayanokuji in certain specialized areas, the man was undeniably more powerful than Yagami himself. Yagami wore a bitter smile, his voice tinged with a pleading note. I can withdraw, but can you let Amasawa go? Ichika, sitting beside him, immediately barked a refusal. Yagami, don't beg him. At worst, I'll just go back to the White Room with you. She put on a front of indifference, but only she knew the terror lurking beneath. Yagami looked at her deeply, shaking his head in pained silence, then continued his negotiation with Ryunosuke. Even if you have plenty of points, if I withdraw voluntarily, wouldn't that save you 20 million? Ryunosuke tapped his finger on the table without answering. Clearly, the offer wasn't enough to sway him. Yagami raised the stakes. I know what you're worried about. You're afraid Amasawa will stab you in the back, right? We can sign a contract. He quickly drafted a two-part contract and slid it toward Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke kept his arms crossed, making no move to touch the paper. In a fit of emotion, Ichika snatched the contract and tore it into tiny pieces. Don't beg this bastard. If we're expelled, we just go back to the White Room. So what? In reality, Ichika knew they were powerless. Ryunosuke was right, with 240 million points, banishing them was just a matter of a single sentence. The wealth gap was simply too vast. Ryunosuke was using absolute financial and physical dominance to force their surrender, like prying open a clamshell that had been sealed shut for decades just to take the pearl inside. Even if Ryunosuke didn't use his points, it would only take him a little longer to dismantle them. Now, he just wanted a quick, practical, and final resolution. Seeing that the stakes still weren't high enough, Yagami made his final offer. As long as you're willing to safeguard Amasawa's school life for her remaining 3 years here, I will withdraw voluntarily. I'll even let you use a contract to bind her so she can't attack you. What the hell is wrong with you, Yagami? Ichika slammed her hands on the table and stood up, unable to take it anymore. Yagami barked back, shut up. Do you not see the situation we're in? Ichika went silent instantly. How could she not understand? She was only feigning ignorance because she refused to admit the truth. Hot beverage Ko-fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access 190 plus chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, journey to planar word. Wrapped gift access 130 plus chapters, infinity reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 2 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 319, Yagami Takuya's return to the White Room. To protect Ichika from expulsion, Yagami signed a humiliation contract with Ryunosuke. The terms required Ichika's absolute cooperation with Ryunosuke, along with a crucial additional clause. Ichika had to ensure that every single vote from Class 1A was cast in Ryunosuke's favor during this year's student council elections. With this, Ryunosuke's tenure as student council president for the following year was effectively set in stone. As it turned out, his line of thinking mirrored Ayanokuji's perfectly. Though they hadn't been raised together, the intuitive bond between the brothers was strong enough to produce identical strategies. Ayanokuji cleared the path for Ryunosuke by securing Nanes, while Ryunosuke secured Ichika. Shortly after, Yagami submitted his voluntary withdrawal and officially departed from the school. While students are free to leave, re-enrollment is a near impossibility. At the school gates, Ryunosuke and Ichika arrived to see him off. With tears welling in her eyes, Ichika threw herself into Yagami's arms. Yagami patted her back like an older brother, comforting her and signaling that she wasn't a child anymore, so she should stop crying. Standing to the side, Ryunosuke found the scene incredibly familiar. He felt as though he had seen this exact sequence before, back when Manabu was comforting his younger sister. Before leaving, Yagami left a final message for Ryunosuke. I'm entrusting Amasawa to you. Take good care of her, she's like my own flesh and blood sister. Okay, now the vibe is getting way too similar. Ryunosuke didn't know how to respond, so he simply gave a small, silent nod. He and Ichika watched as Yagami boarded that familiar school bus. As the saying goes, every beginning has an end. The bus that had brought him here was now the one carrying him away. Once the bus vanished from sight, Ryunosuke and Ichika glanced at each other, gave simultaneous huffs of disdain, and turned in opposite directions, officially parting ways. Both of them made a mental note of this grudge in their personal, little black books. Ichika was determined to avenge this defeat one day, while Ryunosuke thought to himself, don't expect me to go easy on you, I still remember everything you did to me. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Ayanokuji met with Ryunosuke and reported that Nanes had been secured. In exchange, Nanes had agreed to give her vote to Ryunosuke in the student council election. With the backing of the entire second-year body, the support of the third years, and the guaranteed votes from classes 1A and 1B, Ryunosuke's position as the next president was unshakable. With nearly 80% of the school population behind him, his re-election was a 100% certainty. Ryunosuke was highly satisfied with Ayanokuji's maneuvers. Ayanokuji, he really knows exactly what I need, he thought. As for letting Nanes off the hook, it wasn't a big deal. After all, he had let Ichika stay too. In reality, the main reason was that Ryunosuke couldn't actually touch Ichika yet because Chairman Sakayaneji was still protecting her. The threats he had leveled at Yagami earlier were partially just a bluff. As long as the goal of getting Yagami out was achieved, he considered a bit of deception to be a sound strategy. Now, only the leaders of Class 1C, Sakurako and Riku, remained to be dealt with before he held total control over the freshman level. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. In a training hall, Yagami hammered his fists into a punching bag without pause. Sweat poured from his brow, but he didn't care. The thunderous cracks of his impacts revealed the terrifying power he now possessed. He was cranking his intensity to the limit to surpass certain people. Yagami had lost too many times, and he refused to lose again. He had to become stronger and crush them all. Nearby, Atsuomi's face was sour. The deployment of the White Room's assassins to that school was being monitored by numerous superiors and investors. This total failure had caused him to lose face. Atsuomi clenched his fist in dissatisfaction. His fifth-generation masterpiece had been defeated just like that. How would the investors view him now? Sponsoring funds would surely become harder to secure. The White Room existed to prove that geniuses could be manufactured to surpass natural ones. If he failed to prove that, what was the point of its existence? Atsuomi let out a long sigh and relaxed his grip. Fine, let it be. Next, I need to figure out a way to bring Kiyotaka home or find another path. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Kushida walked buoyantly toward the student council room. She had already heard the news of Yagami's expulsion, and she couldn't hide the smile on her face. She burst inside, ignoring the bewildered looks of others, and marched straight up to Ryunosuke. "Thank you," she said lovingly, hiding her hands behind her back. Ryunosuke didn't even look up from his desk, his pen still moving. "You're welcome." But Kushida wasn't content with just that. Right in front of Hiyori and Suzune, she boldly wrapped her arms around Ryunosuke's neck from behind. Her gaze was filled with an affection that could melt anyone. Her hands, however, began to get inappropriate, wandering downward. Ryunosuke immediately swatted them away and caught her wrists. Stunned, Hiyori and Suzune couldn't stay silent. They slammed their hands onto the desk simultaneously, startling Hachiman, who was working beside them. Hachiman immediately lowered his head, trying to erase his presence from the drama. Meanwhile, Asuna chose to play blind and continued her work. She was being paid by Ryunosuke, so regardless of what happened, the paperwork had to get done. Her boss's scandals? None of her business. Start talking. Since when have you two had this kind of relationship? Hiyori and Suzune demanded in unison. Sensing he was in mortal danger, Ryunosuke immediately raised his hands in surrender and gave an honest chronological account of the events. Upon learning they had a new sister yet again, the two girls only furrowed their brows. They were effectively numb to it. The number of women around Ryunosuke had already grown far too large to count. Kushida only gave a provocative smile and hugged her man's neck even tighter. Hiyori massaged her temples and said to Kushida, "Remember to report to Morishita-san." Kushida frowned. "Why do I have to report to her?" Suzune replied flatly, "Because she is the first wife, the eldest sister, while you are the 14th, shouldn't you go pay your respects?" TCH. Kushida huffed, but didn't argue. When it came to the information network and the hierarchy of the women around Ryunosuke, no one could beat the data. She left to find Morishita AI to register. Shortly after, the round-table meeting was reconvened to announce Kushida Kikyo's induction as the 14th member. However, AI was starting to get a headache. Their numbers had already surpassed the Gotoubun 13. Would she have to rename the group again? Especially since she knew K hadn't even been officially counted yet. Chapter 320, Utamiya Riku, Sakurako Tsubaki, and Ayanakuji Kiyotaka plan a joint withdrawal. The leader of Class 1C, Sakurako Tsubaki, was currently slumped over her desk with a hollow stare, questioning the very essence of her existence. Her defeat in the recent deserted island exam had been nothing short of tragic. First, her base's crystal had been plundered by Akasaka Ryunosuke, and then her entire class had been systematically wiped out by Hachiman from Class 2B. At this point, her mental fortitude was in complete shambles. Utamiya Riku, Sakurako's childhood friend, felt utterly powerless watching her spiral into such a deep depression. The sheer strength of the second-year upperclassmen had far exceeded their wildest imaginations. Initially, they thought they only had to keep a wary eye on Ayanakuji Kiyotaka. They never expected the other classes to be teeming with such crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Yuki Asuna from Class 2A had earned the moniker The Flash. Both her physical prowess and leadership capabilities were world-class. Not a single one of her subordinates dared to defy her, earning her the reputation of a female version of an infamous dictator. In Class 2B, Hachiman and Ichino's Hanami shared their roles with seamless efficiency. Hanami handled the social leadership, while Hachiman acted as the master strategist. However, most of the practical power resided with Hachiman. He was the true leader. Especially since Hanami had entered a relationship with Ryunosuke, she rarely interfered in class affairs, leaving everything for Hachiman to handle alone. Then there was Ryunosuke from Class 2C. Rumors that he was dating over a dozen girls had earned him the title, the Woman Conqueror. To be honest, Riku was terrified the men would snatch away his childhood friend. With a reputation like that, it was impossible not to worry, which was why he always made sure Sakurako had zero interaction with Ryunosuke. The first-year students had even bestowed a collective title upon the four most prominent figures of the second year, calling them the Four Emperors of the New World. Asuna, the Flash Knight. Hachiman, the Master Strategist. Ryunosuke, the Woman Conqueror. Ryuin, the Mock Emperor, though this position was quickly usurped. After hearing that the leadership of Class D had shifted to a girl named Yukino Yukino, and feeling the icy aura of her razor-sharp tongue, everyone unanimously agreed to replace Ryuin's spot with Yukino, the Ice Witch. These were the four emperors who had become a living nightmare for every freshman. To the juniors, these four were simply overpowered. If not for the presence of these monsters, they might have stood a chance. Now, the entire second-year tier felt like a plus version of the school. Not a single opponent was easy to face. Riku and Sakurako felt mentally exhausted. They had initially believed they were talented enough, certainly not losers. But standing before these monsters, they felt like raw recruits being slaughtered without mercy. Just then, Ayanakuji arrived and knocked on the classroom door. He looked at Sakurako, signaling that he had business to discuss. Sakurako's listless expression sharpened. She stood up to follow him. Riku moved to join them, but Sakurako held him back. This is a private matter between us. Don't interfere. Riku was forced to concede. Fine. Just be careful. Sakurako pulled a lollipop from her mouth and said lazily, relax, he won't do anything to me. Besides, I have something I need to talk to him about, regarding my older sister. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Sakurako and Ayanokuji headed to the park. Ayanokuji sat on a bench and patted the spot next to him, inviting her to sit. Sakurako ignored the gesture, choosing instead to stand and lean against the back of the bench behind him. Do you like snow? Sakurako asked slowly. The question was a direct reference to her sister, whose name was Yuki, Snow. Ayanokuji understood the subtext immediately and answered vaguely, it's all right. At least whenever it snows, I feel a desire to appreciate it. How about you? Do you like snow? Sakurako answered honestly, I do. At least, I like it more than I like you, Ayanokuji-senpai. I see. Ayanokuji wasn't surprised. Sakurako fell silent for a moment, closing her eyes as she pictured her sister in the outside world, still confined to a psychiatric hospital, constantly rambling about wanting to see Ayanokuji. With firm resolve, she spoke. Ayanokuji-senpai, would you be willing to resign and go see my sister just once? Ayanokuji looked at her with his usual flat gaze, but his answer was unexpected. Fine. No problem. Sakurako looked both overjoyed and incredulous. She hadn't expected him to agree so easily. However, Ayanokuji added a condition. I am willing to withdraw, but I have a request. You must withdraw with me. Give up Class 1C and your position as leader. Agreed, no problem. Sakurako answered without hesitation, her speech slightly muffled by the lollipop. Since the very beginning, her goal in entering the school was to bring this irresponsible man to her sister. If that goal was achieved, there was no point in staying. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Not long after, Sakurako began packing her belongings. She told Riku to stay and graduate properly so he could secure a good career. But Riku only gave a bitter smile. I'm going with you. If you're not here, what's the point of me staying? Their relationship was unique, more than childhood friends, yet not quite lovers. Riku decided to leave alongside Sakurako. Meanwhile, a faint glint appeared in Ayanokuji's eyes. With this, I can kill two birds with one stone. The three of them went to the chairman's office to submit their letters of resignation. Riku didn't trust Ayanokuji one bit, so he had to witness the man handing his letter to Naramori with his own eyes. They entered the room and placed 3 envelopes on Naramori's desk. Naramori accepted them, asking in a worried tone. Have you all truly thought this through? Once you walk out those gates, there is no turning back. Naramori truly couldn't bear to see these 3 students quit, especially Ayanokuji. He had gone to such lengths to protect the boy from his father, why was he suddenly surrendering himself for nothing? He simply couldn't fathom the reason behind this mysterious maneuver. Hot Beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping Bags Benefits. Wrapped Gift Access 190+ chapters, Anime Crossover, Making Money in Classroom of the Elite. Wrapped Gift Access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped Gift Access 30 chapters, Journey to Planar Word. Wrapped Gift Access 130+ chapters, Infinity Reincarnation. Scroll Update Schedule. Incoming Envelope Translated Fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming Envelope Original Fanfiction, 1 to 2 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 321, Snow. Ayanokuji stated that he had no objections, he had weighed the consequences thoroughly and would harbor no regrets. Naramori was left with no choice but to comply. He pulled out his official seal and pressed it onto the 3 resignation letters, formalizing the withdrawal. Adjusting his black-rimmed glasses, he spoke with a tone thick with lament. Go and pack your belongings. Prepare to leave the school this afternoon. I won't be seeing you off. He waved a hand, signaling for them to leave as he returned to his desk. The 3 of them offered no further trouble and exited the chairman's office. However, the moment they disappeared, Ryunosuke stepped out from a corner of the corridor. He had just received a message from Ayanokuji asking him to help manage the resignation paperwork. Ryunosuke sauntered into the chairman's office and, without any preamble, demanded the letters back. He claimed that Ayanokuji had a change of heart and had decided not to resign after all. Naramori found the situation bizarre, yet he handed the documents over to Ryunosuke regardless. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Meanwhile, the 3 students arrived at the school gates, preparing to board the familiar school bus to leave the campus forever. However, as if by some miracle, Ayanokuji halted his steps and did not board. Sakurako and Riku, already inside the bus, stared at him in confusion. Just as the doors hissed shut, Ayanokuji offered a final, expressionless wave of his hand. It took a heartbeat for the two of them to realize something was horribly wrong. They began to pound on the bus windows, screaming for the driver to stop. But why would the driver listen? Instead, he stepped on the gas and accelerated. Desperate, Sakurako threw open a bus window and recklessly leaped out. What was this? Was she really going out in such a pathetic, humiliating way? What kind of sick joke was this? Sakurako hit the asphalt hard, her body instantly covered in bruises and road rash. With a struggle, she crawled to her feet and limped toward Ayanokuji, her eyes burning with pure, unadulterated hatred. She realized with crushing clarity that she had been trapped. You bastard. I should never have believed a single word out of your mouth. Riku also jumped down and rushed to Sakurako's side to support her. However, she brushed his hand away, refusing help. In that moment, Sakurako's world narrowed down to the figure of Ayanokuji. Ayanokuji merely looked at her with his usual flat gaze, silent. Before Sakurako could lunge forward to scream in his face, the security guards, prearranged by Ryunosuke, grabbed them both at the gate and began dragging them off the school grounds. Pinned by two guards, Sakurako thrashed wildly, kicking and screaming curses at Ayanokuji as his silhouette grew smaller in the distance. Ayanokuji. You won't die in peace. You absolute piece of trash. Do you feel no guilt toward my sister? Amidst Sakurako's hysterical shrieks, Ayanokuji remained unmoved, watching them go until they vanished from sight. Ryunosuke stepped out from the shadows, hands in his pockets and a lollipop in his mouth. He turned to Ayanokuji. Is it all taken care of? Ayanokuji gave a clipped reply. It's done. Ryunosuke pulled another lollipop from his pocket and tossed it to Ayanokuji. Without hesitation, Ayanokuji took it, tore off the wrapper, and popped it into his mouth. Though not brothers by blood, they were more than kin when it came to cunning, ruthlessness, and dirty tactics. Using such a low trick to eliminate an innocent girl. Neither of them felt even a flicker of pity for a woman. In their eyes, showing mercy to an enemy only invited future complications. Ryunosuke and Ayanokuji walked back toward the dorms. There was nothing left to see here. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Sakurako, having been discarded from the school, was now at a psychiatric hospital to visit her sister. She bit her lip until it bled, watching her sister lie in a hospital bed in a state of madness, incessantly rambling Ayanokuji's name. The girl, named Yuki, was currently heavily restrained. Due to long-term consumption of psychotropic drugs, her mind was completely shattered. Years ago, she had forced herself to chase Ayanokuji's shadow in the White Room, enduring immense pressure that eventually broke her. Yuki stared at Sakurako with hollow eyes. However, the moment she caught the faint scent of the person she missed so dearly clinging to her sister's clothes, a terrifying smile spread across her face. She rattled the chains on her wrists and whispered. Sakurako, let me go, okay? I want to go find Ayanokuji. Please you'll let me out, won't you? Sakurako didn't dare answer. She knew her sister was too far gone, there was no way she could let her leave. Seeing that she wouldn't get her way, Yuki began to thrash violently, screaming in rage. Damn it. You're no better than the rest of them. Let me go, now. Faced with her sister's insanity, Sakurako could only weep in her humiliation. She truly had no idea what to do anymore. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Having eliminated all threats, Ryunosuke leaned back comfortably in the student council president's chair. He savored the silence while casually brewing a cup of tea. Finally, there's no one left to threaten me. No one at all. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Meanwhile, at the Nakano sisters' dormitory, the 5 girls were facing a very serious crisis. Their points were nearly gone. Despite the massive bonus they had received from the island exam, the points had evaporated thanks to Itsuki's gluttonous appetite. Itsuki felt incredibly guilty. Her sisters had spent almost every point they had just to keep her stomach full. Nino finally proposed an idea. How about we get part-time jobs? But where? It doesn't seem like normal part-time work is allowed in this school, right? Yatsuba asked, resting her head dejectedly on the table. Then what are we supposed to do? We can barely afford to keep this pig fed anymore. Nino exclaimed, pointing a furious finger at Itsuki. Itsuki could only fidget nervously with her fingers, even her ahogue drooping in shame. This time, she didn't even argue when Nino called her a pig. She felt truly sinful toward her sisters. Chapter 322, Itsuki supply lines under siege. What if you just ate a little less, Itsuki? Ichika suggested out of the blue. Itsuki's mental fortress crumbled instantly. No. I'd die. She cried, waving her hands frantically and shaking her head in desperate refusal. Nino planted her hands on her hips. Then what are we supposed to do? If you don't cut back, the 4 of us are going to starve right along with you. Itsuki finally wilted. Fine, from now on, I'll eat less. Just a little bit. She pinched her thumb and forefinger together to show a tiny gap, though for Itsuki, a little bit was roughly the size of a fingernail. Nino let out a dry, exasperated laugh, but she began thinking hard about how to keep Itsuki fed. Despite her sharp tongue, her anger was just a flash in the pan. She would never actually let her sister go hungry. But if they weren't allowed to work, how were they supposed to support Itsuki's appetite? Miku, who had been silent until then, suddenly looked up with a glimmer in her eyes. Whether intentional or not, she reminded the others, we could go to the student council, ask Ryunosuke for help. If it's him, he might be able to find jobs for all 5 of us within the school. Every eye in the room snapped toward Miku. Yotsuba's face lit up in agreement, but they had momentarily forgotten that Nino harbored a very intense personal grudge against Ryunosuke. Nino immediately crossed her arms. Propping a long leg clad in a white silk hose up on a chair, she said haughtily, you want to beg that bastard? In your dreams. I absolutely refuse. Humph. She turned her head away, granting no quarter. Yotsuba, who had been buzzing with excitement, deflated instantly, the green ribbon on her head drooped sadly. Her moods were always so easy to read. Just then, Ichika chimed in, but you can't exactly let Itsuki starve, can you? That single sentence shattered the last of Nino's defenses. She finally caved. The eldest sister knew exactly where to strike. Nino loved her siblings too much, making her easy prey for Ichika's manipulation. Ichika shot a quick wink at Yotsuba. As sisters who had been together for years, Yotsuba caught the signal instantly, big sis can only help you this far. The previously moping Yotsuba sprang back to life, thrusting her hand high into the air. Yes, yes, yes. I totally agree with Ichika's idea. Nino glared at her, knowing exactly what was going through Yotsuba's head, and could only let out a resigned sigh. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. The 5 of them headed to the student council office to confront Ryunosuke. Nino slammed her hand on the desk in front of the bastard, and said without preamble, find us some work. Ryunosuke propped his chin on the back of his hand, looking bewildered. Is this how people act when they're asking for a favor? Humph. Nino couldn't care less. She crossed her arms and leaned back against his desk, her back to him. None of your business. Are you helping or not? Ryunosuke sighed. 1 job, or 5? Nino replied, 5. With a heavy heart, Ryunosuke began scanning the documents for available openings. Why was he helping them? Quite simply, he felt guilty for neglecting their old promise and wanted to make amends. Nino knew this, but she refused to acknowledge it. Nice try. You think you can just leave us behind and expect us to forgive you this easily? Not a chance. Once Ryunosuke found part-time positions for all 5 of them, he took the student council seal, gave it a quick puff of breath, and pressed it firmly onto the documents. It was the official stamp of approval. In this school, students were forbidden from working without council permission to ensure it didn't interfere with their studies. Nino snatched the papers without a word of thanks and moved to lead her sisters out. This triggered Susan's temper. Susan narrowed her eyes and crossed her arms. Leaving just like that? You didn't even say thank you. You really have no manners. She remarked sharply, clearly unwilling to let her men be treated so dismissively. Nino's footsteps stopped. She turned back, annoyed. What's it to you? Stay out of it. Susan puffed out her chest defiantly. Of course it's my business. He's my man. The room fell deathly silent. Hachiman and Asuna opted to become transparent humans again, not daring to make a sound. Nino was so shocked her jaw dropped. Finally, with a wounded expression, she turned her fury back on Ryunosuke. She glared at him, hissed the word bastard twice, and stormed out with her sisters in tow. Slam. The door was kicked shut so hard it nearly cracked. Ryunosuke could only sit there in defeat. Susan was watching him with a hawk-like gaze, so he didn't dare chase after the Nakano sisters. To make matters worse, Kushida was smiling sweetly while massaging his shoulders, though in reality, it was a tactile warning for him to stay put. Then there was Hiyori, who was pretending to read a book but was clearly ready to sulk if he so much as twitched toward the door. Ryunosuke was trapped. Logically, 5 people were more than 3, so he should have chased them. But the context was different, the 3 were officially his girlfriends, while the 5 were exes with an uncertain future. Which to prioritize? Obviously, the sure thing. So, he didn't give chase, or rather, he didn't dare to. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Once the student council's working hours ended, Kushida immediately linked her arm with Ryunosuke's to head back to the dorms together. However, Susan, who made a habit of cooking for Ryunosuke, wasn't about to back down and promptly shouldered Kushida aside. An annoyed Kushida shouldered her right back. The 2 of them walked ahead, trading elbows and ignoring Ryunosuke, who trailed behind. Whenever Ryunosuke tried to slip away, both of them would snag his collar and yank him back. The walk was silent. Their relationship had never truly been harmonious. Once they reached the dorms, Kushida and Susan began fighting over the right to cook. Inevitably, a battle erupted in the kitchen, the rhythmic clatter of knives and the sizzle of pans filling the air. It wasn't a physical brawl, but a high-stakes culinary duel to see whose cooking could best captivate Ryunosuke's palate. Ryunosuke sat on the tatami, clutching his teacup with both hands. He didn't dare utter a syllable. Before long, the meal was ready. Both of them thrust a plate in front of him and demanded to know which was better. Ryunosuke knew this was a lethal trap. Choosing one meant death at the hands of the other. So, he gave the only answer he could: they're both delicious. The result was fatal. Both of them immediately snatched their plates back, leaving him to starve. Ryunosuke, neutral face. Hot beverage Ko-fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access to 10+ chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, Journey to Planar Word. Wrapped gift access 130+ chapters, Infinity Reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 2 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 323, Seeing Nino Home. After the three of them finished dinner at Ryunosuke's place, Kushida still seemed loath to leave. Susan, sitting formally on the tatami as she cleared the leftovers, knit her brows. She set her chopsticks down and said with clear displeasure, "It's time you went home, Kushida." Kushida ignored her. Propping her chin on both hands atop the table, she watched the master of the house with a sweet smile, waiting for his response. Ryunosuke didn't overthink it and gave her a firm nod, signaling that it was indeed time for her to head out. Kushida huffed, muttering the word coward under her breath before snatching up her school bag. At the Genkan, she swapped into her outdoor shoes. Susan stood in the doorway with her arms crossed, her posture screaming, "Go ahead, I won't be seeing you out." Unwilling to take the slight lying down, Kushida spoke in a challenging tone, "Don't get too smug. In certain departments, you aren't necessarily the stronger one." To drive the point home, Kushida puffed out her chest. She had already tested Ryunosuke's preferences that night. She was a solid C-cup, whereas Susan was a B. Faced with such a blatant provocation, Susan's face turned a deep crimson. Abandoning all pretense of ladylike decorum, she let fly a kick aimed straight at Kushida. A literal, physical kick. With a sharp cry, Kushida was sent flying out the door, which was promptly slammed shut behind her. Rubbing her sore backside, she grumbled in disbelief. She hadn't expected Susan to get physical so quickly. However, she had forgotten one crucial detail: Susan and Ryunosuke were officially dating and had already crossed every line. Kushida's taunt was effectively a victory dance on a live minefield. In the past, Susan wouldn't have bothered because she didn't care, but now, she cared very much. Inside, Ryunosuke watched Kushida get booted out and silently made the sign of the cross over his chest, praying in his heart and not daring to utter a single word. Susan had no intention of going home either. She let out a long sigh and decided to stay the night, reaching up to undo her hair tie. Seeing the writing on the wall, Ryunosuke raised a hand and asked for permission to step out for a moment to buy something. But Susan held him back, noting that she had checked the calendar. Today was a safe day, precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Once school let out at 15:30, the Nakano sisters headed to their new part-time jobs. The workplace Ryunosuke had selected for them was a charming cake shop. Ryunosuke, who understood their talents well, had chosen this place by design. Furthermore, the shop provided a dinner perk. Any bread or sweets that couldn't be kept until the next day, as they wouldn't be fresh, were given to the staff. This meant Itsuki could eat to her heart's content without costing a single point. The five of them only realized the brilliance of this arrangement as their shift neared its end. Itsuki, in particular, felt her cheeks flush. She felt herself being slowly conquered by Ryunosuke's thoughtfulness. Nino felt it too. Her assigned role was as a dessert chef, the very thing she loved most. Cooking was her passion, specifically sweets, and her dream was to become a professional pastry chef. This man, he aimed right at my hobbies and stole my heart. Nino began acting unnaturally, her voice wavering as she asked, "What if we just forgive him?" Ichika, Miku, Yatsuba, Itsuki, neutral face. Who was the one fighting this the hardest from the start? You. Now you're suddenly talking about forgiveness. Are you kidding us? Realizing her inconsistency, Nino immediately defaulted to her tsundere persona. I don't care anymore. You guys decide for yourselves. I'm staying out of it. The subtext was clear: I won't stop you from making up with him. Since she had already forgiven him in her heart, she was leaving the rest to her sisters. The five exchanged glances and shared a bitter smile. They were already far behind Ryunosuke's other girlfriends, it was too late for regrets now. Ryunosuke finished his student council duties around 17:30. The Nakano sisters' shift ended at 18:30, meaning they had worked nearly 3 hours. Thanks to Ryunosuke's connections, the shop owner was happy to pay them for a full 3-hour block. In reality, Ryunosuke was the one quietly covering the difference to compensate the owner. He was doing this to mend his relationship with them. Because of his subsidy, their wages were 70% higher than the market average, about 1,800 yen per hour, totaling 5,400 yen per person. That was 27,000 yen per day for the 5 of them. In a month, it was more than enough to cover their living expenses, or at least, enough to keep Itsuki full. After locking the student council room, Ryunosuke prepared to check on them. Suzune had sent word that she was exhausted from the previous night's events and wouldn't be cooking, telling him to eat out. It was the perfect excuse for Ryunosuke to meet the Nakanos. He headed straight to the cake shop. By the time he arrived, the other sisters had already left, save for Nino. As the one responsible for the kitchen, she had stayed behind to prep the batter for tomorrow's sweets. Nino's face was smudged with flour and beads of sweat dotted her forehead, but she looked genuinely happy. She neatly organized the egg white and yolk mixtures in the fridge, wiped her brow, and prepared to change clothes. After a quick splash of water on her face, she bowed politely to the owner. As she stepped outside, she heard the tinkle of a bicycle bell. It was Ryunosuke, arriving on his bike to pick her up. Nino briefly considered making a run for it. She didn't want to forgive this bastard so easily. She marched straight past him with a huff. Ryunosuke quickly intercepted her and held out a small gift. "This is for you. Also, let me take you home. Even if you don't forgive me, that's fine. Consider this my punishment." Nino stopped in her tracks, her voice dripping with tsundere energy. "What's inside?" Ryunosuke smiled. "Nail polish and that skincare brand you like." Nino felt a mix of confusion and tenderness. How does he know what I like? Didn't he say he lost his memory? But we only met as kids, back then, I didn't even use skincare. Does that mean he's been watching me all this time? Paying attention to the things I love? Nino's face flushed involuntarily. She had been conquered, yet she still refused to admit it. She climbed haughtily onto the back of Ryunosuke's bike and barked an order. "What are you waiting for? Take me home." Ryunosuke nodded and began to pedal slowly. Nino held the white gift box in one hand while wrapping her other arm around his waist, resting her face against his back. "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm only holding on so I don't fall. Don't you dare think anything funny." Right. I know." Ryunosuke replied, resigned to his fate. Chapter 324, Miku's Little Stratagem. Before long, Ryunosuke successfully saw Nino home, safe and sound. Of course, this did not escape the notice of the other 4 sisters. They immediately converged on Nino, accusing her of hypocrisy. Her mouth said she wanted nothing to do with him, yet she was the first one to pull a sneak attack and get a head start. Nino was cornered against the wall by her sisters, completely surrounded with no way out. Miku joined the fray, calling out Nino's deceptive behavior in a loud, stern voice. "You've sinned. You should." Miku actually wanted to say seppuku or be executed, but remembering this was her own sister, she softened and swallowed her words. Yotsuba also put on a sulky face, hands on her hips. "Nino. That's going too far. You didn't say that before, do you even remember what you told us?" Nino deflected frantically, "Yuve got it all wrong. He just gave me a ride home, there's really nothing going on." However, her 4 sisters remained unconvinced. For the first time, Nino truly felt what it was like to be betrayed by those closest to her. It didn't take long for her to crack. She sat formally on the bed, head bowed in admission, and recounted the entire play-by-play before the others finally let her off the hook. Ichika stroked her chin, pretending to be deep in thought. "What do you think, Miku? Should we forgive her?" Ichika turned to Miku. Miku puffed out her cheeks, declaring that she wouldn't forgive Ryunosuke so easily. At the very least, the men had to pay a price before she'd be satisfied. Ichika scratched her short hair with a troubled sigh. "That might not be realistic, Miku. Think about it, he's surrounded by so many women who are just as capable as we are. Why would he feel the need to bow his head to us?" Miku fell silent. How could she not know that? She just didn't want to accept it. The 5 sisters exhaled in unison. The next morning, they returned to their part-time jobs. Since it was Saturday, they intended to work a full day rather than just a few hours. Ryunosuke also showed up at the shop, acting as a regular customer and enjoying their service like anyone else. Nino, dressed in her white chef's coat and toque, marched out of the kitchen with a vein throbbing in her forehead and her arms crossed. If you don't have actual business here, why did you come? Nino asked, her tone anything but welcoming. Ryunosuke didn't mind at all. He propped his head on one hand and simply stared at her. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, Nino looked away. About yesterday, thanks. Thanks for taking me home. In return, I'll prepare something delicious for you as a thank you. What do you want to eat? Nino pulled out a small notepad, ready to take his order to settle the debt from the previous evening. Ryunosuke answered casually, whatever Nino makes, I'll love it. Thwack. Nino slammed the notepad directly into Ryunosuke's face. This guy. Nino's face turned bright red, she was clearly flustered by the smooth talk, her heart racing. Some nearby customers even gave a thumbs up, muttering, nice technique, buddy. Ryunosuke feigned agony, though it didn't actually hurt. He clutched his forehead with a pitiful expression. Nino couldn't stand seeing him like that, she stepped forward and rubbed his forehead. Fine, I didn't mean it. It's just because you suddenly started saying ridiculous things. As Nino started to pull her hand away, Ryunosuke caught her soft, fair hand in his. Nino glanced left and right, terrified of being spotted by her sisters. She wanted to yank her hand back immediately, but Ryunosuke had no intention of letting go. Her face grew even redder as she whispered, what exactly do you want? Ryunosuke smiled and pressed Nino's hand against his own cheek. I don't want anything special. I just want you to stay with me a little longer, if that's okay. Nino. Nino was left utterly defenseless by the sudden gesture, but she didn't feel repulsed. Instead, a small spark of happiness flickered in her heart. Just as the atmosphere turned intimate, Miku, wearing her maid uniform, approached with a dark expression. She swatted away Ryunosuke's hand, which was busy stealing an opportunity, and pulled the dazed Nino away. She was clearly drowning in jealousy. Ryunosuke could only watch in resignation. It seemed that next time, he would have to find a way to meet them one-on-one. Dealing with all five at once was truly a handful. If he coaxed one, another vinegar jar was bound to spill over. As Ryunosuke stood up to leave, Yotsuba, who had been watching from behind the scenes but hadn't dared to say hello, was pushed forward by Ichika. What are you waiting for? Want to regret this for the rest of your life? Thanks to Ichika's shove, Yotsuba gathered the courage to step up and tug on Ryunosuke's sleeve. Whatever they whispered about didn't take long, and soon Yotsuba returned with a beaming face, clutching her phone. It was obvious, they had just exchanged contacts. For Yotsuba, such a small thing was more than enough to satisfy her. Seeing how easily pleased she was, Ichika gave a bitter smile. You're way too easy for a guy to manipulate, you know that. Ichika gave her sister's forehead a light flick. Yotsuba just grinned, completely ignoring the warning. Honestly, this girl is a hopeless case. Ichika held her head in resignation. Walking out, Ryunosuke saw Yotsuba's contact on his phone and offered a thin smile. He tucked it into his pocket, intending to take a breather. Every beginning is difficult, but at least he now knew where Nino and Yotsuba stood. That was enough, he couldn't afford to rush. Just as he was about to leave the shop area, his phone vibrated. Ryunosuke checked it and saw a message from Yotsuba's number, but the sender's name inside the text was Miku. It turned out that Miku had borrowed Yotsuba's phone under the pretext of her own battery being dead. The innocent Yotsuba had lent it over instantly. Internally, Miku noted how easy it was to trick Yotsuba, then sent a short message to Ryunosuke. 8 p.m. at the park. There's something I want to tell you. Immediately afterward, Miku deleted the message from Yotsuba's phone to avoid getting caught. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Ryunosuke received the message and, at exactly 8 p.m., he was at the park. Under the moonlight, Miku looked stunning in a simple dress paired with her familiar black silk hose. Ryunosuke patted the park bench next to him, inviting her to sit. Miku smoothed her white pleated skirt and sat down, though they kept a distance of about half a meter, the air between them thick with awkwardness. It was only natural. If they counted from childhood, it had been nearly 10 years since they last met. Moreover, Ryunosuke had lost his memories. Miku's somewhat cold reaction was a normal response. She likely hadn't fully accepted the fact that he had forgotten them. The moonlight bathed them both. Whatever happened next, at least they were sitting together now. Things were bound to get better. Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access to 10+ chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, Journey to Planar Word. Wrapped gift access 130+ chapters, Infinity Reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 2 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 325, Making Peace with Miku, Yotsuba, and Nino. After a long, heavy silence, Miku suddenly puffed out her cheeks without warning. Looking genuinely piqued, she spoke with a sharp edge to her voice. From now on, don't act like that toward Nino and the others. Tell me the truth, who do you actually like the most? This was the question Miku had been suppressing in her heart for ages. Ryunosuke went still for a moment, but before long, he provided his answer. To be honest, I like all of you. Miku, neutral face. So, you finally stopped trying to hide what a scoundrel you are. Instead of shrinking back, Ryunosuke puffed out his chest and replied with arrogant confidence. What is there to hide? I am who I am. I won't hesitate anymore, I just want to be as honest as possible with myself. He locked eyes with Miku. Do you hate me? Even as he asked, his hand had already captured Miku's small hand, a calculated tactical combination of a mental strike, a verbal assault, and physical proof of intent. Miku panicked. She wanted to pull away, but her strength seemed to have evaporated. Subconsciously, she didn't actually want to let go, in fact, she found herself squeezing his hand a fraction tighter. Miku spoke with a trace of bitterness. Ryunosuke-kun is truly cunning. How am I even supposed to answer that? Ryunosuke interlaced his fingers with Miku's delicate ones, pressing her one more time. So, do you hate me? Miku's cheeks burned a deep crimson, but she answered truthfully. I don't hate you. I see. Ryunosuke began to lean his face closer to hers. Miku didn't dare meet his eyes, yet she didn't shrink away from that intense, burning gaze either. Ryunosuke offered a thin smile, understanding the feelings of the girl before him. The two ended up sitting close together in an intimate embrace on that park bench. Not long after, Miku scrambled to her feet and ran off, her face glowing beet red. She even managed to trip, but she scrambled up and kept running. The events of tonight were far too stimulating for her, even if it was exactly what she had wanted. However, pulling a sneak attack behind her sister's back still left her feeling a twinge of guilt, making her lose the courage to face him a second longer. Ryunosuke looked at Miku's contact, now added to his phone, and let out a sigh of relief. That's 2 down, 3 to go. I have to find a way to make peace with them all, just like the old days. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. The following day, Ryunosuke arrived to pick them up as their shift ended. More specifically, he was there for Nino, who, as the kitchen staff, was always the last to leave. Nino hauled a large bag of trash to the bin and prepared to head home. As she stepped out, she saw Ryunosuke waiting patiently with his bicycle. Her cheeks flushed, but she marched over and demanded. What are you doing here? Ryunosuke answered casually. Picking you up to take you home, obviously. Hop on. He meticulously dusted off the back seat, and fearing he might soil Nino's clothes, he even wiped it down with his own sleeve. Seeing this man acting so attentive and stupid, just for her sake, Nino's face grew even redder. Her heart hammered against her ribs. She finally softened and climbed onto the back seat, wrapping her arms around Ryunosuke's waist and whispering shyly. Just go, you idiot. Her voice sounded forced and unnatural because she realized she had fallen head over heels for this idiot. A woman's heart is actually quite easy to conquer if you know the right opening. Simple words and small gestures can become powerful reasons to fall in love. Ryunosuke pedaled the bike with one hand while the other held firmly onto Nino's hand so she wouldn't slip, though in reality, it was all part of the strategy. Nino didn't resist and allowed him to see her all the way to her front door, they even exchanged phone numbers. Nino, the stubborn one who was supposed to be the hardest to crack among the 5 sisters, had unexpectedly become the third to be tamed. It was truly an upset. How did Ryunosuke get this good? Just ask his mother. Heavens know what she taught him, perhaps fearing her son would remain single forever, she had schooled him in every possible way to handle women. At this moment, Ryunosuke truly earned the title, Master of Romance. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On another front, Ibuki was facing a major crisis, her points were almost gone. She checked her phone, her balance was under 10,000 points, and the next disbursement wasn't for another 10 days. Ibuki sighed. She was the type to spend every last cent every month. Unwilling to live in misery for the remaining days, she remembered her junior in name only. With a thick skin, Ibuki marched into the student council office to ask Ryunosuke for help. Ryunosuke felt like complaining, she never remembered him when things were going well, but the moment there was trouble, he was the first person she sought out. Ibuki pressed her hands together as if in prayer, begging Ryunosuke to help her find a part-time job. Resigned, Ryunosuke stamped an authorization for a position at the library, the most relaxed job available, where she'd only need to log borrowed books and could play on her phone without supervision. Ibuki waved a hand in thanks at the council door, promising to treat him to a meal once she got paid, and left. But a few moments later, she burst back in and changed the plan. She was taking Ryunosuke to see a movie right now. Ryunosuke scratched his head in confusion but changed his clothes and went along with her. Once they arrived at the theater, he finally realized why she had been so insistent on going today. A sign was plastered in front of the cinema, half price for couples, today only. In other words, Ibuki only had to pay for one ticket to settle her debt of gratitude to him. Ryunosuke was utterly speechless. Paying back your debt to me like this, don't you feel any guilt at all? Ibuki, dressed in a casual yellow dress with a blue bag over her shoulder, answered indifferently. Being able to go on a date with your senior, isn't that the greatest blessing you could ask for? Ryunosuke stared at her with dead fish eyes. If you wanted to save money, just say so. Don't beat around the bush. Ibuki forcefully linked her arm with Ryunosuke's, pretending to be a doting couple. Shut up. Are we watching or not? Anyway, consider my debt paid. She acted completely shameless, as if daring him. I'm stingy, so what are you going to do about it? Chapter 326, Ibuki Mio's instincts reject Ayanokuji Kiyotaka. Ibuki maintained her shameless front, her expression clearly saying, I'm stingy, so what are you going to do about it? A helpless Ryunosuke was forced to swallow the loss. After all, the culprit was his own martial arts senior. To save the cost of a single movie ticket, they committed to the charade of being a couple. Perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt, Ibuki bought 2 drinks as a consolation. Ryunosuke accepted his with a flat, silent gaze. The two of them watched the film like a couple whose spark had long since died, which, in reality, was true, given there were no romantic feelings between them to begin with. It was pure performance for the sake of the budget. Unfortunately, in the middle of the screening, they ran directly into Ayanokuji. Ayanokuji glanced back and noticed them. Likewise, Ryunosuke and Ibuki spotted him sitting in the front row. Both sides stared each other down in silence. Ibuki and Ryunosuke, who had been mindlessly sharing a drink with vacant stares, simultaneously thought, we're in trouble. If word got out that they were dating, both Ibuki and Ryunosuke would be in for a world of headaches. Their first instinct was to silence Ayanokuji. After a quick exchange of glances, they reached a silent pact. Ayanokuji actually intended to offer a greeting, but his mouth was immediately muffled by the two of them as he was forcibly dragged into the restroom for negotiations. Ibuki stood guard at the men's room door, arms crossed, clearly acting as a lookout. However, her presence there was highly suspicious and triggered a wave of whispers from passers-by. Why is a pretty girl guarding the men's room? Given that Ibuki was the cute, petite type, it triggered wild imaginations. People suspected something forbidden was happening inside. Perhaps a 2 girls, 1 guy arrangement. One stands guard, then they swap. TCH, how envious. Who's the lucky bastard in there? While the public misunderstood, the two inside were negotiating with stony faces. Ryunosuke spoke first, don't get the wrong idea. Ibuki and I aren't in that kind of relationship. Ayanokuji looked at him with a strange, yet still flat, expression. I'm aware. Word has already spread that Ibuki invited you to a movie as a favor for finding her a job. Ryunosuke let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for that. But then he remembered something and asked, by the way, why are you watching a movie alone? The question poked at an old wound. Aside from Ryunosuke, Ayanokuji didn't have any other friends. If he wanted to see a film, he was forced to come solo. Ryunosuke suddenly felt a pang of guilt for asking. In the original timeline, Ayanokuji should have had his Three Stooges group. Unfortunately, Ryunosuke had cleared them out from the start. Feeling responsible, Ryunosuke offered. How about I join you? Ayanokuji's eyes instantly brightened. I wouldn't mind. In an instant, the audience composition shifted to 2 men and 1 woman. Ibuki sat in the middle, arms crossed, with Ayanokuji and Ryunosuke flanking her. It was a bizarre sight. A love triangle, the surrounding theatergoers thought in unison. Ibuki looked utterly dissatisfied. She kicked Ryunosuke's leg and hissed angrily, what were you thinking? Why did you drag this guy in to watch with us? I feel incredibly uncomfortable, you know. Facing Ibuki's complaints, Ryunosuke explained patiently, I'm his only friend. Have a little pity on him, let him watch with us. He won't do anything. Look at him, watching all by himself. Isn't it pathetic? Then what does that have to do with me, you jerk? An annoyed Ibuki swung her small bag at Ryunosuke to vent her rage. To outsiders, this looked like a lover's spat. People began imagining a grand drama, a kind-hearted brother bringing his socially anxious younger brother to a movie, triggering his girlfriend's wrath. What incredible imaginations. If Ryunosuke knew, he'd surely gift them a dragon fruit, otherwise known as a fist the size of a sandbag. Ibuki let out a resigned sigh and said, I hate that Ayanokuji person. I don't want to be anywhere near him. Ryunosuke was surprised. Due to his interference, the iconic 1 versus 4 rooftop incident never happened. They didn't even really know each other, there should have been no issues. Why did Ibuki say she hated him? As if sensing her junior's confusion, Ibuki explained, I don't even know why I hate him, but my instincts reject him, I find him repulsive. My gut tells me this person is extremely dangerous. Ryunosuke stroked his chin, deep in thought. Instincts, huh? Speaking of instincts, during the deserted island exam, Yagami Takuya and Amasawa Ichika had relied on theirs to avoid Megumi's attacks, even if the second strike still landed. It seemed a similar instinct surfaced in him whenever he entered his Chinibu mode. Based on official data, Ibuki's latent talent was actually on par with Ichika's. It was only because Ichika had received White Room training that her starting point was much higher. Ibuki had massive potential, but catching up was difficult due to the disparity in their childhood hell training. Asuna had also dodged Ichika's sneak attack from behind thanks to instinct. This proved how vital it was as a standard for the strong. And Ibuki instinctively wanted nothing to do with Ayanokuji, she felt sickened by his presence. She wanted to stay as far away as possible. This actually reflected the original work. Ayanokuji was known as a lady killer in the canon, yet he could never conquer Ibuki. The closer he got, the further she retreated. She instinctively rejected him, perhaps sensing his true face. Turns out, instincts really are everything. Ryunosuke looked at his senior and couldn't help but ask. Hey, do you hate me? Huh? Why the sudden question? Ibuki didn't understand. Nothing, I was just curious. Can you answer me? Since Ryunosuke seemed genuinely intrigued and it wasn't a big deal, Ibuki answered without hesitation. I don't hate. Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access to 10+ chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, journey to planar word. Wrapped gift access 130+ chapters, infinity reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 2 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 327, The Arrival of Yukinoshita Haruno. After receiving the answer from his senior, Ryunosuke smiled with satisfaction. He leaned back into his seat and refocused on the movie without another word. Ayanokuji shot him a meaningful glance. Only Ibuki felt that her martial arts junior was being truly bizarre. Not long after, the credits rolled. Whether by design or coincidence, Ayanokuji made his exit first, leaving the two of them alone. Ryunosuke knew Ayanokuji had likely misunderstood the situation, but he didn't care. Only Ibuki, the innocent and somewhat slow-witted girl, remained oblivious to the atmosphere. Seeing Ayanokuji leave, she simply let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, Stoneface is gone. I don't know why, but around him, I feel like a mouse staring down a cat. Every time I look at him, the hair on the back of my neck stands up. Ryunosuke looked at her, amused. Are you really that terrified of him? Ibuki shuddered. You don't understand. He gives off such a cold, ruthless vibe. I don't want to go anywhere near him. Well, your intuition is sharp enough. Ryunosuke murmured softly, turning toward her. Want me to walk you home? Ibuki rolled her eyes. Do I look like a 3-year-old to you? Walk me home, honestly. True to form, Ibuki's straightforward personality caused her to flatly reject Ryunosuke's subtle advance, choosing to head back on her own. Under the glow of the streetlights that night, just before she departed, Ibuki stole a glance at Ryunosuke. Though it was hard to tell in the shadows, a faint blush touched her cheeks. My debt to you is paid from now on, I don't owe you a thing. Ryunosuke nodded in understanding. Ibuki turned away, walking while playfully bumping her bag with her knee so it swung back and forth, and said with a note of resignation. See you tomorrow. The words carried no special weight, since school was back in session the next day, they were bound to run into each other. Ryunosuke gave a small nod. See you tomorrow, Ibuki. Call me senpai. Ibuki barked, swinging her bag at him in mock annoyance. They continued to bicker and joke all the way back to their respective dorms, since the boys' and girls' wings shared the same complex, they were headed the same way. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Time flew by, and about 10 days later, the third special exam loomed on the horizon. The parameters for this test were simple and blunt, academic excellence. This immediately sent Class 2D, whose average scores were abysmally low, into a tailspin of anxiety. Yukino stared at the group of idiots before her with a piercing gaze, her words showing no mercy. How were any of you even accepted into a high-level school like this? Did you all get in through the back door? Yukino rattled the test papers in her hand. These were practice problems she had designed herself to gauge her classmates' true abilities so they could improve before the actual exam. The result? The majority could barely scrape a 50. Her blood pressure spiked instantly. Technically, that was a passing grade, the threshold was 40, but Yukino was far from satisfied. Since she had taken on the mantle of class leader, she intended to take full responsibility and tolerate zero laziness. Faced with Yukino's rigid and uncompromising stance, the students of Class D began to grumble. Even Ryuin looked displeased. He felt he had made a mistake in choosing a leader. This girl lacked the charisma of a true commander. Because of Yukino's harsh attitude, most of Class D refused to listen to her. Only Hiyori, Fumino, and Rizu were willing to follow her lead. Yukino clenched her fists until the papers in her hand crumpled. Her chest heaved with suppressed emotion. Completely, utterly hopeless idiots. Yukino felt she had reached her limit. She briefly considered going on strike, but her ironclad sense of duty forced her to persevere. It was the definition of powerlessness. Elsewhere, Haruno had arrived at the school. She had come on a mission from her mother to scout potential assets. Previously, she had been held up at the gates by the chairman, and only now had she been granted entry. In the chairman's office, Haruno, dressed in professional business attire with a form-fitting pencil skirt, sat fiddling with her phone just to disrupt Naramori's workflow. Naramori set his pen down and massaged the bridge of his throbbing nose. How many times do I have to say it? I am not handing Akasaka over to you. Put that thought out of your mind. Haruno had come to claim a person. Since the two families were very close, she thought asking Uncle Naramori for one student wasn't asking too much. Unfortunately, Naramori refused. If it were anyone else, it might be negotiable, but she was asking for his own future son-in-law. Why would he ever hand him over to someone else? Because of this, Haruno decided to be shameless and simply camp out there. It was as if she were saying that if Ryunosuke wasn't given to the Yukinoshita family, she would never stop pestering him. Naramori covered his face with both hands and said sarcastically, "I'm truly grateful to you." Haruno stopped playing with her phone and flashed a brilliant smile. "You're very welcome, Uncle Naramori." Naramori was helpless against this particular niece. Who does this child take after? Her father is an honest man who's afraid of his wife, her mother is the incredibly serious head of the Yukinoshita household. Haruno is like neither of them. Naramori finally threw in the towel. "Fine, just tell me, what do you want?" Haruno smiled victoriously. "I want to stay here for a while." "Uncle, can you arrange a place for me to stay?" This was Haruno's true objective. She wanted to live inside the school so she could see her cute little sister whenever she wanted, while also attempting to pull Ryunosuke toward the Yukinoshita camp. Naramori, assuming she was only after Ryunosuke, said curtly, "Whatever. There are plenty of student dorms here. If you don't mind sharing space, just pick one and let me know. I'll get you the key." Naramori agreed simply because if he didn't, his work would never get done. Haruno left with a light heart. She wasn't worried about Ryunosuke being snatched away. With herself there as a supporter, how could Ryunosuke possibly jump ship to the Yukinoshitas? If the Naramori of the future could return to the present, he would want to slap his current self, "You idiot. Don't you know that in the future, Ryunosuke actually marries into the Yukinoshita family? Even if he doesn't replace Arisu, the number of love rivals just multiplied, you bastard. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation." Haruno wanted to see her sister, but first, she sought out her best friend, Hiratsuka, for a drink at the bar. Cheers. Inside the school bar, Hiratsuka was already heavily intoxicated. She rambled, complaining about her father who had ordered her to conquer a wet-behind-the-ears kid named Ryunosuke. She slammed her 1-liter beer mug, filled with potent sake, onto the table. "That old man. Does he not see the age gap between us? Even if I could accept it, there's no way the kid would." Hiratsuka downed her sake again. Her beer mug was indeed filled with hard liquor. Haruno just watched from the sidelines. She hadn't expected the Hiratsuka family to get involved as well. But it made sense, it was only natural for someone as exceptional as Ryunosuke to be a prize sought by many. Haruno took a sip of her drink from a tiny, elegant highball glass. She wasn't as wild as Hiratsuka, who drank from a jumbo mug. Hiratsuka was truly wasted. Haruno could only sigh in resignation, propping up her drunken friend to escort her back to the dormitory. Chapter 328, Yukino and Haruno. The following morning, Yukino finally caught wind of the news that her sister had descended upon the school. Without wasting a second, she marched straight to Hiratsuka's quarters and leveled a sharp demand. "What are you doing here?" Haruno, who had crashed at Hiratsuka's place the night before, was still wearing the previous night's indiscretions. A pungent aroma of alcohol clung to her. Her appearance was a disaster, eyes bleary with sleep, hair a tangled mess, and one strap of her nightgown slipping precariously off her shoulder. She let out a wide yawn, lazily hooking the strap back into place, and offered an indifferent shrug. Don't be so grumpy, Yukino-chan, I'm just here to visit you. Come on, let big sis give you a little hug. Reeking of booze, Haruno tried to lunge at her sister for a warm embrace, but Yukino recoiled with a look of pure disgust. Don't bother. Were you drinking again? Yukino shielded her nose and mouth, making no effort to hide her loathing for her sister's habit. Haruno merely waved a dismissive hand. Haha, this is just practice for the business world, you know. Once you've been thrown into society, you'll understand. I have no desire to understand such things. Yukino interjected, her brow furrowed in a deep scowl. Haruno's expression shifted, becoming a fraction more serious. And that is exactly why mother won't let you inherit the family business, you're far too straight-laced. Haruno massaged her throbbing temples, a casualty of her hangover. Make some sober-up soup for me, Yukino-chan. My head is absolutely splitting. Powerless to refuse, Yukino dropped her crossed arms and disappeared into the kitchen to start the soup. Haruno propped her face up with both hands, a blissful smile spreading across her lips. I knew it. Yukino-chan is the only one who truly cares about her big sister. Be quiet. Yukino snapped, her tongue as sharp as ever. The rhythmic clinking of pots and the scrape of a spatula in the kitchen provided a domestic contrast to her harsh words. Hiratsuka, also clutching her forehead in pain, emerged from the bedroom. Make a bowl for me too while you're at it, Yukino Shida. Yukino didn't give a verbal reply, but she set to it regardless. It was simple enough to double the portion. Hiratsuka and Haruno collapsed onto the sofa like twin piles of laundry, possessing none of the dignity expected of adults. To be fair, they were both battling a monumental migraine. Since this was Hiratsuka's faculty dorm, Yukino checked if any ingredients were missing, and Hiratsuka answered honestly. The soup base is on the top shelf. Just make a simple mung bean soup, then boil a bit of brown sugar and ginger to chase away the chill. Yukino let out a long-suffering sigh as she stirred the pot. Can someone like you really be called a teacher? Who says a teacher can't enjoy a drink, you brat? Hiratsuka suddenly barked. Drinking was one of her few escapes and a sovereign remedy for stress. Anyone suggesting she quit was asking for a fight. Before long, Yukino presented 2 steaming bowls of sober-up soup. Drink up, you pair of hopeless drunks. Thank you, they chimed in unison, beginning to slurp the soup immediately. Once finished, Hiratsuka wiped her mouth. Yukino Shida's cooking is as good as ever. I wonder which lucky guy is going to end up with her. At the mention of marriage, Haruno immediately protested. What's the point of getting married? Isn't it better to stay single forever? My Yukino-chan belongs to me, no man will ever be good enough for her. And if one tries, I'll personally tear them apart. Yukino rolled her eyes, ignoring her sister's theatrics, and voiced the doubt lingering in her mind. Why did mother send you here? Is this her instruction? At the mention of their mother, Yukino's mood darkened. Since childhood, her sister had always been one step ahead. Her mother constantly praised Haruno's brilliance while never offering Yukino so much as a nod of approval. It was why Yukino studied until she was numb, to prove her worth, and yet, she still felt like she was chasing a ghost. The reality, however, was different. Yukino was too honest, too rigid. In a society built on white lies and strategic intrigue, someone like her would be eaten alive. That was why their mother chose Haruno as the heir. Haruno could dance circles around the old foxes of the corporate world. Sensing her sister's melancholy, Haruno was momentarily at a loss for words. Yukino was so obsessed with surpassing her that she couldn't see the real disconnect. But Haruno had no intention of fixing her. To Haruno, Yukino's rigidity was her charm. She wanted Yukino to stay exactly as she was. Haruno would handle the rest. Faced with the growing awkwardness, Hiratsuka ruffled her hair in irritation. Listen, Haruno, didn't you come here to scout talent? It's a day off, so why haven't you left yet? Stop wasting time here. Haruno clapped her hands together. Oh, right. I'm here to recruit someone. I almost forgot the main event. Yukino's eyebrow arched. Who are you trying to recruit? Haruno answered with a beaming, cheerful face. A young man named Akasaka Ryunosuke. Mother ordered it, that's the primary goal. But. Haruno touched a finger to her lips, flashing a smile that was both charming and mischievous. Compared to mother's orders, I'm much happier just being able to see my Yukino-chan. With that, Haruno lunged forward and pulled Yukino into a crushing hug. Pressed against her sister's significantly more developed chest, Yukino's expression grew even gloomier. We came from the same womb, why is it that her harvest is so bountiful, while mine is a total drought? Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access to 10+ chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped Gift Access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped Gift Access 30 chapters, Journey to Planar Word. Wrapped Gift Access 130 plus chapters, Infinity Reincarnation. Scroll Update Schedule. Incoming Envelope Translated Fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming Envelope Original Fanfiction, 1 to 2 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 329, Natsukawa Masuzu, the card-borrowing scoundrel. Yukino fought with every ounce of her strength, but in the end, she failed to escape her sister's clutches. Her hair was ruffled into a chaotic mess by Haruno's teasing hands. Haruno finally let go, stretching her body with a satisfied hum. Meanwhile, Yukino smoothed her disheveled locks without looking back, her voice low and sharp. Sister, you should be careful. Akasaka is not as simple as you imagine. Responding to Yukino's warning, Haruno appeared completely unbothered. The fact that he isn't simple is exactly why I've come to steal him. If he were just some ordinary boy, I wouldn't even bother giving him a second glance. Haruno stood with her hands on her hips, taking the matter lightly. She recalled the countless men who had fallen to their knees under her charm. With a mere snap of her fingers, they usually bowed to her will. She didn't believe for a second that there was a single man she couldn't conquer. Seeing her sister's attitude, Yukino let out a long, weary sigh and said nothing more. After all, her sister would only learn her lesson once she actually came face to face with the men. Ryunosuke was not someone to be trifled with. As a fellow student at the same school, Yukino knew all too well just how terrifying he could be. Haruno draped herself over Yukino's back in a hug. Come on, lead the way for your big sister. I have no idea where this student Akasaka lives. Haruno tilted her head cutely, coaxing her own sister without a shred of adult dignity. Yukino sighed once more and agreed to show her the way. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. At the school gate, a girl wearing a snapback hat that concealed her beautiful silvery white hair stood at the entrance. The corners of her lips curled into a faint smirk as she stretched. Finally made it into this school. I don't know why I kept getting blocked before, but I'm finally in. Time to find my cousin and snag a few Yu-Gi-Oh cards from her. With that, the girl hopped onto a white D-wheel. That's right, it was a D-wheel motorcycle from the Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D series, designed for turbo duels while riding, the exact same white model as Jack Atlas's. The girl gunned the engine and roared toward the girls' dormitory. Before long, she reached her destination, Morishita AI's room. At that moment, AI was busy playing a console game with Megumi. Megumi maintained her trademark blank expression, clearly not very enthusiastic. She wasn't much of a gamer by nature, she was only playing because AI had forced her to join. AI, her hands occupied with the controller, heard a knock at the door and told Megumi to open it. Megumi rattled the chain on her wrist with a deadpan look. The range isn't long enough. How about you let me go first? AI paused for a second, then stood up to open the door alongside Megumi. She still refused to unlock the handcuffs binding them together. Megumi was left speechless. Aside from their time in class, every time they returned to the dorm, AI kept herself locked in with her. Is it really necessary to be this wary of me? All the other girls have already started their angines, why am I the only one you're watching this closely? Lately, Susan had been the one eating well, since she and Ryunosuke were practically joined at the hip 24 hours a day. In the evenings, Susan even cooked for him, so naturally, well, the readers can guess the rest. AI didn't say much and swung the door open, leaving a miserable-looking Megumi standing behind her. As soon as the door opened, AI saw the one person she least wanted to meet. The white-haired girl in the hat was just about to chirp, "Long time no see," but AI slammed the door shut instantly. The door caught the girl right on the nose, sending her crouching to the floor in pain as she whimpered. Inside the room, AI looked like she'd seen a ghost. Why is this card-borrowing, never-returning scoundrel here? Don't tell me she wants to borrow more cards. If I recall correctly, this year's Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament is about to start. She hasn't even returned the ones she took last time, and now she wants more. In her dreams, AI leaned her full body weight against the door handle, preventing the person outside from forcing their way in. Once the pain subsided, the white-haired girl outside began to panic, throwing her body against the door and shouting. "It's me, cousin. Hurry up and open the door. I came to visit you." "No way." AI yelled back, straining to hold the door. "You haven't even returned the cards from last time, and now you want more. Give me back my blue eyes white dragon and my creator of light." The white-haired girl started playing dumb. "When did I ever borrow your cards? Didn't I return them ages ago?" Bam. AI threw the door open in a rage. "When did you return them? You haven't returned them at all." "Crap." AI realized her mistake the moment she opened the door. Without a word, the white-haired girl slipped inside. This had been her plan all along, provoke her cousin's temper so the door would open, allowing her to get inside and grab the cards. Her hand began to mischievously reach for the Yu-Gi-Oh collection shelf, but suddenly her wrist was caught by Megumi, who appeared out of nowhere with a vacant expression. Taking other people's things without permission isn't very nice. Ghost. The white-haired girl shrieked hysterically, her eyes rolling back as she fainted dead away on the spot. Because Megumi had appeared so suddenly in front of her, she thought she'd seen a spirit and passed out from the shock. Megumi could only sigh, she was used to this by now. A short while later, the girl woke up. She sat formally on the tatami, scratching her head sheepishly. Haha, well, cousin, you know the Yu-Gi-Oh tournament I'm entering starts soon. Lend me a few more cards. She held out her hand expectantly, completely shameless despite her outstanding debts. Yu-Gi-Oh cards were incredibly rare, especially monsters with 3000 ATK or higher. Usually, no more than 10 copies of such types existed in the world. Currently, nearly 80% of the rare cards on the market were in AI's possession. That was exactly why this girl had come to beg. This white-haired girl was a modern Yu-Gi-Oh player who had won the World Championship title for 3 consecutive years. Her name was Natsukawa Masuzu. Megumi served tea for the two of them and sat quietly, sipping her own. AI also took a sip, ignoring her cousin's pleas. The blue eyes I lent her hasn't even come back, and she has the nerve to ask for more. Get lost. Seeing her request rejected, Masuzu pouted and looked away. What's the big deal? I'm your cousin, isn't borrowing a few cards allowed? AI set her teacup down with a loud clack and remarked sharply, then when exactly are you going to return my blue eyes white dragon? The market price for that card is 30 million yen, and there are only 4 copies in the entire world. Masuzu went back to playing dumb. She took off her snapback hat to fan herself. Her long silver hair cascaded beautifully down to her waist, and her blue eyes blinked with cute, mischievous energy. Ahaha, it's not that I don't want to return it, I just wanted to play with it for a little while longer. A little while longer. Heh. AI let out a cynical laugh, then she slammed the table and stood up, shouting in anger. You call that a little while longer? You borrowed it when we were kids. It's been 10 years. When are you actually planning to give it back? Masuzu instantly shriveled up and didn't dare make a sound. Truth be told, she never had any intention of returning it from the start. Chapter 330, Ryunosuke vs the Yu-Gi-Oh champion, Masuzu. Masuzu rolled her eyes, her mind clearly churning with a devious idea. How about we settle this with a Yu-Gi-Oh match? If I win, you have to lend me those cards. No way. AI rejected her instantly and without hesitation. I'm no match for you, so why would I play? That's just volunteering to lose. Masuzu wasn't ready to give up. You can call for backup. As long as you can beat me, I'll return every single card I've ever borrowed. Hearing those words, AI's resolve wavered. For years, her shameless cousin had used their family ties as an excuse to borrow her most priceless cards without ever returning a single one. AI used to own 4 Blue Eyes White Dragon cards, but one was snatched by this scoundrel and hadn't been seen since. Even her 3 Egyptian gods collection was missing a vital piece, the creator of light, Horekti. In a single turn, if one can summon all 3 Egyptian gods, they can merge into the creator of light for an instant victory. Because that card was missing, AI's combination of the 3 gods was now effectively useless. AI took a deep breath. Before long, she summoned her husband, Ryunosuke, to help her crush this wretched cousin and win back her treasures. Ryunosuke stared at them both with dead fish eyes. AI clung to his arm, swaying piteously as she coaxed him. Ryunosuke-kun, please help me win my cards back. Seeing AI looking so miserable, Ryunosuke finally caved and agreed. He also recognized the girl standing before them, he hadn't expected her to be Masuzu. Wait, so these two are cousins. Masuzu took the opportunity to borrow Seto Kaiba's Blue Eyes deck, while also snagging an Obelisk the Tormentor card under the pretext of using it for the duel. AI trusted her blindly, never considering that her cousin might simply bolt with the deck if she lost. Masuzu's D-wheel was practically idling for that very reason. If she won, she'd take the cards legitimately. If she lost, she'd just gun the engine and disappear. Ryunosuke took the first-generation deck belonging to Muto Yugi and slotted 2 Egyptian god cards into it. He had entered serious mode. Life points, LP. Ryunosuke. Masuzu. Masuzu smirked, shuffling her deck with practiced ease. Normally, decks are swapped for the opponent to shuffle to prevent cheating, but Ryunosuke underestimated her because she was his wife's cousin. He didn't expect Masuzu to stack her deck, rigging her one-turn kill, OTK, cards right at the top. The match began, and Ryunosuke took the first turn. My turn, draw. I activate the spell card polymerization from my hand. Fusing Gazelle the king of mythical beasts and Berfomet. Appear. Chimera the flying mythical beast. The two-headed monster with wings sprouted into the arena. Chimera the Flying Mythical Beast, ATK, 2100. I set 2 cards face down and end my turn. Masuzu's turn. Draw. She immediately revealed the Pot of Greed she had rigged at the top of her deck. I activate Pot of Greed, drawing 2 more cards from my deck. At this point, Masuzu held 7 cards in her hand. I summon Lord of D to the field. Then, I activate 2 spell cards, the Flute of Summoning Dragon. Based on Lord of D's effect, while he is on the field, I can special summon up to 2 dragon-type monsters from my hand regardless of their level. Since I have 2 flutes, that means 4 dragons. I summon 4 Blue Eyes White Dragons all at once. Masuzu brandished the 4 legendary dragon cards high in the air before slamming them onto the dual disc. 4 massive white dragons materialized, filling the arena. Blue Eyes White Dragon, ATK, 3000. As mentioned before, the final Blue Eyes card was indeed in Masuzu's possession. Now, she held all 4. Cold sweat trickled down Ryunosuke's forehead. He took a step back, a look of horror on his face. Damn it. What the hell is this? Did she even shuffle her deck? There's no way someone naturally draws 2 flutes, 1 Lord of D, and 4 dragons in their opening hand. Masuzu didn't care and immediately ordered the first Blue Eyes to attack Chimera. Chimera was blown to bits. The difference in attack power drained Ryunosuke's LP. Ryunosuke LP, 4,000 to 900 equals 3,100. She wasn't done. Masuzu still had 3 dragons left. The second dragon launched a direct attack since Ryunosuke's field was empty. Ryunosuke quickly flipped his face-down card. Activate Trap card. Nutrient Z. If I'm about to take 2,000 or more damage, I recover 4,000 LP before the damage calculation. A burst of white light enveloped Ryunosuke. His LP surged from 3,100 to 7,100, then took the 3,000-point hit, dropping back to 4,100. The third dragon attacked, and Ryunosuke's LP plummeted to 1,100. With only 1,100 LP remaining and Masuzu still having 1 dragon left to attack, the situation was dire. Masuzu let out a manic laugh, sounding exactly like Seto Kaiba. Ha ha ha. Now, even the gods themselves cannot save you. Masuzu waved her hand, commanding the 4th dragon to strike. In that critical moment, Ryunosuke discarded Winged Kuriboh to the graveyard to activate its effect, reducing all battle damage this turn to 0. He managed to survive, his life hanging by a thread. TCH. Masuzu huffed in annoyance, finding her opponent infuriatingly difficult to kill. She was forced to end her turn. Because Lord of D was summoned in defense position to activate the flutes, the monster couldn't attack. If it could have, Ryunosuke would have lost already. Furthermore, the most troublesome effect of Lord of D was that as long as he was on the field, all of the opponent's dragons were immune to the effects of spells and traps. Hot Beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping Bags Benefits. Wrapped Gift Access to 10+ chapters, Anime Crossover, Making Money in Classroom of the Elite. Wrapped Gift Access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped Gift Access 30 chapters, Journey to Planar Word. Wrapped Gift Access 130+ chapters, Infinity Reincarnation. Scroll Update Schedule. Incoming Envelope Translated Fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming Envelope Original Fanfiction, 1 to 2 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Chapter 331, Arise. Super Warlion Master Dark Paladin. Now it was Ryunosuke's turn, but his hand was completely empty. Because he had previously performed a fusion summon, he had exhausted 3 cards, set 2 face down, and discarded Winged Kuriboh. Ryunosuke's hand was a void. If he didn't draw a card that could replenish his hand or a single card capable of flipping the board this turn, he was finished. Cold sweat matted Ryunosuke's brow from the sheer tension. This was the first time he had felt a pressure this suffocating. His opponent truly lived up to the title of Yu-Gi-Oh! Champion. She was formidable. Ryunosuke remained unaware that his opponent was playing dirty. Had he known, with his temperament, he would have likely rolled up his sleeves for a physical duel in the real world. The moment of truth arrived. Ryunosuke placed his fingers on the top of his deck. Draw. Ryunosuke looked at the card in his hand and let out a smirk. It seems the heavens aren't ready to let me lose just yet. Across the field, Masuzu arched an eyebrow and crossed her arms. You have exactly 1 card. Unless it's Card of Sanctity, nothing you pull can turn this around. Ryunosuke flashed the card to Masuzu with a confident grin. A pity. It's not Card of Sanctity, but it's the next best thing. Masuzu's eyes widened in shock. It's Card of Demise. Exactly. Ryunosuke immediately activated the spell. Its effect allows me to fill my hand to 5 cards instantly, though I must discard my entire hand to the graveyard after 5 turns. Ryunosuke's hand was replenished with 5 new cards. This was the turning point, but it wasn't victory yet, he still needed the definitive strike. I activate card destruction from my hand. Both players discard their entire hands and draw the same number of cards. Ryunosuke sent his 5 fresh cards to the graveyard and drew 5 more, effectively cycling his deck to find his target. Since Misuzu's hand was empty, she drew 5 cards for free, among them, Obelisk the Tormentor. As established, Misuzu had rigged the deck in her favor, including the God card. If Ryunosuke couldn't stop her this turn, Misuzu would sacrifice her monsters on the next turn to summon Obelisk and trigger its instant destruction effect for 4,000 points of direct damage. For Ryunosuke, there would be no next turn if he failed now. On the other side of the field, Ryunosuke finally grasped his key card and began his play. I summoned Skilled White Magician in attack position. Skilled White Magician, ATK, 1900. Then, from my hand, I activate Pot of Greed to draw 2 more cards. As Ryunosuke drew, a jewel on the magician's shoulder began to glow. Next, I activate the spell card Emblem of Dragon Destroyer. I add the Buster Blader I just discarded to the graveyard back to my hand. Both jewels on the magician's shoulders were now shining brightly, signaling its effect was nearly primed. Misuzu began to feel a knot of unease in her stomach. As a champion, she knew exactly what that monster was capable of. Ryunosuke recited the effect. Every time a spell card is activated, this card gains 1 spell counter. I've already activated Pot of Greed and Emblem of Dragon Destroyer. He swept his hand forward with conviction. I activate my 3rd spell, Monster Reborn. Rise from the grave, Buster Blader. A warrior clad in purple armor wielding a massive blade materialized. The Dragon Slayer had arrived, Buster Blader, ATK, 2600. Since Ryunosuke had triggered 3 spells, his magician's effect ignited. When Skilled White Magician has 3 spell counters, I contribute it to special summon Dark Magician from my hand, deck, or graveyard. Ryunosuke pulled Dark Magician from his deck and slammed it onto the field. Dark Magician, ATK, 2500. Ryunosuke then activated Polymerization from his hand, fusing Dark Magician and Buster Blader. Arise. Super Warlion Master Dark Paladin. Dark Paladin, ATK, 2900. Dark Paladin's effect: for every dragon-type monster on the field or in either player's graveyard, it gains an additional 500 ATK. On your field, you have 4 Blue Eyes White Dragons and 1 Lord of D, treated as a dragon by support effects. That's 5 dragons, meaning his attack power increases by 2500 points. Super Warlion Master Dark Paladin, ATK, 5400. Crap. Misuzu felt herself backed into a corner, especially as she realized Ryunosuke wasn't finished. Ryunosuke activated the final spell in his hand. I activate Diffusion Wave Motion. By paying 1000 LP, Dark Paladin can attack every single monster on your field. Ryunosuke LP, 1100 to 1000 equals 100. He had squeezed his life force to the absolute brink. The game is over, Natsukawa Misuzu. No way, how can something this absurd happen? Misuzu trembled, staggering backward until she collapsed onto the floor, the light fading from her eyes. She couldn't fathom how she had lost even after cheating. It defied all logic. Ryunosuke wasted no time and ordered Dark Paladin to strike. The Magic Knight swung his gargantuan blade, unleashing a devastating wave of energy. A massive explosion swept across the arena, shattering the 4 white dragons and the Dragon Lord into digital shards. Misuzu's life points plummeted instantly to 0. Misuzu realized one bitter truth in that moment: if Ryunosuke ever entered the World Tournament, she wouldn't stand a ghost of a chance. A heavy, suffocating sense of defeat clouded her heart. Chapter 332, A Man's Dream, Dueling on a D-Wheel. Once the match concluded, Ryunosuke extended a hand to help Misuzu, who was still slumped on the floor in a dazed, duck-sit position. Misuzu hadn't quite surfaced from her post-match shock, her gaze remained hollow. It was understandable, really. Imagine being a world-renowned Yu-Gi-Oh! Champion adored by the masses, only to be suddenly deconstructed by some random guy from out of nowhere. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Ryunosuke pulled her slowly to her feet and asked if she was all right. Misuzu simply kept her head down, her face clouded with gloom, without uttering a single word. Suddenly, as if she had forged a desperate resolve, she took a deep breath and lunged forward to grab Ryunosuke's arm. She turned to AI and cried out. "Give this man to me, okay? I want him as my partner for the Tag Team Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament." AI instantly turned to stone. Even Megumi, standing beside her, wasn't spared from the fallout. She froze mid-motion. Both girls felt the exact same prickle of a looming crisis, the feeling that their man was about to be snatched away. Without a hint of compromise, they each staked their claim on one of Ryunosuke's arms, wordlessly declaring that this man belonged to them. He was not to be stolen. Masuzu puffed out her cheeks, and then a devious idea sparked in her mind. She proposed. How about we go for a second round? This time on D wheels, exactly like in Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. Ryunosuke's eyes lit up instantly. Seriously? What man doesn't dream of tearing down a track on a motorcycle while playing cards? Ryunosuke was no exception. He trembled with excitement, his body writhing with glee like Sanji. Finally, he would experience a real duel. He had long yearned for the thrill of dueling from the saddle of a bike. Ryunosuke looked left and right, but he only saw Masuzu's white D-wheel. There was no second vehicle. Confused, he asked, "Where is it?" Masuzu put her hands on her hips and tilted her chin up haughtily. Moments later, a helicopter appeared overhead and lowered a red D-wheel. It was an exact replica of Fudo Yusei's. Masuzu's family background was clearly no joke, summoning a helicopter just to deliver a motorcycle was a trivial matter for her. This time, Ryunosuke was genuinely shaking with emotion. With a pounding heart and tears of joy in his eyes, he ran toward the machine, looking like he wanted to lick the red paint. It wasn't an exaggeration. After all, he was a hardcore otaku, coming face to face with a real-life D-wheel, especially the crabhead Yusei's model, was a deeply moving experience. Seeing how much he adored the bike, Masuzu approached and began to set her trap. If you like it that much, I can give it to you. The catch is, you have to sign this self-sale contract. Masuzu produced a pre-signed contract from out of nowhere and shoved it in front of Ryunosuke. He was about to sign it out of pure reflex when AI rushed over and cut him off. As the first wife, AI gave Ryunosuke a sharp little slap, grabbed his shoulders, and shook him to bring him back to his senses. Can you have a little self-respect? You're going crazy over a single D-wheel. At that moment, Ryunosuke's pupils had literally turned into the shape of red D-wheels, there was no room for anything else. He's a goner. AI muttered weakly. Herman was hooked. What was so great about a stupid D-wheel anyway? Was it more important than her? AI looked at him with a tragic expression, as if to say that if he didn't pay attention to her right now, she'd call it quits. Ryunosuke finally snapped out of it. Faced with the agonizing choice between a D-wheel and his first wife, he eventually grit his teeth and chose his spouse. He pulled AI into a tight embrace, signaling that everything was fine. AI began to sob softly. The two of them clung to each other in a dramatic display. Masuzu, watching from the sidelines, could only shake her head. Is this really necessary? It's just a D-wheel. Your acting is a bit much, you know. Finally, Masuzu broke the silence and called for the second round. As per usual, she grabbed another deck set under the guise of the match. AI, unsuspecting, allowed it. Ryunosuke grabbed his own deck and mounted the red D-wheel. Since they were dueling on D-wheels, they naturally used the system from the Speed World era, specifically the third generation, Synchro, decks. Masuzu herself used Jack Atlas's deck. The two sat perched on their respective D-wheels, red and white, like Yusei and Jack, bracing for a duel of destiny. They revved their engines hard and roared forward. Field spell, Speed World, activate. Ryunosuke's turn, draw. I summon the tuner monster, Azure Falcon. Azure Falcon, ATK, 800, level 2. When Azure Falcon is successfully summoned, I can special summon one level 4 or lower dragon-type monster from my hand. Come forth, Stardust Dragonet. Ryunosuke swept his hand out, and a small dragon appeared at his left side. Stardust Dragonet, ATK, 1900, level 4. Stardust Dragonet's effect, I can increase the level of one monster on the field by 2. I raise Azure Falcon from level 2 to level 4. 4 plus 4 is equal to 8. Is it coming? Masuzu muttered with a serious gaze. Her hunch was correct, Ryunosuke was preparing a synchro summon. I tuned the level 4 Stardust Dragonet with the level 4 Azure Falcon. The two monsters transformed into 8 interlocking rings of light in the air, forming the silhouette of a massive dragon. Clustering prayers will become a new shining star. Become the path its light illuminates. 4 plus 4 is equal to 8. Synchro summon. Fly, Stardust Dragon. A beautiful, majestic white dragon soared across the sky, letting out a thunderous roar. Stardust Dragon, ATK, 2500, level 8. Since I'm going first, I can't attack. I set 2 cards face down and end my turn. For the record, D-wheel rules state, except for the first turn, during each standby phase, your speed counters, SPC, automatically increase by 1. As SPC increases, the D-wheel accelerates. SPC can also be used to draw extra cards once it reaches a certain threshold. Ryunosuke's turn ended, and now it was Masuzu's. My turn, draw. Their speed indicators ticked up simultaneously, and the D-wheels surged faster. Masuzu spun her white D-wheel around, racing in reverse to face Ryunosuke head-on as she launched a fierce counterattack. Hot beverage Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/lovefanfiction. Shopping bags benefits. Wrapped gift access to 10+ chapters, anime crossover, making money in classroom of the elite. Wrapped gift access Kamikawa Naoki END. Wrapped gift access 30 chapters, journey to planar word. Wrapped gift access 130+ chapters, infinity reincarnation. Scroll update schedule. Incoming envelope translated fanfiction, 3 chapters per day. Incoming envelope original fanfiction, 1 to 2 chapters per day. Light skin tone thumbs up sign. Thank you so much for your incredible support, everyone. Light skin tone thumbs up sign.